Chapter 1. The Undercover of the Spirit Hall. On the Douluo Continent, within the Tiando Empire, lies the seven-treasure glazed tile school. As the sun rises, a magnificent castle is filled with thousands of soul masters who have gathered from various regions. The annual recruitment conference of the seven-treasure glazed tile school is about to commence. Who wouldn't wish to join one of the most prestigious forces on this continent and ascend to the pinnacle of soul mastery? May the heavens protect me, please don't let me be chosen. A young man, clad in gray and possessing striking features, muttered to himself, "Those who have acted as undercover agents throughout history have not met with a good fate. I refuse to take on such a burdensome task. I hope they do not set their sights on me that way. Bibi Dong will have no excuse to make things difficult for me." Jiang Yu has traversed to the Douluo Continent for 6 years now. Initially, he was taken back to the Spirit Hall by Bibi Dong when he was still an infant, where she nurtured him with great care. Whenever he felt hunger, delectable soul beast meat was presented to him, and when thirsty, Bibi Dong personally fed him milk. Of course, after he turned 3, Bibi Dong noticed his robust physique and refused to continue nursing him. In summary, Jiang Yu's life over the past few years has been quite sumptuous, with no worries about food or drink. Moreover, with his senior sister Hulaina looking after him, life couldn't be more pleasant. Perhaps it was heaven's way of testing Jiang Yu. The turning point occurred 3 nights ago when he intended to rest with Hulaina, only to be startled by a deafening crash as the door to his room was flung open. In walked the Pope herself, forcing Hulaina, clad in a pink bellyband and matching shorts, out of the room. That night, Bibi Dong and Jiang Yu engaged in a lengthy candlelit discussion that lasted the entire night. No one knew what they talked about. All that was known was that the following morning, Jiang Yu left the Spirit Hall. Jiang Yu felt powerless. Who could fathom why Bibi Dong suddenly insisted that he infiltrate the seven-treasure glazed tile school as an undercover agent? He firmly refused at first, but upon witnessing Bibi Dong reduce a cockroach on the floor to dust, he pondered for a moment and ultimately acquiesced to her demand. It wasn't that he was afraid, it was just that he suddenly recalled Bibi Dong's kindness towards him. This woman had treated him well. If he couldn't fulfill even this modest request, what kind of person would he be? Thus, Jiang Yu resolutely arrived at the seven-treasure glazed tile school, albeit still harboring a glimmer of hope that perhaps his lack of talent would render him unnoticed. If so, he could return to the Spirit Hall and continue enjoying his life. The recruitment ceremony of the seven-treasure glazed tile school is about to commence. At the entrance of the castle, a middle-aged man dressed in splendid attire struck a gong and proclaimed, "Please prepare your identification and line up for verification." As his voice faded, everyone instinctively formed a queue. The reputation of the seven-treasure glazed tile school was not to be trifled with, despite many among them hailing from noble families. None dared to act recklessly here. Ever since the Xianjian school was forced into seclusion by the Spirit Hall years ago, the seven-treasure glazed tile school has subtly emerged as the foremost sect in the land. No one dared to provoke trouble in this place. Time passed swiftly, and soon, hundreds had successfully verified their identities. As Jiang Yu's turn approached, he could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety. The household registration document in his hand was forged. Although it was crafted by the Spirit Hall to help him blend into the seven-treasure glazed tile school, its material was indistinguishable from a genuine one, yet there remained a risk of exposure. Should the seven-treasure glazed tile school discover he was an undercover agent from the Spirit Hall, it would spell disaster for him. Fake identification. At that moment, the individual before Jiang Yu was apprehended by the attendant for having a counterfeit document. Take him away for a thorough investigation. With a single command, a burly man in armor dragged the child aside without a hint of consideration for his age. Next, Jiang Yu suddenly realized it was his turn. At this juncture, retreat was no longer an option. He had no choice but to present his identification document to the attendant. He could not afford to show any signs of weakness now. Name, Jiang Yu. Residence, Fasnuo Province, Nodding City. Town code. The attendant examined Jiang Yu's identification, scrutinizing the seal of the city lord and cross-referencing the town code. Finding no discrepancies, he returned the document to Jiang Yu. Phew, I finally managed to slip through. At this moment, Jiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief and finally took the time to appreciate the scenery around him. In the center of the vast square stood a towering pagoda reaching a height of 100 meters. The entire structure was crafted from precious gemstones, consisting of 7 magnificent tiers. It was evident that this was the signature spirit of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, the seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda, the finest auxiliary spirit in the continent. The marble-paved ground shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight, nearly blinding Jiang Yu. Only then did he realize why Bibi Dong was so wary of the seven-treasure glazed tile school. even resorting to the underhanded tactic of sending in undercover agents. Such astonishing wealth could only be rivaled by the Spirit Hall and the two great empires. Jiang Yu couldn't help but admire Bibi Dong's foresight. She was indeed the first female pope of the Spirit Hall in 10,000 years. Moreover, she was the only pope not hailing from an angelic lineage, showcasing her long-term vision. By noon, the entire selection process was finally completed, leaving only half the original crowd in the square. As the saying goes, a tall tree catches the wind. The seven-treasure Glazed Tile School understood that their recruitment ceremony would inevitably attract various formidable figures from different factions, hence they exercised extreme caution in screening the Soul Masters. Creak! At the far end of the square, a massive stone door slowly swung open. Out stepped over 100 figures. Welcome to the seven-treasure Glazed Tile School. I am Ning Fengji, and I hope all of you can pass this assessment. The man at the forefront, whose appearance was as refined as jade and who exuded a youthful elegance, spoke amiably. Let us formally become members of the seven-treasure Glazed Tile School. His words instantly stirred a commotion among the crowd. Who would have thought that today I would meet the esteemed Ning Fengji, known as the continent's foremost auxiliary soul master? Even if I fail, this trip is worth it. Master Ning is so handsome. Some young women even swooned. I hope I can join the seven-treasure Glazed Tile School so that I may be close to him every day. As the crowd buzzed with excitement, the attendant, Xiao, quickly shouted, "Silence. No need." Ning Fengji waved his hand, a gentle smile gracing his face. "Xiao, the awakening ceremony from this point onward shall be conducted by this esteemed individual beside me, the Deacon Su Cha from the Tiando Holy Hall." "Understood, Sect Master." The attendant Xiao bowed respectfully and wisely ceased further commentary. "Master Ning, shall we begin?" A figure stepped forward from the crowd, bowing to Ning Fengji before leading more than 10 individuals clad in white uniforms, cloaked in black capes, and adorned with a prominent soul character on their chests, toward the forefront. People from the Spirit Hall. Jiang Yu recognized the attire. Only the direct personnel of the Spirit Hall were entitled to wear such garments. According to the customs of the Douluo Continent, only those from the Spirit Hall were qualified to preside over the awakening ceremonies of soul masters. This was due to the fact that it was the Spirit Hall that invented the new method for awakening soul spirits a millennium ago, significantly lowering the costs associated with the awakening process. Thus, even a major sect like the seven-treasure Glazed Tile School had to adhere to this tradition. Su Cha briefly introduced himself and the personnel accompanying him from the Spirit Hall before commencing the ceremony. The individuals he brought were all elites from their respective families. Even though these younger generations were already in positions at various branch halls across major cities, he had summoned them all to the seven-treasure Glazed Tile School to broaden their horizons. To Jiang Yu's astonishment, he discovered that Su Yuntao was among them. In order to save time, the officials from the Spirit Hall each retrieved 2 items from their bags. There were 6 black round stones and a shining blue crystal ball. They arranged the black stones on the marble floor in a hexagonal formation and prepared to release their soul spirits. Indomitable Wolf, manifest. Among them, the most striking Su Yuntao was the first to summon his soul spirit. A faint azure light emanated from his forehead, rapidly ascending until it reached his hair. His originally dark hair instantly transformed into a shade of gray, elongating rapidly, while the hair on his arms took on the same hue. Simultaneously, his physique expanded considerably. What once appeared to be a normally proportioned man transformed into a muscular behemoth in an instant. The changes brought about by the soul spirit did not end there. His eyes shifted to a vibrant green, resembling the effect of colored contact lenses. More alarmingly, sharp claws sprouted from his fingertips, and 2 radiant rings of white and yellow emerged from beneath his feet, swirling around him from his toes to the crown of his head. Upon witnessing the transformation of Su Yuntao, a few young children displayed expressions of sheer terror. Jiang Yu, however, remained relatively unperturbed, for he had previously observed Bibi Dong unleashing her martial soul upon his arrival in the Douluo Continent, and the memory lingered vividly in his mind. Truly white, truly grand. Do not misconstrue my words. What Jiang Yu intended to convey was that Bibi Dong's visage, once her martial soul manifested, resembled that of a face adorned with a white mask, and her physique had notably expanded from her prior form. In comparison, the spectacle before him paled into insignificance next to Bibi Dong's martial soul revelation. Fire Wolf, manifest. Tooth Wolf, manifest. Phantom Wolf, manifest. Wind Wolf, manifest. Husky, manifest. Caught in his reverie, Jiang Yu's attention was suddenly drawn to that familiar name. The emaciated soul master who summoned his martial soul bore an uncanny resemblance to that foolish creature, the husky. Initially, Jiang Yu had thought the use of a chrysanthemum as a martial soul was peculiar enough, yet he was taken aback by this even more astonishing revelation. Indeed, the world is vast, and it is brimming with the extraordinary. As the members of the Spirit Hall unleashed their martial souls, some timid children, frightened, attempted to flee. Strangely, no one intervened, allowing them to escape one after another. Unable to cope with such trivial matters, how could they ever aspire to become exceptional soul masters in the future? Su Cha lamented, shaking his head. For the personnel of the Spirit Hall, this was merely a minor incident. It was not uncommon for children to flee each year, overwhelmed by the transformation of their martial souls. Soon after, those summoned by name stepped forward, each heading in different directions. The martial souls awakened were indeed diverse, with none being repeated. Regrettably, they were predominantly common martial souls, such as bricks, stools, and blue-silver, grass-utterly useless souls. The only exception was a young boy who awakened a scythe martial soul, which could be deemed somewhat useful, albeit he possessed a congenital soul power of 0. Next batch. With regard to such ineffectual soul masters, no one offered them any courtesy. They were promptly escorted away from the square. Their fates were all but sealed, destined to live as mere commoners at the bottom of society. This is the harsh reality. Before long, the awakening ceremony for the second batch commenced. This time, a few children displayed promising potential, awakening beast martial souls, specifically lions, tigers, and leopard soul beasts with commendable offensive capabilities. Although their congenital soul power was not exceedingly high, they surpassed the threshold of level 5. Even within the esteemed 7-treasure Glazed Tile School, a soul master with a level 5 congenital soul power could be considered somewhat talented. Thus, these few children successfully passed the test. Jiang Yu. After a brief interval, Jiang Yu finally heard his name, and with a composed demeanor, he advanced forward. Look at him, dressed in ragged attire, daring to come to a place like the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School. What audacity! Indeed, he clearly appears to be a commoner soul master. How could such a person possibly inherit a formidable martial soul? A mere clown. In the face of such disparagement, Jiang Yu remained silent, for he was confident that his martial soul would be formidable. It was simply because the one awakening his martial soul was Su Yuntao. Fear not, young one, my name is Su Yuntao, a great soul master. Just follow my instructions shortly. Su Yuntao beamed with a sincere smile. This is going to be a breeze. Jiang Yu couldn't help but exclaim. Having read numerous fanfictions set in the Douluo universe, he was well aware of the esteemed reputation of Su Yuntao. Soul masters awakened by him were destined to begin at least as level 1 deities, with even the potential to ascend to godly kings. Chapter 2. The Chixiao Sword. Standing at the center of 6 black stones, Su Yuntao infused his soul power into them, causing a soft golden light to illuminate instantaneously. Warmth enveloped Jiang Yu, a sensation unlike any he had ever experienced, one that transcended verbal description. It is a feeling to be comprehended through personal experience alone. Only those who have felt it can truly grasp its exquisite nature. In short, it was far more exhilarating than playing a game. As the warm energy gradually permeated his being, Jiang Yu distinctly felt a transformation occurring within his body. Under the guidance of this warm energy, it was as if something within him shattered, and all the warmth surged unabashedly toward his palm. Witnessing this scene, Su Yuntao's expression brightened, for within the golden light, he discerned a multitude of golden specks, signifying that this child's martial soul was quite impressive. However, when Jiang Yu's martial soul finally manifested, Su Yuntao's expression turned icy in an instant. Jiang Yu raised his right hand, revealing a red glow emanating from it, at the center of which lay an ordinary iron sword. Just as disappointment began to wash over him, his peripheral vision caught sight of what appeared to be a small inscription etched upon the sword. Chixiao. Upon discerning the characters, Jiang Yu was immediately engulfed in astonishment. While the average person might not comprehend the significance of this name, for someone well-versed in history, it resonated powerfully. The Chixiao Sword is renowned as one of the top 10 swords of China, celebrated as the supreme sword of the imperial path, ranking in the top 3. Legend has it that this sword was wielded by Liu Bang, the founding emperor of the Han dynasty. Liu Bang famously used the Chixiao Sword to slay the White Serpent, establishing an illustrious legacy that would echo through the ages, ultimately founding the great Han dynasty. It was difficult to fathom that this seemingly mundane sword before him could indeed be the legendary Chixiao Sword. Even Jiang Yu felt a deep sense of skepticism. Yet, what transpired next solidified his belief in the authenticity of the Chixiao Sword. The catalyst for this profound transformation lay in a golden technique gradually manifesting in his mind. It was a sword manual, adorned with depictions of figures wielding long swords, accompanied by several lines of small text. The manual featured just 3 sword techniques: the heavenly sword style, the earthly sword style, and the human sword style. Each technique represented a distinct swordsmanship style: the sky-splitting sword art, the earthly fiend sword art, and the human sword unity. Though Jiang Yu could not fathom why the Chixiao sword had taken on this form, he understood that a sword accompanied by its own techniques could never be ordinary. Perhaps this truly was the fabled Chixiao sword. Alas, Su Yuntao could not help but sigh. It is merely a useless martial soul. I had hoped you would awaken a powerful martial soul, yet it turns out to be nothing more than an embroidered iron sword. Upon hearing Su Yuntao's words, Jiang Yu did not feel anger. Rather, a sense of joy welled up within him. Who among them was unaware of Su Yuntao's infamous title as the blind god of spirit? Anyone whom he personally deemed to possess a useless martial soul had invariably become a legendary figure in the Douluo Continent. With this unexpected turn of events, Jiang Yu could at least aspire to attain the status of a god king in the future. Very well. Now, with a thought, withdraw your martial soul and place your palm upon this crystal ball to ascertain the extent of your innate soul power. Although slightly disappointed, Su Yuntao nonetheless presented the blue crystal to Jiang Yu. This place was far from those small villages, and he dared not be negligent in following the required procedures. As Jiang Yu's mind stirred, the Chixiao sword was drawn back into his being. The moment his palm made contact with the crystal orb, his body began to tremble violently. Jiang Yu discovered that the beautifully adorned blue crystal orb possessed an immense gravitational pull, firmly affixing his palm to its surface, rendering him powerless to escape. To his astonishment, Su Yuntao was taken aback. He had initially intended merely to follow protocol, harboring little hope for Jiang Yu. However, to his surprise, the blue crystal orb began to illuminate, with its azure radiance swiftly expanding from a faint glimmer to a resplendent brilliance akin to that of a dazzling diamond. According to traditional standards, any reaction from the blue crystal orb indicated that the tester possessed soul power, and the shimmering light emanating from the orb suggested but one possibility: innate, full soul power. Without delay, Su Yuntao released a stream of azure light into the crystal orb, causing Jiang Yu's hand to be ejected from its grasp. When he turned to regard the young boy once more, his expression was imbued with profound astonishment. How peculiar it was that a seemingly useless martial soul could harbor innate full soul power. He pondered whether it was mere luck or something else. Yet, alas, what good was innate full soul power if it belonged to a useless martial soul? Su Yuntao lamented, recognizing that a useless martial soul was ultimately just that. Have you not heard the saying? Jiang Yu replied with a smile, shaking his head. There are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters. True strength is not confined by one's martial soul. Although the master's words were somewhat one-sided, they served well for grandstanding, and Jiang Yu adopted them with ease. There are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters. Ning Fengxi, who had been observing Jiang Yu's commotion, was struck by the profundity of this statement. Had he not heard it with his own ears, he would scarcely believe that such wisdom could emanate from a child. Inform Xiao Guanshi to bring Jiang Yu to the Seven Treasures Hall. I have matters to discuss with him. Ning Fengxi cast a glance at his subordinate, promptly dismissing those who had been gossiping behind the scenes from the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. As the leader of a sect, Ning Fengxi's dedication to nurturing talent was evident, even in such minor details. No wonder the Seven Treasures Glazed sect had flourished so rapidly in recent years. Understood, sect master. The tall, slender soul master wasted no time and turned to head in Xiao Guanshi's direction. A genius with innate full soul power was exceedingly rare. Even after many years in the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, he had never encountered one. Across the continent, only a single talented disciple from the Windsword sect had awakened their innate full soul power in recent years. That achievement had given Windsword sect a reason to boast for quite some time, even flaunting it before the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Now, however, the Seven Treasures Glazed sect had its own genius with innate full soul power. It would be interesting to see whether the Windsword sect would still dare to flaunt their superiority. The stage was set, and now it was a matter of luck. After Su Yuntao recorded Jiang Yu's situation, he signaled for him to leave. Whether the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect would accept Jiang Yu was of no concern to him. Jiang Yu, congratulations on passing the assessment. Xiao Guanshi strode forward to Jiang Yu's side, a broad smile gracing his face. This young man was favored by the sect leader, and his future held boundless potential. Establishing a good rapport with him could only prove advantageous. I have succeeded. Jiang Yu pointed at his own nose in disbelief. Before him lay two choices. The first was to disregard the task assigned by Bibi Dong and peacefully join the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, confident that Ning Fengji would treat him with a special favor. The second was to persist in executing Bibi Dong's mission, acting as an undercover agent to clandestinely undermine the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School on behalf of the Spirit Hall. To be frank, the first option was undoubtedly the safer one, as the perils of being an undercover agent were considerable. Yet, Jiang Yu found himself unable to make a definitive choice. He did not wish to betray Bibi Dong. This woman had shown him kindness. Even though Jiang Yu was aware that the Spirit Hall would eventually be eradicated by Tang San, he could not bring himself to stand against Bibi Dong. A gentleman knows when to act and when to refrain, even if it meant opposing Tang San. What of it? Jiang Yu firmly believes that since he has been reborn in this Douluo Continent, his fortunes must surely rival those of Tang San. Perhaps the fate of the Spirit Hall can be altered by his presence, and he may indeed reshape the future in its entirety. With him in the Spirit Hall, success is undoubtedly assured. Chapter 3. The Sword of Gods and Demons. Under the guidance of Xiaoguan, Jiang Yu arrived at the resting area, where a grand long table was laden with an array of fruits and delicacies. This feast was prepared for the children who had passed. Standing beside the table were several youthful and radiant young women, all adorned in flowing red robes that accentuated their figures exquisitely. It must be noted that when it comes to understanding the human heart, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School excels remarkably. After all, both men and boys are naturally drawn to beautiful women with alluring figures. Even Jiang Yu found himself stealing a few glances. Please, indulge in some refreshments shortly. The sect master will summon you personally. This is indeed a tremendous honor, Xiaoguan remarked, casting a glance at Jiang Yu. Thank you, uncle, he replied. Though Jiang Yu felt a flicker of doubt, he refrained from displaying it, seizing the food on the table and indulging heartily. Upon witnessing this, Xiaoguan merely smiled, acknowledging that children are indeed voracious eaters. Consequently, he turned his attention away from Jiang Yu, redirecting his focus to the awakening of the other children. He wondered what other prodigies might soon emerge, a look of eager anticipation gracing his countenance. Just as he turned away, a sudden transformation occurred in Jiang Yu's left hand. A soft violet radiance erupted from his palm, startling him so much that he swiftly crouched beneath the table. Fortunately, the surrounding children were engrossed in the food before them, and the older girls clad in kipayos were too preoccupied to monitor Jiang Yu's actions closely. Before long, the luminous aura coalesced, revealing a uniquely designed longsword in his grasp. This was a sword of pure silver, adorned with enigmatic engravings along its blade. The hilt bore resemblance to the handle of a duster, its end entwined with vine-like embellishments. Though entirely crafted from silver, embedded within its midsection were 3 vibrant rubies. At the junction of the hilt, a ruby, grand as a diamond, sparkled prominently, while the blade sides each featured 5 smaller rubies, reminiscent of beads. Notably, the edges of the hilt appeared akin to the fangs of a ferocious beast, imbuing the otherwise serene sword with an air of menace. Jiang Yu gazed upon the sword in his hand, an increasing sense of familiarity washing over him as though he had encountered it before. At that moment, a sudden influx of memory surged within his mind, revealing a sequence of golden characters that coalesced into a martial technique. It read, "The primordial purple chi is indeed the origin of the great Tao. Born before the heavens and the earth, the first breath of the primordial split, a supreme essence capable of devouring myriad energies for one's own use." This technique, known as the primordial purple chi path, was pioneered by the celestial general Faping, and the refined primordial purple chi represents the highest grade of true energy within the 3 realms. Following this were hundreds of intricate seal characters, and inexplicably, Jiang Yu found himself recognizing them all. Faping, the celestial general, wasn't he a character from the game Sword of the Immortal 3? Could this sword possibly be the demon-suppressing sword? Jiang Yu suddenly lowered his head to scrutinize the sword in his hand, realizing it was not the demon-suppressing sword. Wait a moment, this is the divine demon sword. Jiang Yu suddenly recalled the divine sword, the sword of gods and demons, wielded by Jing Tian at the conclusion of the legend of Sword and Fairy 3. This blade, born from the fusion of the demon sword and the demon-suppressing sword, is the most formidable divine sword across the 3 realms, a weapon so powerful that even the celestial emperor could not contend with the sinister sword immortal. Jiang Yu could hardly fathom that such a remarkable sword had become his martial soul, leaving him with an almost surreal sensation. Before the divine sword, Even the Hao-Ian hammer appeared insignificant. The presence of Tang San's protagonist aura was rendered futile. With a mere swing of his long sword, Tang San would be left powerless, prostrate beneath him with no capacity for resistance. The mere thought of that scene was exhilarating. Jiang Yu could no longer suppress the vivid fantasy of delivering a swift kick to Tang San and landing a punch on the Shrek 7 monsters. Release me. I possess innate soul power at the 7th level. How could I have failed the examination? This is utterly unjust. My martial soul is the king of beasts, a tiger. There must be some hidden agenda at play here. A sudden uproar interrupted Jiang Yu's train of thought, prompting him to hastily retract the divine demon sword into his body. Although possessing a twin martial soul would undoubtedly attract the attention of the 7 treasure Glazed Tile School for special cultivation, he was determined to keep this secret hidden, reserving some cards for himself. Upon emerging from beneath the table, Jiang Yu finally grasped the situation at hand. It turned out that the talents of the few children present were quite commendable. However, to his astonishment, none had successfully passed the assessment of the 7 treasure Glazed Tile School. This Ning Fengji was indeed meticulous. Jiang Yu recognized the individuals before him as those who had previously spoken ill of him, realizing that Ning Fengji had chosen to forsake them in order to win his favor. At that moment, Jiang Yu felt a flicker of gratitude. Ning Fengji was exceptionally adept at navigating social dynamics. Had he not been an undercover agent, he might have genuinely pledged his allegiance to the 7 treasure Glazed Tile sect. After approximately an hour, the recruitment ceremony officially concluded. Only about 1/10 of the candidates passed the assessments. Following a few remarks from Ning Fengji, he entrusted the remaining matters to Xiao Guan and departed. Once Xiao Guan had organized the others, he led Jiang Yu to the 7 treasure hall as per Ning Fengji's earlier instructions, attracting numerous envious glances along the way. Upon arriving at the 7 treasure hall, Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback by the grandeur of the expansive structure, which spanned over 1,000 square meters. Before him stood a magnificent edifice towering several dozen meters high, with a 7-tiered pagoda adorning the central circular wall. Flanking it were twin towers, exuding an aura of ancient majesty, steeped in a profound sense of history. Standing on either side of the hall were dozens of armored warriors, each radiating an aura of bloodlust that was palpable. It was evident that these individuals had fought their way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, making them far more formidable than ordinary soul masters. Under Xiao Guan's guidance, Jiang Yu was granted entry into the main hall, which could only be described as resplendent. Every piece of furniture was crafted from pure gold. After traversing a lengthy corridor and passing through 3 jade doors, Jiang Yu finally arrived at Ning Fengji's location, only to discover that it was the dining hall. At a massive long table sat 4 individuals, with Ning Fengji positioned at the center. He had changed into a violet suit adorned with a verdant chest ornament, appearing exceptionally regal. To his left and right sat 2 elderly men. The elder on the right was clad in a pristine white robe, his silver hair neatly arranged behind him. His visage was ancient yet youthful, with delicate features reminiscent of an infant, though his expression was markedly indifferent, as if he were oblivious to his surroundings, quietly seated in contemplation. The elder on the left wore a gray robe, his hair similarly gray, and he appeared as if he were little more than skin and bones, embodying a state of utter exhaustion. "Daddy, is this the so-called prodigy with innate full soul power?" A little girl, seemingly no more than 5 or 6 years old, suddenly leaped from her chair, pointing at Jiang Yu with a playful smile. "He looks no different from the others." "Rong Rong, do not be rude," Ning Fengji interjected, cutting off her remarks. "Ning Rong Rong, before me stands a young girl clad in a simple, white gown that exudes an aura of purity. Her neatly cropped hair frames her face, while her skin, as tender as a lychee, complements her exquisite features. She appears to be a princess blossoming within the confines of a grand palace, her smile reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, refreshing and uplifting. However, Jiang Yu is not easily deceived by her enchanting exterior, for one must be aware that Ning Rongrong is a proud, imperious, and rather audacious little sorceress. Fengji, Rongrong is also curious. Why are you so loud? What if you frighten her? Indeed, do not startle our precious Rongrong." 2 elderly men interjected, their protective instincts flaring, fearful of any distress befalling Ning Rongrong. Ning Fengji, appearing accustomed to such antics, could only manage a resigned smile. For these 2 men were the towering pillars of the 7 treasures Glazed Tile School, akin to white jade and golden beams. Even as the head of the sect, he must regard them with the reverence due to a father. The book has already received a signing notification. Those interested in investing should act swiftly. In this narrative, Among the myriad of female characters in Douluo Continent, Jiang Yu's favorite is undoubtedly Zhu Qing. However, he differs from those who are merely infatuated. What captivates him about Zhu Qing is not the superficial allure of youthful beauty or ample bosom, but rather her character. Although born into the nobility of the Star Luo Empire, Zhu Qing has not enjoyed the privileges typically afforded to noble ladies. Instead, she has had to endure fierce competition against her family's sisters from the moment of her birth. Even if she wishes to escape this fate, she is powerless to do so, for the consequence of failure is the erasure of one's existence. Though fate is harsh, Zhu Qing embodies the resilience of a plum blossom blooming in the depths of winter, facing all adversities alone. Who can truly comprehend the depth of her struggles? As Jiang Yu immersed himself in the novel, he yearned to envelop Zhu Qing in a warm embrace, offering her solace. Who could resist the allure of such a seemingly aloof yet passionately spirited girl? In stark contrast, he felt little for Ning Rongrong, perceiving her merely as a supporting character, lacking the vibrancy even of Huowu. Xiao, please don't mind. My daughter has been rather spoiled, Ning Fingji remarked, a smile gracing his face, exuding an air of warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze. Uncle, it's quite all right. I'm not upset, Jiang Yu quickly responded, waving his hand dismissively. Truly, Ning Fingji's charisma was formidable, evoking a sense of fondness even in him. It is noteworthy that Ning Fingji is one of the most powerful figures on the continent. His ability to treat an ordinary child with such kindness is indeed remarkable. What a good child. Ning Fingji's eyes sparkled as he regarded Jiang Yu, whose handsome appearance and pleasant demeanor made him a worthy candidate for nurturing. Surely you haven't had your fill. Come, have some more, he urged, leading Jiang Yu to the dining table, personally placing a bowl of abalone chicken congee before him. Faced with such hospitality, Jiang Yu felt no need for further politeness and promptly began to savor the congee. I've heard you possess innate full soul power, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, extending her small hand to poke at Jiang Yu, her large eyes brimming with curiosity. May I see your martial soul? Of course, Jiang Yu readily acquiesced to her request, for Ning Fingji had indeed sent him here with the intention of gaining a deeper understanding of him. Jiang Yu extended his right hand, and in an instant, a flash of crimson light revealed the Chixiao Sword before the onlookers. The sword martial soul. The sword Douluo furrowed his brow, a hint of astonishment flickering across his features. Logically, since Jiang Yu had awakened with innate full soul power, one would expect the quality of his martial soul to be exceptionally high. Yet, the rusty iron sword before him exuded no indication of formidable prowess. Xianjian, having contemplated the way of the sword for decades, was well versed in the myriad sword martial souls of the world, and while he might not possess exhaustive knowledge, he was certainly not far from it. Jiang Yu's sword martial soul is merely an ordinary iron sword martial soul, its quality at most low grade. However, what perplexes him is the origin of Jiang Yu's innate full soul power. This evidently contravenes the established norms within the realm of soul masters. Beside him, Douluo wears a face of astonishment. According to the theory of the 10 core competencies of martial souls proposed by Master Yu Shaojiang, innate soul power is intrinsically linked to the quality of the martial soul. The more formidable the martial soul, the greater the innate soul power upon awakening. Could it be that Jiang Yu's martial soul harbors secrets unknown to them? Yet, on the surface, it appears otherwise. Nonetheless, as prominent figures in the world of soul masters, their expressions quickly return to normal despite the lingering doubts. Regardless of the nature of Jiang Yu's martial soul, the existence of innate full soul power cannot be feigned. Historically, those possessing innate full soul power have had at least a 90% chance of ascending to the rank of title Douluo. By this singular criterion, Jiang Yu merits their focused cultivation, while the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School currently enjoys great renown. This is founded upon the prowess of the Sword Douluo and the Bone Douluo, with these 2 titled Douluos safeguarding the school. Only the Spirit Hall and the Haotian sect can rival them across the continent. Since the Haotian sect has closed its gates, the 7 major sects have rallied behind the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and the pressure on Ning Fingji is palpable. To counter the Spirit Hall, he has no choice but to ally with the Heavendo Empire. The Snow Knight Emperor, in a bid to win him over, even conferred upon him the titles of National Master and First-Class Protector of the Nation. It is precisely for this reason that the Spirit Hall has temporarily abandoned its ambitions to encroach upon the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. However, Ning Fingji is acutely aware that the Spirit Hall will not relent in its pursuit of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Although the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo are formidable, their age limits how long they can protect the sect. Thus, the immediate priority is to recruit more talents. particularly exceptional geniuses who show promise of becoming titled Douluos. The emergence of Jiang Yu fills him with hope. Little Yu, you are but a year older than Rong Rong. So I shall address you as such, Ning Fengji said with a beaming smile. He appears remarkably well preserved, and one would scarcely discern his true age at this moment. He resembles an amiable older brother, exuding warmth. Welcome to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. From this day forth, we shall be family. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to confide in your uncle. Uncle, are you saying that I have passed my assessment? Jiang Yu feigned an expression of joy. His innocent demeanor belied the thoughts swirling within. Indeed, Ning Fengji solemnly nodded, then retrieved a blue token engraved with the Seven Treasure Glazed Pagoda from his bosom, presenting it to Jiang Yu. Xiao Yu, from this moment forth, you shall be a core disciple of the Seven Treasure Glazed sect, and in the future, Sword Douluo will be your esteemed mentor. The token bestowed upon Jiang Yu was the blue Seven Treasure token, indicative of the 5th rank within the sect. This privilege was reserved for fewer than 100 core disciples within the entire Seven Treasure Glazed sect. Unlike the outer and inner disciples, core disciples represented the very essence of the sect's power, with all resources preferentially allocated to them. This signified that, from this moment, Ning Fengji had fully embraced Jiang Yu as one of his own. By the way, Xiao Yu, are there any others in your family? Ning Fengji casually inquired. No. It's just me. Jiang Yu's expression suddenly grew melancholic. I am all alone. Xiao Yu, do not be disheartened. Ning Fengji, taken aback by the revelation of Jiang Yu's orphanhood, crouched down and gently patted his shoulder, smiling as he said, from now on, this place shall be your home. And we shall all be your family. Thank you, uncle. In a moment of vulnerability, Jiang Yu allowed tears to flow, resting his head upon Ning Fengji's shoulder. His performance was commendable, evoking even the compassion of the seasoned Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo. There, Ning Fengji gently patted Jiang Yu's back, assuring him that soon grandfather Jian would take him to hunt for soul rings, marking the beginning of his journey as a true soul master. After their meal, Sword Douluo led Jiang Yu onward. Upon exiting the grand hall, he summoned his martial soul. With a brilliant flash of light, a long sword materialized in Sword Douluo's grasp. It was an ancient, imposing blade, approximately 2 meters in length and half a foot in width, radiating an aura of boundless menace. 9 luminous silver soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, encircled the sword, signifying Sword Douluo's formidable martial soul, the 7 killing sword, a rare power that rivaled the Haotian hammer among weapon souls. As Sword Douluo recited an arcane incantation, the 7 killing sword swiftly expanded, growing at least a full circle larger. Upon completing the incantation, he effortlessly lifted Jiang Yu and stepped onto the sword, which then levitated into the air, ascending to a height of 100 meters. The 7 killing sword transformed into a radiant arc, soaring towards the Soul Beast Forest. Chapter 5. The Crimson Steel Serpent Sunset Forest. A dazzling beam of sword light sliced through the air, sending the soul beasts within the forest fleeing in terror. Moments later, 2 figures descended from the immense flying sword. It was none other than Sword Douluo and Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu has already attained a full innate soul power. To further enhance his soul power, he must acquire additional soul rings. My young friend, do share with me your desired soul ring. Although the soul beasts here may not rival those of the Star Doe Forest in abundance, the variety is quite ample and sufficient for your needs. The Sword Douluo spoke with an air of authority, as if he possessed the means to procure any soul beast Jiang Yu might desire. Senior, I wish to select a fire attribute soul beast, Jiang Yu replied. Jiang Yu pondered briefly before making a resolute decision. According to legend, the Chixiao Sword is a divine weapon imbued with the essence of fire. Regardless of the veracity of this tale, it is worth exploring. Fire attribute. The Sword Douluo nodded in agreement, choosing not to elaborate further, and promptly led Jiang Yu deeper into the forest. The surrounding soul beasts, sensing the aura emanating from the Sword Douluo, swiftly retreated. It was no jest with the Sword Douluo's cultivation. Even the 2 formidable soul beast monarchs of the Star Doe Forest, the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, could be confronted head-on. Moreover, the soul beasts before them were merely centuries or millennia old. The Sunset Forest truly lives up to its reputation as the largest wild soul beast forest near Heavendoe City, boasting a remarkable diversity of soul beast species. On his journey, Jiang Yu encountered a myriad of soul beasts, ranging from the ordinary mandala serpent, combat rabbit, to the phantom wolf, all appearing in impressive numbers. Moreover, there was no shortage of fire attribute soul beasts in this region. For instance, he spotted no fewer than 10 Earth Kings. the very ones that Ma Hongjun absorbed in the original narrative. However, after careful deliberation, he ultimately decided against selecting the Earth King as his first soul ring. The abilities of the Earth King merely constituted a support limitation skill and lacked the capability to lock onto an adversary. Such a soul ring skill is only effective when bolstered by the assistance of teammates, rendering it less suitable as a primary soul ability. Jiang Yu's primary considerations were the potency and endurance of the soul skill, both of which were of paramount importance to him as a wielder of the sword martial spirit. After traversing for over half an hour, he finally encountered a soul beast that closely aligned with his expectations. It was a colossal serpentine creature, entirely enveloped in crimson. Its body seemingly forged from rock. Measuring an impressive 5 meters in length, it was segmented into 5 distinct sections, each adorned with a formidable circular pattern, exuding an aura of strength. "Elder, I wish to select that soul beast," he declared. Jiang Yu pointed resolutely ahead at the massive serpent, the crimson steel serpent. The sword Douluo furrowed his brow. "Your discernment is commendable, yet the soul beast is not merely of the fire attribute. It possesses a portion of the steel attribute as well. However, I advise you to reconsider. This crimson steel serpent has surpassed 500 years of age. While the first soul ring a soul master can absorb typically does not exceed 423 years. It exceeds your capacity. 500 years. Upon hearing the sword Douluo's words, Jiang Yu felt a twinge of surprise. He had not anticipated that the hard-won soul beast would exceed the age limit. Yet, relinquishing this soul beast left him feeling reluctant. Tang Sen was able to absorb a soul ring beyond his level. I too possess dual martial souls and innate full soul power. Why should I be any different? Though he has the advantage of the Xian Tian skill to protect him. I have the Hongming purple chi. Even if I have yet to practice it, I consider myself a person with the aura of a protagonist. If I do not dare to take this leap, what right do I have to call myself a soul master? As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. The path of cultivation is fraught with trials, and without taking risks, how can one achieve success? Moreover, he was not attempting to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring. He believed the risks were manageable. After all, during his years in the Spirit Hall, he had not neglected the training of his physical form. Furthermore, he had consumed ample beast meat rich in life essence, making his physique sturdier than that of his peers. Hence, he resolved to pursue the soul beast before him. Predecessor, my mind is made up. This crimson steel serpent aligns perfectly with my martial soul. Even if it slightly exceeds the age limit, I wish to give it a try. I beseech you to assist me. With the prospect of free labor at hand, Jiang Yu was not one to shy away. The sword Douluo's expression grew serious. He had not anticipated Jiang Yu's stubbornness. Absorbing a soul ring was no trivial matter, and should anything go awry, it would be too late. He was about to dissuade Jiang Yu once more when he caught sight of the youthful visage before him, filled with an innocence that rendered him speechless. In Jiang Yu's gaze, the sword Douluo discerned a tenacity and desire for strength that was often absent in many young prodigies. It stirred something within him, even at his level. Thus, he ceased to impede Jiang Yu. 7 Killing Sword. Sword Douluo immediately unleashed his martial soul, brandishing his long sword as he charged towards the crimson steel serpent. A sudden gust of wind swept through, causing his robes to rustle. In that moment, sword Douluo resembled a legendary swordsman from a fantasy novel, evoking awe and admiration. From a distance, upon noticing the approaching figure, the crimson steel serpent's first instinct was not to defend but to retreat. However, sword Douluo was no ordinary opponent. It would be utterly absurd if he could not subdue a century-old soul beast. An intense aura of murderous intent erupted from him, thoroughly suppressing the serpent's desire to flee. Realizing it was ensnared by a formidable adversary, the serpent abandoned any remaining hope of escape. Since flight was not an option, it resolved to fight to the death. The serpent's massive body ignited in fierce flames, and its rock-like scales soared into the sky. The already sharp scales, enveloped in fire, gained an even more devastating potency. Like a rain of meteors, the stone-like scales rained down upon sword Douluo. Faced with such a fierce onslaught, sword Douluo made no attempt to evade. Instead, he simply swung his sword lightly upwards. The yellow soul ring on his sword radiated a blinding light, unleashing a terrifying sword aura that seemed to tear the very sky apart. The first soul skill, Sword Chi Storm. In an instant, the fiery scales were obliterated by the burst of sword energy, dissipating into dust. Even with the weakest soul skill, the power exhibited was astonishing. Truly, he was a strong contender, capable of standing toe-to-toe with the Haotian Douluo. His fierce spirit was on par with Tang Hao's. The remaining sword energy sliced directly towards the crimson steel serpent, yet at that moment, Sword Douluo reduced his soul power output. With a swift motion, the serpent's massive body was severed in an instant. Go! Sword Douluo, his expression impassive, gestured towards the ring on his hand. A flash of light revealed a sharp dagger materializing out of thin air, clearly indicating that the ring was a soul-guiding artifact. Grasping the dagger, he quietly expressed, "Thank you, Senior." Jiang Yu, exhibiting no pretense, accepted the dagger and approached the crimson steel serpent. As he drew nearer, his breath involuntarily grew heavier. To be candid, as a frail recluse who had never even slain a chicken, let alone a snake, today marked his inaugural encounter with such a life. His emotions were understandably heightened, for this was indeed a genuine existence. The crimson steel serpent lay on the ground, emitting a mournful wail, utterly devoid of its earlier ferocity. Observing its distress, Jiang Yu suddenly felt a pang of compassion, a sentiment duly noted by the Sword Douluo. He recalled his own first hunt for a spirit beast, which bore striking resemblance to this moment. Yet, this was merely the initial step on the path to becoming a spirit master, an experience that every aspirant must endure. If one lacks even this modicum of courage, how can one aspire to be a spirit master? The Sword Douluo's tone softened, a rare occurrence. Chapter 6. The anomaly of the Azure Sky Sword. The realm of spirit masters has always been rife with slaughter. If you lack the audacity to wield your sword, perhaps it is best for you to retreat. The 7-treasure Glazed Tile School is not suited for you. The Sword Douluo's words struck Jiang Yu like a clarion call, rousing him from his hesitation. Indeed, this is not a world of peace. The weak are scarcely deserving of the protection of law. Delving into the millennia of history on the Douluo Continent, one cannot escape the grim reality encapsulated in 2 words: cannibalism. In this brutal world, if you do not take lives, you may find yourself the victim. Only the strong command the respect of all, and the path to strength is the singular route to survival. Consider the crimson steel serpent before him, having cultivated for a century. It had undoubtedly slain countless other spirit beasts and even human spirit masters, rendering it unworthy of sympathy. With newfound clarity, Jiang Yu's gaze toward the serpent transformed instantly, and he seized the dagger, plunging it forcefully into the serpent's head. Before long, the crimson steel serpent breathed its last. As its eyes closed, a resplendent yellow spirit ring emerged from its form. Sit cross-legged and with your mind, draw the spirit ring towards you. Do not resist. Allow the power within the spirit ring to flow into your body, the Sword Douluo instructed emphatically. Jiang Yu immediately seated himself as instructed by the Sword Douluo. The moment he unleashed his consciousness, he felt the formidable force of the soul ring surging into his body. It was as if his entire being were subjected to a violent collision, leaving him feeling utterly collapsed. Indeed, absorbing a soul ring beyond his level proved to be an arduous task, and the overwhelming agony almost caused him to lose consciousness. Fortunately, his spiritual strength was formidable. It was through sheer willpower that he managed to endure the immense power contained within the soul ring. Jiang Yu recognized that this was a pivotal moment. Failure to endure would render all efforts futile. Thus, even as he felt as though he were ensconced in a furnace, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Observing Jiang Yu drenched in sweat, Jian Delaw was somewhat taken aback. Ordinarily, one would expect him to cry out in agony, yet he remained silent. The resilience displayed by this young boy surpassed his expectations. At last, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School had produced an individual capable of rivaling the so-called geniuses of the Spirit Hall. Jian Dolawa smiled sincerely. Fengji could finally rest assured. In recent years, the younger generation of the Spirit Hall had seen the emergence of prodigies such as Hu Laina, Xiayu, Yin, and Tuoba Jun. Yet, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School seemed to lack successors, with not even a single individual able to compete with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon School's Blue Lightning twins. This reality left Jian Dolaw, Ning Fengji, and that old fellow Gu Rong deeply troubled. Jiang Yu's performance has instilled hope in Sword Dolaw, as it seems that there is finally someone capable of leading the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School in the battle against the looming threat from the Spirit Hall. Jiang Yu did not disappoint the expectations of the sword-fighting Dolaw. Although the power of the soul rings was formidable, he persevered through wave after wave of assaults. As the energy within him merged with his body, the expression on his face grew increasingly serene, and it wasn't long before he attained complete tranquility. He had succeeded. Jiang Yu, feeling an extraordinary surge of power coursing through his body, suddenly opened his eyes wide and eagerly unleashed the Chixiao Sword, brimming with anticipation for the might of his soul skill. However, before he could fully comprehend the moment, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. The rust that had long clung to the blade instantaneously fell away, revealing a dazzling golden light that erupted from within. The Chixiao sword had undergone a remarkable transformation, evolving from an unremarkable iron sword into a magnificent weapon adorned with resplendent gemstones and exquisite jade, emanating a chilling radiance as sharp as frost and snow. The characters Chixiao inscribed on the blade had shifted from a dull hue to a brilliant gold. What could this possibly mean? Even the sword Douluo wore a perplexed expression, having never encountered such an occurrence before. The mutation of a martial soul could not possibly manifest in this manner. The sword Douluo, with his extensive theoretical knowledge amassed over years in the realm of soul masters, certainly surpassed that of the mediocre Yu Xiaojiang. If he found this phenomenon difficult to explain, it would be futile even for Yu Xiaojiang to attempt to elucidate it. Ironically, the self-proclaimed erudite master had never even heard of the Nine Hearts Begonia martial soul, thereby underscoring the high caliber of Jiang Yu's abilities. This was the true essence of the Chixiao sword. Although Jiang Yu was somewhat taken aback, he quickly regained his composure. If his conjecture was correct, it might be the power of the crimson steel serpent that restored the Chixiao sword to its former glory. History has recorded that when Liu Bang first acquired the Chixiao sword, it was merely a broken blade. It was only after he vanquished the obstructive white serpent that the Chixiao sword transformed into a magnificent weapon. Thus, Jiang Yu resolutely chose the crimson steel serpent to validate his hypothesis, and it now appears that this choice was indeed astute. The Chixiao sword. Although Jiang Yu's voice was faint, with the cultivation of a sword Douluo, how could he possibly fail to hear it? Upon hearing this name, his expression changed dramatically. Young man, you claim that your martial soul is the Chixiao sword? The sword Douluo inquired loudly. Indeed, senior, came the reply. Jiang Yu felt a sense of bewilderment. Could it be that the sword Douluo was aware of the origins of the Chixiao sword? Heaven! He never anticipated that he would witness the Chixiao sword with his own eyes. Suddenly, the sword Douluo's voice trembled, and tears involuntarily welled up at the corners of his eyes. This was the Chixiao sword, revered as the foremost among the 10 legendary sword martial spirits. After more than 3,000 years, this martial spirit, acclaimed as the Emperor of Swords, had finally made its appearance. Jiang Yu was taken aback to learn that the sword Douluo was aware of the legends surrounding the Chixiao sword. It was evident that tales of the Chixiao sword had long circulated across the Douluo Continent. Master, could you enlighten me about the Chixiao sword? I wish to learn more. The chapter has not yet concluded. Please proceed to the next page to continue reading. Indeed, the sword Douluo's lips quivered involuntarily as he spoke. 3,500 years ago, the foremost sect on the continent was not the Haotian sect, but rather the Chixiao sword sect, whose signature martial soul was the Chixiao sword you hold in your hand. At that time, the Chixiao sword sect was brimming with talent, capable of contending with the martial soul hall solely through its own strength. This stalemate persisted for nearly 500 years. Regrettably, for reasons unknown, no one could awaken the Chixiao sword martial soul, leading to the sect's rapid decline. A millennium later, it vanished from the annals of history, its fate shrouded in mystery. Today, few on the continent even recall the existence of the Chixiao sword sect. At this juncture, the sword Douluo let out a sigh. Were it not for the ancestral texts passed down through my family, I too would remain ignorant of this matter. Many declare that our family's 7-kill sword is the mightiest sword martial soul across the continent. Yet, only I am aware that it is merely ranked third among the legendary top 10 sword martial souls. Had the top 2 sword martial souls not been absent for a millennium, the title of the world's foremost sword martial soul would hardly have fallen to the 7-kill sword. It certainly would not have allowed an unworthy contender like the Wind sword martial soul to intrude upon the current ranking of the top 10 sword martial souls. The world's premier sword martial soul, the Emperor among Swords. A look of astonishment appeared on Jiang Yu's face, as he had not anticipated the formidable prowess of the Chixiao sword within the Douluo Continent. It seems that neither the Xianyuan sword nor the Zhanlu sword are present here. Thus, the Chixiao sword must indeed be the foremost weapon spirit of the continent. Furthermore, the heavenly hammer wielded by Tang San pales in comparison. How will he continue to be so arrogant? After all, it is merely a battered hammer and the blue-silver emperor. What is there to be so proud of? Jiang Yu could not help but burst into laughter. Chapter 7. The First Soul Skill. The Scarlet Sky Sword Formation. Kid, have you lost your mind? The sword Douluo, unable to bear it any longer, tapped Jiang Yu's forehead and said, Come now, unleash your first soul skill for me to witness its power. Isn't this rather inappropriate? Jiang Yu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked, What would happen if I were to inadvertently injure you, esteemed elder? Ha ha, what a jest. The sword Douluo stood with his hands clasped behind him, and replied, "Should you manage to harm me, I would henceforth withdraw from the realm of soul masters." Indeed, a valid point, Jiang Yu exclaimed in confusion, questioning the identity of the sword Douluo, a formidable figure among the titled Douluo, comparable to the likes of Douluo, whose prowess could easily overwhelm 10 opponents of lesser strength. The disparity between himself and the sword Douluo was insurmountable, rendering any comparison futile. Coming to this realization, Jiang Yu shed his hesitance and immediately unleashed his first soul skill. The soul rings on his sword illuminated, and he grasped the Chixiao Sword, thrusting it toward the sword Douluo. In an instant, numerous fiery sword shadows coalesced and erupted from the blade, encircling the Chixiao Sword. The first soul skill, the Chixiao Sword formation, was activated. Jiang Yu immediately summoned his soul power, propelling the shadow of his sword forward at an astonishing speed. Aiming directly at the forehead of the sword Douluo, the fiery red sword shadow was as sharp as a sword array, prompting Jiang Yu to name his soul skill the Chixiao Sword Array. Merely a trivial technique. The sword Douluo stood still, not even employing a soul skill. A formidable aura of killing intent enveloped his being. The speed of the sword shadow was remarkable, swiftly closing the distance to mere inches from the sword Douluo's brow. Yet it could advance no further. The flame surged with an intense fervor, ultimately transforming into a brilliant golden hue, distinctly different from ordinary fire. While the temperature in the vicinity soared dramatically with the emergence of the flames, the ashen gas surrounding the sword Douluo diminished rapidly under the influence of the fire. Just as the sword shadow seemed poised to pierce the sword Douluo's forehead, the gray gas swiftly reconstituted itself, repelling the sword shadow back. Is this the ultimate fire? The sword Douluo felt a twinge of astonishment. What had appeared to be a dominant position was, in reality, misleading. The killing intent he had unleashed was unexpectedly countered by a mere youth who had just acquired a soul ring, forcing him to exert more strength to suppress Jiang Yu's assault once again. This was quite an embarrassment. "Young man, retract your soul skill," the sword Douluo remarked with a hint of displeasure. "I have matters to inquire of you." "What's wrong, senior? Have you found it difficult to maintain your stance so soon?" Jiang Yu had not anticipated that the sword Douluo would exhibit such weakness. To cry out for mercy at the very onset was a complete departure from his previous impressions. The sword Douluo was expected to be steadfast and unyielding. Yet, this was the outcome? He was even less formidable than Ma Hongjun. What utter nonsense! For the first time, the sword Douluo erupted into coarse language, completely abandoning his usual composure, revealing that Jiang Yu had truly provoked him. "Young man, should you dare to continue with your nonsense, I shall strip your skin and then shatter your bones for the Ancient One to play with." No. Jiang Yu was startled, promptly obeying the sword Douluo's command to retract the Chixiao Sword formation. "That is more like it." The sword Douluo transformed his ire into delight, exclaiming, "I never anticipated that your Chixiao Sword martial soul possessed the ultimate flame. No wonder the Chixiao Sword sect was able to contend with the Spirit Hall. In comparison, the sword Chi of the 7 kill swords still falls short of that supreme power, elucidating its defeat against the Chixiao Sword. You continue to surprise me, young one." Suddenly, the sword Douluo's gaze turned icy, and he shifted his tone. "I demand you swear allegiance to the 7 treasure Glazed tile sect in my presence." Vowing never to betray the sect, Jiang Yu rejected such feudal superstitions outright, especially since he was originally an undercover agent sent by the Spirit Hall, rendering any loyalty to the 7 treasure Glazed tile sect impossible. However, seeing the sword Douluo's imposing demeanor, which suggested he might be inclined to slay him at the slightest disagreement, Jiang Yu hesitated to refuse. Yet, he was equally unwilling to make the oath. What should he do? Jiang Yu was immediately engulfed in a tumult of emotions. The sword Douluo gazed at Jiang Yu's countenance, refraining from hasty words, merely placing his hand upon the 7 killing sword. He was a man of unwavering integrity, never one to coerce others into making choices. However, should Jiang Yu truly refuse to pledge his allegiance to the 7 treasure Glazed tile school, he would be left with no choice but to shed tears. Though he would only resort to such measures as a last resort, for exceptional talents are indeed rare. Jiang Yu understood that without making a vow, it would be exceedingly difficult to overcome the challenge posed by the sword-fighting Douluo. The elderly man before him had devoted everything to the 7 treasures Glazed tile school, yet was capable of achieving anything. A thought struck him. After all, there were many who shared the name Jiang Yu. It did not pertain solely to him. Upon thoughtful reflection, Jiang Yu raised 4 fingers in a solemn vow, pledging eternal loyalty to the 7 treasures Glazed sect and swearing to refrain from any actions that would harm the sect. Jiang Yu, with a cunning mind, cleverly substituted the term betrayal with harm. Thus, as long as he refrained from personally inflicting harm upon the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, he would not be deemed in violation of his oath. Remember, well, the words you have spoken today. The sword Douluo nodded in satisfaction. By the way, let us bestow a name upon your flame. The ultimate fire comes in various forms, such as the true fire of the phoenix and the south brightly fire of the legendary vermilion bird, as well as the three supreme fires possessed by the Dragon King. Let it be named Imperial Fire. Jiang Yu swiftly conceived a name. For the Chixiao Sword is indeed the sword of the Emperor's path. The name Emperor Fire not only exudes an air of grandeur, but also embodies the essence of a sovereign amidst flames, a monarch of a myriad of fires. Upon returning to the sect, Sword Douluo directly escorted Jiang Yu to the Seven Treasures Pavilion. The surrounding guards exhibited utmost reverence, with none daring to obstruct their path. It is evident that within the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, the status of Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo is scarcely inferior to that of the sect master. Moreover, Ning Fengji adeptly navigated social dynamics, promptly bestowing the two elders with the title of Supreme Elders of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, elevating their status to be on par with his own as sect master. After all, he would never transcend to the realm of Sword Douluo. And the sect's current achievements owe much to the robust support of these two titled Douluo. Thus, Ning Fengji has always maintained a humble demeanor in their presence. As for the two elders, their entrance into the Seven Treasures Pavilion required no formal announcement. It was merely a customary formality. Once inside, Sword Douluo instructed Jiang Yu to wait, while he proceeded alone to meet Ning Fengji. Jiang Yu was aware that the Sword Douluo had undoubtedly gone to report to Ning Fengji regarding the circumstances of his martial soul. Before long, Ning Fengji hurriedly emerged from within, accompanied by the Sword Douluo and the Bone Douluo. The excitement displayed by this esteemed figure clearly indicated Jiang Yu's significant worth. Xiaoyu, might I request another glimpse of your martial soul? Ning Fengji inquired, his expression brimming with eagerness, seemingly yearning to witness the transformed Chixiao Sword martial soul. Uncle, look. Jiang Yu unleashed his martial soul, and as the red sky sword emerged, Ning Fengji exhibited an expression of sheer ecstasy. Even the Bone Douluo cast a sidelong glance, for he was all too familiar with the aura of a top-tier martial soul. The martial soul before him was undoubtedly of the highest caliber, and, upon closer inspection of its quality, it appeared to surpass even the 7-killing sword of that old rascal Chixiao. It seemed fortune had smiled upon him this time. Though the Bone Douluo maintained a stoic visage, a flicker of delight danced within his heart. Soon, there would be someone capable of taming that old coot, Jian Douluo. I may not be able to defeat you, but this young man's prodigious talent will inevitably lead him to break through to the realm of title Douluo. When that time comes, someone will surely put you in your place. The Bone Douluo even found himself envisioning a scene where Jiang Yu would decisively overwhelm Jian Douluo. It was inevitable. He had always been bested by that old man. Now, witnessing someone with talent surpassing that of Jian Chen stirred a palpable excitement within him. After all, that old fellow had persistently tormented his aging bones. The illustrious sword master Chixiao, renowned in the realm of spirit masters, must also endure the trials of hardship. Chapter 8. The Undercover Diary. June 1st. Sunny today, I successfully joined the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and had the privilege of meeting Ning Fengji, the Sword Douluo, and the Bone Douluo. Recognizing my exceptional talent, they promptly accepted me as a core disciple, marking the first step in the Pope's grand plan. June 3rd. Overcast. After undergoing a soul power assessment, my soul power reached level 13 following the absorption of my soul ring. The Sword Douluo, elated by my progress, began imparting the secret techniques of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School to me, including the art of distraction control and his self-created soul skill, the 7 Kills Sword technique. The distraction control method of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is divided into 5 realms: the heart of the 3 apertures, the heart of the 4 apertures, the heart of the 5 apertures, the heart of the 6 apertures, and the heart of the 7 apertures. Overall, it bears a strong resemblance to the distraction control method of my martial soul hall, each possessing its own merits. July 3rd. Light Rain. The new disciple competition of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School took place, and I unsurprisingly secured first place. Notably, several prodigies emerged from this competition, warranting special attention. Su Linya, with the martial soul of the Purple Lightning Hammer, possesses innate soul power at level 8, commanding ferocious thunderous power with formidable destructive capability, complemented by his mature intellect and charismatic personality. Lin Gang, wielding the martial soul of the Earth Barbarian Dragon, is a powerhouse with virtually no shortcomings. Feng Yuan, with the martial soul of the phoenix-winged golden claw, is a swift and agile fire-type soul master, making him exceptionally difficult to defend against. Yi Huang, with the martial soul of the golden dragonvine, is a control-type soul master, exhibiting composure and decisive lethality, undoubtedly an outstanding control-type master. Xiao Fan, with the martial soul of ice fire, is a cunning and agile soul master whose unique martial soul and modest demeanor suggest he is far from ordinary. July 5th. Sunny the Sword Douluo wished to assess my training progress, thus he sent his eldest disciple to spar with me. Despite being merely 13 years old, his soul power astonishingly reached level 29, and his name is Junshi Jian, with the martial soul of the Kunshin sword. According to the Sword Douluo, this martial soul is not significantly inferior to the Wind Sword martial soul of the Wind Sword sect. The outcome of the match was predictable. Given the substantial disparity in soul power, I was thoroughly bested by Junshi Jian. Observing the mischievous grin on the Sword Douluo's face, I realized his intentions were deliberate. Surely, he must be envious of my talent. Indeed, such is the plight of brilliance, as true geniuses must endure challenges beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. After the match concluded, the master and disciple departed, and unexpectedly, Ning Rongrong appeared. In her hand was a medicinal ointment, and as she extended it towards me, I felt an aura of sanctity emanating from her, reminiscent of the goddess Athena. However, upon applying the ointment to my injured thigh, I realized my oversight. This little enchantress had mischievously mixed an itching powder, shattering her previously saintly image in my eyes. Consequently, I seized Ning Rongrong and playfully spanked her numerous times, as she wept and vowed to seek revenge from Ning Fengxi and the Sword Douluo. July 6th, cloudy to sunny, my mood today mirrored the weather. Had Ning Fengxi and the others discovered my playful reprimand of Ning Rongrong, they would undoubtedly hold me accountable. Yet, as I braced myself for the impending storm, I was pleasantly surprised to find that Ning Rongrong did not report me, thus I narrowly escaped a calamity. December 13th, sunny since that day. Ning Rongrong has become my adversary, consistently opposing me. In the face of this little enchantress's relentless pranks, I have had to remain vigilant. Throughout our ongoing battle of wits, both sides have experienced victories and defeats. However, our relationship has grown closer as a result. I have come to see this little enchantress in a new light, realizing that she is merely a child indulged by her parents, possessing a fundamentally good heart. Yet, unexpectedly, she later took advantage of my inattention to sprinkle chili powder into my porridge, prompting me to reconsider my earlier sentiments. The following year, March 10th. Overcast. After more than 6 months of diligent practice, I have finally mastered the first 3 forms of the 7 kills sword technique imparted by the Sword Douluo, and I am proficient in the heart of the 3 apertures. I truly am a genius. Ha ha ha. On the 1st of April the following year, under a clear sky, I engaged in practice with Ning Rongrong. Unexpectedly, she collapsed into my arms, and the position was rather awkward, leaving me somewhat flustered. However, following this intimate encounter, our relationship evidently grew closer, which proved to be quite advantageous for my undercover plan. On the 31st of May, under a bright sun, as Ning Rongrong was set to awaken her martial soul tomorrow, I decided to retire early for the night. Jiang Yu set down his feather quill, closed the undercover journal, and placed the small blue notebook into a small iron box, which he then secured with a lock. Finally, he crawled beneath the bed and lifted a marble slab to conceal the iron box within. Fortunately, as a core disciple, he had his own private chamber. Had he been sharing a room with someone else, he would have found it impossible to write his undercover journal. Yet, documenting the occurrences was an essential task for any undercover agent. Indeed, cohabiting would have been unfeasible. Now, however, he relished the freedom of solitude in his own room. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. At such a late hour, who could it be? Jiang Yu emerged from beneath the bed, brushing off the dust from his garments. Come in. The door creaked open, and radiant moonlight flooded the room, revealing Ning Rongrong, whose smile appeared exceptionally warm and vibrant under the luminous glow. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. What brings you here? Jiang Yu was somewhat perplexed, for he was not in the mood to indulge in frivolity. You insufferable Jiang Yu, there are shooting stars outside, and I specifically came to invite you to witness this spectacle together. I never anticipated you would respond in such a manner, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her large, watery eyes wide open, exuding an innocent charm. Were the onlookers outside to behold the little witch in this light, they would likely find themselves utterly astounded. However, Jiang Yu was not so easily deceived. I lack the leisure for such distractions. You may go and enjoy it alone. I am off to sleep now, farewell. Jiang Yu leapt onto the bed like a hawk, tossing aside the blanket in preparation for slumber, remembering to close the door. After a while, he noticed the room had fallen silent and assumed the little which had finally taken the hint and departed. However, just as he turned around, he was greeted by the sight of Ning Rongrong's face adorned with a peculiar smile. What are you doing? As soon as Jiang Yu's words fell, Ning Rongrong grasped his hand and guided it towards her own body. If you do not accompany me to watch the shooting stars, I shall inform my father that you have behaved inappropriately. Jiang Yu was instantly rendered speechless. If Ning Fingji were to discover his impropriety towards Ning Rongrong, the consequences would be dire. I am truly fearful of you. Jiang Yu hurriedly withdrew his arm, firmly held by Ning Rongrong, and quickly leaped off the bed. Ning Rongrong smiled with satisfaction. Her circle of friends within the sect was limited, as most either feared her or whispered disparaging remarks behind her back. Only Jiang Yu dared to defy her, often imparting profound wisdom, though she would often playfully quarrel. She understood that Jiang Yu's intentions were rooted in genuine concern for her well-being. After a year of companionship, Ning Rongrong had come to regard Jiang Yu as a true friend. Chapter 9. Ning Rongrong's concerns. Ning Rongrong led Jiang Yu to a secluded grassy knoll where they settled down. The night sky was resplendent, adorned with twinkling stars and the occasional meteor streaking across the heavens. A gentle breeze wafted by, enveloping Jiang Yu in a sense of tranquility. Tomorrow, I shall awaken my martial soul. What do you think my innate soul power will be? Ning Rongrong's face was etched with worry. Although her father and her grandfathers, Jian and Gu, showered her with affection, she was acutely aware that her brothers held her in disdain. Viewing her as the offspring of a concubine, lowly in status yet brazenly indulging in her father's favoritism. A sudden look of terror crossed Ning Rongrong's eyes. Jiang Yu, do you think if my innate soul power is low tomorrow, my father will cease to love me? You silly girl. Jiang Yu never anticipated that Ning Rongrong would be so concerned about losing Ning Fingji's affection. It was, indeed, a case of unnecessary worry. There was no reason for such apprehension. Jiang Yu took a seat beside Ning Rongrong, then swiftly plucked a few strands of the glistening blue-silver grass, crafting a delicate ring from it. Here, wear it on your finger. Tomorrow, this ring shall bestow its blessings upon you. With it, without further ado, your innate soul power could ascend to at least level 9. Are you deceiving me? Ning Rongrong retorted. My father mentioned that since the establishment of the 7-treasure Glazed tile school, the highest recorded soul power has only reached level 8. Level 9 has never been witnessed. Are you not even doing your homework before spinning tales? Despite her words, a smile involuntarily graced Ning Rongrong's face. It was comforting to know that someone cared enough to reassure her. If it's too much, then forget it. Jiang Yu intended to reclaim the grass ring, but Ning Rongrong swiftly snatched it back, declaring that it was out of the question. One cannot simply take back what has been given. Reluctantly, I accepted it. Upon witnessing Ning Rongrong's proud demeanor, Jiang Yu couldn't help but chuckle. This little enchantress was indeed amusing. What are you laughing at? She retorted. In truth, you are rather endearing when you refrain from speaking. Jiang Yu replied with a serious expression. You should try to speak less in the future. Who are you to dictate? Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. This was the first time Jiang Yu had complimented her, yet his subsequent words irked her slightly. What did he mean by speaking less? Was her voice unpleasant? Who in the 7 treasures Glazed tile school was unaware of her sweet and charming nature, her words melodious like the song of a golden oriole? Fine, consider me meddlesome. Jiang Yu was acutely aware that during a woman's moment of anger, it is prudent to refrain from excessive conversation, as the saying goes. Too many words lead to loss. The wisest course of action was simply to keep silent and say nothing at all. In due time, she would naturally regain her composure. Hey, won't you even try to comfort me? Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her patience wearing thin as she reached out with her little hand to pinch his shoulder. Jiang Yu did not anticipate that Ning Rongrong would deviate from the expected course. Not only did she fail to calm down, but she also resorted to physical confrontation. Indeed, she is a little witch, unable to amend her penchant for resorting to violence. Fortunately, my composure allows me to refrain from holding it against you. Jiang Yu feigned pain, then assumed a nonchalant demeanor. However, Ning Rongrong was not so easily deceived. With such remarkable acting skills, should I bestow upon you an Oscar? Jiang Yu once stated that this is the highest accolade bestowed upon actors, typically awarded to those with exceptional acting skills. In her view, Jiang Yu's performance surpasses that of anyone else, rendering her truly deserving of this honor. Such a sentiment is indeed heartwarming. Jiang Yu, with a playful grin, remarked, The trophy should ideally be crafted from pure gold, adorned with diamonds for an added touch of elegance. Oh, please. Ning Rongrong turned her head, gently tapping Jiang Yu's shoulder. Then chuckled, "You've really overestimated yourself. Your acting pales in comparison to mine. I was merely teasing you earlier, and you actually believed it? Truly a fool. If I am a fool, then you are certainly a foolish girl." In a fit of vengeance, Jiang Yu abruptly tugged at Ning Rongrong's hair from behind. To her surprise, the strands were more lustrous and silky than she had anticipated. "Ouch! Don't pull my hair." Ning Rongrong puffed out her cheeks, pouting playfully as she feigned a threat. "Do you not understand that a girl's hair should not be carelessly handled? Be wary, or I shall summon Grandfather Jin to deal with you." "No, please. I was wrong. Won't that suffice?" Jiang Yu quickly released his grip. Sword Douluo was indeed his esteemed mentor, and there were countless ways he could impose his will upon him. Among the 7 treasure Glazed tile school, the only individual he truly feared was Sword Douluo. After all, Ning Fingji had always maintained a gentle temperament, never once losing his temper even with his attendants, while Jiang Yu held no such fear of him. "Humph. I knew you were afraid of Grandfather's sword." Ning Rongrong thought with a growing sense of pride. Oh, what a magnificent meteor. Fearing that she would continue to pester him, Jiang Yu swiftly changed the subject. Ning Rongrong looked up and beheld several meteors streaking across the sky, one of which appeared significantly larger than the others, its hue strikingly unique, a vivid purple. Make a wish. They say that wishes made during a meteor shower are particularly potent. In Jiang Yu's eyes, a profound sense of longing shimmered. He once shared a moment under a meteor shower with a young woman. Regrettably, she ultimately chose her career, and eventually, she fulfilled her aspirations by becoming a leading streamer in the dance sector on Bilibili. Subsequently, she married a prominent figure and, with his support, transitioned into an actress. Really? Ning Rongrong exclaimed with delight. Meteor, grant me the awakening of the 7 treasure Glazed tile tomorrow, and allow my innate soul power to reach level 10. No. That would be too greedy. With a playful flick of her tongue, Ning Rongrong quickly amended her wish. Level 9 would suffice, innate soul power at level 9. The colossal meteor seemed to have heard Ning Rongrong's wish, erupting in a brilliant flash that eclipsed even the surrounding starlight. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Jiang Yu and Ning Rongrong had yet to react when the meteor soared towards their direction. By heavens! Run! Just as Jiang Yu intended to pull Ning Rongrong away, he discovered that he was utterly immobilized, unable to even extend a finger, as if bound by an unseen force. As the blinding light drew ever closer, a sense of foreboding washed over him. If a meteor were to strike, it would be an embarrassment for a traverser like him. Fortunately, 2 beams of light shot forth from the radiant orb, brushing past their shoulders as they soared back into the heavens. Glancing at the jade pendant in his hand, Jiang Yu couldn't resist giving it a gentle squeeze, only to realize he had regained his mobility. What could this be? Jiang Yu wore an expression of skepticism. Could it be that the divine beings had discarded this as refuse? The green jade pendant was intricately carved with a vividly lifelike ancient tree, its craftsmanship flawless, appearing as though it were a creation of nature rather than the work of human hands. Furthermore, the pendant emanated a peculiar warmth that revitalized Jiang Yu, who had been feeling somewhat weary. Look, Jiang Yu, this pendant is truly exquisite. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, lifting the jade pendant by its green cord, shaking it with delight. This must be a treasure bestowed upon me by the heavens. I am certain I will succeed tomorrow. Wait. Jiang Yu discovered that 2 jade pendants appeared to be a pair. Hastily, he took the one in his hand and carefully examined it alongside Ning Rongrong's. Ultimately, he realized that the 2 pendants could indeed be combined. As expected, they were truly a pair. As Jiang Yu sighed, the jade pendant emitted a brilliant glow, from which 2 green orbs materialized, each entering the bodies of Jiang Yu and Ning Rongrong. Moments later, the pendant sprang open once more. Jiang Yu found himself unable to ponder further, as an inexplicable sensation of a profound connection with Ning Rongrong suddenly enveloped him. Ning Rongrong, equally astonished, gazed back at Jiang Yu, suggesting she too had sensed this extraordinary bond. This left Jiang Yu in a state of bewilderment. The manipulation of this jade pendant felt oddly familiar. After all, in the Legend of Sword and Fairy 3, wasn't it the jade pendant that intertwined the fates of Jing Tian and Tang Xuejuan? Moreover, with his awakening of the divine demon sword, could it be that Jing Tian was a historical figure and he, Jiang Yu, was a descendant of him? Yet, his father had never mentioned such a thing. Furthermore, having been reborn in the realm of Douluo, it seemed that this extraordinary advantage arrived rather late. Nonetheless, he decided to dismiss such thoughts. After all, Pondering these matters would yield no clarity. As long as his life remained undisturbed, he was content. Jiang Yu did not wish to delve further, believing that perhaps, in due time, the mystery would reveal itself. The contract had been dispatched. Those wishing to invest should act swiftly. As per usual, I kindly request your support in collecting and recommending. The rules have changed at the starting point, and I would appreciate it if my friends who nurture books could take a moment to glance over this, as it pertains to the recommendations. Thank you for your support. Chapter 10. The Awakening of Martial Spirits at the Seven Treasures Hall. Ning Fengzhi sat upon the golden throne in the grand hall, scrutinizing the assembly below. Beside him, the sword Douluo and bone Douluo attentively observed the martial spirit awakening ceremony. This year, the Heaven Do Palace had once again sent the familiar Su Cha to oversee the proceedings. However, this time he was accompanied by a new group of young individuals, resembling Su Yuntao. These were all members of the Su clan. Although the Su family did not hold significant power within the martial spirit hall, they possessed a measure of status and a noteworthy advantage: their prolific lineage. The vitality of a family's lineage is a crucial factor in assessing its strength. And the Su family boasted several hundred young disciples in this generation, all inheriting commendable martial spirits. The individuals present today were all cousins of Su Yuntao. Su Cha often took advantage of his position to bring them along for official duties. The master of the Heaven Do Palace, Platinum Bishop Salas, noted Su Cha's diligent work and chose not to comment further. Ning Ke, Martial Spirit, 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda, Innate Soul Power Level 7. Ning Hengji, Martial Spirit, 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda, Innate Soul Power Level 6. Ning Chong, Martial Spirit, 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda, Innate Soul Power Level 7. Cheng Dalong, Martial Spirit, Mountain Cutting Axe, Innate Soul Power Level 6. Pei Min, Martial Spirit, Ice Soul Sword, Innate Soul Power Level 7. As half an hour passed, dozens had successfully awakened their martial spirits, yet few elicited genuine astonishment. Although the quality of their martial spirits and innate soul power were commendable, they paled in comparison to the prodigies of the martial spirit hall. Next, Linjing, a young girl, stepped forward from the crowd. Jiang Yu, observing from his vantage point in the grand hall, couldn't help but direct his gaze toward her. The girl donned a red top, complemented by a red vest, and a flowing red dress below. A string of beads adorned her neck, from which hung a copper mirror embedded with multicolored gemstones. Her long, lustrous black hair was intricately braided, crowned with a hollow gold tiara set with rubies. The contrast of her fair skin and delicate features immediately captivated many onlookers. However, Lin Jing cast a fleeting glance towards Jiang Yu's position. Despite having only joined the Qibao Liuli sect for a year, Jiang Yu has already overshadowed many of his peers within the sect. In terms of both appearance and talent, Jiang Yu stands out as exceptional, garnering numerous admirers, including Lin Jing, who was among them. Jiang Yu could not deny the beauty of Lin Jing, who was only slightly inferior to Ning Rongrong. However, he was not a superficial person. Shortly after Lin Jing entered the hexagram array, a brilliant yellow radiance emanated from her, and a shadow gradually materialized above her head, revealing a colossal yellow dragon. The dragon measured an impressive 5 meters in length, adorned with 2 magnificent horns atop its head. The Earth Rampant Dragon. Jiang Yu swiftly recognized the awakened martial soul of Lin Jing, for Lin Jiang, the esteemed elder of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, possessed the earthly savage dragon martial soul. This young woman before him must belong to the Lin family. Lin Jing's talent was indeed remarkable. Her innate soul power had reached level 8, nearly rivaling that of Yu Tianxin from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. At this revelation, a smile finally graced Ning Fengzhi's face. An innate soul power of level 8 is exceptionally high, and such prodigies are rarely found, even within the martial soul hall. Lin Jing's emergence rendered the subsequent participants somewhat overshadowed, until the arrival of Ning Rongrong shifted the atmosphere. Clad in a lovely water blue gown, adorned with a white jade belt at her waist, Ning Rongrong appeared quite charming. Her demeanor radiated joy, likely a reflection of the events from the previous night that had bolstered her confidence in her own abilities. Ning Fengzhi gazed at his cherished daughter with eager anticipation. Though he had many sons, she was his only precious daughter, and he hoped fervently for her to possess extraordinary talent. Even the sword Douluo and bone Douluo were visibly excited, their fondness for Ning Rongrong rivaling that of Ning Fengzhi. As Ning Rongrong stood amidst the 6 black stones, a dazzling array of colors erupted from her being, converging into her right palm. Gradually, a towering, multicolored pagoda, over a foot high, took shape. This splendid tower, resplendent with radiant light, was the seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda, the most esteemed auxiliary martial soul on the continent and a source of pride for all support-type soul masters. Upon seeing the pagoda in her palm, a broad smile blossomed on Ning Rongrong's face. "Esteemed young lady, please place your right hand upon the crystal ball." The youth assisting with Ning Rongrong's martial soul awakening spoke with utmost respect, clearly having prepared thoroughly, aware of her status as Ning Fengxi's favored daughter. Confidently, Ning Rongrong extended her right hand, adorned with the grass ring gifted by Jiang Yu. The moment her hand touched the blue crystal ball, an overwhelming brilliance erupted, nearly filling the sphere with light. Innate soul power level 9. Ning Fengxi momentarily lost his composure, bursting into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. The heavens favor our seven-treasure, glazed tile school. Who would have thought Rongrong's talent could rival that of our founding ancestor? The revival of our sect is now within reach. It was evident that Ning Fengxi was genuinely elated, shedding his usual composed and scholarly demeanor. "Fengxi, it seems you need no longer worry about the future of the sect. It has been a millennium since the seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda awakened an innate soul power of level 9. I always knew this girl was extraordinary." The sword Douluo and bone Douluo were equally overjoyed. "Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading." As the excitement only intensifies from here. Although Jiang Yu wore a smile on his face, he was not surprised by the outcome. He had long recognized the exceptional talent of Ning Rongrong, for she was indeed a member of the protagonist group. It was only natural for her to possess remarkable abilities. Among the Shrek 7 monsters, none could be deemed weak, aside from Ma Hongjun, whose martial soul bore certain shortcomings. The others were rather flawless. However, with Jiang Yu's arrival, it was uncertain whether Ning Rongrong would still remain a member of the Shrek 7 monsters in the future. To his astonishment, her talent proved to be so formidable. In the corner, a young boy who had just awakened the seven treasures glazed tile displayed an expression of jealousy. Ning Hengji, while a half-brother to Ning Rongrong, had always looked down upon her. This disdain stemmed from the fact that Ning Rongrong's mother was merely a lowly concubine, while his own mother hailed from the prestigious Shen family, one of the 10 great families of the Heaven Do Empire. Now, being overshadowed by this seemingly inferior girl was something he found hard to accept. His father had always favored her, and now it appeared that the Seven Treasures Glazed sect would soon be ruled by her. Despite his young age, Ning Hengji was no stranger to the intrigues and deceptions prevalent in a large family. Witnessing Ning Rongrong's exceptional abilities, he could not bring himself to accept it. Observing Ning Rongrong's outstanding talent, Ning Fengji felt a sense of comfort, even deciding to forego the upcoming recruitment ceremony, delegating the responsibility to Xiaoguan. The personnel from the Spirit Hall promptly withdrew from the Grand Hall, their duties far from over, as they still needed to assist newcomers in awakening their martial souls to join the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Unfortunately, they had not even had the chance to eat breakfast. Yet for the sake of the substantial monetary rewards, Su Cha and the others rallied their spirits, for the rewards offered by the Seven Treasures Glazed sect were not insignificant. This was precisely why their presence at these grand sects could impact their assessments and why many were eager to attend. After all, they could not possibly lure those children away to join the Spirit Hall within such esteemed sections. Yet, due to the generous compensation, they were nonetheless willing to come to these great sects, as the money was enough to bribe the assessors several times over, ensuring that the evaluations would not pose a problem, all while enriching their own pockets. Chapter 11. Climbing through windows as a result of Ning Rongrong's achievements. Ning Fengji was so elated that he organized a celebration. At his command, attendants brought in several large barrels of fine grape wine, followed by an array of delectable dishes. Among these were even soul beast meats, with chefs wearing white hats preparing food on site. These chefs, all fire attribute soul masters, were remarkably swift in their culinary endeavors. In no time, dishes such as tender roasted rabbit, monkey brain from the wind baboon, and robust magic bull beef were artfully prepared, emanating an enticing aroma. Jiang Yu nestled in a corner, savoring the roasted rabbit meat. One must admit, this tender rabbit is truly delectable. Its exterior crisp and interior succulent, the meat exceptionally flavorful, befitting its kinship with Xiao Wu. "May I offer you a drink?" Jiang Yu had just finished gnawing on a rabbit head when he heard a melodious voice, like the sound of silver bells. He looked up to see Lin Jing approaching him, holding 2 glasses of red wine. "I don't know you," Jiang Yu replied, taken aback. "Why are you offering me a drink?" Lin Jing was surprised by Jiang Yu's abrupt rejection, causing her to question her own allure for the first time. In the past, the young boys in the sect would eagerly present her with exquisite delicacies and precious gems. Why was Jiang Yu so different? I've heard you are a prodigy with innate full soul power. I would like to converse with you more and perhaps foster a closer connection, Lin Jing said, her cheeks involuntarily flushing. That's not necessary. At that moment, Ning Rongrong approached and promptly declined Lin Jing's offer on Jiang Yu's behalf. Jiang Yu doesn't drink wine. He only enjoys milk, and it must be fresh. Here, this is freshly squeezed milk, Ning Rongrong said, handing a transparent glass of milk to Jiang Yu. Yes, I do prefer milk, he affirmed. Jiang Yu, with a keen sense of propriety, took the cup and poured its contents into her mouth. However, in her haste, the milky liquid spilled forth. My apologies for the disturbance. Lin Jing, noticing Ning Rongrong's somewhat displeased expression, did not dare linger any longer. After all, this little enchantress was the most cherished daughter of the sect leader, known for her unpredictable antics. Offending her would surely bring trouble. Oh, foolish girl. Why have you come here instead of celebrating? You are obstructing my romantic fortunes. Jiang Yu teased Ning Rongrong, saying, if my dear aunt had not come, you would have been devoured by others. Not only do you fail to express your gratitude, but you also dare to complain that I hindered your romantic prospects. Truly, you are unaware of the kindness of others. Ning Rongrong pouted and rolled her eyes at Jiang Yu, retorting, am I not allowed to be wrong? Jiang Yu did not refute her words. Instead, he raised his milk cup and smiled. I haven't congratulated you yet. Achieving a 9th level innate soul power has shattered the record of the 7-treasure Glazed tile school. Your brothers cannot compete with you now. You might just win the favor of Master Ning. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but chuckle. Do you think this is like empresses in the palace? Favor? By the way, you must share that story with me tonight. You haven't told me the fate of concubine Yin. I am eager to know if she ultimately became the empress. Ning Rongrong had never anticipated that she would find Jiang Yu's tales of palace intrigue so captivating. Considering he had previously only indulged in the stories of 1001 princesses. Well then, make sure to leave the door open for me tonight. Jiang Yu readily nodded, expressing his reluctance to climb through the window into your room, feeling as though he were a thief. All right. I will discreetly send them away today. Upon hearing him mention this matter, Ning Rongrong's face flushed with embarrassment, for the maidservants were attending just outside the door. It was rather inconvenient for her to allow Jiang Yu into her chamber in their presence at such a late hour. As night descended, a solitary moon cast its chilling light upon the world, illuminating the darkness of the continent, preventing it from being shrouded in utter blackness. Jiang Yu arrived at Ning Rongrong's chamber as promised, and indeed, the maid at the entrance was nowhere to be seen. It appeared that she had been discreetly dismissed by Ning Rongrong. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Yu knocked on the door, and after a moment, Ning Rongrong opened it slightly. Peering cautiously outside, noticing that no one was watching, she swiftly pulled Jiang Yu inside. Why the rush? He asked. Hurry, I can't hold it any longer. With a series of sharp claps, Ning Rongrong rhythmically cracked several walnuts, listening intently to Jiang Yu's tale while popping the kernels into her mouth. Listening to a story without some snacks is rather bland, but unlike most who would opt for sunflower seeds, Ning Rongrong preferred walnuts, both delicious and nutritious. After recounting stories for a full 2 hours, Ning Rongrong finally released Jiang Yu, a look of satisfaction on her face. While she was pleased, Jiang Yu found himself in a bit of a predicament. His narrative had become somewhat disjointed, and in his haste to leave, he forgot to exit through the front door, instinctively leaping out of the window instead. Ouch! Who lacks civic sense enough to leave a banana peel in such a place? Upon landing, Jiang Yu slipped on the banana peel and fell heavily onto the ground. Inside the room, Ning Rongrong heard his exclamation and a peculiar expression crossed her face. Oh no! I forgot to have someone clean up the banana peel, she said, sticking out her tongue, though a mischievous grin betrayed her words. 3 days later, Ning Rongrong's soul power reached a remarkable level of 10, which surprised Jiang Yu. Logically, it was improbable for her to advance so swiftly. Even the most gifted individuals could not elevate their soul power by a level in just a few days as if they had taken a potion. Unless, of course, her innate soul power was already at 9, merely a fraction shy of being fully realized. Jiang Yu contemplated this possibility. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Upon reaching the 10th level, one must acquire a soul ring to continue enhancing their soul power and subsequently advance to the next title. This implies that if Ning Rongrong does not obtain a soul ring, she will remain merely a soul master, despite her sufficient soul power. Thus, when Ning Rongrong's soul power just broke through to the 10th level, Ning Fingxi and the 2 titled Douluos took her to hunt for a soul ring. At Ning Rongrong's suggestion, Jiang Yu was also forcibly dragged along by the sword Douluo. Indeed, It was a true case of being unceremoniously towed along. Jiang Yu was blissfully immersed in slumber when he was abruptly dragged from his bed to the floor by Sword Douluo. Having a naturally irritable disposition upon waking, he immediately unleashed his Chixiao Sword in response to the disturbance. The first soul skill was executed in an instant. Sword Douluo, taken aback by Jiang Yu's audacity to strike at his master, reacted swiftly, yet still found some of his eyebrows singed in the process. By the time Jiang Yu realized it was Sword Douluo before him, he had no opportunity to offer an apology, as he was swiftly kicked out the door. Jiang Yu's garments were hastily discarded by Xianjian Douluo, who had thrown them out of the room, and he changed outside the door. The location for hunting soul beasts was not far, merely a few hundred meters from the seven-treasure Glazed school, nestled within the valley behind the castle. The variety of soul beasts within was limited, and entry was permitted only to the direct descendants of the seven-treasure Glazed school. The valley's entrance was shrouded by a massive light barrier. Just as Jiang Yu pondered how to gain entry, a voice echoed, "Seven treasures turned to glazed tile." As Ning Fengji's words fell, a resplendent seven-layered pagoda materialized in his palm. Each tier of the pagoda was encircled by soul rings: yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 7 in total. Go. Ning Fengji gently pointed at the pagoda, and a beam of light shot forth, merging seamlessly with the light barrier. In no time, an opening appeared in the barrier, and everyone proceeded inside. Shortly after entering the valley, Jiang Yu observed an intriguing phenomenon. The soul beasts were grouped in distinct clusters, each clearly delineated and undisturbed by the others. Additionally, each territory was adorned with thousands of pounds of dried meat, eliminating concerns of spoilage, indicating that these creatures were indeed being raised in captivity. Ning Rongrong, the first soul ring from our seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda typically originates from power-type soul beasts. Ning Fengji explained the rationale behind selecting soul rings to his daughter. Through a millennium of observation, he concluded that this was undoubtedly the most judicious choice. The selection of power-type soul beasts aimed to enhance physical strength for more adeptly managing the impact of soul rings in the future. Within the valley resided 3 types of power-type soul beasts: the Great Strength Diamond Bear, the Rampaging Giant Ape, and the Golden Armored Elephant. Choose one. Upon hearing her father's words, Ning Rongrong surveyed the surroundings and spotted the 3 soul beasts resting peacefully. Then it shall be the Great Strength Diamond Bear, she swiftly decided, finding its appearance the most endearing. Jiang Yu could not help but express his discontent, questioning the rationale behind the young lady's choice of soul beasts, which seemed to hinge solely on their cuteness, with no regard for other crucial factors such as overall strength. "Xiao Yu, go fetch a powerful golden bear for Rongrong," commanded Sword Douluo without hesitation, eager to witness the fruits of Jiang Yu's training. "Nanny? Why must it be me?" Jiang Yu thought, feeling that this old fellow was undoubtedly seeking vengeance for the slight singe of his eyebrows. Was it truly necessary to retaliate so harshly? With 2 titled Douluo present, how could they expect him to take action? It was utterly shameless. However, Jiang Yu refrained from voicing his grievances, well aware that if Sword Douluo were to overhear, another round of punishment would surely follow. "Master, I am still not fully adept with the 7 killing sword technique you taught me. Perhaps you could demonstrate it for me once more? A mere century-old soul beast, I am confident that you could handle it effortlessly," he suggested. Chapter 12. The Powerful Golden Bear. Enough with the chatter. "If you dawdle any longer, I shall throw you in myself," Sword Douluo interjected, his brow furrowing. Before Jiang Yu could respond, he produced a small cylindrical device from his robe and tossed it before him. "Do not think your master is unkind to you, my disciple. This is a soul-binding device. Once you select a soul beast, simply press the button atop it, and a rope will automatically emerge. After ensnaring the beast, channel your soul power and give it a firm tug," he instructed. "Thank you for your efforts, Xiao Yu," Ning Fengji said with a nod and a smile towards Jiang Yu. "It's beneficial for young people to gain experience. This is also a form of cultivation from your master." Bone Douluo wore a sly grin, clearly amused by the unfolding situation. These old foxes speak so sweetly. Although Jiang Yu incessantly cursed the ancestors of the 3 individuals in his heart, he nevertheless picked up the soul-fixing device and approached the group of soul beasts. With no choice but to submit to the inevitability of the situation, he resolved to do this for Ning Rongrong. "Jiang Yu, you can do it. I believe you are the best." It was rare for the little enchantress Ning Rongrong to utter words of encouragement, yet in such dire circumstances, Jiang Yu had no time to revel in delight. The formidable Great Strength Diamond Bear was not an easy opponent to contend with. Zhao Wujie had once relied on his Soul Emperor cultivation to confront more than a dozen Soul Emperors from the Spirit Hall. not merely due to his soul bones and soul ring configuration, but rather due to the exceptional quality of his own martial spirit, the Great Strength Diamond Bear. It is worth noting that the Soul Emperors of the Spirit Hall are vastly superior to ordinary Soul Emperors, both in terms of soul ring configuration and the quality of their martial spirits. Nevertheless, Zhao Wujie had managed to escape under such circumstances, underscoring the remarkable prowess of the Great Strength Diamond Bear. Now, Jiang Yu was faced with an entire pack of these formidable creatures. Although the old sword master had provided him with auxiliary tools, given his cheap master's vindictive nature, Jiang Yu harbored doubts regarding their efficacy. If they proved ineffective, the consequences would be dire. Thus, he approached with utmost caution, moving with a deliberation akin to that of an ant. The Great Strength Diamond Bears ahead remained blissfully unaware of Jiang Yu's gradual approach, exhibiting a relaxed demeanor. A group of massive bears engaged in casual banter, with one particularly foolish bear taking advantage of another's repose to release a resounding flatulence directly above its comrade's face. The loud noise and foul odors startled the reclining Great Strength Diamond Bear, which, upon opening its eyes and seeing the bear's rear before it, instinctively thrust out a paw. With a squishy sound, the foolish bear felt an immediate tightening sensation and leaped high, its paw incessantly rubbing its now sensitive posterior. These domesticated soul beasts led remarkably comfortable lives, entirely devoid of any sense of danger. Although their innate talents remained, they lacked the keen acuity of their wild counterparts. Bearing little resemblance to the ferocious giants they were meant to be, more akin to the renowned national treasures of the bear family, Jiang Yu pressed the button on the soul-binding device, and with a swift whoosh, a colossal luminous ring sprang forth, reminiscent of the lassos wielded by skilled horsemen. However, Jiang Yu was now ensnaring a great bear. Fortunately, despite having never encountered a pig, he had witnessed enough scenes of pig chases in films and dramas to be familiar with the act. Jiang Yu's imitation was flawless, and soon he had chosen a suitable Titan giant bear for Ningrongrong. This colossal creature was not only adorned with a coat of rich brown fur, but also sported a tuft of red curls upon its forehead, giving it the appearance of a rogue. Its musculature was significantly more robust than that of others, clearly indicative of rigorous training. There exists a distinct disparity between those who exercise and those who do not, and this holds true even among bears. The Titan giant bear selected by Jiang Yu exhibited sinewy muscles, standing in stark contrast to the nearby bears, which were burdened by excess fat. Additionally, this magnificent creature bore 4 circular markings and 13 horizontal stripes on its chest, signifying that it was a soul beast of 413 years of age, making it an exceptionally fitting choice for a first soul ring. Jiang Yu raised the soul-binding device, directing it towards the formidable golden bear, and with a swift motion, sent the circle firmly around its neck. Seizing the opportunity, he tugged, effortlessly drawing the colossal brown bear closer. The soul-binding device proved exceedingly practical under ordinary circumstances. Jiang Yu's strength would have rendered him incapable of moving such a massive creature. Yet, empowered by the device, he could easily maneuver the bear, which weighed at least several hundred pounds. The airborne golden bear, caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, flailed its enormous paws in confusion. Nonetheless, Jiang Yu paid no heed to its frantic movements. As soon as the bear touched the ground, he began to drag it back. "What a magnificent specimen!" he exclaimed, eagerly gesturing towards the blustering, portly bear behind him as he approached Ningrongrong and the others. "Indeed," the sword Douluo nodded in approval. "The meat appears firm, and it looks quite powerful. Excellent choice." Upon witnessing the old man's satisfaction, Jiang Yu let out a sigh of relief. He certainly did not wish to engage in bear hunting again. However, unexpectedly, the sword Douluo abruptly shifted his tone, stating, "But in this manner, how will Rongrong absorb the soul ring? You must swiftly incapacitate this mighty golden bear, but remember, leave it with just a breath of life." How exasperating. Jiang Yu couldn't help but sigh. Alas, what can I do? I am but a mere worker. Whatever you say shall be done. Roaring with indignation, the mighty golden bear, previously restrained, was thoroughly roused. Upon seeing the individual who had bound him approach, it furiously tore off the halo around its neck. With a resounding crack, the soul-binding artifact shattered under the bear's wrath, scattering its remnants upon the ground. "My soul-binding artifact," the sword Douluo exclaimed, his face reflecting profound sorrow. "Disciple, teach this beast a severe lesson." "Yes, master," Jiang Yu casually responded, yet inwardly, he was filled with delight, even silently giving a thumbs up to the mighty King Kong bear. Well done. It was a chance for this old man to feel some pressure, to realize that merely commanding others was not enough. However, Jiang Yu would not go easy on him. The mighty King Kong bear had already lifted its enormous paw, unleashing its innate soul skill, the mighty King Kong palm. As the paw swept through the air, it stirred up a tremendous gust, producing a series of resounding cracks, a testament to the overwhelming strength it possessed. At a distance of 3 to 4 meters from the formidable golden bear, Jiang Yu felt an overwhelming pressure that distorted his handsome visage. The force of the wind ruffled his hair into disarray, transforming his previously refined demeanor into something decidedly unconventional. His first soul skill, the red sky sword formation, was unleashed. Upon the release of his martial soul, Jiang Yu swiftly activated his soul skill. Over the past year, he has mastered the technique, allowing him to unleash it instantaneously. A multitude of sword shadows gradually solidified in the air, and suddenly, golden flames erupted, enveloping the iron sword. At this moment, Jiang Yu had truly unveiled the power of his soul skill, showcasing its steel attribute. The fiery swords in the air transcended mere shadows, transforming into genuine weapons. Should this strike connect, the damage would be substantial. Under Jiang Yu's control, the flying swords surged towards the mighty King Kong bear. The hefty creature prepared to swat away the incoming blades, yet it was unprepared for the intense heat emanating from the flames, which pierced through its defenses. Renowned for its formidable offensive and defensive capabilities, the mighty King Kong bear found itself wounded by the fiery blade of the Chixiao Sword, a testament to its extraordinary nature. The fur on its paw charred to a deep black under the searing flames, emitting a distinct scent of burning. More alarmingly, the massive paw bore a deep gash inflicted by the sword, with blood seeping profusely from the wound. This exemplifies the formidable combination of fire and steel attributes. Even a fearsome beast like the mighty King Kong bear struggled to withstand such an onslaught, revealing that Jiang Yu's strength surpassed its expectations. With a furious roar, the mighty King Kong bear retaliated, forcefully swatting away the flying swords. Though it was now covered in wounds, it had managed to deflect Jiang Yu's assault. Chapter 13. Ning Rongrong's first spirit ring. The mighty King Kong bear then charged ferociously at Jiang Yu, its momentum more terrifying than that of a rampaging bull. As the colossal creature bore down upon him, Jiang Yu, though apprehensive, understood the importance of remaining composed in critical moments. To falter in fear would be unacceptable. Given his current soul power, he could unleash his first soul skill a maximum of 3 times. Thus, he decided against further soul skill deployment and opted instead for the 7-killing sword technique imparted to him by the sword Douluo. The first stance, long rainbow piercing the sun. Jiang Yu brandished the Chixiao Sword, from which golden flames erupted. He even infused a trace of primordial purple energy into the blade. The fruits of his labor over the past year extended far beyond what was recorded in his diary. However, it may be due to the extraordinary potency of the primordial purple energy path established by the divine General Faping, which rendered even the practice of it exceedingly challenging. In comparison, the Xianjian technique seemed utterly trivial. Every morning, Jiang Yu rises to absorb the first rays of purple energy that appear with the sun. Yet, after a year, he has barely scratched the surface of mastery. Nevertheless, the effects of the primordial purple energy have far exceeded his expectations. Although Jiang Yu has only cultivated a few strands thus far, his physical constitution has undergone a remarkable enhancement. Not only have his internal meridians widened, but even his hearing and vision have become significantly sharper than before. Jiang Yu strode forward with great determination, leaping into the air to reach several meters in height. The Chixiao Sword erupted with a fierce flame as Jiang Yu, seizing the momentum, struck down towards the mighty Vidra bear. Bang! Upon landing, Jiang Yu immediately rose to his feet and sheathed the Chixiao Sword, not even casting a glance behind him, for he possessed unwavering confidence in his strike. Before long, the colossal brown bear came crashing down, creating a substantial crater in the ground. As a swordsman, one need not mention other aspects, but it is imperative to maintain an elegant posture. Jiang Yu believed that the pose he struck was quite commendable. Upon witnessing this scene, Jian revealed a smile of satisfaction, for Jiang Yu had not disappointed him. The technique long rainbow piercing the sun had reached a commendable level, and Jiang Yu's progress far surpassed his expectations. However, despite his joy, Jian feigned a stern expression, unable to tolerate Jiang Yu's arrogance. All right then, master. Jiang Yu, running back with great enthusiasm, couldn't help but feel a tinge of frustration. Was the old man truly envious of me? He wouldn't even offer a single compliment. Wrong. Allow me to perform a small trick for you. Sword Douluo withdrew a silk handkerchief from his pocket, crouching down with a kind gaze directed at Ning Rongrong. Would you mind closing your eyes for me? Of course, Sword Grandpa. Ning Rongrong, trusting the elderly man who resembled a loving grandfather, accepted the handkerchief without hesitation and obediently covered her eyes. Shortly thereafter, Douluo produced a dagger, its hilt deliberately wrapped in rubber. Rongrong, hold on to this little prop for me. Oh, Bone Grandpa. Ning Rongrong's curiosity intensified. Douluo placed the dagger in her hand, and together with Sword Douluo, they guided her towards the direction of the mighty golden bear. This old man certainly displayed a marked favoritism. Jiang Yu could not suppress a shiver of indignation. Why was it that during my hunts for soul beasts, I never received such treatment? They keep chattering about this being the first step to becoming a soul master. Yet I am but a child. The disparity in how we are treated is glaringly obvious. It is evident that there is a preference for females over males. Sword Douluo held Ning Rongrong's hand and plunged a dagger into the body of the great strength diamond bear. Before long, a ring of yellow soul rings began to materialize from within it. Douluo was not idle either. A unique aura emanated from him, concealing the surrounding scent of blood. Rongrong, sit down and then release the 7 treasure glazed tower, using your mind to sense the changes around you. Although Ning Rongrong was unsure of what Grandfather Jian was up to, she still settled down cross-legged. The 7 treasures began to revolve with brilliance. As soon as the words were spoken, a magnificent 7-layered tower materialized above her palm. The yellow soul rings in the air slowly drifted towards Ning Rongrong, and an immense wave of energy pressed down upon her. Ah, it hurts. Ning Rongrong's expression grew increasingly pained, and before long, she cried out, "Hold on. It will stop hurting soon. I experienced the same thing on my first attempt." Jiang Yu spoke soothingly. "Yes, I understand." Upon hearing Jiang Yu's voice, Ning Rongrong felt a sense of relief wash over her. Although her expression remained somewhat grave, her face was already drenched in perspiration. She no longer shouted in distress. After a while, the yellow halo suddenly began to diminish, ultimately shrinking to the size of a bracelet, yet appearing more refined. The yellow soul ring ascended to the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, firmly settling on its first tier. It was accomplished. Douluo finally released the tension that had been lingering in his heart and exchanged a glance with Gu Yong. Douluo nodded, extending his arms to lift the mighty diamond bear beside him and then hurled it forcefully into the distance. After clearing the scene, Douluo untied the silk cloth that covered Ning Rongrong's eyes. "Rongrong, do you notice anything different about your martial soul now?" Ning Rongrong directed her gaze towards the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda in her hand, suddenly noticing an additional yellow ring that appeared remarkably striking. "Grandpa Jian, what is this?" Ning Rongrong inquired, somewhat puzzled. At that moment, Ning Fingji approached and patiently explained that yellow ring is called a soul ring. It will bestow upon you a magical soul skill, signifying that from now on, you are a true soul master. Soul ring, soul skill. Ning Rongrong felt as though a door to a new world had been opened, her pupils shimmering with a dazzling light. Although she had heard others speak of soul masters, she had never delved deeply into the subject. Now, as her father proclaimed her a genuine soul master, a surge of excitement coursed through her, igniting a yearning for the future. "Rongrong, quickly unleash your soul skill. Let me see." Jiang Yu suddenly approached Ning Rongrong, eagerly yearning to experience the effects of her soul skill. Although he had spent some time at the 7-treasure glazed tile school, he had yet to receive assistance from a soul master of the 7-treasure glazed tower, thus he was keen to truly understand the sensation. "All right," Ning Rongrong exclaimed with enthusiasm as she lifted the 7-treasure glazed tower and began to chant her soul skill. The famed 7 treasures had a name, Power. In an instant, the first soul ring ascended, enveloping the colorful tower, and then with a gentle tap of her left hand, a radiant beam of light was released, surrounding Jiang Yu. "This soul skill of mine can enhance strength by approximately 30% and can last for the duration of a stick of incense," she declared. "Truly, it is the foremost auxiliary martial soul of the continent." Feeling the transformation within him, Jiang Yu could not help but marvel. In mere moments, his physical strength surged dramatically. "Regrettably, my martial soul possesses only auxiliary capabilities, lacking any offensive power." Ning Rongrong gazed at Jiang Yu with a tone of lament. "This means I cannot strike you." "Oh dear." Jiang Yu's face revealed a look of embarrassment. Indeed, Ning Rongrong truly lived up to her reputation as a little enchantress. How could a young girl harbor such perilous thoughts? It would be far better to simply embody the essence of a beautiful maiden. Just consider how fragrant Kaiwenji is. Rongrong need not worry. If you wish to confront Xiaoyu, simply confide in Grandfather Jian, and he shall assist you in dealing with this rascal. I, too, shall lend my support to dear Rongrong. The two titled Douluo wore mischievous smiles upon their faces. Jiang Yu suddenly felt disinclined to continue his role as an undercover agent. Rather than enduring the hardships at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, he would prefer to return to the Spirit Hall. He found himself nostalgically reminiscing about the days spent reclining on Bibi Dong's thigh, listening to her enchanting tales, a time when he still enjoyed the comfort of milk. However, for now, such thoughts were merely wistful reflections, as he was bound by a mission. Fulfilling this task was imperative, for Bibi Dong would never permit his return to the Spirit Hall without its completion. Chapter 14. The Green Vine Giant. A few days later, at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, a unique ceremony was underway in the expansive square. It is well known that while the Seven Treasures Glazed Pagoda Spirit possesses remarkable auxiliary abilities, it bears a critical flaw. It lacks any offensive capability. Even Ningfengji, with a soul power reaching 79, found himself utterly defenseless against even the most ordinary battle soul masters. Consequently, every direct descendant of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is compelled to select a partner, a choice that is often lifelong. It would be more fitting to refer to them as soulmates, as they typically end up united as couples. Thus, the soul masters possessing the Seven Treasures Glazed Pagoda predominantly choose partners of the opposite sex, with few opting for same-sex companions, unless they are particularly drawn to a unique bond of brotherhood. This ceremony was pivotal for the future of the younger generation, allowing all disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School to participate. It represented the best opportunity for external disciples to alter their destinies. In the early morning, as the sun began to rise, the disciples hurried to the square, eager not to miss this chance. An hour later, the sect leader Ningfengji, along with two titled Douluos, arrived at the square. Even the three esteemed elders and the four protectors of the sect, along with the heads of various pavilions, were present for this significant ceremony. The assembly represented the pinnacle of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School's strength, with these individuals being the most crucial figures within the sect. Upon witnessing the attendance of such distinguished individuals, all disciples resolved to showcase their abilities to the fullest that day. The opportunity to transform from a mere wild chicken into a phoenix lay before them. The competition soon commenced, with Ningfengji delivering an important address, urging everyone to engage in amicable communication and to prioritize friendship over rivalry. Following him, the two elders offered brief remarks. Subsequently, each prominent figure delivered their speeches. While their perspectives varied, they all underscored a singular principle: to heed the sect leader's words and never to harm their fellow disciples. The entire series of speeches lasted a full hour. Jiang Yu felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. As the members of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect resembled the rigid upper echelons from his school days, their words having grown tiresome. Today, 100 direct descendants of the sect were selecting partners, with only 100 spots available, urging everyone to strive earnestly for their chance. Just as Jiang Yu was on the verge of slumber, Ningfengji finally concluded his speech, proclaiming, "I hereby announce that today's competition officially commences." The rules of the contest were straightforward yet merciless. A total of 3,000 competing disciples would vie for a mere 100 positions, underscoring the fierce nature of the competition. It was far more intense than the battle among over 100 boys on Blue Star for a single girl. In the first round, 90% of the participants would be eliminated, leaving only 300 to advance. The method of elimination was brutally simple. One merely had to defeat 10 opponents to qualify. Furthermore, to prevent deceit, one could not engage those with lesser soul power. Failure to adhere to this rule would result in disqualification. However, those with lower soul power were permitted to challenge those with higher abilities. Indeed, the requirement was to truly defeat 10 adversaries. Despite Jiang Yu's temptation to voice his complaints, the competition rules proved to be rather convenient, requiring minimal effort. It was certainly preferable to certain novels where even a simple ritual could span numerous chapters. While Jiang Yu was momentarily lost in thought, the square descended into chaos, with some participants even resorting to fighting. They activated their martial souls, reported their spirit power, and then commenced battle. The procedures followed by each were largely similar. Encounters were initiated upon meeting the necessary criteria, with no time wasted on pleasantries. However, Jiang Yu stood in the square for quite some time without anyone daring to challenge him. After all, he was a notable figure within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and others were well aware of his prowess, making it unlikely for ordinary disciples to seek confrontation. Jin Shu, Ningfengji remarked, observing Jiang Yu's relaxed demeanor with a smile. "I have long intended for this child, Xiao Yu, to become Rong's companion. Why do you insist on having him participate in this competition?" He held a favorable impression of Jiang Yu, noting the boy's unblemished background and remarkable talent, making him a fitting partner for Rong. With Jiang Yu's support, his precious daughter could undoubtedly master the seven-treasure Glazed tile school and further its legacy. That lad is prone to arrogance, although he possesses great talent. Such a trait is not advantageous, Chixiao lamented. Moreover, as my disciple, he must rely on his strength. If he cannot earn the opportunity to become Rong's partner through merit, it indicates that his abilities are insufficient. If he cannot surpass his peers, how can he hope to compete with the golden generation of the Spirit Hall? The golden generation. Ning Fingji fell into a contemplative silence, pondering whether the Spirit Hall's fortune was simply too favorable. The likes of Xiaoyu, Yan, and Hulaina all possessed the potential to attain the rank of title Douluo. Especially that young girl, who might very well break the record for the youngest title Douluo on the continent. At that point, she could rival Bibi Dong herself. Fengji, you need not worry, Jin Douluo chuckled, stroking his beard. With my careful guidance, Jiang Yu will undoubtedly match the caliber of the Spirit Hall's golden generation. In due time, I intend to send him to the Earth Fire Rock Valley for a period of trial. His strength is bound to advance significantly. Jianlao, that seems rather extreme. Gu Rong's face bore a look of profound astonishment. The Earth Fire Rock Valley was renowned as one of the most perilous locations in the Tiando Empire. The ground there could erupt with searing magma at any moment, and even seasoned spirit masters would hesitate to approach, let alone a child like Jiang Yu. After all, he is still your disciple. If he misbehaves, a few reprimands would suffice. There is no need to subject him to such harsh conditions. He is merely a child. Gu Rong protested, concerned. Are you feeling a bit too adventurous, old bone? As his master, I would never harm my disciple, Jian Douluo retorted, his eyes gleaming with determination. I have my own reasons. He is a prodigy endowed with innate soul power, and the might of the Red Sky Sword martial spirit far surpasses your imagination. While the Fire Rock Valley may pose a perilous challenge for others, it is undoubtedly a treasure trove for the young lad Xiaoyu. On the square, Jiang Yu could never have anticipated that his seemingly benevolent master was preparing to put him through yet another trial. At last, he has encountered a worthy opponent, Tong, whose martial spirit is the Verdant Vine Giant, a formidable rank 16 assault-type soul master. The contestant before him appeared unremarkable at first glance, lacking any striking attributes. However, upon manifesting his martial spirit, a remarkable transformation occurred, capturing the attention of all. A verdant glow emanated from within him, and a creature entirely enveloped in green vines materialized around Tong. Even its eyes glimmered with an emerald radiance. Simultaneously, Tong's physique underwent a metamorphosis. His dark hair gradually shifted to a vibrant green, and his skin took on the same hue, rendering him reminiscent of a diminutive green giant. Despite Jiang Yu's efforts to suppress his laughter, he found it difficult to contain himself. As a trained undercover agent, he was adept at managing his facial expressions. Yet the person before him was simply too amusing. He ultimately failed to hold back. Jiang Yu, with the martial spirit of the Chixiao Sword. A level 16 assault-type soul master, at your service, he exclaimed, unable to resist a chuckle. Go ahead and laugh. Tong replied with a resigned expression. He had grown accustomed to this reaction from everyone who witnessed his martial spirit manifestation. Jiang Yu was displaying remarkable restraint, it seemed. Apologies. I shall control myself. Please. You may attack first, Jiang Yu said politely, gesturing for Tong to proceed. Very well, then I shall not hold back, Tong declared, immediately launching his offensive with his first soul skill, Verdant Vines. Chapter 15. Meat and vegetable buns. Several green vines, as thick as a bowl, surged rapidly towards Jiang Yu. Although Tong's initial soul skill bore a resemblance to Tang San's blue-silver grass martial spirit's abilities, its power was incomparable. After all, the blue-silver grass, prior to evolving into the blue-silver emperor, was rather unremarkable. The soul skill unleashed by Tong, in terms of size, hardness, and thickness, far surpassed Tang San's feeble grass. Faced with the onslaught of the massive vines, Jiang Yu charged forward, sword in hand. Since cultivating the Hongming Purple Chi path, his physical attributes had been enhanced in every aspect, including an extraordinary speed. Even without the aid of footwork, he was not necessarily inferior to Tang San, who practiced the Ghost Shadow Misty Steps. This exemplifies the advantages of top-tier techniques. They allow one to exhibit a plethora of remarkable abilities without the need for supplementary skills. In a blur, Jiang Yu's figure darted past, and the colossal vines were sliced to pieces. Tong was left bewildered, having failed to even glimpse who had executed the maneuver. If one were to slow down Jiang Yu's movements tenfold, They would witness him striking the moment he made contact with the vines, unleashing 10 swift sword slashes in an instant. Unfortunately, Shintong had not trained in any ocular techniques. Had he possessed the Sharingan or the purple extreme demon eye, he might not have found himself in such a passive position. As Shintong stood in stunned silence, Jiang Yu's sword was already poised at his neck. "I concede," he exclaimed, astonished that the match had concluded so swiftly, as if it had barely begun at all. "In truth, your strength is commendable. Had you not faced me, you might have advanced to the next round." Upon witnessing his concession, Jiang Yu relinquished the sword he had been wielding, the outcome of the match failing to astonish him. It was a jest. If one required a protracted struggle against an opponent of equal rank, how could he possibly be deemed a prodigy? With his prowess, vanquishing a soul master of the same level posed no challenge. The speed displayed by the young Yu was indeed astonishing. Gu Rong had been intently observing the battle involving Jiang Yu, and even he found it hard to believe the events that had just transpired. Jiang Yu's speed was truly astounding. Had it not been for his prowess as a titled Douluo, one might have scarcely discerned what he had just accomplished. "Old sword, why don't we negotiate? You could share this apprentice with me," Gu Rong suggested, unable to suppress a bashful smile towards the sword Douluo. "Absolutely not," Chun Xian replied with a hint of pride, promptly rejecting his old friend's request. He would never consider sharing such an exceptional disciple. "You old codger. You often delight in making things difficult for this child, yet now you feign innocence," Gu Rong retorted, growing indignant at Chun Xian's refusal. Ning Fengji interjected, apprehensive of their escalating dispute. "Regardless of whose disciple Xiao Yu is, he is still a member of our 7-treasure Glazed Tile School. What is the purpose of this contention?" He urged them to refocus on the ongoing match, suggesting they observe what further surprises this young man might unveil. With Ning Fengji's persuasion, the two titled Douluo ceased their argument and turned their attention back to the competition. The battles in the square continued into the afternoon, during which the senior members of the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School enjoyed a leisurely lunch and afternoon tea. In contrast, the contestants were not afforded such luxuries. Their skirmishes raged on without respite, deprived even of a sip of water. After all, the hardships endured by the young competitors were deemed necessary trials. As it is said that when heaven bestows a great responsibility upon a person, it must first temper their sinews and bones and starve their flesh. This was a moment to embody that principle, serving as an examination for these disciples. With a thunderous crash, a robust young man succumbed to Jiang Yu's relentless assault after just 3 exchanges. "That's 10, Jiang Yu thought, finally taking a moment to catch his breath as he gazed at his fallen opponent. Now, all he needed to do was prepare for the next round. The rules dictated that he simply had to vanquish 10 adversaries, and he had no desire to engage further with the remaining competitors. Without delay, Jiang Yu made his way toward the resting area, where victors could await their next bout. Jiang Yu was the 9th to arrive at the rest area, preceded by 7 men and 1 woman, all of whom were older than him. Suddenly, his stomach rumbled, having not eaten since morning. Coupled with the immense physical exertion from the recent competition, an overwhelming sense of hunger washed over him. At that moment, he heard a familiar voice behind him. Turning around, he was greeted by the sight of Ning Rongrong. Jiang Yu gazed intently at the oiled paper bag in his hands and inquired with curiosity, "What is this?" "Your favorite dish, the vegetable and meat dumplings." Ning Rongrong replied with a radiant smile, her beaming expression exuding a comforting aura. "Vegetable and meat dumplings." Jiang Yu swiftly unwrapped the oiled paper, revealing 2 buns within. Without further hesitation, he seized a larger one and eagerly took a hearty bite, the delectable juices bursting forth, flooding his mouth with an overwhelming sense of bliss. Gurgle, gurgle. Hearing the rumble of her stomach, Ning Rongrong hastily covered her little belly, a bashful expression adorning her face. "Haven't you eaten yet?" Jiang Yu paused, casting a puzzled glance at Ning Rongrong. "I'm not hungry yet. You go ahead and eat," she insisted, waving her hand defiantly. "Take it. Allow me to indulge in it." Jiang Yucai was skeptical of her words and shoved an untouched bun into Ning Rongrong's hand. "I am truly not hungry. Dear master, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading, as it becomes even more thrilling. If you do not eat, then neither shall I." Jiang Yu said little, merely placing the bun back into the greaseproof paper bag, thus conveying his stance through action. "Come on, I can eat." "Can I?" Ning Rongrong exclaimed as she stuffed the bun into her mouth. Perhaps due to her haste, the oil burst forth from within, trickling down the corner of her lips. "You silly girl, eat more slowly." Jiang Yu reached out to wipe the corner of Ning Rongrong's mouth, and with his other hand, he picked up a bun and began to eat. I'm not foolish. Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed as she muttered under her breath. Witnessing this scene, the other contestants standing nearby could not help but feel a pang of envy. Why was it that Jiang Yu, a mere competitor like themselves, could feast upon a bon, especially one delivered by the cherished daughter of the sect leader, the little demoness who instilled fear throughout the seven treasure Glazed tile sect? Meanwhile, they could only stand aside, consuming their metaphorical dog food. The disparity between individuals was stark. I must take my leave, should they discover that I secretly delivered buns to you. You would undoubtedly become the subject of gossip, Ning Rongrong declared, turning her gaze toward the other contestants. If I find out any of you dare to leak this, you know the consequences. Her expression suddenly grew stern and unyielding. We wouldn't dare, the contestants quickly responded, not willing to offend this headstrong little princess. That girl. As Jiang Yu gazed at Ning Rongrong's gradually receding silhouette, a warmth enveloped his heart. The feeling of being cared for by another was truly delightful, although he understood that. As an undercover agent, he should not develop genuine emotions. He could not help but regard Ning Rongrong as his own sister in his heart. Chapter 16. The cold ice and fiery flames. As time progressed, the resting area gradually became more crowded. Those who could stand out among the 3,000 disciples undoubtedly proved their individual prowess. Their performances were keenly observed by the higher-ups. And it was at this moment that they first garnered the attention of the core figures within the sect's upper echelons. Regardless of whether they could ultimately secure a place among the top 100, they would receive focused cultivation from the sect. An hour later, the 300th disciple stepped into the resting area, signifying the official conclusion of the first selection competition. Just as Jiang Yu believed they would enter a much-needed intermission, Ning Fingji unexpectedly announced the commencement of the second selection ceremony. There was no respite granted to them. The rules for the second round were equally straightforward. After Ning Fengji elucidated them, a burly man clad in armor brought forth an iron model of the seven treasures glazed pagoda to the square. There were only 100 of these iron towers. The remaining 300 disciples had to secure a pagoda within 1 hour to obtain a partner's quota. Moreover, once a disciple grasped the iron tower, they could not relinquish it. If it were snatched away, they would be deemed eliminated, and recovering it afterward would be futile. This round also lifted the limitations on soul power, granting considerably greater freedom compared to the previous round. While the rules appeared simple, they concealed significant peril. The remaining contestants would undoubtedly exert their utmost to claim the pagoda, as none wished to retreat at this stage. Even if one managed to seize a pagoda, they would certainly face an onslaught from others, resulting in an unending struggle for the entire hour. Crucially, there was no respite for them to recover their soul power. By this point in the competition, it was evident that everyone's soul power was almost depleted. Therefore, the disparities among the participants were not as pronounced. After all, those who made it into the top 300 were formidable in both martial soul quality and combat skills. As the iron tower loomed ahead, many contestants hesitated, remaining in place to observe. They were not foolish. They understood the adage that the first bird to stick its neck out gets shot. The first to charge forth would undoubtedly be besieged. However, this world was not devoid of courage, and in critical moments, there would always be those willing to take the lead. As Jiang Yu observed that no one dared to step forward, he boldly exited the ranks and strode directly toward the iron tower. Who is this person? Instantaneously, a murmur of speculation erupted. Is he courageous or merely foolish to be the first to approach, seemingly unafraid of being surrounded? Whether he is foolish or not remains uncertain. Yet he undeniably possesses the merit of pride. He is Jiang Yu, the first genius of our sect to attain complete innate soul power, and a direct disciple of the sword Douluo. It is said that even the venerable master himself concedes that his swordsmanship talent pales in comparison to that of Jiang Yu. Such a claim seems rather extravagant. Some voices of skepticism arose. The sword elder is widely acknowledged as the foremost swordsman on the continent. Even the titled Douluo, known as the Sword King from the Spirit Hall, bows to him, refraining from competing against the sword elder. Beyond his handsome appearance, what remarkable talent does Jiang Yu possess? He might merely be a decorative pillow. Their doubts are not unfounded, as there are many who look impressive yet lack substance. Apart from securing first place in last year's rookie competition, Jiang Yu has not achieved any notable victories. Furthermore, the rookie competition holds little weight, as it comprises merely a group of newly inducted disciples. Its significance is rather limited. To draw an analogy, the rookie competition is akin to a county-level gaming challenge. With a rather confined sphere of influence, Jiang Yu casually selected a small iron tower and placed it in the palm of his hand. At that moment, He realized that despite its modest size, the tower bore a considerable weight, estimated to be at least 20 pounds. While this weight may seem trivial to adults, it is crucial to remember that many participants in this competition are still children, for whom the heft of the Iron Tower undoubtedly poses a significant challenge. Holding this tower aloft for an entire hour while simultaneously fending off the challenges posed by other competitors is no small feat. Even a prodigy of Jiang Yu's caliber would feel the strain. Under such circumstances, those who succeed in securing a position will undoubtedly be the cream of the crop among the numerous disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Jiang Yu could not help but admire the regulations established by Ning Fengji. He truly deserved the title of one of the continent's most sagacious minds. Not long after Jiang Yu acquired the Iron Tower, an individual charged towards him, evidently intent on seizing it for himself. Such individuals were the ones Jiang Yu held in the utmost disdain. They lacked the courage to approach earlier, yet now dared to rush forth to claim what was not theirs. "That Iron Tower you possess is now mine," declared the youth, whose robust physique and fierce appearance resembled that of the formidable Puss in Boots from the animated series. Upon finishing his statement, he unleashed his martial spirit, revealing a colossal black elephant, encircled by a dazzling array of yellow soul rings that radiated an enchanting glow. It was clear without further elaboration that he was a power-type soul master. "Hand it over sensibly," he demanded. "You fool." Jiang Yu spoke little, yet with a single punch, he sent the man flying several dozen yards away. Despite his seemingly unassuming physique, he possessed considerable strength. It is noteworthy that Jiang Yu had consumed a substantial amount of nourishing spirit beast meat and precious medicinal herbs since childhood. Furthermore, the milk he drank was of a quality surpassing even that of Bibi Dong, the title Douluo, which significantly improved his constitution. Coupled with the cultivation of the Hongming purple qi, his current strength was likely no less than 1,000 pounds. The soul master from earlier, even in a state of full vigilance, would hardly have been able to withstand Jiang Yu's assault. Incredible! A disciple familiar with the Black Elephant Soul Master gazed at Jiang Yu in disbelief, fully aware of the Black Elephant Soul Master's prowess, yet astonished that he could not withstand even a single blow from Jiang Yu. At that moment, he began to believe that Sword Douluo's words were likely true and not merely a display of modesty. Jiang Yu resembled a humanoid behemoth, instilling fear in those who witnessed his might, deterring them from recklessly challenging him. Having missed the opportunity during the previous newcomer competition, I seized this chance to engage you in battle. Just as everyone hesitated, a striking young man cloaked in black emerged from the crowd, boldly addressing Jiang Yu. "Xiao Fan. Martial Soul Ice Cold Fire, a level 16 agility attack system battle soul master. I look forward to your guidance." Xiao Fan. Jiang Yu held a profound impression of this individual. During the initial grand competition of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, the two had the opportunity to engage in a friendly spar, but unexpectedly, Xiao Fan withdrew from the contest due to unforeseen circumstances. However, he later gleaned insights into Xiao Fan's situation through the accounts of others. Xiao Fan possessed an exceptionally rare mutated martial soul. Originally, his martial soul was merely an ordinary flame, yet it evolved into a unique fire imbued with the power of ice. This extraordinary gift, however, brought monumental trouble to his family. The Xiao clan, once one of the three prominent families in a remote city of the Heavendo Empire, became a target as the other two families perceived Xiao Fan's talent as a threat, leading them to conspire and annihilate the Xiao family. Only Xiao Fan and his half-sister, Xiao Mei, managed to escape. After a harrowing journey, they eventually joined the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Due to their remarkable talents, both Xiao Fan and Xiao Mei swiftly ascended to become core disciples of the sect. Chapter 17. Qualification Spots. Cold Ice, Fiery Blaze. Xiao Fan exclaimed, as a brilliant flame materialized in the palm of his right hand, its hue reminiscent of glacial ice. The moment the flame emerged, the surrounding atmosphere grew chillingly frigid. Radiant yellow spirit rings floated slowly around the flame. Truly, it was a remarkable and extraordinary fire. Jiang Yu couldn't help but express her astonishment. Although the is far inferior to the supreme flames, it excels in its diverse varieties and boundless potential. For instance, there are the fire of the sky, the fire within wood, and the fire within stone, among others. Moreover, Xiao Fan's cold ice fire is also a type of. Xiao Fan's background is indeed reminiscent of a typical protagonist, yet one cannot ascertain the true extent of his power. Jiang Yu felt a spark of interest in someone for the first time. Jiang Yu, a formidable soul master of the fierce attack type with the Crimson Sky Sword as his martial spirit, unleashed his martial spirit as he spoke. "Allow me to witness your strength." Jiang Yu brandished her sword, directing it towards Xiao Fan. Brother Xiao Fan, give it your all. You are the best. A young girl in the distance suddenly waved her hand and shouted towards the square. Jiang Yu cast her gaze in the direction of the sound. The young girl was adorned in a cerulean dress, her raven hair tied back into twin ponytails. Her skin resembled white jade, subtly radiating a luminous glow. And what was particularly striking were her eyes, which shone like brilliant blue crystals. Jiang Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Mayor, rest assured, I shall not falter. Xiao Fan's face blossomed with a warm smile. Mayor, Jiang Yu finally comprehended the situation. No wonder this woman possessed such exquisite beauty. Within the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, a renowned list of beauties had circulated, and the top three had remained unchanged. Ning Rongrong, Xiao Meier, and Linjing. These three were universally acknowledged as the three radiant flowers of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Interestingly, due to her background, Xiao Meier had amassed a considerable following of admirers. Indeed, she was treated like a protagonist. Jiang Yu could not help but express his dissatisfaction. Jiang Yu, if you lose, be prepared to face the consequences, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, fearing that Jiang Yu might lose his momentum. She hurriedly cheered him on. However, her words sounded somewhat peculiar. Yet they did align perfectly with her mischievous nature. Understood. Jiang Yu smiled helplessly. This foolish girl, yet this feeling is rather pleasant. For Mayor, I cannot afford to lose. Xiao Fan's face displayed a resolute expression as the icy flames in his right hand ignited instantaneously. I too am ready. Jiang Yu tightened her grip on the Chixiao Sword, calmly proclaiming, come forth. The first soul ring, Firestorm's 7-star bomb. The yellow soul ring at Xiao Fan's right hand radiated a dazzling light, and in an instant, the cluster of icy flames split into 7. 7 spheres of ice blue fire erupted with tremendous energy, resembling highly unstable bombs, poised to detonate at any moment. Under Xiao Fan's command, the 7 fireballs formed what appeared to be a flawless formation as they surged towards Jiang Yu. Observing the approaching ferocious fireballs, Jiang Yu furrowed her brow. Indeed, Xiao Fan was no ordinary opponent. The potency of his first soul skill surpassed that of an average soul master. The first soul skill, Chixiao Sword formation. In an instant, Jiang Yu conjured 7 fiery red iron swords, and with a swift motion, these swords, enveloped in golden flames, surged toward the 7 fireballs. Observing Jiang Yu's actions, Xiao Fan couldn't help but chuckle. He had unwavering confidence in his martial spirit. For outsiders were utterly oblivious to the profound intricacies of the cold ice fire. Freeze for me. At the moment the fiery sword made contact with the fireball, Xiao Fan exclaimed loudly, and immediately, a chilling aura emanated from the fireball, causing the fiery swords unleashed by Jiang Yu to freeze abruptly, suspended in midair. You were celebrating too soon. Just as a triumphant expression crossed Xiao Fan's face, Jiang Yu declared with clarity, break. The fiery sword erupted into flames, instantly incinerating the solid ice on its blade into vapor that dissipated into the air. Subsequently, the 7 fiery red swords pierced through the icy fireball with a whoosh, aiming directly at Xiao Fan. However, just as everyone anticipated that Jiang Yu was about to severely injure his opponent, the swords suddenly descended, poised to plunge into the ground. Jiang Yu had no intention of causing harm to Xiao Fan. His sole objective was to subdue him. Now, all avenues of escape for Xiao Fan were effectively sealed off, leaving him with only the option of conceding defeat. I admit my loss. Xiao Fan stared incredulously at the scene before him, unable to fathom how the situation had shifted so dramatically. Even more astonishing was the sheer magnitude of Jiang Yu's prowess. The soul technique he had unleashed revealed that the flame emanating from his fire attribute sword was anything but ordinary. However, Xiao Fan was not one to be petty. Having lost, he chose not to engage in further dispute. Withdraw. Jiang Yu, upon witnessing Xiao Fan's prompt concession, chose not to impose further upon him. Although the youth before him appeared aloof, Jiang Yu found himself not only devoid of disdain but also harboring a certain admiration for him. Upon witnessing Xiao Fan's concession, Jiang Yu initially believed he would promptly exit the square. To her surprise, he instead picked up an iron tower and quietly positioned himself in a corner. This individual possesses an admirable flexibility and resilience. Indeed, quite remarkable. Jiang Yu could not help but nod. Generally, individuals with even a modicum of talent tend to possess an air of arrogance. Such individuals, upon facing defeat in a competition, would typically hasten to depart, eager to evade the judgments of others. However, it was unexpected that Xiao Fan exhibited such remarkable composure. With this level of fortitude, he undoubtedly possesses the potential to become an exceptional soul master in the future. Even Gu Rong, who observed from the stage, displayed a look of appreciation. This child, Xiao Fan was indeed impressive. Though he may not rival Jiang Yu, he is certainly a talent worth nurturing, a fortunate prospect for the sect. It should be noted that Xiao Fan was brought back from the outside by Douluo to the seven-treasure Glazed Tile School. Witnessing his outstanding performance, Gu Rong felt a sense of relief, affirming that he had not erred in his judgment. Uncle Bon's words held merit. Ning Fingji laughed heartily, proclaiming that the seven-treasure Glazed Tile School had, in recent years, seemingly garnered the favor of the heavens. In addition to Jiang Yu, several other promising talents had emerged, with Xiao Fan being comparable to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect's dual stars. After defeating Xiao Fan, Jiang Yu awaited the next challenger, yet after a considerable time, no one dared to step forth. Having witnessed Jiang Yu's prowess, they understood the vast disparity in strength. Moreover, with so many iron towers remaining, why would they vie with Jiang Yu? Gradually, the number of competitors stepping onto the stage increased, and the intensity of the battles escalated. In pursuit of the final spots, all participants unleashed their most formidable techniques. As dusk fell, the last few spots were finally decided. Notably, among those selected were several individuals familiar to Jiang Yu, such as Xiao Fan and Lin Jing. As for the outcome of the competition, it was a matter of mixed emotions. Those who secured spots rejoiced, while the majority of the remaining disciples were consumed by sorrow and jealousy. Yet, the sentiments of these eliminated participants garnered little attention. The law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, remains an immutable principle within the realm of soul masters. Only the strong can reap the greatest rewards. Chapter 18, Ning Yufei. Once the 100 advancement spots were filled, the final segment of the ceremony, the pairing, commenced. This phase was relatively straightforward. It bore a resemblance to matchmaking, albeit devoid of inquiries regarding housing, finances, or vehicles. Based on the principle of voluntary participation, as long as two individuals found each other agreeable, it sufficed. For a partnership that is forced is seldom sweet. The companions destined to share their days and nights must be willing participants for their bond to endure. Jiang Yu stood there, gazing at the 100 direct disciples before him, and his eyes quickly fell upon Ning Rongrong, who was discreetly concealed within the crowd. Ning Rongrong, in turn, fixed her gaze on Jiang Yu, anxious that he might choose someone else. It was important to note that among this group of awakened members of the seven-treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, she was not the only female. Several of her cousins were present, particularly a few older ones whose physiques had developed remarkably. Ning Rongrong cast a glance at her own somewhat flat chest, and then compared it with that of her cousin beside her. The disparity was apparent. One resembled a grape, while the other resembled a cantaloupe. A wave of concern washed over Ning Rongrong as she hoped Jiang Yu might differ from other men. Perhaps he did not prefer the more voluptuous figures. Before long, the selected disciples began to approach their desired choices, with 90% opting for the opposite sex, leaving the remainder to select same-gender companions. Suddenly, Jiang Yu, who was waiting in place, heard the sound of footsteps growing increasingly louder. "I would like to invite you to be my partner. I wonder if you would be willing," said the woman standing before him, who appeared to be only 2 or 3 years older than Ning Rongrong but possessed an extraordinarily voluptuous figure, standing at an impressive height of 1.6 meters. Her proportions were immaculate, every curve perfectly defined, particularly her well-endowed bosom, which was both fair and firm, captivating many a gaze. "My name is Ning Yufei, and the sect leader is my uncle. I hope you will seriously consider choosing me as your partner." Faced with such a stunning beauty's proposition, Jiang Yu, without a moment's hesitation, resolutely declined. "I'm sorry, I already have someone in mind." Jiang Yu responded calmly, asserting that he was not a superficial individual, and that physique was certainly not the sole criterion for selecting a partner. Although Ning Yufei appeared quite attractive, particularly with a figure that even Jiang Yu, influenced by the effects of long legs and enhancements, could find no fault in. Were it not for Ning Rongrong, Jiang Yu might have been compelled by both sentiment and reason to choose the girl before him. Alas, circumstances often dictate precedence, and sometimes the timing of events holds great significance. "Are you certain?" Ning Yufei bent forward, revealing her alluring figure entirely to Jiang Yu's gaze, unabashedly showcasing her assets. She was indeed a girl adept at leveraging her advantages. In an instant, Jiang Yu formed a judgment in his heart. "Rain Fei, my apologies, but he is mine. We have long agreed to choose each other as partners." Ning Rongrong suddenly leaped to Ning Yufei's side, wearing a mischievous grin. "You arrived too late." "Rongrong." Ning Yufei instantly understood. No wonder Jiang Yu did not choose her. He had indeed climbed the ranks. Although she took great pride in her own qualities, she still paled in comparison to Ning Rongrong. After all, the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was Ning Fingxi, and the two esteemed elders of the sect cherished Ning Rongrong as if she were their own granddaughter. It was no surprise that even among the entire continent, few could rival Ning Rongrong's pedigree, save for the saintess of the Spirit Hall and the princesses of the two great empires. So you all had an agreement. It seems I have intruded. Ning Yufei managed to smile and remarked, Rongrong, don't take it to heart. I shall seek out others. As she walked further away, Jiang Yu turned to Ning Rongrong, playfully teasing, who made an agreement with you? I certainly did not consent to be your partner. You, how could you? Ning Rongrong's face flushed with indignation, her brows furrowing as she pointed an accusing finger at Jiang Yu. No way, you must be my partner. I refuse to let you be with that buxom beauty. Otherwise, how could you, a little lecher, possibly resist? What if you? Ning Rongrong's cheeks turned crimson as she suddenly became shy, fidgeting awkwardly. Such matters were not easy for a young girl to articulate. Hey, what are you thinking? Jiang Yu was rendered speechless. He was not the kind of person to succumb easily. Moreover, as a competent undercover agent, his composure was remarkably steadfast. It is worth noting that in order to counteract the allure of beauty, Bibi Dong had orchestrated the presence of various young girls to attend to him since he was 3 years old, with Ulaina even lulling him to sleep at night. Surrounded by such beauty, one inevitably becomes desensitized to its charm. Jiang Yu would never be swayed by mere beauty, unless it were the likes of a top-tier beauty such as Zhu Zhuqing. Otherwise, his resolve would remain unshaken. You underestimate me far too much. Jiang Yu gently patted Ning Rongrong's little head. His touch was so light that it barely registered on her. She may not be as beautiful as you, though she is indeed considerably larger. Yet what significance does that hold if it cannot be transformed into sustenance? Truly, Ning Rongrong's large eyes brimmed with confusion. Why would I deceive you? Jiang Yu then extended an arm, declaring, from this moment forth, we shall be partners. It's a promise. Ning Rongrong's fleeting shyness was swiftly overshadowed by excitement as she eagerly grasped Jiang Yu's hand. From now on, my safety rests in your hands. If any wrongdoers dare to bully me, you must stand in front of me. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. So, I am merely a shield. Jiang Yu was momentarily rendered speechless. Meat shield. Ning Rongrong repeated the phrase, and after a brief pause, a gleam suddenly radiated from her pupils. From now on, you shall be my meat shield. Ha ha. With a playful flourish of her hand, she playfully smacked Jiang Yu on the shoulder, laughing heartily. Only I can claim you. Fine. If that's the role, then so be it. He could not believe that he could not even protect a little girl. Observing the budding partnership between Ning Rongrong and Jiang Yu, the remaining contestants who had been intently watching them felt a twinge of disappointment, but ultimately abandoned their pairing intentions. Rather than persist in their fruitless pursuits, it seemed wiser to seek new opportunities. To Jiang Yu's surprise, Xiao Fan had chosen Ning Yufei as his partner, while the stunning Lin Jing, endowed with innate soul power at level 8, paired with Ning Hengji. As dusk descended and the ceremony drew to a close, Ning Rongrong, noticing that Jiang Yu had only consumed a single bun throughout the day, insisted on escorting him to her room for a proper meal. Have some grapes first. Upon entering her room, she promptly grabbed a bunch of grapes from the table and offered them to Jiang Yu, adding, Xiaoyi will bring the dishes over shortly. Jiang Yu, unabashed, seized a handful of grapes and promptly sent them to his mouth. After a few vigorous chews, he suddenly spat out the seeds. How about we compete to see who can spit the seeds the farthest? With a sense of leisure, Jiang Yu proposed this playful challenge, to which Ning Rongrong readily acquiesced without a moment's hesitation. Soon, the room was filled with the sound of seeds being ejected. When Ning Rongrong's maid entered, carrying a tray of food, she was met with the sight of seeds scattered across the floor. Alas, more cleaning to do, she lamented inwardly, feeling a twinge of frustration. Nevertheless, she swiftly arranged the dishes before retreating with the tray. Come, enjoy some stir-fried rabbit morsels, Ning Rongrong suggested, placing a piece of rabbit meat, exuding a tantalizing aroma, into Jiang Yu's bowl. This delicacy was crafted from the tender flesh of a soft-boned rabbit, its flavor far superior to that of ordinary rabbit meat. Jiang Yu, disregarding the need for conversation, swiftly picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. He had previously savored the exquisite taste of the tender rabbit, which was truly delightful. A veritable delicacy among meats. Chapter 19, Xiaowu. Tang San. As dawn's light barely illuminated the sky, Jiang Yu's door was abruptly kicked open. Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses, a familiar voice halted him in his tracks. Rise and shine. I have matters of import to discuss with you. The sharp tone of the sword Douluo echoed throughout the room. Master, What could possibly warrant such an early visit? Jiang Yu replied, his voice tinged with reluctance. Might I not be granted a little more time to rest? Jiang Yu, with dark circles under his eyes and a look of fatigue, gazed at his inexpensive master before him. Last night, he had been engrossed in merriment with Ning Rongrong until the early hours, and barely had he managed to catch a few hours of sleep before being roused by Sword Douluo, which naturally left his spirits rather low. Yet, he found himself unable to express his frustration. After all, he had always valued respect for his teachers, and moreover, he knew he was no match for Sword Douluo. 3. 2 Sword Douluo uttered succinctly, without further ado, as he raised his right hand in conjunction with his countdown. Realizing what was about to unfold, Jiang Yu hastily leapt from his bed. He was well aware of Sword Douluo's intentions. Should he delay even for a moment, the 7-killing sword would undoubtedly be poised against him, a fate no one could endure. Gather some clothing. Accompany me to Nodding City, Sword Douluo stated with satisfaction as he lowered his right hand into the folds of his robe. Nodding City? Could it be that his identity was compromised? Jiang Yu was momentarily at a loss. Had the Sword Douluo uncovered something, prompting him to escort him back to Nodding City for a thorough investigation of his background? Although the distance from Tiando City to Nodding City was considerable, under the guidance of Sword Douluo's flying sword, the two swiftly reached their destination. They set off in the morning and arrived in Nodding City by nightfall. However, Sword Douluo did not usher Jiang Yu into the city but instead soared towards the southern outskirts. Initially filled with trepidation, Jiang Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him upon realizing that Sword Douluo had no intention of entering the city. What was the Sword Douluo truly planning? Jiang Yu found herself increasingly perplexed. After a short while, Sword Douluo led Jiang Yu to a valley, which astonishingly turned out to be a blazing volcano. The valley had a gourd-like shape, with flames surging vigorously and sparks erupting from the crater. The brilliant firelight soared into the sky, illuminating the surrounding area for several dozen miles. Upon dismounting from the flying sword, Sword Douluo finally revealed his purpose. This place is known as the Fire Rock Valley, one of the most notorious perilous locations in the Tiando Empire. The valley is rich in potent fire attribute energy, and your Chixiao Sword possesses the essence of fire. While this location may pose great danger to others, for you, it is a treasure trove brimming with opportunities. From this moment on, you shall enter the valley to undergo training. When your soul power reaches the 20th level, I will return to retrieve you. And how will I do that? Via phone or WeChat? Jiang Yu fundamentally doubted his master's words. How could the distant city of Nodding possibly relay messages to the far-off Sword Douluo in Heaven-Do City? What nonsense! Sword Douluo, visibly impatient, remarked, "You needn't concern yourself with that." With this, he produced a ring from his pocket, its gem crafted from pure jade. "This is a spatial soul guide. Take it. Inside, you will find the items I have prepared for you." He casually tossed the ring to Jiang Yu. The space within this ring was astonishingly vast. Upon immersing his consciousness into the ring, Jiang Yu discovered an astonishing expanse of over 100 square meters within. Furthermore, he found a plethora of supplies. In addition to the essential provisions for daily living, an extensive array of medicinal items was also present, including wound ointments, bone-setting powders, and burn salves. Remarkably, there were even pots, bowls, and an ample stock of grains and various meats, ensuring that one could sustain themselves for an entire year without concern. Jiang Yu was taken aback by the meticulousness of the sword-fighting Douluo. It seemed that his master was not solely inclined towards chastisement. Shortly thereafter, the sword-fighting Douluo produced a cylindrical object crafted from black iron and removed the lid attached by a cord. Instantly, the area within a 3-meter radius was illuminated by a brilliant light. This was a fire stone, a peculiar crystal that emitted a flame-like radiance, yet bore no actual characteristics of fire, rendering it suitable for illumination. After handing the fire stone to Jiang Yu, the sword-fighting Douluo escorted him into the valley and then released the 7-kill sword, which soared towards the horizon. Bathed in the glow of the fire stone, Jiang Yu ventured deeper into the rocky gorge. By this time, it was late at night, and he had not encountered any other creatures along his path. Even the highly adaptable flies were absent. Throughout his journey, Jiang Yu gradually discerned the circumstances of the area, where fierce mountain fires sporadically erupted from the ground. Jiang Yu's soles nearly scorched, but fortunately, his quick reflexes allowed him to evade the raging wildfire beneath him. Gradually, he discerned the eruption pattern of the flames. The surging subterranean fire erupted every 10 seconds, its range of coverage wholly unpredictable. It was not until an hour had passed that Jiang Yu finally discovered a safe haven. He waited for a considerable duration, feeling reassured only after several minutes had elapsed. Subsequently, he retrieved a tent from his ring, swiftly assembled it, and then entered the shelter. First, he resolved to enjoy a restorative slumber. Jiang Yu did not hasten to cultivate. At such a late hour, slumber was undoubtedly of utmost importance, leaving little room for other pursuits. The passage of time in the valley was monotonous. Day after day, Jiang Yu immersed himself in his training. Nevertheless, this relentless dedication propelled his soul power to flourish, and after a month in the Fire Rock Valley, he ascended to the 17th level. Moreover, amidst the abundant fire elements surrounding him, his red sky sword grew increasingly animated, and his resilience to flames gradually strengthened. Even the heat of the earth's fire could now be endured. One day, Jiang Yu continued his training in the valley as usual. Throughout the morning, he wielded the red sky sword over 1,000 times. Despite this relentless effort, he had yet to grasp the celestial/technique. Paradoxically, the greater the challenge, the more resolute he became in his determination. The 3 sword techniques embedded within the red sky sword each possessed unique merits, and in Jiang Yu's estimation, they surpassed the 7 killing sword technique imparted to him by the sword Douluo, albeit with a higher degree of difficulty. Nonetheless, he sensed that he was on the verge of unlocking the threshold of this swordsmanship. With further diligent practice, success would naturally follow. Xiao Wu, let us venture ahead. Brother. Slow down. Wait for me. While immersed in his swordplay, Jiang Yu suddenly overheard a conversation between a man and a woman. Upon discerning the content of their dialogue, he promptly set down the red sky sword. Xiao Wu, could it be Tang San and the others? Jiang Yu found himself engulfed in astonishment. Before long, 2 figures emerged before the massive boulder ahead. The man in front, of average stature and seemingly unremarkable appearance, possessed a pair of eyes that shone with fervent brilliance. His broad shoulders and the fiery red attire he donned accentuated his not-so-handsome visage, yet exuded an undeniable aura of strength. Following closely was a girl who appeared to be merely 12 or 13 years of age, yet her beauty was striking. The vivid red garments she wore complemented her flowing dark red hair, making her resemble a flame capable of captivating any man. Her form was exquisitely proportioned, adorned with a gentle smile, while a faint red glow emanated subtly around her. Chapter 20. The Fire Spirit. Upon seeing the 2 figures ahead, Jiang Yu immediately discerned their identities. Judging by their attire and appearance, they could not possibly be Tang San and Xiao Wu. Coupling this with their recent conversation, Jiang Yu had already surmised who they were. Huo Wu and Huo Wushuang, the captain and vice-captain of the Blaze battle team in the original narrative. With Huo Wu having previously caused considerable trouble for Tang San, it was evident that both individuals were formidable in skill and talent, rivaling even the renowned Shrek 7 Devils. Brother, look, there's someone ahead. Huo Wu was the first to notice Jiang Yu's figure. Upon hearing his sister's exclamation, Huo Wushuang's gaze shifted from the ground to the front. This young boy, with his delicate features, stood out in such a perilous place as the Earth Fire Rock Valley. Who could be so heartless as to abandon him here? Huo Wushuang's face was etched with confusion, for Jiang Yu's appearance was indeed deceiving. No one would associate this innocent-looking child with a swordsmanship prodigy endowed with innate soul power. Little brother, why are you here all alone? Huo Wushuang, eager not to frighten the boy, forced a smile. However, to Jiang Yu, this expression appeared even more daunting, though Huo Wushuang felt quite pleased with himself. I am here to cultivate. Jiang Yu had no intention of concealing the truth. He spoke candidly. After all, the world of Douluo was relatively safe, and there existed no animosity between them. The Fire Wushuang siblings had no reason to harm him. Training? Fire Wushuang's gaze sharpened, and he exclaimed, This is the Earth Fire Rock Valley. How dare you venture here to cultivate at such a tender age? Jiang Yu's response was met with astonishment. It is noteworthy that even as a formidable soul master, possessing the advanced fire attribute martial soul of the unicorn fire tyrant dragon, he did not dare to linger too long in the depths of the molten fire valley, were it not for the necessity of assisting his sister, Huo Wu. In acquiring a suitable third soul ring, Huo Wushuang would not have recklessly ventured into such a perilous location. Your audacity is commendable, Huo Wu remarked, gazing at Jiang Yu's countenance with genuine admiration. This place is one my brother would never dare to approach. I recall the first time our father brought him here. He was so frightened he nearly wet himself. Ever since, whenever my brother misbehaves, our father threatens to take him back to the molten fire valley. A tactic that has proven remarkably effective. It seems you are far superior to my brother. Huo Wushuang, upon hearing his sister reveal such embarrassing tales, quickly intervened to prevent her from continuing. That merely undermines my dignity. Besides, those were events from our childhood. I have grown into a man now. What relevance do those past incidents hold? Intrigued by the young man's identity and affiliations, Huo Wushuang inquired, "May I ask your name and the faction you hail from?" "I am called Huo Wushuang, a 35th level assault system soul master wielding the unicorn fire tyrant dragon as my martial soul. This is my sister, Huo Wu, and our grandfather is the esteemed leader of the Blaze Fire sect." Upon hearing Huo Wushuang's words, Jiang Yu realized that his suspicions had been confirmed. What astonished him further was that their grandfather was none other than Bibi Dong, the leader of the Blaze Fire sect. No wonder Huo Wu was able to persuade the Blaze Academy to relinquish its quota. It was, after all, a family-run institution, a true third-generation sect. From Jiang Yu's understanding, the Blaze Fire sect was originally named the Fire Leopard sect, but following the decline of the lineage of the previous leader several decades ago, the then-elder Bibi Dong seized control of the sect. Not long thereafter, he became the new leader and renamed the sect the Blaze Fire sect. Subsequently, during the grand competition of the 100 sects, Bibi Dong triumphed over the leader of the Elephant Armor sect, the renowned Xianjian, guiding the Blaze Fire sect to secure the 5th position. "I am Jiang Yu, a core disciple of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School." Jiang Yu responded in a calm manner, exhibiting no astonishment at the revelation of the other party's affiliation with the Blaze sect. After all, both the Spirit Hall and the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School far surpassed the Blaze sect in strength. The mention of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School took Huo Wushuang by surprise. He had not anticipated that this young lad before him was a core disciple of such a prestigious sect. It is well known that the selection process for core disciples among the top 3 sects is exceedingly rigorous, far beyond the standards of other sections. This underscores Jiang Yu's exceptional nature. He was undoubtedly more remarkable than he appeared. To discover that this young brother was a member of the top 3 sects certainly indicated my own lack of discernment, Huo Wushuang thought. Naturally extroverted, and with a penchant for sociability, he quickly became familiar with Jiang Yu, addressing him as a brother after only a few exchanges. "Ha. I wonder how Brother Huo came to be here." Jiang Yu laughed heartily, voicing his curiosity. It was evident that the 2 siblings had come to the Fire Rock Canyon with a specific purpose in mind. "My sister," Huo Wushuang said without hesitation, pointing to the young woman behind him, "has just broken through to the 30th level of soul power. We are here to seek a unique soul beast for her 3rd soul ring." Jiang Yu found his words somewhat peculiar. Why venture to such a desolate place to hunt soul beasts instead of the Stardow Forest? He had spent quite some time here. And not only had he not encountered any soul beasts, but he hadn't even seen a single strand of fur. Yet, this Fire Rock Valley harbored no soul beast at all. Jiang Yu, having voiced his inner doubts, was met with an explanation from Huo Wushuang. The habitat of such soul beasts is extraordinarily unique. They typically manifest only in the vicinity of volcanic craters, being ethereal beings formed from the essence of fire itself. Fire spirits? Jiang Yu never anticipated encountering such an extraordinary soul beast here. It almost resembles a congenital spiritual entity. "Brother Huo, I too wish to accompany you. I have never before laid eyes on such a soul beast." Jiang Yu immediately became intrigued, although he did not currently require a soul ring. It would be worthwhile to witness the experience. All right. Huo Wushuang readily acquiesced to Jiang Yu's request, recognizing that an additional ally would bolster their efforts. According to their internal records, fire spirits were notably swift, and it was uncertain whether the 2 siblings alone could capture one. With Jiang Yu's assistance, their probability of success increased significantly. Thus, Jiang Yu joined their ranks, and the trio set forth towards the valley. Along the way, Huo Wu incessantly chattered in front of Jiang Yu, seemingly eager to uncover his background, even inquiring about his ancestors. Fortunately, having undergone systematic undercover training, Jiang Yu spun tales with such ease that he required no draft, quickly deceiving Huo Wu. As they approached the volcano's mouth, the surrounding air grew increasingly hot, and the frequency of the Earth's fiery eruptions heightened. Had it not been for the trio's possession of fire attribute martial souls, they likely would have found the environment unbearable. Nonetheless, even so, the flushed faces of Huo Wu and Huo Wushuang began to take on a more serious demeanor. It was evident that they were nearing their limits. If they failed to locate the fire spirits soon, the siblings would have no choice but to retreat and settle for another fire attribute soul beast as their soul ring. However, perhaps fortune favored them, for just as they were about to concede, a peculiar creature appeared not far ahead. A fire spirit. Chapter 21. Resistance to the fire ring. Upon spotting the fiery figure in the distance, Huo Wu leaped with excitement. Her perseverance had finally paid off. And after such a long search, she had at last encountered the fire spirit. This was indeed the fire spirit. Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Before him stood a creature no larger than a human infant, its entire form composed of flames. 3 vibrant scarlet ribbons danced beside each ear, fluttering gracefully in the wind. Most captivating was the fiery red gem embedded in its forehead. According to the tome, a millennium-old fire sprite would bear a ruby upon its brow, while a ribbon would sprout every century. Thus, the fire sprite before him was estimated to be between 1600 and 1699 years old, while the absorption age for the third soul ring of a soul master was 1760 years. Xiao Wu, you may absorb it. Huo Wushuang's eyes sparkled with excitement. This fire sprite seemed tailor-made for his sister, making it the perfect choice for her third soul ring. Brother, don't move. Let me handle this, Huo Wu declared as she dashed toward the fire sprite, determined to tame the soul beast herself. Xiao Wu, be cautious, it is not easily subdued. Huo Wushuang warned, his gaze fixed intently on her movements, ready to intervene should anything go awry. Indeed, this spirited girl had a fiery temperament. Jiang Yu silently scoffed. The martial soul, an embodiment of power. As Huo Wu swayed gracefully, a faint, orange-red silhouette gradually emerged behind her, mirroring her form perfectly. This hazy flame shadow exuded an ethereal quality, yet it was indeed her martial soul, the flame shadow. In essence, it represented a shadow imbued with fire attributes. An exceptionally unique martial soul that neither belonged to beast martial souls nor to weapon martial souls. And it stood apart from other humanoid martial souls like the divine six-winged angel. Although the flame shadow may not appear as formidable as a beast martial soul, it possesses the remarkable ability to harness fire elements to their fullest potential. Moreover, the connection between the flame shadow and Huo Wu transcends that of other soul masters and their martial souls. It is precisely because of the profound bond between Huo Wu and the flame shadow that she can unleash her martial soul's complete potential. Her first soul skill, the flame whip, ignited as the yellow soul ring around her glowed brilliantly. A roaring inferno erupted from within her, expanding to a diameter exceeding 3 meters, coalescing into a colossal whip. As this formidable attack surged forth, the fire sprite did not retreat. Its eyes blinked curiously, a look of bewilderment adorning its face. With a gentle rustle, the fire sprite scratched its head, emitting an endearing sound, seemingly perplexed by the actions of the human before it. Indeed, this fire sprite was quite charming. Jiang Yu was even tempted to raise one. Such a charming and adorable creature. Simply petting it would be an unparalleled delight. But do not think that this will allow you to escape my grasp, Huo Wu remarked with a cold smile. To her, this creature, no matter how endearing, was merely her prey, and she would not hold back. Huo Wu's entire soul force erupted violently, emanating an explosive aura from her fiery whip. It seemed she intended to resolve the matter with a single strike against the fire sprite. Kagu! Kagu! Just as the fiery whip was about to make contact with its body, a circle of crimson light suddenly appeared around the fire sprite. Remarkably, the moment the whip touched the halo, it was forcefully repelled. How could this be possible? Huo Wu's expression changed in an instant, as she had not anticipated that her full-force attack would be so easily thwarted. It turned out that Huo Wu's third soul skill, the fire resistance ring, originated from this very fire sprite. No wonder it was so wondrous. Jiang Yu instantly comprehended the extraordinary origin of Huo Wu's mystical soul ring. Realizing that this fire spirit was far more enigmatic than ordinary soul beasts, the fire spirit's eyes brimmed with fury, yet for reasons unknown, it refrained from launching an attack. Moments later, it unexpectedly fled in the opposite direction. It appeared that it lacked offensive capabilities, considering Huo Wu's resistance to fire ring effects. Jiang Yu surmised why the fire spirit chose to abandon its resistance. It had evidently allocated all its innate points to defense. Martial soul, possess. Huo Wushuang would not permit the fire spirit to escape. In a critical moment, he summoned his martial soul. Scales erupted from beneath his skin, and a searing flame ignited momentarily before extinguishing, enveloping his entire being in a dark crimson hue. A short horn, approximately 3 inches long, protruded from his head, signifying his martial soul, the one-horned fire-rampaging dragon, a soul of unparalleled ferocity. With his third soul skill, Golden Scale Fire Dragon Transformation, Huo Wushuang unleashed his most formidable ability right from the onset. A powerful dragon's roar resonated from his lips as surging flames coalesced into a draconic form behind him. Sharp claws manifested between his hands, and his body expanded significantly, the dark red scales bursting forth in a dazzling golden-red radiance. This third soul skill bore a striking resemblance to Dai Mubai's White Tiger Titan transformation, as both of their soul rings derived from the same soul beast, the Diamond Tiger. Under the augmentation of the Golden Scale Fire Dragon transformation, Huo Wushuang experienced a substantial enhancement in strength, offense, and defense, effectively doubling his power during this half-hour transformation. Nowhere to run, Huo Wushuang bellowed, pursuing the fire spirit with fervor, gradually diminishing the distance between them. Second soul skill, Explosive Fireball. Second soul skill, Explosive Fireball. Fire Dance and Fire Wushuang, the brother and sister duo, executed their second soul skill with remarkable synchronicity. Although the names of their abilities differed, the effects they manifested were strikingly similar. This time, the energy coalescing in Fire Dance's palm was not the searing flames of before, but an exceedingly explosive ball of incandescent fire. A sphere of white light, no larger than an egg, floated forth and hurtled directly towards the fire sprite. Simultaneously, Fire Wushuang brought his hands together forcefully, unleashing a surge of dark red light that swiftly coalesced into a palm-sized orb of crimson energy. Both orbs raced towards the fire sprite, and under the allure of the white sphere, the normally swift fire sprite came to an abrupt halt. The dark red fireball then unleashed a cataclysmic force, sending a tremendous shockwave surging towards the fire sprite, propelling it several meters away. Unfortunately, despite the commendable prowess of Fire Dance and Fire Wushuang's soul skills, they merely managed to repel the fire sprite without inflicting any substantial damage. All their assaults were deflected by the protective halo surrounding the creature, leaving it unscathed. Chapter 22. Jiang Yu's encouragement. I refuse to believe I cannot subdue you. Fire Wushuang was enraged. After exerting such effort, he found himself unable to overcome a mere 1,000-year-old spirit beast. As a sole master of the Soul Sovereign rank, this was a significant blow to his pride. Word of this failure would surely tarnish his reputation. If his admirers caught wind of this, it would be disastrous. After all, he was seen as invincible in their eyes. His first soul skill, Fire Wheel, erupted forth as the first soul ring around him radiated a brilliant light, igniting his form in blazing flames. Enveloped in the inferno, Fire Wushuang bent low, rolling towards the fire sprite like a tire, determined to break through the creature's protective halo. He was confident that his robust physique could shatter the barrier, allowing Fire Dance to exploit the opening as she pleased. From the sidelines, Jiang Yu merely observed as a colossal fire wheel hurtled towards the fire sprite. Bang! Whoosh! Jiang Yu had yet to comprehend the situation when Huo Wushuang transformed into an arc and fell to the ground, coughing amidst the dense black smoke. Huo Wushuang struggled to rise, inwardly lamenting the formidable nature of this creature. No wonder so few soul masters could successfully hunt it. Xiao Wu, perhaps it's best to let this one go, Huo Wushuang urged, directing his gaze towards his sister, who was still engaged in battle with the fire sprite, attempting to persuade her to abandon the formidable soul beast. Brother, I will find you an even better one. Absolutely not. Huo Wu's eyes shone with unwavering determination as she gazed at the fire sprite. A fierce aura erupted from her, declaring, I want this fire sprite. The fire ring it possesses will serve as a powerful control mechanism. With this soul skill, I shall become the most exceptional control-type soul master, and I will not concede. Then it seems we must fight to the end. Seeing his sister's resolve, Huo Wushuang ceased to argue further. Resolute, he prepared to charge at the fire sprite despite his injuries, willing to risk severe harm to secure it for Huo Wu's third soul ring. It appeared that Huo Wushuang truly cared for his sister after all. Jiang Yu could not help but nod inwardly. The original work offered scant descriptions of Huo Wushuang. Yet it was unexpected to discover that he, too, had an affinity for younger sisters. It appears he and Tang San are kindred spirits. Jiang Yu's taste diverges from theirs. He possesses a preference for mature women, exemplified by figures like Zhu Xing, who embody sophistication and development in every aspect. Under the relentless onslaught of Huo Wushuang and Huo Wu, the fire spirit found itself deeply fatigued. However, due to its resistance to the fire ring, it did not incur any significant harm. One can only assert that this skill is exceedingly overpowered. Alas, let us lend them a hand. Only then can Huo Wu create a bit of mischief for Tang San. Jiang Yu seized the Chixiao Sword in his hand and charged forward. Though he was well aware that the soul skill would prove ineffective against a creature like the fire spirit, necessitating alternative strategies, the killing chi slash, part of the 7 kills sword technique imparted to him by the sword Douluo, came to his aid. This third stance is specifically designed to condense the murderous aura within a soul master into a unique form of mental assault. Fortunately, Jiang Yu possessed considerable mental strength, enabling him to unleash this killing chi slash. A tremendous wave of murderous intent erupted from within him, coalescing in the air into a translucent blade. Unbeknownst to anyone but Jiang Yu, this blade surged towards the fire spirit with ferocity. The fire spirit, engaged in a fierce struggle with the Hua siblings, suddenly sensed an impact strike it, causing a crack to appear in the halo surrounding its form. Now was the moment. Jiang Yu bellowed, activating the red sky sword formation. Dozens of fiery swords surged forth from the breach, aimed at the fire spirit. However, to his astonishment, as the first flying sword pierced the gap, it mysteriously sealed itself once more. The remaining swords were repelled. Nevertheless, Jiang Yu's objective was achieved. The fire spirit, struck by a sword, plummeted to the ground, its radiant aura gradually dissipating. "Wow, little brother, you are truly formidable," Wu Shuang exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that this seemingly frail boy possessed such prowess. Indeed, action spoke louder than words. After much effort, he and his sister had been unable to subdue the fire spirit, only to have it resolved by Jiang Yu with a single strike. How impressive! Wu Wu's eyes sparkled with admiration. Not only was this young boy handsome, but his strength surpassed even that of her brother. Having idolized the strong since her childhood, she was profoundly impressed by Jiang Yu's performance. A sudden thought crossed her mind. She wished to plant a kiss on him. Feeling her cheeks flush with heat and an involuntary warmth spreading throughout her body, Wu Wu realized the sweat accumulating was beyond her control, an instinctive physiological response. Even her status as a soul master could not suppress it. "Why are you still dawdling?" Jiang Yu noticed Wu Wu lost in thought and promptly urged her, "Hurry and capture the soul ring." Wu Wu, momentarily distracted by her daydreams, involuntarily let out a soft sound upon hearing Jiang Yu's words. After a brief pause, perhaps aware of the allure in her voice, she quickly adjusted her tone. "Oh, thank you, little brother." Yet an odd sensation lingered in the air. Jiang Yu felt somewhat uneasy with this appellation. After all, he was no longer a child. Why did people insist on calling him little brother? One day, he would prove his maturity to them. Wu Wu approached the fire sprite, her face alight with excitement. After enduring myriad hardships, she had finally succeeded. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Although this was largely Jiang Yu's achievement, she had also contributed significantly. Kuku kabo. The fire sprite gazed at Wu Wu with evident distress, emitting a mournful wail. "I am so sorry." Though hesitant, Wu Wu ultimately withdrew a shimmering silver dagger from her bosom. This was not her first encounter with hunting soul beasts. Despite the pangs of compassion she felt for the adorable fire sprite before her, she swiftly plunged the dagger into the creature's body, knowing that she must execute this strike with all her might to spare the fire sprite further anguish. Before long, a ring of purple light began to materialize around the fire sprite. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Wu seated herself cross-legged on the ground, closing her eyes as she focused her intent to draw the soul ring towards her. The turbulent energy surged into her being, overwhelming her with a fierce deluge of fire attributes. In that instant, she felt as if her body were suspended at the mouth of a volcano, the searing flames threatening to consume her entirely. It hurts. Wu Wu could not restrain a scream. Xiao Wu, witnessing her sister endure such profound agony, Wu Shuang was immediately filled with anxiety, wringing her hands in desperation. Yet, the process of a soul master absorbing a soul ring was one that no one could assist with. It relied solely on her own willpower. "Oh God, please grant Xiao Wu the strength to endure," Wu Shuang fervently prayed. "Did you not claim you would become the strongest control-type soul master? If you cannot withstand this trial, perhaps it would be better to abandon your training and find peace at home." Chapter 23. Wu Wu's kiss. At this critical juncture, Jiang Yu interjected, "After all, you girls will eventually marry. You simply need to find a powerful soul master for a husband. There is no necessity to rely solely on yourself. I cannot concede defeat." The words of Jiang Yu reached Wu Wu's ears, solidifying her determination. With her competitive spirit, conceding defeat was simply not an option. In the face of the soul ring's onslaught, Wu Wu, though on the brink of fainting several times, found her resolve reignited by Jiang Yu's earlier remarks, acting as a potent stimulant for her willpower. "Xiao Wu, persevere. Do not let anyone underestimate you." Wu Shuang was no fool. He discerned Jiang Yu's intentions and added fuel to the fire. "You aspire to be the strongest control-type soul master. How could this mere trial possibly hinder you? Bolstered by the encouragement from Jiang Yu and Huo Shuang, Huo finally summoned a fierce willpower to withstand the relentless waves of the soul ring's energy. Gradually, the force emanating from the purple soul ring surged into her body. And ultimately, the circular form diminished, encircling her, transforming into Huo Wu's third soul ring. I did it. Huo Wu exhaled deeply, and upon opening her eyes, she beheld her anxious brother and the smiling Jiang Yu. Xiao Wu, you have finally awakened, Huo Shuang exclaimed, leaping with excitement. Huo Wu stood up, not approaching her brother, but instead making her way to Jiang Yu's side. Thank you. No need for thanks. As soon as Jiang Yu finished speaking, Huo Wu wrapped her arms around his neck. Before he could even react, her alluring red lips pressed against his. The sensation was warm and soft, Jiang Yu's initial impression. He was unexpectedly kissed by a girl. And it was, in fact, his first kiss. Of course. This did not include the countless times he had been forcefully kissed by Bibi Dong and Hulaina during his infancy. Jiang Yu was immediately incensed. As a young man, how could he endure such a profound humiliation? He promptly retaliated. Jiang Yu's tongue suddenly surged forward, prying open Huo Wu's lips and launching an assault within. This is the conduct befitting a true gentleman. Huo Wu was caught off guard. She initially intended to express her gratitude to Jiang Yu, yet this unexpected turn of events took her by surprise. Although the sensation was rather delightful, she was acutely aware of her femininity and the presence of her brother nearby. 10 seconds later, Huo Wu reluctantly pushed Jiang Yu away. Humph. I never imagined you to be such a rogue. A deep crimson hue spread across Huo Wu's cheeks. I had thought you to be a paragon of virtue. But you initiated this. Jiang Yu disagreed with Huo Wu's assertion, for it is said that one should reciprocate in matters of courtesy. It is precisely because I am a gentleman that I cannot allow you to be at a disadvantage. Now we are even, 1 kiss each. Huh. Huo Wu retorted angrily. This was my first kiss. It cannot simply be considered even. Who doesn't have a first kiss? Jiang Yu's expression instantly shifted to one of concern. Do you realize that your sudden kiss startled me? After all, I am still just a child. A child? Huo Wu was skeptical of Jiang Yu's words. His previously demonstrated skill was clearly that of a seasoned expert. Even she had nearly succumbed. Had her brother not been present, who knows what might have transpired. To be so sharp-tongued at such a young age, I refuse to believe that this was your first time. Such experience. Huo Wu suddenly became somewhat flustered, finding it difficult to articulate her subsequent thoughts. This is an injustice. Jiang Yu gazed earnestly at Huo Wu, declaring, can I attribute it all to innate talent? After all, I am a genius. He continued, you must understand that there exist individuals in this world whose abilities surpass many, even without practice, due to their extraordinary gifts. And I am one such person. Really? Huo Wu noticed the sincerity in Jiang Yu's expression, which sparked a flicker of doubt within her. Could it be that he truly possessed exceptional talent in this regard? If so, I would undoubtedly have my share of troubles. Ugh, why am I even thinking along those lines? I certainly will not let this arrogant brat take advantage of me so easily. Just as Huo Wu found herself in this quandary, Huo Shuang suddenly approached and seized Jiang Yu's hand, refusing to let go. I don't care. Since you have kissed my sister, you must marry her and become my brother-in-law. Huo Shuang's determination was not impulsive. Rather, it was a conclusion reached after careful consideration. Jiang Yu's talent was evident, as demonstrated by his swift resolution of the fire sprite. Moreover, being a core disciple of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, he was certainly not an unworthy match for his sister. Additionally, Jiang Yu possessed a rather charming appearance. Based on Xiao Wu's earlier expression, it was clear that she harbored some feelings for him. Setting aside other considerations, the most crucial factor was that Xiao Wu was fond of him. Jiang Yu was instantly taken aback. A mere kiss leads to marriage. By that logic, he probably has 3 palaces and 6 courtyards already. According to Huo Shuang's reasoning, wouldn't Bibi Dong and Hulaina be obliged to marry him as well? This is absurd. Brother Hua, you have hurt me. Jiang Yu had no choice but to resort to a scheme of self-sacrifice. Brother, please let him go. Upon seeing Jiang Yu in pain, Huo Wu couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy, for after all, this was the man who had stolen her first kiss. Oh. Huo Shuang immediately released Jiang Yu. Gazing at his sister with a foolish grin, brother is only doing this for your benefit. Since you have feelings for him, you must not let this opportunity slip away. When seeking a husband, one must act swiftly. In my opinion, we should simply knock this lad out and take him home, consummate the matter, and then have our father propose to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect. My lord, there is still more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. For the best, is yet to come. Brother, Huo Wu exclaimed as she found her brother's suggestions increasingly absurd. What do you take me for? I am not some woman to be forcibly taken. Pa. Realizing her faux pas, Huo Wu quickly corrected herself. Forcibly taking a good man is no different from banditry. I was merely concerned he might escape. Huo Wuxuang scratched his head, his dark red hair tousled. A look of regret crossing his face as he had not considered this angle. Indeed, if word got out that the Blaze sect was abducting honorable young men, their reputation would be tarnished. Huo Wuxuang felt a sense of relief, recognizing that his sister was much more astute, her thoughts far more thorough than his own. Are you two performing a comedic dialogue? Jiang Yu, overhearing the conversation between the two siblings, could not help but interject. One might think you emerged from the Diyun Society. Diyun Society? I have never heard of it, came the reply. Ah, but I am acquainted with the Diyun sect, Huo Wu declared with an air of superiority. Nonetheless, it is merely a minor sect. Their master Guer visits my Blaze sect annually, offering lavish tributes in hopes of securing our protection. A third-rate sect such as that. Why would I ever consider associating with it? Is there truly such a Diyun sect? Jiang Yu could not help but feel somewhat astonished. It seemed that Bosqua's business had truly flourished, extending even to the Douluo Continent. It was nothing short of a fantastical collaboration. This moment could be described as a joyous occasion for both fandoms. I wonder if you have encountered Master Qian from the Diyun Society. Jiang Yu merely inquired casually. Yet unexpectedly, Huo Wu responded with utmost seriousness. Are you referring to that eccentric old man who enjoys smoking and perming his hair? He is indeed amusing. When I set his head ablaze with flames, he even expressed his gratitude, claiming it saved him considerable effort. Nevertheless, how did you come to know of him? Huo Wu gazed at Jiang Yu with an expression of skepticism. I merely heard about him by chance. Jiang Yu casually offered an excuse to brush it off. Let us not dwell on them any longer. Since you have already acquired the third spirit ring, I advise you to return with your brother. This place is not suitable for you to linger. Chapter 24. Who benefits? Since you have achieved your objectives, I strongly recommend that you depart swiftly. Jiang Yu kindly advised. What a joke. Are you looking down on us? Fire Dance immediately felt a surge of defiance. If a mere child like you can linger here for so long, why can't I? I refuse to leave. She declared. Brother, let us remain here in the lava valley for a while, lest we be underestimated by a little brat. Fire Wuxuang initially intended to decline, for the environment was indeed terrifying. Were it not for the pursuit of a soul ring, he would never venture into such a place. However, upon witnessing the resolute expression on Fire Dance's face, he found himself wavering. He understood his sister's character well. Once she made a decision, it would be unwavering. Very well, we shall stay, he conceded, a bitter smile etched on his face, lamenting the fortune of having such a sister. What is a mere mountain fire? At worst, I shall endure a few burns and bear some scars. What does that signify for a true man? Do not fear, little sister, I shall protect you, he reassured, putting on a facade of calmness to alleviate Fire Dance's concerns. Yet internally, he could not help but pray fervently that she would remain unscathed, and that his handsome visage would not suffer any burns, for he still relied on his looks to win over the ladies. Fire Dance could not suppress her laughter. Brother, you should take care of yourself. Having shared a sibling bond for so long, she easily discerned Fire Wuxuang's facade of nonchalance. Beneath that exterior lay a heart filled with trepidation. After all, the lava valley had left him with lasting shadows of fear. Yet it was precisely for this reason that Fire Dance felt warmth in her heart. Her brother still cared for her. Well, if you wish to stay, then so be it. Jiang Yu no longer insisted. This was not his territory. Since the two siblings wished to remain, so be it. As long as they did not disturb my cultivation, it was perfectly acceptable. After Jiang Yu concluded his words, he turned to practice his swordsmanship. Thus, the trio, 2 men and 1 woman, embarked on a life devoid of shame, or rather, a life of hardship. Swiftly, several months slipped by. On this particular day, as was customary, Jiang Yu made his way towards a cave after completing his sword practice. This cave, a discovery from a month prior, revealed an unexpected treasure within, an exquisite hot spring. The existence of such a spring in the fiery canyon was indeed a marvel of nature's creation. Since then, Jiang Yu had made it a ritual to immerse himself in the soothing waters after each training session, washing away the sweat of his exertions. Upon entering the cave, he hastened towards the spring, and after a short walk, he beheld a pool of steaming water before him. Jiang Yu did not hesitate. He promptly undressed, leaving only a pair of undergarments, and then stepped into the spring. Although the hot spring was not extensive, measuring at least a dozen square meters, It was certainly adequate for his use. After discovering an exquisite location, Jiang Yu immersed most of his body into the steaming hot spring water. He leaned against the stone wall behind him, and a wave of warmth enveloped him, an indescribable sense of comfort washing over him. Jiang Yu closed his eyes, savoring this rare tranquility. The steaming hot spring enveloped his face in a warm blush. Yet, he remained motionless, lost in the moment. It was only after an indeterminate period that he finally opened his eyes, feeling rejuvenated and free from fatigue. A contented expression graced Jiang Yu's features as he instinctively stretched his arms wide. What is this? What could it possibly be? Jiang Yu was filled with confusion. Ah! Then he heard a familiar scream. It's over. How is she here? Jiang Yu has now realized that it is Huo Wu. This situation is rather difficult to explain. It's you. Huo Wu, who was enjoying a soak in the hot spring, was startled awake. As she opened her eyes, she found Jiang Yu's hand unexpectedly resting upon hers. You insufferable rogue! Huo Wu exclaimed in fury. Although you may not believe me, this is truly a misunderstanding. Jiang Yu hastily clarified. I had just finished practicing my swordplay and intended to come here to bathe. The mist is so thick that I genuinely did not see you. Then you should remove your filthy hand at once, Huo Wu retorted, her anger visibly escalating as she noticed Jiang Yu's south hand remained in place. Hiki, a misunderstanding indeed. Jiang Yu swiftly withdrew his hand. How is it? Not bad. Jiang Yu, with his straightforward nature, did not hesitate to reveal the truth upon being questioned by Huo Wu. However, Huo Wu suddenly erupted with a fierce shout, her martial soul instantly unleashed. She glared at Jiang Yu, her face contorted with rage, as flames rapidly surged around her. You have tarnished my reputation. How shall we settle this score? If that is the case, Jiang Yu understood that although his intentions were not malicious, she was, after all, a young woman, and it was only right to provide her with an explanation. Therefore, he stood up, gazing earnestly at Huo Wu, and said, You may freely examine my body. Earlier, I touched you once, and now you may return the favor. As a man, I am willing to endure a little loss, allowing you to touch me 3 times. Despite the righteous expression on Jiang Yu's face, Huo Wu remained unconvinced. How shameless. She hastily covered her eyes. Yet even through her fingers, she caught a glimpse of Jiang Yu's physique. I can only imagine the trouble he will cause for countless young women in the future. If I were to, stop. Huo Wu swiftly interrupted that thought. How could a young lady of her stature entertain such notions? It is all Jiang Yu's fault for being so brazen. Yes, it must be that way. Quickly crouched down, Huo Wu promptly shut her eyes, fearing that if she continued to look, she might lose control. Oh, is it you who is not touching? After Jiang Yu submerged into the spring, he remarked. Now we are even. Let us not speak of this matter again. Is that so? Huo Wu's face revealed an odd expression, and suddenly, a fierce blaze erupted from within her. Roasted chicken wings, grilled chicken wings. Just as Huo Wuxuang finished brushing a layer of honey on the chicken wings, he noticed his sister approaching, with Jiang Yu trailing behind, looking quite disheveled. Huo Wuxuang was perplexed. His sister appeared to be in high spirits. Yet Jiang Yu's countenance bore a look of indignation, which left him somewhat bewildered. Could it be that Xiao Wu had been too reckless with this fellow? Huo Wuxuang couldn't help but speculate, sighing inwardly at the thought that perhaps his sister was too hasty. It would have been better to nurture their relationship further before such antics. Xiao Yu, come and indulge in some chicken wings to replenish your strength. You look unsteady on your feet, clearly famished. Huo Wuxuang promptly offered the freshly grilled wings to Jiang Yu, understanding all too well the necessity of restoring one's vitality during such times. Little did he anticipate that Xiao Wu would indulge in such wildness. Upon closer inspection, Huo Wuxuang noticed that Jiang Yu's eyebrows were singed, and his face was smeared with a layer of grime. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Jiang Yu. However, this playful banter was part of the charm between young couples. And having had his share of playful interactions with other girls, he refrained from saying much. Chapter 25, Troubles 1 year later. In the vicinity of the Earthfire Rock Valley, the town of Xianjian, at the Byway Tavern, guided by the directions of passers-by, Jiang Yu and his companions arrived at the largest tavern in Xianjian town. After a year of arduous living, the trio felt an urgent need to feast and compensate for their losses over the past year. Upon entering the tavern, before Jiang Yu could utter a word, Huo Wuxuang called out loudly to the proprietor, Boss, bring us 10 pounds of braised beef, 30 skewers of grilled kidneys, a plate of iron plate chives, a whole roasted lamb, a barrel of wine, and some desserts. Huo Wuxuang ordered several dishes in rapid succession, not allowing the others a chance to place their orders. Moreover, Many of the dishes were specifically chosen for Jiang Yu, for he had endured considerable tribulations at the hands of Huo Wu throughout the year. It was time for a substantial replenishment. Seeing him order so much food, Jiang Yu decided to refrain from further comments, especially since he was not picky and would eat anything. Very well. The three esteemed guests are invited to take their seats. The waiter, taken aback by such amiable patrons, promptly led them to a table by the window. At noon, the tavern was bustling with patrons, with only a handful of tables remaining vacant among the over 100 available. Fortunately, noticing Jiang Yu's hearty appetite, the waiter guided them to a special booth reserved for distinguished guests. Otherwise, they might have had to wait. Beside their seating was a window overlooking a serene forest, presenting a delightful view and fresh air. Once they were settled, Huo Wuxuang spoke first. Little Yu, we have endured trials together during this time. Should you find it difficult to continue at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, do come to the Blaze sect to seek refuge with me and Xiao Wu. Without further ado, I can assure you a position as a core disciple. His words were not unfounded, he continued. I have heard that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect is home to many beautiful female disciples. This little lecture of yours will inevitably offend them when that time comes. Do not hesitate to reach out to me. In light of your assistance in acquiring my soul ring, I shall reluctantly take you in. Huo Wu chimed in, echoing her brother's sentiments. She then retrieved a crimson token from her somewhat bulging attire. Inscribed with the words Blaze, the token was encircled by a pattern of flames. This was the Blaze token. Holding this token grants one the ability to make a request to the Blaze sect, which, if reasonable, would certainly be accommodated. Although Huo Wu's demeanor was somewhat proud, making her concern difficult to express, the fact that she bestowed the Blaze token upon Jiang Yu indicated her feelings for him were anything but trivial. In truth, Huo Wu's emotions towards Jiang Yu were quite complex. While she often found his frivolous remarks irksome, she also frequently yearned for conversations with him. Furthermore, having shared her first kiss and revealed herself to him, a bond naturally existed between them, leaving no room for estrangement in her heart. Thank you for your kindness. Although Jiang Yu held little interest in joining the Blaze sect, possessing this token seemed inconsequential. It merely provided an additional avenue of retreat. Upon receiving the token, Jiang Yu gently rubbed it against his ring, and the crimson emblem transformed into a beam of light, vanishing into the confines of the ring. Before long, a sumptuous feast was presented upon the table, and Huo Wuxuang promptly handed a handful of roasted kidneys to Jiang Yu. Here, indulge yourself, she urged. How did you know I have a penchant for roasted kidneys? Jiang Yu, without reservation, accepted the steaming kidney and began to savor it, a wave of exquisite flavor instantly enveloping his palate. If you enjoy it, indulge yourself a little more. You should partake as well, Jiang Yu mumbled as he swiftly devoured a kidney, soon reaching for another. I could not tolerate that flavor. I still preferred to eat leeks. Huo Wuxuang picked up her chopsticks and delicately selected some vibrant green leeks, savoring them as she chewed. In my youth, I was unaware of the virtues of kidneys, mistakenly valuing leeks as treasures. Jiang Yu could not help but inwardly criticize Huo Wuxuang for her lack of discernment. How could leeks possibly compare to kidneys? Nevertheless, Jiang Yu placed the roasted kidneys before himself, and before long, he had devoured them entirely. Delightful. Jiang Yu gently caressed his round belly, a look of sheer contentment gracing his features. He had truly relished this feast, having consumed a staggering 30 skewers of grilled kidneys, an unprecedented indulgence that left him neglecting all other dishes. Who would dare to usurp my rightful place? Just as Jiang Yu and his companions were engaged in lively conversation, a sudden, jarring roar reverberated through the tavern. My apologies, young Master Xiao. My newly hired staff is unfamiliar with the rules and did not realize that was your designated seat. Please, in your graciousness, allow me to have those patrons relocated. The tavern owner pleaded, bowing and scraping before a young man. The obsequiousness displayed made it abundantly clear that the individual before him was not to be trifled with. Most likely the scion of some influential family. That will not be necessary. I shall address this matter personally. I am quite eager to discover who has the audacity to encroach upon my seat, he replied, disdain evident in his tone. Once again, it was one of those privileged young louts. Jiang Yu could not help but shake his head, realizing that no matter where one may be, there are always bullies who wield their power to intimidate others. Before Jiang Yu could finish his exclamation, he noticed the young man approaching their table. Following him were several burly youths and two middle-aged men, one of whom was the shop owner from earlier, while the other was shrouded in a gray robe, exuding an air of mystery. Trouble was undoubtedly brewing. Jiang Yu did not anticipate that the young man was approaching them. Yet he was not one to shy away from confrontation. Without hesitation, he prepared to engage. "Brother Hua, it seems he is indeed coming for us." Jiang Yu gazed at Hua Wushuang with an air of nonchalance, even managing a smile, entirely dismissing the individual before him. Since someone had chosen to be obstinate, it was only fitting that we offer a lesson. The chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. As Hua Wushuang spoke, he tore a piece of meat from the leg of lamb and tossed it into his mouth, chewing with relish. It would be a shame for such delectable meat to be ruined before the imminent battle commenced. At that moment, when Xianjian turned his gaze to Hua Wu, he found himself rendered speechless. My goodness, such a stunning beauty. Today, I must indulge myself. The experience is bound to be exhilarating. Xiaoqinshuan's mouth watered at the sight of Hua Wu. This enchanting lady, I am Xiaoqinshuan, son of the Lord of Nodding City, Xiaoyan. Might I have the honor of sharing a drink with you? A fervent desire sparkled in Xiaoqinshuan's eyes, were it not for the crowd. He would have relished the opportunity to enjoy the company of such a rare beauty at that very moment. Begone. Hua Wu would not entertain such a person with kindness. How dare the mere son of a city lord attempt to present himself in such a manner? He was nothing but a frog at the bottom of a well. What did you say? Do you have any idea who my father is? Xiaoqinshuan stared at Hua Wu in disbelief, astonished that his previously infallible charm had failed him. This woman had the audacity to dismiss him. He was the son of a city lord, and others typically vied for his favor. He had never endured such humiliation before. This was intolerable. Today, whether she liked it or not, she would comply. Enraged and humiliated, Xiaoqinshuan unleashed his martial spirit. Azure-eyed white wolf, manifest. A layer of azure light erupted from his body, and as the light flickered, his muscles expanded instantaneously, his eyes transforming into a pale green hue. His claws shot up, and even his nails became extraordinarily sharp, with 2 rings of yellow soul rings rising from beneath his feet, revealing his appearance after the manifestation of his martial spirit. How dare a mere great soul master be so audacious? Jiang Yu scoffed in disdain. How absurd. Upon witnessing such contempt from a mere youth, Xiaoqinshuan's fury ignited, and he forcefully swept the dishes off the table, sending them crashing to the floor. The table was instantly left barren, earning Xiaoqinshuan the title of the new master of table clearing. Ah, now you know fear, do you? However, I am in a good mood today. Simply deliver that girl beside you, and I shall refrain from holding this against you. Once she has pleased me, I might even reward you with some golden soul coins. Xiaoqinshuan could not suppress his lascivious laughter. You speak nonsense. Chapter 26. Yu Xiaojiang Hua Wushuang was immediately engulfed in rage, slamming his palm down and shattering the table. Witnessing the humiliation of his sister, he could not remain indifferent. His martial spirit manifested in an instant. Upon seeing the 3 dazzling soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, adorning Hua Wushuang, Xiaoqinshuan was momentarily taken aback. The youth before him appeared even younger. Yet he was undeniably a true soul master. It seemed he had encountered a formidable opponent. Regret washed over Xiaoqinshuan. Hua Wushuang paid no heed to Xiaoqinshuan's feelings, unleashing his fiery palms towards him. The onlookers, sensing the impending chaos, scattered like frightened birds, hastily escaping the tavern, a place fraught with danger. It was well known that Xiaoqinshuan was the son of the city lord. Everyone near Nodding City was aware of the Xiao family's infamous reputation. Should he engage in a confrontation, a victory would be fortunate, but defeat would surely bring retribution from the lord's estate upon the spectators. However, not everyone feared the city lord. A particular table of patrons remained steadfast, refusing to flee. Third young master, be cautious. The enigmatic figure clad in gray could no longer restrain himself. As a guest elder of the Xiao family, he bore the responsibility of safeguarding Xiaoqinshuan's safety. Diamond seal. The gray-robed man bellowed, his body radiating golden light as a square iron seal materialized in his right hand. For soul rings encircled the seal, 1 white, 1 yellow, and 2 purple. Although not the most optimal configuration, he was indeed a powerful soul sect master, far surpassing the capabilities of those present. Third soul skill, giant diamond seal. The iron seal surged in size to over 1 meter, swiftly flying to Xiaoqinshuan's side, intercepting Hua Wushuang's fiery strike. The immense force emanating from the seal sent Hua Wushuang staggering backward, nearly propelling him through the window. Brother! Hua Wu rushed forward, hastily supporting Hua Wushuang. Her eyes filled with concern. I'm fine. Hua Wushuang spat out the congealed blood from his mouth, his face reflecting defiance. If I weren't a soul sect master, I guarantee I could have brought him down. Seeing Hua Wushuang pushed back, Jiang Yu promptly stepped forward to assist. He and Hua Wu were friends. and witnessing their maltreatment stirred within him an unwillingness to stand idly by. What of a soul sect master? With unwavering resolve, he struck back fiercely. As the Scarlet Sky Sword martial spirit emerged, the surrounding air became palpably tense. A formidable pressure erupted from Jiang Yu's being, astonishing even the enigmatic figure present. It is worth noting that he was a formidable soul sect powerhouse, yet he found himself taken aback by the aura exuded by a mere first-ring soul master, an unprecedented occurrence. This could only signify one thing. The quality of this young man's martial spirit was extraordinarily high. The essence of a top-tier martial spirit. A middle-aged man seated several places away suddenly gasped, for having studied martial spirits for so long, he was not oblivious to the quality of Jiang Yu's martial spirit. The sword in his hand was assuredly not inferior to the famed Haotian hammer, recognized as the world's foremost weapon martial spirit. A glint of keen insight flickered in his eyes as he contemplated something profound. "Master, should we intervene on their behalf?" inquired an elderly man before him, unable to tolerate the sight of a soul sect member bullying a child. "Patience, let us observe for a moment longer," the man replied, gesturing dismissively, embodying the demeanor of a spectator. "Teacher, what schemes are afoot?" wondered a young boy beside him, intrigued by the man's ulterior motives. Seizing the moment while the mysterious figure was momentarily distracted, Jiang Yu discreetly unleashed his first soul skill. A multitude of long swords, ablaze with fierce flames, surged toward the enigmatic man's chest, lower body, shoulders, and calves. In a critical instant, the mysterious figure swiftly wielded an iron seal to block the oncoming flying swords. This iron seal appeared to possess extraordinary properties, as it absorbed Jiang Yu's fiery swords with remarkable ease. "This boy possesses such prodigious talent. It will not be long before he surpasses me. He must not be allowed to live," the mysterious man thought, resolved to eliminate this potential threat to his future. Fourth soul skill, Thousand Gene Seal. The fourth soul ring on the mysterious man suddenly glowed, causing his martial spirit to swell to approximately 10 meters in height. This soul skill was derived from a 900-year-old Thousand Gene Ant Spirit Beast, a rarity among ant-type soul beasts renowned for their immense strength. Empowered by this soul skill, the weight of the mysterious man's diamond seal soared to over 1,000 pounds. The colossal iron seal hurtled toward Jiang Yu. Should this strike land, no amount of talent would suffice to shield him. Sensing the overwhelming pressure emanating from the iron seal, Jiang Yu steeled himself for a formidable defense. He knew he could only attempt that particular technique. Jiang Yu infused the primordial purple energy within him into the Chixiao Sword, then immediately activated the meridian pathways of the celestial/sword technique. The opportunity was fleeting. If this strike could not withstand the onslaught of the Vajra seal, his fate would be sealed. As the iron seal descended ominously, Jiang Yu let out a thunderous roar, drawing the Chixiao Sword with his right hand, then firmly grasping it with both hands and swinging it forcefully upwards. A colossal purplish-red sword aura erupted violently from the Chixiao Sword, surging directly toward the Vajra seal. With a resounding crash, the immense iron seal was surprisingly deflected by the sword aura unleashed by Jiang Yu. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone displayed expressions of sheer astonishment. A mere soul master had effortlessly neutralized the most formidable strike of the soul sect, an utterly preposterous feat, yet the undeniable reality lay before them, leaving no room for disbelief. Jiang Yu secretly rejoiced, for he had finally succeeded in mastering the celestial blade technique. However, despite its formidable power, this swordsmanship exacted a terrifying toll on his soul energy. A single strike had completely drained him of all his spiritual force. Although his previous blow had managed to turn the tide, they had not truly escaped from peril. The mysterious figure had not sustained significant injury, and with his cultivation level in the soul sect, he was capable of unleashing his fourth soul skill numerous times. Having barely expended any soul energy in the recent confrontation, I did not anticipate that you could withstand my fourth soul skill. The expression on the mysterious figure's face grew increasingly grave, for Jiang Yu's talent exceeded his expectations. Thus, he resolved that Jiang Yu could not be allowed to live. Sensing Jiang Yu's current frailty, the mysterious figure prepared to launch another strike to eliminate this troublesome adversary, as for someone of his ilk. The prospect of annihilating a genius was undoubtedly exhilarating. Just as he was about to unleash his soul skill once more, a hoarse voice suddenly emanated from the tavern, halting the mysterious figure's actions. "Stop!" Jiang Yu's gaze fell upon 3 figures approaching in their direction. The speaker, positioned in the middle, appeared somewhat slender, likely in his 40s or 50s, adorned with a gray hat and sporting black hair styled in a side part. His features were rather unremarkable. Yet he emanated a distinct aura, with his hands clasped behind his back. Bullying the weak. What kind of soul master is that? Chapter 27. Taking disciples. Yu Xiaojiang immediately rebuked. You, a distinguished soul master, dare to bully a mere child? Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed? Even in the presence of a soul master, Yu Xiaojiang remained undaunted. Bolstered by the elderly man beside him, knowing that he had someone to rely on gave him the confidence to stand firm. May I ask who you are? The mysterious figure hesitated momentarily. People refer to me as Master. Yu Xiaojiang refrained from revealing his true name, fearing that his reputation might overshadow the mysterious man. Instead, he introduced the elderly figure beside him. This esteemed gentleman is the principal of Nodding Academy, a formidable soul master of the 40th level in the assault system. Master. Both the mysterious figure and Jiang Yu exclaimed simultaneously. Yu Xiaojiang? Jiang Yu could not help but closely observe the significant character from the original narrative before him. Though his appearance was rather ordinary, he emanated a unique aura, reminiscent of a refined rogue from literature. No wonder both Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong, the two unparalleled beauties, were captivated by him. It turned out that the master had arrived. The mysterious figure clearly recognized the name of Yu Xiaojiang, and his expression instantly shifted to one of reverence, for he was a legendary figure among soul masters. Although his soul power could never surpass the 30th level, he had carved out a remarkable path in the realm of soul masters through sheer intelligence. Faced with the master, the enigmatic individual dared not act rashly, especially with the esteemed principal of Nodding Academy by his side, a renowned powerhouse in the city, having just broken through to the Soul Zone realm. He was even constrained by the latter's martial spirit. He would not stand a chance against that elder, even at his prime. I wonder if Master could grant me, Ding Sanqiang, a small favor and refrain from intervening in this matter. The mysterious man managed to force a smile. Ding Sanqiang? I have not heard of you. Came the blunt response from Yu Xiaojiang, who was surprisingly forthright, offering him no semblance of face. What face do you possess, anyway? Master, you are unaware of the situation. The principal's son couldn't help but interject teasingly. It is said that this person is driven by desire, visiting brothels daily. He has a strong penchant for alcohol, consuming 3 gin of strong liquor with every meal, and his skills in sewing and mending surpass even those of women. So this is the famed Sanqiang. Yu Xiaojiang chuckled lightly. Ding Sanqiang's countenance darkened instantly. Nothing irked him more than having his name used against him. Had it not been for the identities of the 2 individuals before him, he would have resorted to violence long ago. I will protect these children. It would be wise for you to leave, Yu Xiaojiang declared with authority. Yes, we shall take our leave, Xiao Qinshian interjected, leading his group away before Ding Sanqiang could utter a word. Not to mention the master. Even the principal of Nodding Academy was not someone he could provoke, especially since his 5th brother was still studying there. He could not afford to offend the principal. Although Ding Sanqiang was reluctant, he dared not speak further and could only follow Xiao Qinshian, leaving in disgrace. Little one, from where do you hail? Once they had departed, Yu Xiaojiang let out a sigh of relief, disregarding the fire dance siblings, and approached Jiang Yu with genuine concern, inquiring, what is your martial spirit? Jianming, Chixiao. Jiang Yu replied. Although Jiang Yu harbored a disdain for Yu Xiaojiang, he could not overlook the fact that the latter had just extricated them from a predicament. The Chixiao Sword? A look of perplexity clouded Yu Xiaojiang's face. Evidently he was unfamiliar with such a martial spirit. However, in the presence of so many onlookers, he would certainly refrain from displaying his ignorance, for he was a recognized authority in the field of martial spirit research. Youngster, your martial spirit appears to be a variant type. Among the entire continent, I possess the most profound knowledge of martial spirits. I perceive that you have commendable potential. Would you be inclined to accept me as your mentor? Yu Xiaojiang proclaimed with an air of self-satisfaction, believing that Jiang Yu, being merely a child, would be easily swayed by his flattery. Ahem, I mean to offer guidance. Master, did you not declare that you would no longer take on disciples? A nearby young boy could not help but roll his eyes, astonished at how swiftly Yu Xiaojiang had contravened his earlier vow. I'm afraid that's not permissible. Jiang Yu rejected the offer without a second thought. How could he even entertain the idea? Bibi Dong was his benefactor, and the individual before him was one of the principal culprits responsible for her current plight. To accept Yu Xiaojiang as a master would be tantamount to acknowledging a thief as a father, a notion Jiang Yu could never entertain. Furthermore, he harbored profound doubts regarding Yu Xiaojiang's scholarly prowess. His theories were far from being universally accurate. Tang San had predominantly become a formidable figure through his innate mastery of the Tang sect's unique skills and his formidable martial spirit, rather than through any significant connection to Yuxiao Gang. It was indeed laughable that a self-proclaimed master, who prided himself on his extensive theoretical knowledge, could fail to recognize the nine-heart Sido. Jiang Yu's martial soul inherently possesses its own techniques, and with the guidance of the sword Douluo, he is not lacking in resources. Thus, why would he need to seek Master Yuxiao Gang as his mentor? To be honest, the training methods espoused by the master merely consist of running with stones on one's back or participating in competitions at the Grand Soul Arena, which hold little substantial value. Jiang Yu could not comprehend why the male protagonists in those fanfictions were so eager to seek out Yuxiao Gang as their master. She found it perplexing that they would choose to fawn over an older man. Perhaps they were simply enamored with the art of fencing. Jiang Yu, however, harbored no interest in such matters. With his prodigious talent, ascending to divinity would pose no challenge. He had no need for the charity of others. Moreover, even if he were to take Yuxiao Gang as his mentor and become a disciple alongside Tang San, it was doubtful he would reap any substantial benefits. One need only observe Tang San's subsequent actions to understand this. Not only did he fail to assist Yuxiao Gang in attaining divinity, but he also refused to bring along his cousin, Bai Qinxiang, to the divine realm. Ultimately, one should rely on oneself in all endeavors. Jiang Yu does not prefer to rely on others. What? Have you truly considered this? Yuxiao Gang doubted the accuracy of his hearing. Could it be possible for someone to decline his offer of apprenticeship? Historically, it had always been others who humbly sought his mentorship. Apart from myself, no one knows how to guide you in your cultivation. I have recognized your remarkable talent and, not wishing to let a rare genius go to waste, contemplated taking you as my disciple. You must not make a misguided decision. Haha. In response to Yuxiao Gang's feigned sincerity, Jiang Yu could not suppress a laugh. There is no need for your concern, master. I already have a mentor. Who is he? Yuxiao Gang pressed on, expressing disbelief that this individual could possess a deeper understanding of martial souls than he. Sword Dao Qinshin. As Jiang Yu's words left his lips, Yuxiao Gang's expression instantly soured. It was he. Your master is indeed the Sword Douluo. The young boy beside his teacher tugged at his garment and inquired, Sword Douluo, do you still recall the Spirit Hall token that master once showed you? Yuxiao Gang replied gravely, there are a total of 6 spirit marks on that token, one of which is a sword, known as the 7 Killing Sword. The soul masters who possess this spirit are the pinnacle of their kind, boasting the cultivation of a title Douluo, recognized by all as the Sword Douluo. Title Douluo. Tang San expressed his astonishment. He had not anticipated that the master of this young boy before him was so formidable. Consequently, he began to scrutinize Jiang Yu meticulously. Simultaneously, Jiang Yu was also observing Tang San closely, for the only person referred to as Little San by Yuxiao Gang was none other than the protagonist of Douluo Continent, Tang San. Jiang Yu was taken aback to encounter Tang San in such a setting, and he could not help but develop a profound interest in this future deity. Tang San's appearance was not particularly striking. Perhaps due to his frequent training under the sun, his skin was considerably darker than that of the average person. Coupled with his rather simple attire, he clearly bore the hallmarks of a soul master hailing from a humble background. At best, he could be described as clean. However, Jiang Yu was not deceived by his outward appearance. Tang San was no ordinary soul master from the common folk. His father, uncle, and grandfather were all formidable title Douluo, and he himself was a limit Douluo with an impressive soul power of 99, even surpassing Qian Daolu. Furthermore, his mother was a soul beast that had transformed after 100,000 years. It could be said that his lineage was undoubtedly among the most prestigious in the Douluo Continent, rivaled only by Qian Renxue. Chapter 28. Tang San. Jiang Yu has perused numerous fantasy novels, and without a doubt, Tang San stands as one of the most fortunate protagonists within these tales. Essentially, he monopolizes the entire array of adventures in the Douluo Continent, while his journey is safeguarded by the formidable Haoyan Douluo, rendering his path devoid of peril. Even Zhao Wujie merely subjects Tang San to an entrance examination, which later culminates in a thorough beating administered by Tang Hao. Tang San resembles the son of a meritorious official during the feudal dynasty, ostensibly venturing into treacherous territories for training, yet in reality, the dangers have long been eradicated. It is merely a gilded endeavor. Subsequently, he can return to ascend in ranks and amass wealth. Individuals like Tang San, blessed with a benevolent father, are incomparable to ordinary folk, as they are born at the finish line, leaving others striving in vain to keep pace with his progress. Jiang Yu gazed at Tang San, feeling an involuntary sense of reflection. Before the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition, Tang San's journey bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the classic film, The Truman Show, where everything unfolded according to another script. The so-called perilous encounters were merely minor interludes. Teacher, since this young brother already has a master, we should not impose. Tang San observed the flickering expressions on Yu Xiaojiang's face, sensing his lingering indecision regarding accepting Jiang Yu as a disciple. He continued, whether one can become a master and disciple is contingent upon fate. Perhaps there is no affinity between you and this young brother, so why force it? Upon hearing Tang San's words, Yu Xiaojiang suddenly gained enlightenment, realizing the adage that a forcibly twisted melon does not taste sweet. Moreover, he already had a prodigious disciple like Xiao San, who possessed a twin martial soul. Thus, Jiang Yu's absence as a disciple would not hinder his plans. Tang San could still put his theories into practice. Once he comprehended this, Yu Xiaojiang relinquished his fixation. Since you already have a master, I cannot insist. However, should you encounter difficulties in your cultivation in the future, feel free to seek me out at the Nodding Academy. Yu Xiaojiang, a true master of his generation, articulated his thoughts with both grace and poise, leaving no room for criticism. Even though Jiang Yu harbored a degree of disdain for him, he could not deny Yu Xiaojiang's adeptness in interpersonal relations. We still need to assist my disciple in hunting for the second soul ring, so I shall not impose any further. Yu Xiaojiang gestured towards Tang San, his face radiating pride as if showcasing his own prowess. After all, it was rare for someone of Tang San's age to have cultivated their soul power to the 20th level. Farewell. Just as Yu Xiaojiang prepared to turn and depart, a voice interrupted him. At a critical moment, Hu Wushuang halted him. It seems you are also in pursuit of soul rings. My brother Jiang Yu has fortuitously reached the 20th level of soul power and urgently requires a soul ring for ascension. Why not join forces for mutual support? Seeing Yu Xiaojiang's considerable knowledge of martial souls, Hu Wushuang intended to invite him along, especially since there was a soul master among them. Given his current injuries, his combat effectiveness had significantly diminished, and the Stardow Forest was not akin to ordinary soul-hunting forests. Having additional companions would enhance their safety. Your soul power has reached the 20th level? Yu Xiaojiang immediately turned, his face a mask of astonishment as he scrutinized Jiang Yu. The young boy appeared to be of a similar age to Tang San, perhaps only a year or two younger. Yet he was on the verge of advancing to a great soul master. It was noteworthy that Tang San possessed innate full soul power and a twin martial soul. Jiang Yu was not far behind. This revelation stirred a wave of intrigue within Yu Xiaojiang, and his gaze towards Jiang Yu became fervent. Then let us journey together. It is convenient for all. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Xiaojiang acquiesced, seizing the opportunity to showcase his extensive theoretical knowledge to Jiang Yu. Perhaps the young man would be captivated by his formidable charisma and reconsider his stance. Jiang Yu observed that Hu Wushuang had already extended an invitation, and he refrained from saying much more. After all, his understanding of Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San was derived from novels. Now, an opportunity for close contact presented itself, which was indeed fortuitous. Thus, the group set forth towards the Stardow Forest, as one of the most renowned gathering places for soul beasts on the Douluo Continent. The vast expanse of the Stardow Forest far exceeded common imagination. Within this immense primal forest, numerous ecological environments thrived, including swamps and wetlands. Notably, 2/5 of the Stardow Forest lies within the territory of the Tiando Empire, with an entrance located near Nodding City. Upon departing from Xingyun Town, the group made their way directly towards the Stardow Forest, and as they approached, the number of soul masters increased significantly. Being one of the largest soul beast congregations, it was undoubtedly a coveted destination for many soul masters, as it signified their impending advancement to the next stage. Even Yu Xiaojiang could not ascertain the duration of the Stardow Forest's existence, yet upon entering, one could only surmise its ancient presence by observing the towering trees that obscured the sky. Immersed in the forest, they distinctly felt the transformative differences from the outside world. A refreshing fragrance enveloped them. The air here was remarkably purer than that of the outside, and taking a deep breath, every pore in their bodies seemed to relax, inducing an indescribable comfort. The trees within the forest stood at least 20 meters tall, and this was merely the outermost layer. They intertwined in layers, making it nearly impossible to discern the path ahead. The group had no choice but to forge ahead, slowly navigating through the dense underbrush. Having traveled less than 5 miles after half an hour, although they encountered numerous soul beasts along the way, most were merely 10 or 100-year-old creatures. Additionally, soul beasts such as the wild cat, red-eared rabbit, and Pink Lady were unsuitable for Jiang Yu and Tang San. Exhausted from their journey, they paused beneath a large tree to rest, for the Stardow Forest was far more perilous than the soul-hunting forest, necessitating that they remain in optimal condition at all times. The group of 6 divided into 2 formations, with Huowu Shuang and Huowu flanking Jiang Yu, as his soul power cultivation was the weakest among the 3. Initially, Jiang Yu disagreed with this arrangement. He believed Huowu should be in the center. However, he ultimately succumbed to Huowu's persistent persuasion. Just as the group began to lower their guard, the enormous vines entwined around the tree began to writhe ominously. Even the master had not anticipated that this tree was host to a rare plant-type soul beast. Suddenly, as the group reacted, the vines split into 6 strands, ensnaring them tightly. The outer green layer of the vines burst open, revealing their original black state, ghost vines. Upon discerning the transformation of the vines, Yu Xiaojiang's expression changed drastically. He had not expected it to be parasitic upon this tree. Indeed, it was cunning, living up to its reputation as one of the most troublesome plant-type soul beasts. The ghost vine, approximately 6 meters in length, is a soul beast that has existed for at least 6 centuries. Xiao San, it is indeed a fitting choice for your second soul ring, surpassing my initial considerations for your soul beast. If my assumptions are correct, the parasitic abilities of the ghost vine will manifest as a skill in your soul ring, which is one of the most compatible abilities for your blue silver grass. Gradually, Yu Xiaojiang's initial terror transformed into delight, despite their perilous situation. He held steadfast faith that they would emerge unscathed. After all, Dean's son was a formidable soul master, capable of handling a mere century-old soul beast without difficulty. Chapter 29. The Chixiao Sword against blue silver grass weight. Jiang Yu, ensnared by the ghost vine, began to sense an unsettling change within his body. The ghost vine harbored an immensely potent neurotoxin, causing his soul power to stagnate, rendering him somewhat limp, with even certain aspects of his being losing their rigidity. Old son, act swiftly. The toxin of this ghost vine is truly terrifying, and its unique parasitic capability is a nightmare for many soul masters. The seeds it releases can absorb our energy, converting it into neurotoxin that invades our bodies. If we do not act now, you too may not escape. Yu Xiaojiang shouted urgently at Dean. Sunday understood. Sunze immediately unleashed his martial spirit, a brilliant red light erupting from within him. A massive crimson scythe, several meters long, materialized in the palm of his right hand. For soul rings, yellow and purple, circled the scythe, undulating rhythmically. This was Sunze's martial spirit, the fiery scythe. First soul skill, Flame Slash. Sunze gripped the scythe tightly and cleaved towards the ghost vine beside him, the ferocious flames instantly shredding the surrounding tendrils, which fell to the ground until reduced to ashes. Although plant-type soul beasts often employ peculiar methods of attack, they typically share a common vulnerability, a fear of fire. Once free, Sunze rescued Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San. Just as he prepared to assist Jiang Yu and Huowu, he realized that his intervention was unnecessary. They had already discovered their means of escape. Huowu Shuang and Huowu simultaneously unleashed intense flames that incinerated the ghost vine entirely. Jiang Yu also summoned the Chixiao Sword, and as the golden flames emerged, the ghost vines retreated from his vicinity, albeit too late. It is important to note that the flames contained within the Chixiao Sword are unparalleled, far exceeding those of ordinary fire. Thank goodness no one was injured. Observing Jiang Yu's adept response, Yu Xiaojiang grew increasingly appreciative. At such a tender age, his composure in the face of danger was truly remarkable. Far beyond what one might expect from someone of his years. He was reminiscent of Tang San in his precociousness. How splendid it would be if he could become my disciple, with Xiao San and this Jiang Yu. They would undoubtedly shine as the brightest twin stars in the realm of soul masters. Yu Xiaojiang could not help but indulge in visions of the future. A time when the world would recognize that he, Yu Xiaojiang, was far from a failure. Indeed, he would be deemed the greatest of all. His second soul skill, the Flame Totem, was about to be unveiled. As Yu Xiaojiang was lost in his reverie, Sunze commenced his assault on the ghost vine. Embodying the spirit of a pragmatist rather than a theorist like the master, fierce flames erupted from the red scythe, transforming into countless entities resembling tadpoles as they surged toward the ghost vine. In a fleeting moment, the vine's tendrils were reduced to less than a tenth of their original form, leaving only the most vital core intact. After accomplishing this task, Sunze produced a dagger from his cloak and presented it to Tang San. This final strike is yours to execute. Quickly, absorb your soul ring. Thank you, Dean. Tang San replied, accepting the dagger with a respectful bow towards Sunze. Though he was motivated by the teacher's request, he acknowledged the substantial assistance Sunze had provided. feeling it warranted such a gesture of gratitude. Tang Xin was not one to relish being in anyone's debt, and now they were even. With purposeful strides, Tang Xin approached the ghost vine, and without a moment's hesitation, he plunged the dagger into its core. His movements were not only swift and decisive but also exhibited a precision and ferocity that belied his age, resembling a seasoned warrior who had weathered countless battles. Moments later, a brilliant circle of yellow soul rings materialized from the ghost vine, and Tang Xin seated himself to absorb the soul ring. Jiang Yu gazed in his direction, deep in thought. It became apparent that Tang San's second spirit ring had come about in this manner. The mysterious martial soul mentioned in the original text must indeed belong to this director Sunday. However, it was surprising to discover that his martial soul took the form of a scythe, imbued with the element of fire. No wonder it could counter the ghostly vines. The fire attribute, alongside sharp weaponry, has always exerted a formidable influence over plant-type soul beasts. Sun Tze's martial soul possesses both qualities, granting him a significantly greater advantage against the ghostly vines than a beast martial soul master would have. Tang Xin has already acquired his second spirit ring, and I can't help but wonder what soul beast I shall encounter next. The anticipation is quite thrilling, regardless. I must surpass Tang Xin and secure a formidable soul beast of no less than 700 years. A sense of comparison unwittingly arose within Jiang Yu. After a quarter of an hour, Tang Xin finally succeeded in absorbing the soul ring from the ghost vine. The master's estimation proved accurate, indeed. Tang Xin's soul ring skill was the most terrifying parasitic ability of the ghost vine. Xiao, why not engage in a friendly spar with Xiao San? Yu Xiaojiang shamelessly struck up a conversation with Jiang Yu, immediately donning a benevolent smile. His recent promotion to Great Soul Master meant that the gap between him and Jiang Yu was not excessively vast. Their duel would aptly showcase the disparity in their strengths, proving to be highly beneficial for both. All right, Jiang Yu did not refuse. He too was eager to ascertain the true extent of his strength compared to Tang Xin's. I look forward to your guidance. Suddenly, a deep blue radiance erupted from Tang Xin's being, and a cluster of deep blue grass sprouted from the palm of his hand. Though each blade appeared slender, they were adorned with serpentine patterns, swiftly morphing into cylindrical shapes. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the blades were covered in fine, sharp spines. A surge of creamy white light enveloped Tang Xin, and under this luminescence, the deep blue grass expanded dramatically, swiftly attaining a thickness comparable to a human arm, akin to the earlier ghostly vine. Dear Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. The subsequent events are even more thrilling. Following the absorption of the ghostly vine's soul ring, his blue silvergrass underwent a profound transformation. Black serpentine patterns shimmered, coiling around Tang Xin like dozens of great serpents. Tang Xin, Martial Soul, Blue Silvergrass, Level 21 Control System Soul Master. I humbly seek your guidance. Witnessing Tang Xin's martial soul, Huo Wu and Huo Wu Shuang were taken aback. They had not anticipated that such a seemingly worthless martial soul as Blue Silvergrass could achieve such rapid cultivation. It was truly astonishing. Jiang Yu, Martial Soul, Chixiao Sword, Level 20 Assault System Soul Master. Jiang Yu remained remarkably composed. Although his soul power had ascended to the 20th level, he could not attain the next title without bestowing a soul ring upon his martial spirit for an entire day. Thus, he could only refer to himself as a soul master. Shortly thereafter, a brilliant crimson radiance erupted from his being, with searing flames converging towards the palm of his right hand, ultimately coalescing into a resplendent longsword. A yellow soul ring emanated an astonishing energy, encircling the Chixiao Sword with fervent intensity. Please, you go ahead. With a grave expression, Jiang Yu stated, my Chixiao Sword possesses a fiery attribute, which fortuitously counters your blue silvergrass. To ensure fairness, I suggest you make the first move. Then I shall not hold back, Tang Xin replied. Recognizing that Jiang Yu did not belittle his blue silvergrass martial spirit like others, Tang Xin discerned that this opponent was no ordinary foe. Moreover, given that his own martial spirit was indeed restrained by Jiang Yu, he chose to forego further modesty and immediately launched his assault. Tang Xin's speed was remarkable. Having cultivated the Ghost Shadow Phantom Steps, he far surpassed the average Soul Master. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Jiang Yu. The blue silvergrass he unleashed swiftly sprang into action, spiraling tendrils of dark blue and black shooting forth from all directions towards Jiang Yu's form. Meanwhile, Tang Xin himself melded into the intertwining vines, seemingly vanishing from sight. Truly, Tang Xin was exceptional, demonstrating a formidable skill set. Jiang Yu could not help but nod repeatedly. However, if this was merely the extent of the attack, then Tang San had indeed underestimated him. It was time for Tang San to witness the true extent of his strength. Jiang Yu gripped the Chixiao Sword tightly, swinging it towards the dark blue vines. In an instant, golden flames surged forth, fiercely advancing towards the blue-silver grass. Ultimately, Tang San's martial soul, prior to any mutations, was merely the blue-silver grass. Chapter 30. A resounding defeat for Tang San being grass. It was bound to be limited by its nature. Jiang Yu's imperial fire was the epitome of flames. Once unleashed, the colossal blue-silver vines were reduced to ashes, catching Tang San off guard as he never anticipated that his assault would be so effortlessly countered by Jiang Yu. Alas, the blue-silver grass remained just that. If only he could wield the Haotian hammer. Tang San felt an overwhelming sense of frustration at the current predicament, but regrettably, his master had advised him never to reveal the secret of the Haotian hammer unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, with so many witnesses present, employing such a tactic was impractical. First soul skill, bind. Yet, Tang San did not relent. Instead, he continued to conjure several thick strands of blue-silver grass, entwining them into a sharp, sword-like form. He then employed the techniques from the hidden weapons technique, launching the sword grass forward. Whoosh, 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 the sound of slicing through the air echoed instantly. Jiang Yu did not dare to be careless. After all, Tang San was quite cunning. His myriad of concealed weapon techniques had caused even the formidable Qianjian, after her ascension to godhood, considerable distress. The Chixiao Sword erupted with brilliant golden flames as Jiang Yu, wielding the long sword, remained composed in the face of the arrow-like sharpness of the blue-silver grass, displaying not a hint of panic. With his extensive experience in countless battles, he understood that in the face of perilous combat, maintaining calmness is paramount. How intriguing! Although they were adversaries, even Tang San could not help but silently commend Jiang Yu's response. Indeed, this world is not devoid of prodigies. The individual before him was of a similar age, yet possessed an astonishing wealth of combat experience. Truly a marvel. It was no wonder Tang San was astounded. His formidable prowess stemmed from the experience of 2 lifetimes. As for Jiang Yu, no matter how astute Tang San might be, he could not fathom that Jiang Yu's circumstances were remarkably akin to his own. Were all the children of Douluo Continent as formidable as him? Even with the protection of Xianjian Gong and the Tang sect's supreme skills, one could not afford to be complacent. Tang San was compelled to temporarily set aside his pride and cautiously fix his gaze upon the advancing Jiang Yu. With a shout, as the arrow soared through the air, Jiang Yu finally discerned its flaw. Its essence was still rooted in the blue-silver grass, and its internal structure was rather unstable. Upon identifying its weak point, Jiang Yu, without a moment's hesitation, bellowed fiercely. Slash! He directed his long sword at the crevice in the blue-silver grass, and the searing flames along the blade erupted, thoroughly annihilating its interior. If the martial spirit proved ineffective, then let him witness the mastery of my Tang sect's techniques. Tang San promptly relinquished the blue-silver grass, transforming his fist into a claw, his speed increasing as he approached Jiang Yu, before suddenly leaping into the air. The technique, controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, was unleashed. Observing Tang San in midair, extending his claw towards his forehead, Jiang Yu could not help but sneer. Tang sect's ultimate skill. Humph. I too am adept in martial arts. It was a contest of whose ultimate technique would prevail, his or the superior traditions of Chinese martial arts. Although Jiang Yu is not a descendant of ancient martial arts, he encountered traditional martial arts during his university years. At that time, he opted for 2 renowned forms of boxing from the illustrious history of China as elective courses. Jiang Yu spread his feet apart, firmly assuming a solid horse stance, then channeled all his strength into his arms, clenching his fist with great force. Tang San, believing that with the secret technique of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, coupled with the immense downward inertia, he could overpower Jiang Yu, overlooked one crucial detail, the earth-shattering cannon. Jiang Yu unleashed both arms, his fist radiating an unparalleled force, striking fiercely at Tang San. With a resounding thud, Tang San was instantly propelled away. Although the technique of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon is reputed to be soft yet capable of hardness, it is not without its limitations. Once the force exceeds what he can endure, it becomes ineffective. As the saying goes, a single force can overcome 10 skills. What Jiang Yu executed was one of the 8 deadly techniques of the 8 Extremes Fist, a martial art renowned for its fierce intensity, standing alongside Tai Chi in the pantheon of Chinese martial disciplines. Together, these 2 forms represent the most resplendent jewels among the myriad styles of Chinese martial arts. one embodying grace and the other raw power. In contrast to Tai Chi's philosophy of yielding and redirecting force, the Eight Extremes fist is characterized by its unyielding strength, employing the most vigorous and straightforward techniques to vanquish foes swiftly. Although Jiang Yu may not possess the mastery of a martial arts grandmaster and might only surpass Master Ma by a slight margin, the transformation he underwent through the primordial purple energy has endowed him with strength that far exceeds that of any martial arts expert. After being sent flying several dozen meters, Tang Sen realized with dismay that the esteemed Tang sect's secret skills, which he had once held in such high regard, had been utterly defeated. The overwhelming force of Jiang Yu, coupled with the profound sense of defeat that engulfed him, caused Tang San to involuntarily expel a crimson liquid from his mouth. Xiao San. Upon witnessing his disciple spitting blood, Yu Xiaojiang could no longer contain his concern and rushed to his side, helping him to his feet with a worried expression. How serious is your injury? Teacher, please don't worry. It's nothing grave, Tang San replied, striving to maintain a calm demeanor in order to alleviate his mentor's concerns. My apologies. I couldn't control my strength and inadvertently caused you harm. Jiang Yu hurriedly stepped forward to assess Tang San's condition, his face reflecting a sense of guilt. However, the thought swirling in his mind remained a mystery to all. Had he known earlier, he would have been more gentle. Tang San, who had initially resolved to let go of his concerns, found himself unsettled upon hearing Jiang Yu's words. What does it mean to be gentle? Is it a sign of disdain? He loathed the idea of being treated with leniency. Rather than triumphing over a feigned opponent who deliberately withheld their full strength, Tang San would prefer to confront a rival who exerted their utmost effort, delivering a thorough and exhilarating defeat. No, Tang San quickly interjected, please, do not hold back. Remember to exert even more strength next time. Jiang Yu was taken aback to discover that Tang San was, in fact, a masochist. It was his first encounter with someone who would make such an eccentric request. However, since it was Tang San who asked, there was no harm in complying. Thus, the act of striking became pleasurable for both parties, resulting in a delightful win-win situation. Unexpectedly, he found his brother-in-law to be quite formidable. He pondered whether, after Xiao Wu married him, she could persuade him to impart the martial techniques he had just demonstrated. Standing behind them, Hua Wushuang wore an expression of envy. As a fellow powerful assault-type soulmaster, he could not help but recognize the prowess of Jiang Yu's recently showcased techniques. Yet, he understood that such secret arts were often regarded as personal matters. Despite his intense desire, he felt it inappropriate to outright request Jiang Yu to share them. Nonetheless, he did not consider Jiang Yu as a stranger in his mind. His sister would inevitably marry Jiang Yu, and at that time, it would be perfectly reasonable to ask him to teach those techniques. Who said I was going to marry him? Hua Wu blushed but declared haughtily, if anyone's marrying him, it's you. I wish I could. Hua Wushuang replied earnestly. But he doesn't even notice me. Besides, we are both men. How could we possibly be together? It's all up to you, Xiao Wu. Bah. Hua Wu shot him an exasperated glare and then stomped on his foot with force. Ouch. Hua Wushuang winced in pain, quickly lifting his injured foot to rub it. You. Girl, your kicks are getting increasingly ruthless. Can't you be a little gentler? He said, grimacing. Serves you right for being so mouthy. Hua Wu chuckled heartily at his plight. Chapter 31. Development path. Through this contest, Jiang Yu had gleaned a clearer understanding of Tang San's capabilities. Although Tang San had not resorted to using any hidden weapons, Jiang Yu had also held back. One could assert that even if Tang San unleashed his full potential, Jiang Yu would not necessarily be at a disadvantage. At that moment, Jiang Yu felt an undeniable sense of joy. After all, not everyone had the opportunity to subdue Tang San, a privilege that many protagonists in fan fiction could only dream of. Compared to the subservience to Tang San, Jiang Yu found the experience of overpowering him far more gratifying. Following the competition, Yu Xiaojiang regarded Jiang Yu with increasingly unabashed eyes, tinged with a hint of possessiveness, evoking a rather unsettling sensation akin to that of a peculiar uncle. Although Jiang Yu was aware of Yu Xiaojiang's inclinations, he couldn't help but feel a shiver run down his spine. Xiao Yu, Yu Xiaojiang said, looking at Jiang Yu with a smile from the recent contest. It is evident that your Chixiao Sword martial spirit not only possesses an exquisite fire attribute, but also exudes a regal and domineering aura, akin to that of an emperor among sorts. Thus, your decision to pursue the path of a powerful assault-type soulmaster is undoubtedly the right choice. In a bid to win over Jiang Yu's heart, Yu Xiaojiang commenced an elaborate discourse, during which he took the liberty to extol his considerable contributions to the realm of soul masters. Historically, The sword martial spirit has been one of the most ubiquitous types among weapon martial spirits. However, no one in the soul master community had systematically cataloged knowledge pertaining to sword martial spirits. It is I who, unreservedly dedicating several years to the study of all things related to sword martial spirits, can assert that even your mentor, the sword Douluo, may not possess as much knowledge as I do on this theoretical front, despite not being a sword martial spirit myself. With a proud demeanor, Yu Xiaojing, a figure of great self-assurance in the field of martial spirit research, continued, according to my investigations, there are over 3,000 types of sword martial spirits on the continent. Excluding the exceedingly inferior ones, there are still more than 1,000 capable of transforming an individual into a battle soul master. Among these, the most prevalent are those imbued with elemental power, yet those containing ultimate attributes are few and far between. As far as I know, apart from your anomalous martial spirit, the only one on the Douluo Continent that comes close to possessing ultimate attributes is the 7-killing sword wielded by His Excellency the Sword Douluo, which is accompanied by the formidable Gung Sword Qi. Should the Gung Gold Sword Qi further evolve into ultimate sword energy, it could potentially challenge the supremacy of the Haotian Hammer as the world's foremost weapon martial spirit. However, you need not concern yourself with such complexities. Yu Xiaojing took a deep breath as he turned his gaze towards Jiang Yu. All you need to do is systematically cultivate your soul power to the level of a title Douluo. Generally speaking, the most suitable paths for sword martial spirits are the offensive or agility-based routes, and given the astonishing might of your Chixiao Sword, pursuing the offensive path is indeed a wise choice. Nonetheless, even within the offensive category, there are various developmental trajectories. A mysterious expression adorned Yu Xiaojing's face, exuding an air of unparalleled superiority. There is indeed something substantial here. Jiang Yu could not help but reassess Yu Xiaojing. Setting aside his character and the validity of his theoretical knowledge, it was evident that his dedication to research was commendable. Jiang Yu had encountered numerous soul masters who preferred the thrill of combat over the rigors of theoretical study. This was particularly true for the likes of Xiaoyu and Yin, whose performance in soul master theory was abysmal during their time at the Spirit Hall. In the 6 mandatory courses for soul masters, only the practical combat class allowed them to shine. They were severely lacking in academic prowess, a common affliction among many soul masters. Even within the hallowed halls of the Spirit Hall, a revered sanctuary for soul masters across the continent, the situation was not markedly better. Only a select few, such as Hulaina, managed to excel in all required courses. Despite the Spirit Hall's gradual emphasis on cultivating theoretical knowledge and the issuance of directives aimed at enhancing the comprehensive abilities of soul masters, the impact remained minimal. The pursuit of scholarship and theoretical research is inherently tedious, far less exhilarating than the thrill of battle. Moreover, combat not only showcases one's prowess, but also reveals charisma, attracting attention and even facilitating romantic pursuits. Seasoned soul masters like Octopus Luo, Bamboo Stickley, and Ladybug Wong have risen to stardom through their battles, amassing wealth and a fervent fan base. There are even rumors of inappropriate relationships with numerous young female soul masters. Given these factors, it is no surprise that combat remains the most fervently pursued activity among soul masters on the continent. In contrast, individuals like the master, who are committed to research, are seen as anomalies. His achievements are undoubtedly the result of diligent effort, albeit supported by the influence of Bibi Dong and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Noticing the spark of curiosity on Jiang Yu's face, Yu Xiaojing spoke with pride, explaining that strong attack-type soul masters actually follow 2 distinct paths. The first aims for high burst damage, output, and critical hits, focusing on defeating the enemy with maximum force right from the onset. However, this approach has a significant weakness: poor endurance. If one fails to swiftly eliminate the opponent, they risk being overpowered and falling into peril. Typically, this style is favored by soul masters who have awakened beast spirits, as their physical enhancements far surpass those of weapon spirits. The second path, which I would like to recommend, is often pursued by strong attack-type soul masters who have awakened weapon spirits. Unlike the first approach, this path emphasizes sustained combat and continuous output, with minimal consumption of soul power. Although the initial attacks may not be overwhelmingly fierce, they excel in consistency, allowing for a steady and enduring stream of offensive capability. Upon hearing the master's analysis, Jiang Yu's eyes sparkled with enlightenment. He had not anticipated the myriad intricacies involved. I still prefer the route of explosive power, declared Hua Wushuang, flexing his robust arms. A true man should vanquish his foes with the most ferocious attacks. That is the essence of victory. not like women who seek endurance. His words instantly drew disdainful glances from the crowd. It was evident that he was a simple-minded, muscle-bound individual. Such an approach might suffice against ordinary opponents, but it would easily lead to a passive predicament when confronted with formidable adversaries. Of course, the path a soul master chooses to embark upon is subjective. There is no singular best route, only what suits oneself. Take Tang San, for instance, who possesses the blue-silver grass martial soul. He cannot be expected to pursue a route of sheer offense. After all, the blue-silver grass is widely recognized as more suited for control. Having listened to Yu Xiaojiang's insights, Jiang Yu finally discerned the path he wished to follow: sustainable development. Aspiring to be a powerful attack-type soul master with a focus on endurance, now that is what a man should strive for. Compared to fleeting bursts of might, Jiang Yu preferred a more enduring approach, as it would allow him to revel in the joys of battle more fully. Chapter 32. The Duckbill Flame Dragon. Once Jiang Yu had solidified his chosen path, Yu Xiaojiang took the initiative to find the most suitable soul rings for him. The group set off once more. While the journey was not devoid of fire attribute soul beasts, they either lacked sufficient age or were unsuitable for Jiang Yu's soul rings. Wu Shuang, however, was somewhat tempted. He found himself coveting the fierce fire dragon beast, practically salivating at the thought of defeating it on the spot. Alas, his soul power was still far from reaching level 40, rendering him incapable of absorbing any soul rings. The previously encountered fire attribute soul beasts were indeed of good quality. But since Jiang Yu had opted for a route of endurance, he could not choose those lacking in lasting strength. Yu Xiaojiang narrowed his eyes in contemplation. I have selected 3 soul beasts that are most fitting for you: the Duckbill Flame Dragon, the Iron-Shelled Sword Beast, and the Fire God Bug. He paused for a moment, then sighed. There is, however, another soul beast that would be even more advantageous, but it is exceedingly rare. It may not even exist in the Stardow Forest, so it shall not be considered. What kind of soul beast could that be? Jiang Yu's eyes brightened. If there was a superior choice available, it was only natural to select the best. If that proved elusive, settling for a lesser option would suffice. The Crimson Flame Roaring Tiger. A glimmer of brilliance suddenly sparkled in Yu Xiaojiang's pupils. This magnificent creature was one of the 6 sovereigns among tiger-type soul beasts, revered alongside the dark demon Evil God Tiger, the evil-eyed White Tiger, the King of Diamond Tigers, the Thunder Golden Winged Tiger, and the Radiant Sacred Tiger. Even ranking above the evil-eyed White Tiger. Sihu Wushuang inhaled sharply upon hearing this name, evidently having heard tales of such a soul beast. I have only encountered descriptions of this exquisite fire attribute soul beast in the secret tomes of our sect. It is said that the Crimson Flame Roaring Tiger possesses the strength rivaling that of a 100-year-old soul beast from the moment of its birth. And once its cultivation surpasses a century, it can contend with 1,000-year soul beasts. However, due to its extraordinary innate talents, the Crimson Flame Roaring Tiger has become a target for many soul masters, compounded by its limited reproductive capabilities, leading to the gradual decline of this once mighty lineage. To this day, the existence of the Crimson Flame Roaring Tiger on the continent remains uncertain. Yu Xiaojiang was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that this seemingly simple-minded, muscle-bound man possessed knowledge of the Crimson Flame Roaring Tiger. This information had come to him during his past interactions with Bibi Dong. According to her, the Spirit Hall had gathered intelligence on various specific soul beasts from numerous influential factions. For instance, the detailed account of the Crimson Flame Roaring Tiger originated from the most powerful fire attribute sect, the Blazing Fire sect. Could it be that this hulking figure and the young girl beside him hailed from the Blazing Fire sect among the 7 great sects? Yu Xiaojiang could not help but speculate. If this were the case, it would present a rare opportunity to subtly inquire about the clandestine information regarding fire attribute soul beasts that the Blazing Fire sect possessed. Young man, I see you possess some knowledge about soul beasts. Allow me to put your understanding to the test. Are you aware of the legendary Vermilion Bird and the Great Sun Golden Crow, renowned as the most formidable divine beast of the fire attribute? Yu Xiaojiang was only vaguely familiar with these legendary soul beasts and was eager to validate the authenticity of the tales. Since Hu Wushuang hailed from the Blazing Fire sect, he might possess some hidden insights. You have indeed posed the right question. Without a hint of hesitation, Hu Wushuang responded promptly, according to the records in our tomes. The Vermilion Bird resides in a region to the south of the continent known as Finwu Mountain. Unfortunately, no one has located Finwu Mountain for thousands of years. However, I can assure you that the Vermilion Bird is indeed a real soul beast. Our sect even possesses feathers that have shed from the Vermilion Bird. As for the Sun Golden Crow, legend has it that a millennium ago, someone spotted its traces in the land of Tang Valley to the west of the continent. Historical accounts state that the sun golden crow later ascended to the divine realm alongside the sun god, transforming into a deity. However, after so many years of evolution, the precise location of the fabled Tang Valley has become a mystery. Alas, the tides of time have transformed all. Wu Wushuang could not help but feel a sense of melancholy, as a fire attribute soul master, never having encountered the formidable day sun golden crow, revered as the divine bird of the sun, is indeed a profound regret. From Wu Mountain, Tang Valley. Upon receiving definitive information, Yu Xiaojiang's expression instantly shifted to one of exhilaration. It turns out that these two soul beasts truly exist on the continent, and his conjectures have finally been validated. Half an hour later, the group arrived at a hilly region, where the number of soul beasts significantly surpassed that of the outer areas. Numerous weaker soul beasts congregated in groups, for only in unity could they withstand the onslaught of more powerful soul beasts. Upon their arrival, Jiang Yu and his companions encountered an increasing number of assaults. After all, this place was home to numerous ancient soul beasts, some of which had existed for millennia. Even the esteemed Dean Sun, possessing the strength of the soul sect, could not entirely intimidate these formidable creatures. Fortunately, the group demonstrated commendable prowess, successfully withstanding all onslaughts. Crack! Crack! Jiang Yu and his companions had just repelled the encroaching pack of phantom wolves when a resounding cry pierced the air. Turning around, they were met with the sight of a peculiar soul beast, resplendent in fiery red. Its visage bore a resemblance to that of a dragon, yet its beak resembled that of a duck. It stood upright on its legs, dashing toward their direction, its tail ablaze with fervent flames, emanating an aura of formidable power. Upon recognizing the creature, Yu Xiaojiang's expression brightened with joy. At last, he had found a suitable soul beast for Jiang Yu. The duckbeak flame dragon, a high-ranking soul beast, possessed dragon lineage. He recalled that his second sister's third soul ring had originated from this very beast. However, as thoughts of Lu Erlong surfaced, Yu Xiaojiang's countenance darkened. After parting ways with Bibi Dong, he had lost faith in love, only to regain it upon meeting Lu Erlong. Yet, fate had played a cruel trick on him. Just as he was filled with joy at the prospect of marrying Lu Erlong, his uncle had appeared, revealing that the woman he had cherished was, in fact, his sister. In an instant, his elation plummeted into despair, leaving him devoid of any desire to consummate their union. It is worth noting that marrying a cousin is not unheard of, but the instances of marrying a sister are exceedingly rare. Yu Xiaojiang dared not transgress such societal norms. Brother-in-law, the flames of the duckbeak flame dragon are notoriously troublesome, especially with their disorienting negative effects. You must exercise caution. Wu Wushuang kindly advised Jiang Yu, mindful of the well-being of his future brother-in-law. Brother, Wu Wu, blushing, stepped on his foot, reminding him for the umpteenth time not to refer to Jiang Yu as brother-in-law. Xiao Wu, you cannot deny it. We have been siblings for so many years. I am well aware of your feelings. There is no need for concealment, Wu Wushuang replied candidly. Xiao Wu. Tang San was momentarily taken aback, a strange expression crossing his face. She shares the same name. A sense of tenderness flooded his heart. Wishing everyone a joyous new year and good health. Level 33. Peculiar attack, brother. Since you care so much for him, why not assist him in dealing with that duckbeak flame dragon? Wu Wu, seizing upon Wu Wushuang's candid demeanor, schemed to teach him a lesson about offending his sister. Wu Wushuang raised a finger to indicate himself. Xiao Wu, I'm still injured. You need not worry. That duckbeak flame dragon is merely a trifle. Your little admirer can handle it without my aid. If I tell you to go, then go. Wu Wu feigned annoyance, stepping on his foot again. I will go. Wu Wushuang initially intended to refuse, but after some contemplation, he decided to heed Wu Wu's words. After all, you are my sister. With that, he charged furiously towards the distant duck-billed flame dragon. Thank you, Brother Hua. With someone willing to assist, Jiang Yu felt no need for formality. Observing Wu Wushuang engaged in battle with the duck-billed flame dragon, he couldn't help but chuckle. Wu Wushuang is undoubtedly a devoted brother. He then glanced at Tang San, who stood nearby with a hint of amusement on his lips. Unexpectedly, there seemed to be many devoted siblings around. I, however, am different. My affections lie with my elder sister, dear aunt. Alas, I must first strengthen my waist. I need to practice diligently. Perhaps I should focus on the 8 brocade exercises, as they greatly benefit waist training. Meanwhile, as Jiang Yu pondered, Wu Wushuang was already embroiled in a fierce struggle with the duck-billed flame dragon. Given his prowess, hunting a 1,000-year-old soul beast should have been well within his capabilities. Yet his injuries persisted, and the strength of the duck-billed flame dragon was formidable. After exchanging only a few blows, Huo Wushuang found himself scorched and disheveled by the dragon's flames, nearly singeing his hair. The flames on this duck-billed flame dragon's tail comprised 7 blossoms, each representing a century of cultivation, thus indicating its formidable 700 years of experience, perfect for serving as a second soul ring. Yu Xiaojing keenly observed the battle ahead. The combat prowess of the duck-billed flame dragon exceeded his expectations. Although Huo Wushuang bore injuries, he was still a genuine soul master. Yet he found himself at a disadvantage from the outset. It seemed he had underestimated the duck-billed flame dragon. Gagaga Shabi. The duck-billed flame dragon appeared utterly bewildered, seemingly disinterested in battling Huo Wushuang. However, it knew that it could not proceed without eliminating the human before it, compelling it to fight with all its might. Roar, roar, roar. Before long, a resounding roar echoed from the distance. Following this, a fiery red figure raced towards them. It was a tiger, its entire body a brilliant crimson, muscles rippling with strength. A striking black pattern resembling a king adorned its forehead, and blazing flames enveloped its form, burning fiercely as if it were a divine entity. The crimson flame roaring tiger? How unexpected! Yu Xiaojing immediately recognized the soul beast before him, astonished at the extraordinary fortune of encountering such a rare creature today. It was indeed a miracle. Is this the crimson flame roaring tiger? Upon seeing the appearance of the tiger ahead, Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Its visage bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the creature heralded as the universe's mightiest brother, the roaring flame tiger. They appeared as if they were fraternal twins. However, just as the onlookers anticipated an imminent attack from the crimson flame roaring tiger, it astonishingly darted away without even casting a glance in their direction. Shortly thereafter, a large herd of long-horned cattle rushed past, stirring up a dense cloud of dust that nearly trampled Yu Xiaojing. Within a quarter of an hour, hundreds of soul beasts emerged from the depths of the forest. Something was amiss. Yu Xiaojing's expression shifted dramatically. The behavior of these soul beasts was exceedingly peculiar. Particularly concerning was the crimson flame roaring tiger, known for its ferocity. According to the texts, this soul beast was notoriously brutal, launching vicious attacks upon encountering other creatures, especially humans. Why, then, were they ignoring the presence of the group? The unusual conduct of these beasts raised alarm bells in his mind. Just as Yu Xiaojing pondered this mystery, the duck-billed flame dragon suddenly pointed behind and exclaimed loudly, cawing incessantly. It then lost interest in continuing the skirmish and leapt over Huo Wushuang's head, fleeing wildly towards the outskirts. This was dire. Yu Xiaojing abruptly realized a grave concern. Something far more powerful must have caused such panic among these soul beasts, prompting their hasty retreat. Hearing the alarming cries, he could no longer contain himself and shouted, "Run!" He then seized Tang San and bolted away, abandoning the composure of a master, appearing quite disheveled in his haste. "We must go." Jiang Yu did not hesitate. He was convinced that Yu Xiaojing would not recklessly shatter the persona he had meticulously constructed. It was evident that he must have sensed an impending danger, prompting him to disregard even his own image. Jiang Yu said little, pulling Huo Wu along as they sprinted towards the outskirts. Feeling the warmth of his hand clasping hers, Huo Wu offered no resistance. In that moment, she was enveloped in a profound sense of security. "Stop looking, let us go." Dean's son, noticing their departure and seeing that Huo Wushuang remained motionless, kindly stepped forward to grasp Huo Wushuang's hand, urging him to follow the others. Moments later, a terrifying soul beast surged forth from the depths of the forest. It measured over 5 meters in length, boasting a formidable physique that bore a resemblance to a lion. It possessed 3 identical heads. Each head exceeded a meter in diameter, with fearsome fangs gleaming with a golden hue. This dread creature was, astonishingly, merely a hound. Where had that wretched insect vanished to? The 3-headed beast could articulate human speech. It was imperative to locate it, or else the master. The mere thought of its master sent a shiver down the spine of the 3-headed hound. First, let us catch up with those ahead to inquire. The creature eyed the fleeing humans, its lips curling to reveal sharp teeth, its expression both sinister and intriguing. In an instant, it dashed forward, covering over 100 meters in a blur, a mere shadow in motion, outpacing even the most agile of tidal Douluos. Exhausted from the chase, Yu Xiaojing turned back upon hearing the commotion behind him, and his heart sank as he beheld the horrifying visage of the soul beast, the 3-headed Chiemo hound. Could such a soul beast truly exist? Was the hell described in books an actual reality? Yu Xiaojiang had never anticipated that the legendary guardian of the gates of hell would appear within the Douluo forest. It was indeed a historic revelation. Yet, he found no joy in this discovery, for the terrifying soul beast was rapidly closing in. The hellfire wielded by the three-headed Chixiao hound was immensely fearsome, capable of incinerating a person's very soul, its power nearing the zenith of destructive flames. Yu Xiaojiang dared not confront it directly, and instead summoned Luo Sanpao, hoping its unique abilities could at least momentarily halt the advance of the three-headed beast. Come forth, Luo Sanpao. The master clasped his hands together before swiftly parting them, producing a soft sound as a faint purple soul energy emanated from his palms. In an instant, a peculiar creature materialized beside him, resembling a dog yet possessing the physique of a pig. Its entire body was covered in delicate purple fur, with two fluffy ears drooping adorably and a pair of deep blue eyes blinking incessantly. The creature's rotund body wiggled momentarily, causing its plump rear to sway. Upon seeing Yu Xiaojiang's Luo Sanpao, Jiang Yu couldn't help but think of a corgi. However, a peculiar bump crowned its head, round and enigmatic. Upon its arrival, it immediately rubbed against the master's leg, nearly fraying his trousers. Sanpao, it's up to you, Yu Xiaojiang declared robustly, as a second yellow soul ring quietly emerged around him. Emitting a puff akin to smoke, it induced a state of hypnosis upon Luo Sanpao. The power of the soul ring surged into Sanpao's body, propelling it into the air, only to release an exceedingly dense yellow gas from its ample behind, which swiftly permeated the atmosphere. The onlookers were met with an overwhelmingly foul odor, particularly Fire Dance and Fire Wushuang, who were left in utter astonishment. Even as members of one of the 7 great sects, they had never encountered such an eccentric martial soul capable of offensive action through flatulence. It was indeed a spectacle of hilarity. Chapter 34. Primordial Purple Chi. Though the master's soul technique was rather ludicrous, its effectiveness proved unexpectedly impressive. The three-headed scarlet demon hound halted upon catching a whiff of the noxious release from Luo Sanpao. While its offensive power was not formidable, the sheer insult it presented was significant. As one of the dominators of the Douluo forest, it had never faced a soul beast employing flatulence as an attack method. Luo Sanpao had truly opened its eyes. To the surprise of all, Sanpao's peculiar assault bore fruit. Seeing the pursuing soul beast cease its chase brought Yu Xiaojiang immense joy. Truth be told, he had harbored little hope at the onset, fully aware of Sanpao's capabilities. Without Flinder and Erlong present, its quality was merely mediocre at best. Unless the Golden Triangle could unleash a martial soul fusion technique to transform Luo Sanpao into the Golden Sacred Dragon, it would struggle against a century-old mandragora snake, let alone a ferocious beast like the three-headed scarlet demon hound. However, Yu Xiaojiang's elation was short-lived as the ferocious beast resumed its pursuit. A tremendous roar erupted from the three-headed scarlet demon hound, sending forth a wave of overwhelming pressure that radiated outward. Any creature within earshot collapsed under the weight of the sound wave, which contained a potent soul attack. Even talents like Tang San and Jiang Yu, endowed with formidable soul power, succumbed in an instant. Let's see where you intend to flee, the beast bellowed. The three-headed crimson demon hound cast a disdainful glance at the human lying on the ground, letting out a derisive laugh. However, they were all dazed. To whom could I inquire about the whereabouts of that wretched ice silkworm? Moments later, the three-headed crimson demon hound realized something was amiss and raised its enormous paw to scratch its head. At that moment, the two heads on either side expressed their discontent. Why do you only scratch the middle head? I am part of your body too. This is blatant favoritism. Indeed, such behavior is unbecoming, even for a dog. One must understand the principle of equitable treatment. Enough of this. I shall scratch. Is that acceptable? The middle head, with a sheepish grin, hurriedly extended its limbs to scratch the other two heads. Ah, that feels delightful. A bit lower, please. Splendid. Now a tad higher. The three-headed crimson demon hound, noticing that its heads were on the verge of squabbling, lost its desire to devise a strategy and randomly selected a hapless individual upon whom to unleash its weight. The unfortunate victim was none other than Yu Xiaojiang. The strength of the three-headed crimson demon hound was formidable. That one step almost sent Yu Xiaojiang soaring, the tremendous force nearly affecting his most sensitive area, leaving him just shy of hearing the sound of cracking eggs. Human, have you seen an ice silkworm? It appears plump, with a diameter of over 1 meter and a length exceeding 7 meters, its entire body a lustrous white jade, with golden eyes. While scratching the heads of the other two, the three-headed crimson demon hound threatened Yu Xiaojiang with a fierce tone. If you do not speak the truth, do not blame me for tearing you apart. You can speak human language. Yu Xiaojiang nearly fainted from excitement. After years of studying martial souls, how could he not recognize the significance of a soul beast speaking human words? It indicated that this soul beast had surpassed the monumental threshold of 100,000 years. Heavens! 100,000-year soul beast. Even a titled Douluo might not encounter one, yet here it stands before me. If his father were to learn of this, he would surely be envious. After all, Yu Yuanjin's dream was to possess a soul ring derived from a 100,000-year soul beast. Despite already having 9 soul rings, he still yearned to witness a 100,000-year soul beast with his own eyes. Enough of the chatter. Have you seen it, or not? The 3-headed crimson demon hound had no time to waste on idle conversation with Yu Xiaojiang. If its master discovered that the loathsome ice silkworm had escaped, it would spell disaster. Although it was one of the dominant soul beasts in the Douluo forest, if its master were to become enraged, it would stand no chance against a single paw swipe. Even among 100,000-year soul beasts, there were distinctions. For instance, it could easily overpower a 100,000-year soft-boned rabbit with merely half its strength. Most importantly, the immense power contained within that ice silkworm was more valuable to them than any rare treasure, as it could facilitate a rapid breakthrough past the 100,000-year bottleneck, a feat to which the ice silkworm was indispensable. You speak of the ice silkworm's soul beast. Upon witnessing the 3-headed crimson magic hound on the verge of a rampage, Yu Xiaojiang dared not utter another word and obediently divulged all that he knew. However, such a soul beast only existed in the extreme northern regions of the continent. It was inconceivable for it to be found in the Douluo forest. He believed that the 3-headed crimson magic hound would spare him upon hearing his words. Yet to his astonishment, the ferocious creature grew increasingly enraged. Are you instructing me? The 3-headed crimson magic hound kicked Yu Xiaojiang aside and disdainfully declared, I detest having others dictate to me. You, foolish human, dare to speak so audaciously before this king. I shall ask you once more, have you seen that ice silkworm? Speak plainly, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. No, Yu Xiaojiang replied, refraining from further cleverness. Confronted with a soul beast of 100,000 years, he knew that even his beloved Donger could not rescue him if he provoked it. Thus, he wisely chose to remain silent. None. The 3-headed crimson magic hound furrowed its brow, its fury escalating. After an exhaustive search yielding no trace of the ice silkworm, how could it not seethe with anger? What use are you? Suddenly, a menacing aura erupted from the 3-headed crimson magic hound, and Yu Xiaojiang was instantly struck by this malevolent force. Collapsing to the ground and losing consciousness. Under the impact of this ferocity, Tang San and Jiang Yu experienced a sudden transformation. A peculiar radiance burst forth from Tang San, emanating a sense of equilibrium and tranquility, while the dark malevolence was repelled, unable to breach his being. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu radiated a brilliant golden light, soon accompanied by a faint purple aura that enveloped him. The moment this essence manifested, the 3-headed crimson magic hound's expression shifted dramatically, engulfed by an overwhelming sense of dread emanating from its very soul. The desolate and ancient aura, reminiscent of the primordial essence that nurtures all of existence, compelled it to instinctively submit. This sensation was unprecedented, even in the presence of its formidable master, the most fearsome soul beast of the Douluo forest. No wonder the 3-headed crimson magic hound was astounded. The primordial purple aura was the most potent force across the 3 realms and 6 paths, a manifestation of the natural resonance of heaven and earth, revered by practitioners as the foundation of the Tao. It was an indispensable treasure for achieving the status of a heavenly Tao saint. Not even the gods of the divine realm could cultivate this supreme primordial purple aura. Jiang Yu ultimately inherited the legacy of the Flying Pung divine general, gradually cultivating a few strands of primordial purple energy. Fortuitously, under this protection, the 3-headed crimson demon hound dared not make any further moves. Weighing the pros and cons, this formidable beast chose to disregard the humans on the ground. Hastily retreating into the depths of the forest, it needed to report back to its elder brother without delay. Chapter 35, The Dreaming Ice Silkworm. Jiang Yu found himself enveloped in a void of thought, the duration of which was indeterminate. It was not until a mysterious voice resonated within his mind that he regained his consciousness. He had not anticipated encountering 2 remarkably powerful individuals today. Alas! If only he were capable of shedding tears, his face would surely be awash with them. Yet, it is you, young one, who is truly formidable. The tendrils of purple energy surrounding you evoke in me a profound yearning. Perhaps one day you may restore my corporeal form. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Yu was abruptly awakened. As he regained his senses, he beheld a colossal silkworm emerging from a vast chasm in the ground. its pair of glimmering golden eyes meticulously scrutinizing him. This creature appeared to be a plump, jade-white giant silkworm, resplendent and translucent. Despite having just emerged from the soil, its skin bore no trace of dirt. Rather, it exuded a luminous, pure white aura. Most astonishingly, beginning half a meter from its head, a series of golden patterns spiraled around its body, totaling an impressive 10 in number. What could this possibly be? Jiang Yu was bewildered. It was the first time he had encountered such a colossal silkworm. He was uncertain whether to roast it or fry it. Such a plump silkworm demanded careful deliberation. A hasty decision could potentially compromise its flavor, which would be a lamentable loss. However, Jiang Yu had never before tasted this delicacy, leaving him equally perplexed regarding its preparation. He admitted to feeling a sense of shame for letting down his compatriots. After all, the culinary prowess of the Chinese is renowned worldwide, to the extent that they have nearly driven even the invasive lobster species to the brink of extinction, relying on artificial breeding to sustain their population. Although Jiang Yu can be considered a seasoned gourmet, he has yet to experience the taste of roasted silkworms. Why not grill them? The forest abounds with wood, and skewering them to roast with a sprinkle of spices would surely result in a delightful flavor. What shall we grill? May I partake as well? Upon hearing of the delectable prospect, the silkworm's mouth watered in anticipation, eager to savor the deliciousness. I shall roast you. Jiang Yu gazed at the silkworm with a gentle smile. Although he was ready to begin the process of preparing the silkworms for consumption, he did not wish for the delicate creature before him to feel too frightened, as that could adversely affect the quality of the meat. How could you possibly eat me? The silkworm exclaimed in disbelief. I am so adorable, it simply cannot be allowed. Jiang Yu found himself somewhat perplexed. What relevance did cuteness hold? After all, it was all destined for consumption, and once ingested, the end result would be the same. The silkworm, displaying a facade of disdain, interjected. Let us not dwell on that matter for now. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the embodiment of heroism and chivalry, a soul beast of unparalleled wisdom and beauty, the supreme ruler among my kind. I have honed my abilities over the course of 1,000,000 years, establishing the record for longevity in the Douluo Continent as the heavenly dream-eyed silkworm. You may refer to me as Brother Tianming. What on earth? Jiang Yu could not help but scoff. Do you fancy yourself as Stephen Chow? How dare you plagiarize such iconic lines without due regard for copyright? Do not assume that you can act with impunity simply because you reside in the Douluo Continent. Moreover, if you must deceive, at least possess some common sense. The only soul beast nearing 1,000,000 years of cultivation on this land is the sea soul beast, the deep-sea demon whale king, residing on Sea God Island. How could a mere colossal silkworm possibly claim to be that? Jiang Yu had never seen the second and third parts of Douluo Continent, and was entirely unaware of the renowned Tianming ice silkworm. Thus, he naturally found its words hard to believe. The Tianming ice silkworm, offended by the disdain of a mere human, retorted with irritation, proclaiming, what nonsense about the deep-sea demon whale king. If you possess any courage, summon him here. If I don't tear off his fins to fashion shark fins, I shall not be the supreme among soul beasts, having never set foot on Sea God Island. It found Jiang Yu's claims utterly implausible. In its eyes, the strongest soul beasts in all of Douluo Continent were merely those residing in the Star Doe Forest and the three great kings of soul beasts in the far north, the Ice Emperor, the Snow Emperor, and the Titan Snow Demon King. Beyond these, other soul beasts were hardly worthy of mention, despite having cultivated for 1,000,000 years. It had never heard of the deep-sea demon whale king's name. How could this young boy, still in his infancy, possibly have encountered such formidable soul beasts, particularly oceanic ones? Surely, he was deceiving it. Youngster, I abhor being tricked. Were it not for your commendable talent, I would not even entertain such discourse with you. You are indeed fortunate, you know? The Tianming ice silkworm's demeanor suddenly shifted to one of pride, declaring, I shall become your soul ring. An unprecedented 1,000,000-year soul ring on Douluo Continent. Your future shall be boundless. Jiang Yu gazed in astonishment at the colossal flesh-eating silkworm before him. It was his first encounter with a soul beast so eager to create a soul ring. This was utterly unfathomable. The entire situation unfolded with such abruptness that he found himself at a loss for words. 1,000,000-year soul ring? Surely, this was a jest. The creature before him appeared to be at most a century-old soul beast, and it seemed far from formidable. He had no desire for such a trivial prize, rather, he would prefer to roast it and indulge in a sumptuous feast instead. Never mind, he thought, before Jiang Yu could finish his words. The heavenly dream-eyed silkworm lost its patience and solemnly said to him, You have no say in this matter. Rest assured, I will be gentle. Although I am quite formidable, you need only endure for a brief moment. It shall not take more than 3 minutes. Tell me, in broad daylight, under the clear heavens. Do you still dare to resist? Jiang Yu immediately voiced his reprimand, but the heavenly dream-eyed silkworm remained unfazed, exhaling an aura of extreme cold that swiftly rendered Jiang Yu unconscious. In his fading awareness, he could only faintly perceive a plump white figure charging towards him before darkness enveloped him completely. At that moment, the heavenly dream-eyed silkworm had pressed its head against Jiang Yu's forehead, its 10 golden halos swirling as if animated by life itself. Though the boy's physique was adequate, it was necessary for me to impose hundreds of seals upon myself to ensure that his current body could withstand the surge of power from within me. A translucent wave of mental energy surged from the heavenly dream-eyed silkworm into Jiang Yu's being, rapidly expanding outward to encompass a radius of 100 miles, blanketing every corner in an instant. As time elapsed, the white light emanating from the heavenly dream-eyed silkworm grew increasingly solid, gradually infusing itself into Jiang Yu, while its own form became more transparent and diminished in size. With the influx of the heavenly dream-eyed silkworm's power, Jiang Yu's body transformed to a hue akin to white jade, his complexion surpassing even that of Ning Rongrong. Ha ha ha. At last, I am liberated. Those scoundrels who regarded me as mere sustenance shall have no opportunity now. The heavenly dream-eyed silkworm suddenly exuded an air of triumph, while the vast mental force previously enveloping the area swiftly contracted and vanished without a trace. Deep within the Douluo forest, several soul beasts radiating a terrifying aura abruptly lifted their heads, including the 3-headed crimson demon hound, as if they had sensed something amiss. A throng of soul beasts encircled the 3-headed crimson demon hound, engaging in their traditional display of abilities. Before long, anguished cries echoed from the heart of the Douluo forest, emanating from the 3-headed hound. It seems I must devise a strategy, mused a handsome man with lustrous golden hair, his gaze gleaming as he looked toward the forest's periphery. At that moment, however, the clear pool at the center of the core area stirred with unusual energy. Shortly after, a silver ethereal figure materialized, prompting all the soul beasts and the handsome man to kneel in reverence. We welcome our master. Who could have anticipated that we would rouse you? Rest assured, I shall retrieve that ice silkworm. That won't be necessary, the silver figure suddenly chuckled. I have discovered something far more significant than that wretched ice silkworm. It appears I must venture into the realm of humanity. The handsome man, taken aback, felt it inappropriate to object given his master's decision. He promptly replied, I shall arrange for your escort immediately. There's no need, the silver figure decisively refused, stating, you are ill-suited to traverse the human realm. Besides, hasn't Xiao already transformed into human form? Her presence will suffice. Chapter 36. The Million-Year Soul Beast. After Jiang Yu fell into a coma, he felt as though he had entered a dream, finding himself in an expanse of pristine whiteness. In this boundless realm, the only entities present were countless white light spots, so numerous that he could not count them. Yet, he found himself able to follow these luminous points and perceive every corner of this ethereal space. Just as he was reveling in this celestial domain, a tempest arose, and beams of golden light erupted dramatically. Ultimately, these golden rays coalesced into 10 enormous golden rings, suspended in the air, causing all the light spots to magnify in size due to the ring's emergence. In a moment of bewilderment, Jiang Yu observed as the 10 golden rings began to rotate slowly, each ring emanating a milky white halo that intensified in brilliance, transforming into 10 colossal orbs of light. The entire area of this space expanded several-fold in response. At that juncture, beside one of the luminous spheres, an inconspicuous gray light cluster suddenly manifested. This cluster appeared significantly smaller than the other spheres, and the surrounding orbs seemed reluctant to allow its presence, fervently radiating dazzling golden light in an attempt to expel it. Yet, miraculously, the gray sphere remained tranquil, suspended in the air, impervious to any external influences. Eventually, the 10 luminous orbs had no choice but to retreat, maintaining their positions while flickering with a soft golden glow. Your name is Jiang Yu. A voice suddenly resonated, disrupting his reverie. Instinctively, he sought to identify the source of the voice, but after scanning the surroundings for some time, he discerned nothing unusual. Do not search anymore. This is the sea of consciousness within your own brain, or rather, your sea of spirit. Henceforth, this will also be my home. Originally, this space was not vast, but I have helped to expand it somewhat. For now, it will suffice. By the way, I stumbled upon many perplexing things within your consciousness. Who are Teacher Hashimoto and Teacher Misaka? If it were not for that purple aura shielding me, I would have been able to perceive your entire consciousness. However, It seems you have quite a number of teachers, at least a few hundred. I am curious to know what subjects they teach you. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Yu's countenance bore a hint of embarrassment. He was reluctant to expose his private matters, so he casually deflected the conversation. He merely instructed on the fundamentals of firearms and the art of wielding a staff. Indeed, Tianming Binkin expressed a degree of astonishment, noting that young soul masters like him rarely engage in weapon training. You, however, seem to possess great potential. Let us not dwell on that any longer. Upon hearing such praise, Jiang Yu could not help but blush. Could it be that you truly are a million-year soul beast? This is the question that occupies his mind most at present. The Heaven Dream Ice Silkworm possesses the ability to expand a soul master's spiritual sea. A feat that is undeniably extraordinary, perhaps even beyond what a 100,000-year soul beast could achieve. Now, Jiang Yu finds himself somewhat inclined to believe its words. Naturally, among all the soul beasts on the Douluo Continent, who else could possess such capabilities besides me? The tone of the Heaven Dream Ice Silkworm was imbued with pride. If you are indeed so formidable, why then are you so eager to become my soul ring? Would it not be more delightful for you to cultivate on your own? Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Yu's words struck a sensitive nerve, causing the Heaven Dream Ice Silkworm to promptly seal its lips, only to release a long sigh after a considerable pause. Alas, it seems I have no choice but to confide in you, for we shall be together for a long while. I am left with no alternatives. If I do not choose soon, I will be drained by those fiends in the Stardow Forest. You cannot imagine how perverse that group is, after feasting on the essence within me. They bind me and torment me incessantly. The tone of the Heaven Dream Ice Silkworm suddenly shifted to one of indignation, recounting such inhumane treatment. Well, I shall refrain from burdening you with further details, considering your youth. Just remember, should you ever encounter those perverts in the Stardow Forest, keep your distance and do not get entangled with them. All right, understood. Jiang Yu nodded, for he harbored no inclination to frolic with soul beasts. The Celestial Dream Ice Silkworm continued, I was merely an unremarkable ice silkworm soul beast, possessing little more than a handsome appearance and a larger stature. Had circumstances not intervened, I might have caught the eye of the Silkworm Queen, dedicating my days to the labor of procreation. Although our ice silkworm lineage is dual practiced in mental and ice attributes, our combat prowess is significantly hampered by our speed. In the frigid northern lands, we are but ordinary soul beasts, and due to numerous natural adversaries, few among us manage to cultivate for over 10,000 years. Thus, procreation remains the paramount concern of the ice silkworm tribe. Each adult ice silkworm must mate with a female, and the most exceptional among them are offered to the Silkworm Queen, nurturing formidable offspring to ensure the survival of our lineage. I was destined to be presented to the Silkworm Queen as well, but fate took a turn when, at the age of 13, I inadvertently fell into an icy abyss while evading the pursuit of a natural enemy. I believed my end was nigh, yet to my astonishment, I discovered a mass of eternal cold marrow below. Upon regaining consciousness, I found the marrow had vanished, and I had transformed into a 10,000-year soul beast, which left me utterly astounded. However, I soon realized that the ice cavern was filled with countless blocks of ancient ice, of such formidable hardness that even as a 10,000-year soul beast, I could not overcome it. Fortunately, the cavern contained numerous crevices through which I could crawl. Yet I remained unable to locate an exit. Instead, I stumbled upon an even larger mass of eternal cold marrow. With no other recourse, I consumed it. Thus, another 10,000 years passed. I lingered within the icy confines, feasting on the eternal cold marrow, for while there was nothing else to be found, the marrow was abundant. I would eat, sleep, and awaken to eat again until the first golden stripe appeared upon my body. This phenomenon signifies the attainment of a cultivation level of 100,000 years within our ice silkworm clan, a feat previously unseen among us. At that moment, I evolved into a golden stripe ice silkworm, gaining sufficient strength to break through the hard ice and escape the abyss. Initially, I believed that surpassing the 100,000-year threshold would grant me unbridled freedom. However, I was soon schooled by an ordinary 10,000-year soul beast, which revealed to me that despite transcending the limitations of the ice silkworm clan, my combat capabilities remained feeble and the outside world was fraught with peril. Consequently, I returned to that icy cavern, reassured by the ample supply of exquisite cold marrow. It was not until I had consumed every last morsel of marrow that I bore 9 golden stripes upon my body, emboldening me to drill out from the cavern's depths and drift into the vast ocean. Drifting southward from the frigid Arctic Ocean, I encountered a formidable adversary during that time. At this juncture, the celestial dream ice silkworm unexpectedly sighed. Although I had succeeded in frightening him away with my formidable mental prowess, I was still unable to compensate for my inability to engage in combat. I had initially intended to return to the far north, yet I found myself utterly lost. Consequently, I ventured onto land, but the outcome was even more tragic. The unique fragrance emanating from my body attracted the attention of spirit beasts, and ultimately, I was captured by a powerful spirit beast within the Douluo forest. It revealed that the energy within me could aid any spirit beast in achieving a 10,000-year cultivation, and even liberate them from the constraints of their training duration. After taking me back to its lair, it subjected me to relentless torment. Unable to endure any longer, I intensified my aura, attracting all the 10,000-year spirit beasts within the Douluo forest. Indeed, they began to turn upon one another in a violent frenzy. However, just as I reveled in my triumph, they ceased their battle and collectively devised a plan to absorb my powers. Thus, I transformed from being tormented by a single spirit beast to being ravaged by a multitude of them. As the celestial dream-eye silkworm recounted this tale, its voice quivered with emotion, singing, "When the chrysanthemum blooms, pluck it with fervor, inhale its fragrance. When the chrysanthemum withers, a ground of sorrow remains. Whose tears have turned to yellow? Why has it begun to sing?" Jiang Yu has developed a keen interest in the experiences of the heavenly dream-eye silkworm, eagerly desiring to uncover more of its tale. What transpired next? Chapter 37. Toying with Tang San. Of course, I must devise a means to escape their clutches. The voice of the heavenly dream-eye silkworm resounded once more, and soon enough, I conceived a plan. Besides my ice attributes, I also possess spiritual attributes. Thus I resolved to become a human soul ring. Even so, with my formidable spiritual prowess, I could maintain my consciousness and could utilize a human's hand to exact vengeance upon those who had tormented me. However, my scheme faltered. After considerable deliberation, I selected a soul master of the title Douluo level from among humans. His strength was commendable. Yet I was taken aback to discover he was merely a facade of strength, unable to withstand my mental assault, which resulted in his immediate obliteration. I then sought out other soul masters, but all my attempts ended in failure. For millennia, I searched in vain. My soul power had been nearly exhausted by those 10,000-year soul beasts, and just as despair threatened to engulf me, the 10th golden mark emerged upon my body. At last, I became the first soul beast in history to attain a cultivation level of 1 million years, prompting me to rename the golden marked ice silkworm as the heavenly dream-eye silkworm. I gained the strength to contend with 10,000-year soul beasts. However, I was acutely aware that I could not withstand the overwhelming numbers of such beasts. Crucially, I was left with only my innate soul power, comprising the attributes of spirit and ice, which had not been absorbed by them. So, thoughts of vengeance were futile. I could only escape stealthily, and at that moment, I noticed you and the little creature beside you. Your spiritual powers vastly exceeded those of others. Both of you emanated a formidable aura, though the little one lagged behind you. Hence, I ultimately forsook him in favor of you. In this regard, I am indeed superior to Tang San. Upon hearing the heavenly dream ice silkworm's words, Jiang Yu felt a surge of joy, for this directly eclipsed Tang San in terms of talent. In the future, should you encounter those 10,000-year soul beasts again, you must transform them into your soul rings and bones. Let them absorb my soul power to evolve. This is entirely reliant on you. No worries. I had already planned to do so, even without your prompting. It is a jest, for those are 10,000-year soul beasts. Jiang Yu has no intention of leaving them for Tang San. Ideally, his divine demon sword would gather all the 10,000-year soul rings, and any remaining 10,000-year soul beasts could be reserved for Bibi Dong and Xianjian III. Indeed, even for Hulaina would be preferable to bestowing them upon Tang San. After all, he stands as the greatest adversary of the future Spirit Hall. Any diminishment of his power is advantageous. Rest assured, I shall ensure you do not suffer loss. In time, you will realize how astute your choice today has been. Tianming Binkin joyfully proclaimed, "Allow me to elucidate the abilities I have bestowed upon you. While your Chixiao Sword martial soul is indeed formidable, being of the fire attribute, I am aligned with the ice attribute. Thus, I have chosen your divine demon sword, which embodies sacred, devouring, and mental attributes as its inaugural soul ring. Although this soul ring is of a million-year caliber, its formidable powers will be gradually unlocked. The other soul rings you acquire in the future will further enhance its potency. Presently, your physique can only endure the strength of a soul ring of up to 900 years, and for the sake of your well-being, the power of this first soul ring will be limited to approximately 800 years. However, The strength within me is sufficient to support you in acquiring 10 soul rings, each reaching around 100,000 years. I must, however, forewarn you that I do not possess any soul bones to offer you. All I can provide is an additional ice attribute martial soul, and this first soul ring will endow you with an unprecedented 4 soul skills. Jiang Yu found it somewhat incredulous that, having already awakened 4 soul skills, he could potentially awaken another martial soul. This would grant him 3 martial souls, a phenomenon that had never before occurred in the Douluo Continent. It transcended mere prowess. It was nothing short of extraordinary. One could say it was as if his grandfather's remarkable prowess paled in comparison. It is essential to note that the addition of a martial soul would typically entail the acquisition of 9 soul rings, thereby bestowing him with 9 distinct soul skills. Should Jiang Yu ascend to the status of a deity, he would possess an astounding 30 soul skills, surpassing even Tang San and Bibi Dong. The martial soul I bestow upon you is a vice. However, it presently lacks a soul essence, rendering it formless. Therefore, it is imperative for you to absorb an ice attribute soul ring for your martial soul to take shape. Nevertheless, I recommend opting for a beast martial soul, as it would significantly augment your physical capabilities, enabling you to withstand the impact during the absorption of soul rings. However, there is no immediate rush. The mention of the heavenly dream eye silkworm brought Jiang Yu back to reality. So, what are my 4 soul skills? Jiang Yu turned to inquire about the information regarding soul techniques. The soul techniques I have bestowed upon you are all of a mental attribute and primarily supportive in nature, lacking substantial offensive power. They include mental detection, mental sharing, mental disruption field, and soul impact. After listening to the words of the heavenly dream ice silkworm, Jiang Yu reflected carefully and realized that while these soul techniques might not enhance his combat prowess, they could certainly diversify his means of attack to achieve various objectives. Furthermore, with the Chixiao Sword martial soul, he need not worry about matters of combat strength. All right, others are about to awaken. It is time for you to exit. Immersed in immense joy, Jiang Yu forced himself to regain consciousness upon hearing the words of the heavenly dream ice silkworm. Seizing the moment while those nearby remained in slumber, he hastily unleashed his demon sword martial soul to observe any changes compared to before. A dazzling yellow soul ring tightly encircled the blade, and the entire sword emanated an overwhelming aura of pressure. Most notably, the red gemstone at the center of the hilt faintly emitted a haze of gray mist, which gradually transformed into a vibrant hue, ultimately becoming an icy blue. Amidst the icy fog, a brilliant light suddenly appeared and swiftly expanded, coalescing in midair into a graceful figure. The woman possessed extraordinary beauty, adorned in a flowing blue gown, her lustrous black hair cascading elegantly. Her eyes shimmered with an enigmatic allure, as if longing to convey untold stories. Yet before she could speak, the icy mist instantaneously retreated back into the red gemstone of the hilt. Who was that figure? Jiang Yu furrowed his brow, as the unfolding events grew increasingly perplexing. To his astonishment, a beautiful woman materialized within the divine demon sword. Could it be Long Kuei? Back when Jiang Yu watched The Legend of Sword and Fairy 3, his favorite female character had indeed been Long Kuei, followed closely by Zi Xian, while he held little interest in the protagonist, Tang Xuejian. If it truly were Long Kuei, it would be rather delightful. However, the apparition had been fleeting, leaving Jiang Yu uncertain of her identity. To ascertain the truth, he endeavored to summon the enigmatic entity from the ruby once more, yet no matter the method he employed, the divine demon sword remained utterly unresponsive. At that moment, some commotion arose from Tang San's direction, indicating that he was on the verge of awakening. Jiang Yu swiftly sheathed the divine demon sword, then approached Tang San, gazing at his youthful visage with a peculiar smile. The splendid opportunity lay before him, and he was determined not to let it slip away. Jiang Yu tugged a handful of freshly soiled blue-silver grass from the ground and unceremoniously stuffed it into Tang San's mouth. Before long, a faint sound escaped the corners of Tang San's lips, signaling that he was on the verge of awakening. Quickly, Jiang Yu scampered a few paces away and then feigned sleep on the ground, closing his eyes. Upon regaining consciousness, Tang San found his mouth stuffed with blue-silver grass. In an instant, he performed a somersault, sitting upright and hastily spitting out the contents of his mouth. Blue-silver grass. He picked up the blue blades from the ground and scanned his surroundings, finding no suspicious individuals or soul beasts. His companions who had ventured into the Stardow forest were still in slumber. Whose prank was this? Could it have been the soul beast from earlier? What was its intention? Simply to amuse itself at another's expense. Such behavior struck Tang San as utterly tedious. Just then, Jiang Yu feigned awakening from his dreamlike state. Spotting the dirt smudged on Tang San's lips and the blue-silver grass clutched in his hand, he struggled to suppress a laugh and teased, "Little San, No matter how hungry you are, you can't resort to eating grass. Though your martial spirit is blue-silver grass, it won't suffice to replenish your strength. I've got some buns here. They may be a bit stale, but they still taste quite good. Jiang Yu retrieved a rather appealing bun from the soul guide device and approached Tang San, presenting it to him. Thank you. Tang San, genuinely hungry, refrained from explaining and took a bite of the bun. However, after just a moment of chewing, he sensed something amiss. This was no ordinary bun. It was more sour than the pickled fish dish. Was it filled with pickled vegetables? Tang San recalled a time when he had accompanied the Tang sect to the Chabai mountain region, where he had encountered a similar dish favored by the locals, buns filled with pickled vegetables. He had taken a single bite back then and had not continued. Being a native of Sichuan and Chongqing, he preferred spicier foods, such as hot pot. How is it? Quite delightful, isn't it? Jiang Yu inquired with an eager expression. Tang San, feeling somewhat awkward about spitting out the bun, forced himself to swallow it, all the while putting on a facade of surprise, proclaiming that the bun was indeed delicious. Unexpectedly so for one filled with pickled vegetables. Pickled vegetable filling? Jiang Yu feigned surprise. But this is clearly a vegetable filling bun. Ah. Tang San's expression suddenly darkened. Had it not been for the absence of any prior grievances with Jiang Yu, he might have suspected that Jiang Yu was playing a trick on him. Is that so? Tang San attempted to salvage his dignity, asserting that he believed the bun's flavor improved with time. It's akin to wine. With age, the aroma deepens, and the taste becomes richer. Chapter 38. The fiery roaring tiger. Observing Tang San's forced explanation, Jiang Yu found it amusing, not expecting him to be so concerned about his pride. Nevertheless, Jiang Yu chose not to expose him, as Tang San had already suffered in silence, and his purpose had been achieved. It was best to leave it at that. Before long, the other companions began to awaken one after another, with Huowu being the next to rise behind Tang San. This demonstrated that her mental fortitude surpassed that of her brother, Huowu Shuang, enabling her to regain consciousness swiftly. Following her were Huowu Shuang and Dean Sunday. Finally, Yu Xiaojiang awakened last, his mind still somewhat dazed, his weathered face flushed, akin to someone who had consumed several jugs of counterfeit wine. His mental strength was undoubtedly the weakest among those present, thus he was affected the most. It took half an hour for Yu Xiaojiang to regain his composure. Upon seeing that both he and his beloved disciple were safe, he sighed in relief. Having previously despaired at the prospect of the three-headed hellhound, a 10,000-year soul beast, he had never anticipated escaping such a calamity. Trust in divine protection had been his solace. In the past, Yu Xiaojiang often lamented the unfairness of fate. He had been bestowed with a powerful mutated martial soul. Yet due to the weak innate soul power at awakening, the golden sacred dragon martial soul had failed to fully evolve, resulting in its current state. Little did he know the whispers behind his back, as others would say that the master only relied on a dog in battles. Regrettably, he finds himself entirely reliant on Luo Sanpao, leaving him unable to refute any claims. This reality compels him to set the bar for his disciples at the level of genius. Although he professes that there are no worthless martial souls, only incompetent soul masters, such statements are merely a facade to deceive others. He bears resemblance to those self-proclaimed masters of success who engage in lengthy discussions solely to sell their courses. The distinction lies in the fact that while others are motivated by financial gain, Yu Xiaojiang seeks renown. His words have inspired countless young commoner soul masters to become his ardent followers, as anyone who does not aspire to become a titled Douluo is deemed unworthy. Undoubtedly, his proclamations have ignited hope in those ordinary soul masters lacking exceptional talent, showcasing the power of dreams. Yu Xiaojiang has undoubtedly become an idol for commoner soul masters. Thus, even though he has severed ties with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, he still manages to earn a considerable amount of gold soul coins through his lectures in various cities. Despite his inability to surpass the 30th rank in soul power, he receives annual subsidies from the Spirit Hall due to this limitation. Remarkably, he has even set a historical record as the oldest Grand Soul Master in the annals of the Spirit Hall. Therefore, he is not in want of money. Rather, he yearns for the acknowledgement of the upper echelons of society. To achieve this ambition, he takes Tang San as his disciple, for with dual martial souls, innate full soul power, and the Haotian hammer martial soul, success is virtually assured for anyone with a modicum of sense. Following the recent upheaval caused by soul beasts, the group refrains from lingering any longer. However, as Jiang Yu has yet to acquire his second soul ring, they must remain in the Stardow Forest a while longer. For safety's sake, they make their way toward the periphery. As the soul beasts that had been frantically fleeing seem to have sensed the departure of the three-headed Crimson Demon Hound and are returning to their original congregating spot. Even the duck-billed flame dragon, which had battled against Huo Wushuang, has returned, but Jiang Yu finds himself disinterested. Having witnessed the crimson roaring tiger, he resolves to pursue no other option but it. Yu Xiaojiang supports his decision. Had he not encountered the crimson roaring tiger, he might have settled for the duck-billed flame dragon, but with a superior alternative available, it is only prudent to seize the opportunity. Thus, they observe the duck-billed flame dragon pass by, fully prepared to engage in combat with these humans, only to discover that the reality diverges from its expectations. The dragon, with a mocking expression, saunters past. Fortunately, Huo Wushuang cannot comprehend the language of the soul beasts. Otherwise, his fiery temper would likely have sparked yet another conflict. As the group approaches the edge of the periphery, they soon spot a fully red tiger prowling not far ahead, its gaze filled with vigilance. For Jiang Yu, this encounter is serendipitous, saving him considerable time. An 800-year-old crimson roaring tiger? Yu Xiaojiang immediately discerns the tiger's cultivation level upon noticing the 8 black stripes adorning its back. What a pity! Yu Xiaojiang let out a deep sigh and remarked, "This crimson flame roaring tiger has surpassed the age limit that the second spirit ring can endure. If one were to forcibly absorb it, I fear your body would not withstand the strain." Who do you look down upon? Jiang Yu had little regard for the matter at hand. After all, he had absorbed a soul ring of 1,000,000 years, albeit with the voluntary cooperation of the heavenly dream-eye silkworm, which had sealed away most of its energy. Nevertheless, according to its calculations, he was now capable of enduring a soul ring of approximately 900 years. The crimson flame roaring tiger before him was precisely suitable. Thus, there was no need for Master to concern himself. Jiang Yu, ungrateful, resolutely declared, "I believe I can successfully absorb the soul ring from the crimson flame roaring tiger. I also have faith in you, my brother-in-law." Before Yu Xiaojiang could respond, Huo Wushuang took a bold step forward, his martial soul instantly manifesting as he charged towards the direction of the crimson flame roaring tiger. He was eager to engage with this exceptionally rare and formidable soul beast. With a swift motion, he unleashed his third soul skill, the golden scale fire dragon transformation. The purple soul ring shimmered, and Huo Wushuang's power surged dramatically, clearly demonstrating his earnestness towards the formidable creature before him. Thus, he initiated his strongest soul skill right from the outset. An explosion of flames shot skyward, fiercely hurtling towards the crimson flame roaring tiger, which instinctively sensed the impending danger and leapt into the air to evade the attack. The chapter has not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. With a thunderous roar that resonated through the heavens, the crimson flame roaring tiger, the king of all beasts, displayed its pride, particularly as the king of kings. It could not tolerate such humiliation from a human. A sphere of red flames erupted from its mouth, swiftly charging towards Huo Wushuang. The tiger's counterattack was alarmingly swift, with every motion executed in the blink of an eye. Before Huo Wushuang could fully comprehend the situation, he realized that the fiery orb had already latched onto him. What is this? Is this all the power it possesses? Huo Wushuang did not experience the agonizing pain he had anticipated. Although the flames were intensely scorching, they were bearable for him, as a soul beast of the fire attribute. To be candid, Huo Wushuang felt a tinge of disappointment. The formidable soul beast described in the book was far less powerful than he had imagined. He began to question whether Master Yu Xiaojiang had been fabricating tales, given that he had proclaimed it the king among tiger-type soul beasts. With a roar, another fireball hurtled toward Huo Wushuang. This time, despite the increased intensity of the flames, he remained largely unharmed. It was only after 6 successive assaults that he realized something was amiss. The attacks from the crimson flame roaring tiger were not as simplistic as he had initially thought. At that moment, he grasped the truth. Although the initial strikes lacked significant force, they compounded with each successive hit, accompanied by a fierce burning effect. Even a soul master like him, endowed with a high-level fire attribute martial spirit, could not indefinitely endure such damage. No wonder the crimson flame roaring tiger was well suited for enduring aggressive soul masters. Its soul skill was deceptively potent. It was akin to a frog slowly boiling in water. By the time the frog sensed the peril, it was already too late. Before long, the 7th fireball surged toward Huo Wushuang. He suddenly found his movement sluggish. He had unwittingly succumbed to the searing heat. Coupled with the cumulative attacks that had now fully erupted, he was unable to evade the crimson flame roaring tiger's onslaught. In this critical moment, Jiang Yu acted decisively, releasing the Chixiao Sword, which erupted in a blaze of golden flames. The long sword sliced through the air, cleaving the fireball in two. Seizing the opportunity, Huo Wushuang launched a counterattack, sending a dark crimson orb the size of a palm hurtling toward the crimson flame roaring tiger, while the Chixiao Sword, under Jiang Yu's command, continued its advance. The crimson flame roaring tiger was not idle either. It extended its massive paws in an attempt to intercept their assault. However, it was unprepared for the Chixiao Sword's ferocity as the razor-sharp blade swiftly pierced through its paw, crimson blood gushing forth and dripping to the ground. As if that were not enough, the dark crimson orb erupted with tremendous force, unleashing a violent explosion of flames that further ravaged the already bloodied paw of the crimson flame roaring tiger, nearly obliterating it. Fortunately, its thick hide allowed it to withstand the onslaught. Chapter 39. The effect of the soul skill. Tang San, witnessing this, rushed forward to assist, sending several strands of blue-silver grass toward the crimson flame roaring tiger. He activated his second soul skill, Parasite. However, to his dismay, the blue-silver grass was incinerated the moment it approached the inferno that surrounded the beast, leaving not a trace behind. Tang San furrowed his brow at this sight. If he could not resolve the blue-silver grass's vulnerability to fire, he would face significant limitations. Yet, he had promised his master not to hastily employ the Haoyan hammer martial spirit, and his hidden weapons could not be carelessly unleashed. Thus, he found himself reliant on the blue-silver grass martial spirit, which had numerous constraints. Once faced with a soul master of opposing attributes, it would become ineffective. If he did not address this issue, how could he hope to surpass his peers? Xiao-san, remain still. Allow me to take the lead, he urged. Jiang Yu chuckled lightly, saying, "It is merely a single crimson flame roaring tiger. I am more than capable of handling it." Jiang Yu's intentions were benign, yet his words struck a discordant note in Tang San's ears. To an outsider, the soul beast appeared ordinary, but Tang San found himself unable to even approach it. A disparity that was profoundly disheartening. Undoubtedly proud, Tang San, despite being merely an outer disciple of the Tang sect in his previous life, had mastered the sect's esoteric techniques to an extraordinary degree, even crafting the legendary hidden weapon, the Buddha's Wrath Lotus. His innate talent was indeed rare and exceptional. Yet, now he stood helpless before the soul beast, a reality he found difficult to accept. He had once believed that with the Xianjian Gong and Tang sect's hidden weapons, he could conquer the entirety of Douluo Continent, only to be schooled by a youth of similar age. This was the most unbearable truth for Tang San. His fierce pride would not allow such a reality to stand. In a moment of desperation, he disregarded everything else and reached for the soul guide device gifted to him by the master. The moonlit night at the 24 bridges illuminated his path. A flash of blue light revealed a sharp spike in his hand. Upon noticing the jade belt at Tang San's waist, Jiang Yu was reminded of the famous ancient poem. On the moonlit night at the 24 bridges, where does the jade figure teach the flute? It must be said, Tang San had a flair for creativity, naming a soul guide device with such an audacious title, activating the Xian Yu hand in an instant. Tang San hurled the sharp spike with the finesse of a Tang sect hidden weapon technique. These projectiles were forged from fine iron, their sharpness surpassing that of ordinary steel. And when combined with the Tang sect's ultimate skills, they proved formidable even against the impressively resilient crimson flame roaring tiger. The piercing spike embedded itself into the creature's flesh, fortunately without any poison, or the damage inflicted would have been far more severe. Upon witnessing the anguished expression of the crimson flame roaring tiger, Jiang Yu hesitated not for a moment and activated the azure sky sword formation. The golden soul rings radiated with brilliant light, as over a dozen fiery red long swords erupted in a fierce blaze. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yu's sword plunged into the very essence of the crimson flame roaring tiger. Under the impact of this ferocious force, its body erupted with a cascade of scarlet blood. With a resounding roar, the crimson flame roaring tiger reluctantly collapsed to the ground, the earth reverberating with a violent thud. Having endured multiple strikes from swords, the tiger finally closed its eyes, and before long, a brilliant circle of resplendent yellow soul rings emerged from within its being. Jiang Yu swiftly settled into a cross-legged position, closing his eyes as he directed his will to summon the soul ring closer to him. Before long, his consciousness connected with the soul ring, and the power within surged into him like a torrential waterfall. Although this force was immense, it remained within the realm of what Jiang Yu could endure. The heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm had previously assured him that, given his current physique, absorbing the essence of a 900-year-old soul beast would pose no challenge. The Scarlet Flame Roaring Tiger, despite its formidable strength capable of withstanding a 10,000-year soul beast, could not exert a soul impact on Jiang Yu as long as it had yet to surpass the threshold of 10,000 years. Thus, the process of absorbing the soul ring was devoid of peril. Jiang Yu merely needed to proceed methodically, gradually extracting the power from the soul ring with the patience akin to grinding tofu. The creamy yellow light emanating from the yellow soul ring flowed gently into Jiang Yu's body, encountering no resistance whatsoever, and soon transformed into an integral part of him. As the power of the soul ring continuously surged in, Jiang Yu's soul energy ascended rapidly, akin to a rocket, surpassing the cultivation pace he had achieved over the course of an entire year in mere moments. Jiang Yu had a peculiar intuition. After absorbing the soul ring's power of the crimson flame roaring tiger, his soul power would undoubtedly increase by at least 2 levels. How strange. Why was there no commotion? Yu Xiaojiang, who had been observing Jiang Yu, found it hard to believe how effortlessly he absorbed the soul ring. It is well known that the process of a soul master absorbing a soul ring is not a trivial matter. Countless soul masters have failed to overcome this challenge. Jiang Yu's performance is truly astonishing. He undoubtedly lives up to the reputation of my brother-in-law. How could Huo Wushuang be unaware of the pain associated with absorbing a soul ring? Witnessing Jiang Yu's display, he expressed genuine admiration, remarking, "His physical prowess is remarkable. I never expected such a small frame to surpass even my own, capable of enduring the absorption of a soul ring beyond his level." Seeing him ramble on, Huo Wu suddenly stepped on Huo Wushuang's foot. Ouch! Huo Wushuang winced in pain, gazing at Huo Wu with an innocent expression, and lamented, "Xiao Wu, what now? Why must you speak so recklessly? I am not speaking nonsense." Flustered, he scratched his head, recalling their time in the Fire Rock Valley when she frequently ventured off with Xiao Yu, and he had once overheard them in a cave, where she had urged him to apply more pressure and not to stop. "You were so close. If you do not marry Xiao Yu, then who else would you consider?" Huo Wu's face flushed crimson in an instant. She had not anticipated her brother eavesdropping on her and Jiang Yu, and even misinterpreting their interaction. Indeed, that day in the cave, she had asked Jiang Yu to apply more pressure, but it was merely a testament to his exceptional massage skills that left her utterly relaxed. Had she not twisted her ankle while foraging for wild vegetables, she would never have permitted him to tend to her feet. Though she had a straightforward personality, she was not one to casually allow a man to touch her feet. "Brother, I will explain later, but in short." Huo Wu glared at him and insisted, "It is not as you imagine. There has been no impropriety between us. Say what you will." Huo Wushuang assumed Huo Wu was simply too shy to admit the truth and chose not to press the matter further, offering a dismissive response. At that moment, Jiang Yu had finally absorbed all the energy from the soul ring and slowly opened his eyes. The information regarding his second soul skill instantly clarified in his mind, and he could not help but feel a surge of excitement. "Xiao Yu, how effective is your second soul skill?" Yu Xiaojiang eagerly approached to assess Jiang Yu's condition, as he was impatient to discover what abilities the soul ring of the scarlet flame roaring tiger would bestow upon him. This held significant research value. "My second soul skill." Jiang Yu paused momentarily before continuing, "I can condense my own flames into a small sword to strike my enemies. This can be unleashed a maximum of 9 times in succession, with each subsequent strike increasing in power by 10%, while the accompanying burn effect intensifies progressively. However, it is unfortunate that this soul skill is limited to single target attacks. I cannot strike another opponent in between, where the accumulated strength would be rendered futile, necessitating a complete restart." In truth, Jiang Yu did not divulge the entirety of this second soul skill's effects. After all, both Yu Xiaojiang and Tang Sen would eventually become adversaries of the Spirit Hall. How could he possibly reveal all his secrets? By sharing only half and concealing the rest, he could spring an unexpected surprise upon Tang Sen should they ever face each other in battle. Jiang Yu's new soul skill is indeed a single target attack. However, it is not incapable of striking another target. Once struck by the fiery small sword, any subsequent hit, regardless of the time elapsed, will accumulate an additional 10% of the attack power, continuing until the 9th strike, which amplifies the strength by 90% before ceasing. Remarkably, this soul skill's potency escalates with each consecutive use, while its consumption of soul power diminishes significantly, with the 9th release consuming up to 90% less energy than the first. It can be said to surpass even millennium-level soul skills. This ability is derived from the second soul skill of the Crimson Flame Roaring Tiger and undoubtedly serves him well on a path of endurance. "Your new soul skill is already quite impressive." Yu Xiaojiang, noticing Jiang Yu's discontent, quickly shook his head and sighed. "In this world, there is no ultimate soul skill. There are only those that best suit oneself. skills capable of stacking attacks are indeed rare, and yours already exceeds the effectiveness of an ordinary soul master's third soul skill. Upon hearing his teacher's words, even Tang San couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy. Although both possess second soul skills, Jiang Yu's is evidently superior. With a power that is incomparable, the disparity between individuals is stark, leaving Tang San somewhat envious. Chapter 40. The Master of Showmanship. Upon exiting the Star Dough Forest, Jiang Yu and his companions prepared to part ways with Yu Xiaojiang. He had previously arranged to return to Heaven Do City with the Fire Dance siblings and did not intend to notify Sword Douluo to pick them up. Having resided in Douluo Continent for many years, aside from his limited excursions to the Spirit Hall and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, he was eager for a thorough exploration this time. Should you encounter any issues in your cultivation, remember to seek me out in Nodding City. I am always at your service. Yu Xiaojiang has never relinquished his desire to take Jiang Yu as his disciple. Although Jiang Yu has consistently declined, Yu Xiaojiang treats him with the same fervor as one would a first love. Of course, Yu Xiaojiang is not a pervert. This merely reflects his attitude, akin to how he once engaged with Bibi Dong, ever willing to assist with a smiling countenance. Unfortunately, while Bibi Dong was soon captivated by his vast knowledge and exceptional charisma, Jiang Yu seemed oblivious to his efforts, igniting Yu Xiaojiang's determination. I believe that among all the teachers on Douluo Continent, none are more suited for you than I. Under my guidance, you are destined to cultivate to the level of a titled Douluo and ascend to the pinnacle of soul masters. A broad smile graced Yu Xiaojiang's face, for his frequent speaking engagements had honed his skill in boasting to an art, speaking with an ease that bore no hint of embarrassment. Ridiculous. Jiang Yu could not help but silently scoff. Yu Xiaojiang truly seemed to possess a rather peculiar mindset, oscillating between self-doubt and arrogance. While a grand soul master spent his days instructing others in their training, seemingly oblivious to the potential harm he might cause. Had it not been for Tang San being the protagonist, he would undoubtedly have been rendered ineffective by Yu Xiaojiang's misguided teachings. It is quite astonishing that a theoretical master in the realm of soul masters could be so ignorant of the soul impact that a 10,000-year soul beast spirit ring might impose on a soul master. Were it not for Xiao bringing this matter to light, he might have remained blissfully unaware. Ultimately, Yu Xiaojiang merely possessed a good memory, capable of retaining the information he encountered. Upon closer examination, many of his so-called research findings were rife with flaws. Were it not for Bibi Dong's incessant boasting about Yu Xiaojiang's knowledge, how could others possibly accept the master's theories as credible? It is well known that, throughout the entire Douluo Continent, the Pope of the Spirit Hall holds the utmost authority, with such a renowned figure endorsing him. Even a mere pig could be exalted to greatness. Does he not possess a modicum of self-awareness regarding his own capabilities? To think he considers himself at the pinnacle of soul masters, Yu Xiaojiang truly believes he is of the same ilk as Su Ke, Li Qie, and Shun Beixian. Jiang Yu could not help but roll his eyes. He would never be foolish enough to associate himself with Yu Xiaojiang, lacking resources and strength. He was merely a disheveled and odious man. Most importantly, he would never betray Bibi Dong, for she was the one person he held most dear in the Douluo Continent. As the saying goes, one should repay even the slightest kindness with profound gratitude, and how much more so for the nurturing he received. Over the course of 3 years, he had consumed what must amount to a ton of milk. How could he ever stand in opposition to Bibi Dong? To do so would be a grave disservice not only to the milk, but also to the deep bond she had always shown him. Jiang Yu is known for his unwavering principle of repaying kindness, never leaving debts to others. Even if it means opposing Tang San in the future, he is unperturbed. What significance does the protagonist's halo hold? Ultimately, it is the actions of individuals that matter. He too possesses his own burdens. A clash of equals awaits, and we shall see who emerges victorious. Master, perhaps you should seek out others instead. Jiang Yu resolutely refused, stating, "My master has bestowed upon me an immense favor. Akin to a mountain, I could never forsake him to seek guidance from another." Here, master refers to two individuals, the esteemed Sword Douluo, who imparted knowledge, and the enlightening Bibi Dong, though Yu Xiaojiang remained oblivious to this intricate backstory. Truly, he is someone I hold in high regard. Yu Xiaojiang, far from being angered, applauded and exclaimed. The more resolute Jiang Yu became, the deeper his admiration grew for him. Tang San couldn't help but mutter to himself. Although he was reluctant to acknowledge it, the master's demeanor was indeed somewhat shameless. Others had turned him down numerous times, yet the master persisted. Jiang Yu was not inclined to say much. He had encountered many sycophants, yet someone like Yu Xiaojiang was indeed a rarity. "We shall take our leave now," he declared. turning to depart. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed from behind. Tang-san. Jiang Yu, when we meet again, I shall certainly astonish you. The youthful tone of Tang-san was imbued with unwavering determination. He retained a profound confidence in himself, swiftly regaining his composure and refusing to be disheartened by the setbacks he faced in the Stardow Forest. I look forward to your performance. Jiang Yu turned to glance at Tang-san, noticing the prideful gleam in his eyes, and she couldn't help but chuckle before departing. Wait for us. Huo Wuxuang quickly grabbed her sister and hurried after her. Jiang Yu. As Tang-san observed her receding figure, a spark of determination ignited in his gaze, and his expression grew serious. 3 days later, the trio arrived in South River City, where they would exit the boundaries of the Fast-Nuo province. After days of arduous travel, they were weary and decided to enter the city for some much-needed rest before continuing their journey. South River City, one of the largest cities in the southwest of the Tiando Empire, was far more prosperous than Nodding City. The enormous city gate stood at an impressive height of 100 meters, weighing at least 10,000 kilograms. Upon entering the city, guided by passers-by, they made their way to one of the 10 renowned hotels, the Rose Hotel. This establishment was a famous chain within the Tiando Empire, and the identity of its enigmatic owner was shrouded in mystery. However, the ability to secure a location in the most bustling parts of various cities indicated that this owner was undoubtedly a person of considerable influence within the Tiando Empire. Consequently, few dared to cause trouble at the Rose Hotel. Exceptions, of course, included rascals like Dai Mu Bai and the Navi Tang-san. Nevertheless, the hotel's reputation was quite effective in deterring common bullies and thugs. Upon entering the hotel, a young maiden clad in a high-slit dress, with minimal fabric covering her most essential areas, approached with a radiant smile. Her slender waist swayed gracefully with each step, exuding a warmth in her gaze, captivating all with her enchanting demeanor. Jiang Yu marveled at the beauty, realizing that the hotel industry on the Douluo Continent was as competitive as the entertainment industry on the vibrant blue planet. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the Rose Hotel. The maiden greeted, bowing gracefully to Jiang Yu and her companions. Such an alluring figure. Jiang Yu was nearly blinded by the dazzling whiteness of the snow. Given such conditions, this future hostess is undoubtedly destined for a flourishing career with a substantial possibility of ascending to higher echelons. Wow. May I ask for your esteemed name, beautiful? Huo Wuxuang inquired excitedly, insisting on grasping the delicate hands of the young lady. I am Su Su, she replied, nonchalantly removing Huo Wuxuang's hand, her face adorned with a gentle smile. She did not appear angered by the guest's forwardness, however. Her initial reaction suggested that this young woman was not one to compromise her integrity for the sake of her career. Furthermore, her adeptness in handling situations revealed that the girl named Su Su was indeed remarkable. Jiang Yu couldn't help but regard her with newfound respect. It is often said that women with ample bosoms lack intellect. However, this assertion does not hold universally true. There are indeed many women who possess both beauty and brains, such as the enchanting Su Su, the astute Zhu Shiqing, and perhaps even Hu Laina, who fits this description quite well. Under Su Su's guidance, Jiang Yu and his companions proceeded directly to the hotel reception to register. Throughout this process, Huo Wuxuang was incessantly trying to ingratiate herself with Su Su, causing Huo Wu to shy away, her face concealed in embarrassment. Having such an exuberantly masculine brother was truly mortifying. Due to their financial comfort, the trio opted for 3 separate rooms. Initially, Jiang Yu assumed that the Rose Hotel had but a single room available and pondered how to allocate it. To his surprise, the front desk staff informed them that dozens of rooms remained unoccupied. Given this, why should they confine themselves to a single room, which would only be awkward and uncomfortable? A private room was decidedly more convenient. Although the Rose Hotel is an upscale establishment, its rates were not as exorbitant as one might expect. Nonetheless, for an average soul master, it would still be a considerable expense. However, for Jiang Yu and his sister Huo Wuxuang, the cost of 3 VIP suites at the price of a single golden soul coin was rather inconsequential, for they were not without means. Chapter 41 Blow. It was already late at night. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and the world was enveloped in silence. Yet within one of the venues of the Rose Hotel, the lights blazed brightly, accompanied by the shouts of a man and a woman. Fortunately, the soundproofing of the room was commendable. Otherwise, their voices would likely disturb all the hotel guests. Again, Huo Wu, clad in a form-fitting outfit, fixed her gaze on Jiang Yu above her, her tone tinged with reluctance. Despite her fatigue, her body covered in beads of sweat, she was determined not to concede defeat. This was the 7th round, and she had lost every time. She would not rest until she had Jiang Yu beneath her. Very well. Jiang Yu withdrew his knee from Huo Wu's body and released his grip on her right arm. To recount the events, we must go back an hour. Huo Wu, upon witnessing Jiang Yu acquire his 2nd spirit ring, expressed her desire to spar with him. She assured him that she would refrain from employing her 3rd spirit skill and would suppress her spirit power to the level of a great soul master. Jiang Yu, eager to gauge his own capabilities, chose not to decline the challenge. However, as the competition commenced, he soon realized that he had severely underestimated his own strength. Regardless of the method employed, he emerged victorious in all 7 encounters, showcasing his prowess in various forms of combat. He even fought without relying on his martial spirit, relying solely on his innate power. Yet, despite his impressive performances, Huo Wu was unable to secure a single victory. Jiang Yu could hardly resist the urge to ease off. Perhaps he should take it a bit easier this time. He had already been sparring with Huo Wu for 2 hours. Although this level of training was trivial for Jiang Yu, it did little to quell his fatigue. Jiang Yu yearned to return to the comfort of his spacious bed for a restful slumber. Had it not been for Huo Wu's relentless determination, he would have already retreated. His feelings towards Huo Wu were undeniably intricate. He neither harbored affection nor disdain, as she was the first woman he had genuinely kissed since arriving in the Douluo Continent. In contrast, his interactions with Hulaina and Bibi Dong were mere trifles. How could one consider them intimate without the exchange of kisses? Behold my Huo Wu Dragon Claw. Just as Jiang Yu was lost in thought, Huo Wu boldly launched her attack. Her delicate hands transformed into claws, aiming directly for Jiang Yu's chest. This technique was one she had learned from Huo Wuxuang. Unlike the uniqueness of soul skills, techniques can be imparted to others. Even though Huo Wu and Huo Wuxuang possessed different martial spirits, it did not hinder her ability to execute this move. As Huo Wu's hand drew near, Jiang Yu feigned a look of terror and, after a moment's hesitation, hastily raised his right hand in a gesture of defense. However, Huo Wu's target was never his chest to begin with, and Jiang Yu was solely focused on holding back. Huo Wu's claws swiftly redirected downwards, reaching out towards Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu inhaled sharply, realizing he had been careless and forgotten to dodge. Huo Wu was indeed formidable. Unexpectedly, she had left a vivid red claw mark on his painstakingly cultivated abs. This certainly detracted from the overall impression. Haha, I won. Moments later, Huo Wu began to applaud in celebration, surprised that Jiang Yu had fallen for her ruse. Hey, not long into her excitement, Huo Wu noticed Jiang Yu staring helplessly at his abs, his expression somewhat chagrined. She inquired, "What's the matter?" "This is the result of my hard work." Jiang Yu shot her a glance, responding, "Just look at the mark you made. Don't worry about it." Huo Wu waved her hand dismissively. Her subsequent action startled Jiang Yu. She suddenly bent down towards his abdomen, exhaling a fragrant breeze, followed by a gentle whooshing sound. It turned out she was blowing on his wound. A minute later, Huo Wu raised her head with a smile, saying, "Such a light mark, a little blow, and it will be gone in no time. Rest assured, it won't leave a scar. Whether it scars or not is irrelevant. Just give me another one." To Jiang Yu's surprise, Huo Wu didn't give it much thought. The next morning, as dawn broke, Jiang Yu rose from his bed. Upon stepping out of his room, he noticed the door next door had also opened. Huo Wu emerged, her eyes still heavy with sleep. "Good morning," she exclaimed, and just as her words faded, the sound of another door opening echoed. After some time, Huo Wuxuang finally exited from the room diagonally across. Spotting Jiang Yu and his sister at the door, he couldn't help but remark, "I thought I would be the first one up. I didn't expect you both to be awake so early. Xiao Wu, did you not rest well last night? You look quite fatigued." Seeing Huo Wu's complexion, Huo Wuxuang felt a twinge of concern, assuming his sister hadn't gotten enough sleep. "Resting is fine," Huo Wu clarified. "I was just a bit tired from last night's antics with Jiang Yu." "What?" Huo Wuxuang asked, puzzled. Nothing at all." Jiang Yu hastily seized the opportunity to divert the conversation, as he wished to keep Huo Wuxuang oblivious to the events of the previous day. Should Huo Wuxuang discover how he had been commanding Huo Wu, he would undoubtedly face a thorough beating. It was just some beer, nothing more. At the mention of beer, Huo Wuxuang's eyes sparkled with excitement. He shot a glare at Jiang Yu, feeling slighted for not being informed of the libation. "How could you not invite me? That's exceedingly ungrateful. You must join me for a drink." Before Jiang Yu could acquiesce, Huo Wuxuang dashed downstairs like a gust of wind, clearly intent on procuring some alcohol. Upon arriving at the dining area, Huo Wuxuang cheerfully called out, "Xiao Wu, come here. I've ordered seafood congee for you." Upon hearing this, Huo Wu swiftly rushed over. It was only after taking a seat that Jiang Yu realized the breakfast spread was even more lavish than he had anticipated. Seafood congee, an assortment of pastries, spiced chicken feet, and even a roasted suckling pig. Most importantly, an entire bundle of wheat beer was laid out before them. Without hesitation, Wu Wushuang began uncorking the bottles, signaling his intent to finish them. "Come, brother, let me pour you one," he said, grabbing a bottle of wheat beer and pouring it down his throat with abandon. Within moments, the bottle was emptied with a resounding clatter. Jiang Yu did not anticipate that Wu Wushuang would drink so rapidly. However, early in the morning, he was not inclined to consume beer on an empty stomach, so he picked up a steamed bun from the table and began to eat. After devouring 3 substantial buns and sipping a bowl of seafood porridge, Jiang Yu leisurely commenced his beer. Wu Wushuang's drinking style was evidently starkly different from Jiang Yu's. It was not so much drinking as it was guzzling. With his left hand grasping a bottle, he downed it in one go, then set it down and picked up another with his right hand to continue his consumption. This repetitive motion of alternating hands was Wu Wushuang's drinking ritual. In a short span, over 10 bottles of beer had vanished from the table, while Jiang Yu had yet to finish even one. "Behold, my reputation as the king of drinks is not unfounded," Wu Wushuang proclaimed, his face flushed with pride as he continued to drink. "Well, perhaps you should temper your intake. Excessive drinking in the morning offers little benefit," Jiang Yu cautioned, noticing his friend's substantial consumption. "We are not strangers here. A token gesture suffices. There is no need for such fervor." "Very well, I shall save the rest for noon," Wu Wushuang acquiesced, evidently having indulged too much. As he settled back down and took a bite of a pig's trotter, he suddenly declared a need to visit the restroom. Jiang Yu did not impede him. After consuming so much alcohol, it was likely he needed to expel it. Nevertheless, Jiang Yu refrained from exposing Wu Wushuang, for every man clings to his dignity. Jiang Yu's intuition proved correct. Wu Wushuang felt quite uncomfortable after drinking and urgently needed a place to relieve himself. However, instead of heading to the hotel restroom, he walked several miles around the corner. Once he was certain that no one was watching, he bent down and expelled the beer he had just consumed. After 3 minutes, Wu Wushuang finally finished. Just as he was about to return to the hotel, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. "Let go of me, you ruffians. I will not return with you. Release me at once, or I will call for help." Wu Wushuang focused his gaze and realized that the girl in front of him was Su Su, the receptionist from the Rose Hotel. Chapter 42. A heroic rescue. "Release that girl," Wu Wushuang shouted, pointing at the group of burly men ahead. What kind of heroism is it for a grown man to bully a girl? Although they were mere acquaintances, Su Su had accompanied him the previous night to gaze at the stars and watch the goldfish. Wu Wushuang could not stand idly by while she was being harassed. "Ah, so he wishes to play the hero. Let us show this kid the consequences of meddling in our affairs," sneered the leader of the thugs, known as Crow, a chief of the Dongshin gang, one of the 3 major criminal organizations in Nanjing City. His 2 companions, a Hu and a Bao, were formidable subordinates. "Wu Huan, manifest." Crow immediately unleashed his martial spirit, intending to intimidate Wu Wushuang. He believed that this young man, being youthful, surely lacked the soul power to match theirs. Once they unleashed their martial spirits and revealed their soul rings, he was certain the lad would be terrified and flee for his life. A surge of dark energy erupted from Crow's body, and a massive black crow appeared behind him, his martial spirit, the Black Crow. The crow, standing about 1 meter tall, let out a piercing cry, and then 3 soul rings of white, yellow, and purple began to materialize around it. Despite being in his 30s, Crow had already broken through to level 39, on the cusp of becoming a soul sovereign. While this level of cultivation could not compare to that of genius soul masters, it certainly surpassed that of ordinary soul masters, which explained his position as a small leader within the Dongshin gang. He possessed a degree of strength. Following suit, his subordinates, a Hu and a Bao, released their martial spirits, which manifested as a common tiger and a leopard, respectively. Their soul rings were configured as 1 white and 2 yellow. Although they were also soul master level, they paled in comparison to Crow. With such pathetic soul rings, "You dare to flaunt them before me? Allow me to demonstrate what true talent looks like." Wu Wushuang bellowed as he charged forward. A brilliant red light erupted, and a fearsome and majestic infernal flame dragon materialized, accompanied by a dazzling configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings that instantly blinded their eyes. How was this possible? The Raven could scarcely believe the scene unfolding before him. That lad was, without a doubt, a genuine soul master. He had no doubts regarding Wu Wushuang's prowess, for in the eyes of most, the number of soul rings could not be fabricated. Instead, he was astonished by Huo Wushuang's innate talent, a true prodigy. The corners of the raven's mouth curled into a slight smirk, a glimmer of cold amusement crossing his face. While others may fear genius, he relished in it. In fact, he thrived on the thrill of hunting down prodigies. Countless so-called rising stars from the Hongxing gang had perished at his hands. The stronger the adversary, the greater his exhilaration. With his first soul skill, Black Feather Blade, the raven's black wings unleashed a flurry of razor-sharp black feathers, aimed squarely at Huo Wushuang. His companion, Ahu, unleashed his third soul skill, Tiger's Roar, emitting a piercing sound that rendered the surrounding air momentarily stagnant. Meanwhile, Bao, fully aware of his comrades' intentions from their prolonged collaboration, activated his second soul skill, Leopard Flash. The yellow soul ring flared to life, conjuring 3 illusory duplicates. Bao charged forward, closely following the path of the black feathers, convinced that no mere boy could withstand the combined onslaught of the 3 brothers. In response, Huo Wushuang unleashed his third soul skill, Golden Scale Fire Dragon Transformation. The moment he activated his martial spirit, his physique expanded noticeably, and with the enhancement of his soul skills, he grew even larger. As the razor-like black feathers descended upon him, Huo Wushuang extended his sharp claws and sliced through them. Despite the feathers' formidable hardness, they shattered under his might, neutralizing the immediate threat. Without a moment's hesitation, he surged toward the advancing figures, uncertain of which was the real foe, and thus resolved to strike at each one in turn. However, he was unprepared for Bao's remarkable speed. Each time Huo Wushuang closed in, Bao would swiftly evade. Although agility-based soul masters may not match the raw power of their strength-based counterparts, their speed far surpassed that of other classes. Consequently, Huo Wushuang found himself ensnared in a stalemate. At that moment, both the Raven and Ahu joined the fray, surrounding him in an instant. Despite Huo Wushuang's impressive talent, being besieged by 3 soul masters of equal rank proved to be a challenging predicament, compounded by the effects of the copious beer he had consumed earlier. His situation gradually deteriorated. Before long, the Raven's black feather blades had carved a large gash in Huo Wushuang's attire. Had it not been for Huo Wushuang's quick reflexes, he might have suffered far worse than mere torn clothing. The intensity of their battle escalated, creating a commotion that attracted the attention of onlookers. Witnessing a confrontation between soul masters, many gathered around, reveling in the spectacle that spared them the expense of entering the Grand Soul Arena to witness a fight. Not everyone can afford a ticket to the Grand Arena of the, so when given the opportunity, one must certainly seize the chance to witness it. Where is your brother? Jiang Yu, noticing that Huo Wushuang had been absent for an extended period, began to worry about his well-being. Should we go search for him? She suggested. Indeed, Huo Wu replied, gently patting her round belly, which was already full from the meal they had just consumed. With a satisfied burp, she rose to her feet. At that moment, the commotion outside captured the attention of Huo Wu and Jiang Yu. Upon inquiring with a server who had just entered, they learned that a young lad was outside engaged in a scuffle with a local bully. A young lad? Jiang Yu exclaimed in alarm. Oh no, it can't be your brother. Without a moment's hesitation, he grasped Huo Wu's hand and fled towards the hotel exit. As the saying goes, a formidable dragon cannot suppress a local snake. These local ruffians are indeed the most troublesome adversaries. Jiang Yuxing, apprehensive that Huo Wushuang might suffer, hastened towards the direction of the commotion, only to find Huo Wushuang adorned with several crimson gashes. It was evident that he had indeed faced adversity. Dare to strike my brother? I shall make you pay 100-fold, declared Huo Wu, her fury ignited upon witnessing Huo Wushuang's injuries. As she unleashed her martial spirit and charged forward, Jiang Yu, fearing for her safety, summoned his martial soul in a flash of crimson light. The Chixiao Sword materialized in his grasp. Get away. With a flicker of his third soul ring, a radiant ring of light enveloped Huo Wu. Originating from the fire spirit's protective fire barrier, the 3 ruffians, upon making contact with the barrier, were instantly repelled, causing the encircling threat to disintegrate. Brother. Seizing the opportunity, Huo Wu rushed in and quickly supported Huo Wushuang, her expression filled with concern. How are you holding up? I'm fine. Huo Wushuang gritted his teeth against the pain, forcing a smile as he wished to spare his sister any worry. Rest assured, brother can handle this. As soon as Huo Wushuang's words fell, Jiang Yu approached his side. Brother Huo, it is insufficient for you to shine alone. You must afford us an opportunity to showcase our talents as well. Jiang Yu was acutely aware of Huo Wushuang's formidable pride, and with Huo Wu observing, he knew that simply asking for assistance would be met with reluctance. Thus, He deliberately framed his words in a particular manner. There are 3 of us, and there are 3 of you. 3 against 3 is only fair. And we can fight side by side once more. With that, Jiang Yu extended a hand, to which Huo Wu, without a moment's hesitation, placed her hand upon his. All right. Let us fight together. A warmth surged within Huo Wuxuang's heart. Facing difficulties together epitomized the bond of brotherhood. He cast aside his reluctance and, with a decisive motion, placed his hand atop theirs, sealing their pact. Chapter 43. The sword shines brightly across the skies. Though Jiang Yu had known Huo Wuxuang for a little over a year, their interactions had revealed the essence of his character. In essence, Huo Wuxuang was quite agreeable. Jiang Yu held a certain admiration for this straightforward, physically adept, yet fiercely protective man. He had no desire to associate with someone as cunning and ungrateful as Tang San, who had almost killed him upon their first encounter. Such a friend was best avoided. The second soul skill, explosive fireball. Huo Wuxuang was the first to target the crow, whose injuries were inflicted by the detestable black crow's feather blades. It was time to exact retribution. A dark red orb of light surged from Huo Wuxuang's palm, hurtling towards the crow. Black Crow's shield. Sensing the immense power contained within the orb, the crow did not dare to underestimate it and promptly unleashed his Millennium Soul skill. The purple soul rings erupted with formidable energy, and the wings behind the crow unfurled, enveloping him in a protective cocoon. With this impregnable defense, the crow breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Huo Wu had also set her sights on a bow. As a control-type soul master, her soul skills held a significant advantage over agility-type soul masters. Upon activating her first soul ring, a robust flame whip materialized in Huo Wu's hand. Observing the 4 figures before her, she had no intention of testing the waters. Instead, she swung the whip with determination. With a swift motion, the flaming whip shot forth several meters before splitting into 3 tendrils, each rapidly elongating. The 4 flame whips encircled a bow in a wide arc, binding him securely. Child, I suggest you refrain from making any moves. Seeing his companions engaged in battle, Ahu displayed a relaxed demeanor, for he was merely up against a soul master with 2 soul rings. I shall not hold back, he proclaimed to Jiang Yu. You may certainly try. Jiang Yu wore a sheepish smile, and soon the Chixiao Sword in his hand erupted with a brilliant red glow, the second soul ring illuminating. A diminutive flame longsword suddenly shot forth from the blade. With his 3rd soul skill, Tiger's Roar, Ahu unleashed a thunderous bellow, sending powerful sound waves reverberating through the skies. Unfortunately, the small sword merely quivered slightly, showing little sign of impact. To his astonishment, when the flame longsword pierced Ahu's body, he felt no pain as he had anticipated. It turned out to be a mere display. Ahu couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that this child was nothing more than a pretty fade lacking substance. His inherent strength could only be described as quite mediocre. I was overly cautious. Where are all the prodigies? Ahu mused, immediately relaxing his guard. Underestimating an opponent is certainly not a wise habit. Jiang Yu smiled, realizing that Ahu had fallen into the trap. He proceeded to unleash his 2nd soul skill. As the fiery sword struck Ahu repeatedly, inspiration struck Jiang Yu, and he decided to bestow upon this new soul technique a fitting name, the Sword of Radiance piercing the 9 heavens. As the number of strikes increased, Ahu began to sense something amiss. However, he was already disoriented from the searing flames, and the power emanating from the flaming sword had become nearly unbearable. After the 6th strike, Ahu collapsed to the ground, unexpectedly defeated by Jiang Yu, the one among them with the lowest soul power, who had emerged victorious first. Witnessing this, Huo Wu and Huo Wuxuang were not to be outdone. They intensified their assaults. Before long, Wu Ya and Ah Bao also fell to the ground. Huo Wuxuang stacked the 3 of them together and unleashed a fireball, scorching their posteriors to a bright red hue. This served as their punishment, ensuring they would remember this lesson and refrain from tormenting other girls in the future. Thank you, Su Su exclaimed, witnessing the retribution against those who had bullied her. She hurriedly approached Jiang Yu and the others, bowing in gratitude. If it weren't for you, I would have surely been sold to the Yihong Lu. Her expression reflected lingering fear. There's no need for thanks, it was but a trivial matter, Huo Wuxuang replied earnestly. As soul masters, it is our duty to assist those in distress. It is nothing remarkable. He then took Su Su's small hand, noticing its chill. With genuine concern, he said, Look at your little hand. It's so cold, you must have been frightened by those bullies. Don't worry, I'll warm it for you. Huo Wu looked on speechless. Her brother had many admirable qualities, but he had one weakness, his lack of resistance to beautiful women. Moreover, his tastes were rather unique. He preferred mature women over the young. He would even argue that mature women possess three virtues: a good figure, an admirable temperament, and an exceptionally pleasant personality. Huo Wu felt no surprise at Huo Wushuang's interest in Su Su, as the latter had already developed quite maturely. It was only natural for her brother to be drawn to her. Su Jie, why were those bullies bothering you? Jiang Yu was not as easily swayed by beauty as Huo Wushuang. Rather, he was merely curious. Logically, these three bullies were also soul master level. So could it truly be just for the sake of beauty? Although Su Su possessed decent looks, she was by no means a stunning beauty. Was it necessary to resort to violence? Alas, Su Su's countenance suddenly darkened with sorrow. A few months prior, my grandfather fell gravely ill. In my desperation, I sought a loan from that crow, but little did I know that despite my grandfather taking the medicine, it proved futile, and he soon passed away. Subsequently, that bully demanded repayment, and to my dismay, the single golden soul coin I borrowed had multiplied tenfold, becoming 10 golden soul coins. The initially agreed-upon interest had escalated so drastically in an instant. How could I possibly procure such a substantial sum? Thus, I resorted to working at the Rose Hotel in hopes of earning enough to repay the debt, only to find that today the bully threatened to sell me to the Yihong Lu to settle my dues. Upon hearing Su Su's plight, Jiang Yu grasped the situation. This group was engaging in usury, likely intertwined with that so-called Yihong Lu, specifically targeting young women to exploit through their loans. Had they not encountered me today, those bullies would have surely succeeded in their vile intentions. These brutes. Huo Wushuang could not contain his fury, cursing vehemently at their inhumanity. For the sake of merely 10 golden soul coins, they committed such despicable acts. Su Su, fear not, I shall handle this matter. With that, Huo Wushuang approached the three unconscious crows, intent on rousing them. Of course, he would not do so with mere words. Instead, he opted for a more physical awakening, delivering several resounding slaps to each of them until they swiftly regained consciousness. Observing their bewildered state, Huo Wushuang retrieved a pouch from his bosom and extracted 10 gleaming golden soul coins. If you dare to trouble Su Su again, it won't just be your backsides that will feel the heat. After tossing the coins to the ground, he uttered a single warning. If you wish to spare your little birds from being roasted, consider your choices wisely. With that, he turned and strode away. We dare not. We dare not, they stammered in fear. Upon hearing the words, the group, including Crow, felt a sudden chill run through their bodies and hastily began to shout. After this lesson, they dared not trouble Su Su again. Chapter 44. The sensitive fire dance. As they departed from Nanjiang City, their party welcomed a new companion, the former receptionist of the Rose Hotel, Su Su. While 10 gold soul coins were merely pocket change for Huo Wushuang, for Su Su, it represented a fortune of immense significance. The small gesture from Huo Wushuang was regarded by her as an extraordinary kindness. Thus, she insisted on serving him devotedly to repay his benevolence. Huo Wushuang was pleased to hear this and, without a moment's hesitation, agreed, recognizing that he was in need of a personal maid. During his time at the Chihua sect, his father had feared that he might encounter romantic entanglements too early. Hence he was often attended by burly men. Now that he had matured, it was indeed time for him to indulge in the privileges befitting a young noble. Starting with the companionship of a personal maid. Upon leaving Nanjiang City, the group set their course straight for Tiando City. Although Su Su possessed only the cultivation of a soul master, her martial spirit was the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. This martial spirit, while lacking in offensive power, boasted exceptional speed. Oscar's third soul ring was derived from a serpent of similar lineage, aged around a millennium. Once Su Su's martial spirit manifested, wings sprouted from her back, allowing her to surpass Jiang Yu and the others in speed. After a day's journey, they arrived at a forested area in the St. John province. Huo Wushuang consulted his map and discovered that this forest was indeed the silent forest they sought. By traversing it, they could reach the Hamburg province, the closest territory to Tiando City, thereby saving at least 10 days of travel time compared to the usual route. The forest at night was unusually cold, but fortunately, among the group, only Su Su lacked the fire attribute in her soul mastery. With a casual stroke of his sword, Jiang Yu cleaved the nearby tree in half. He then meticulously crafted 4 slender wooden sticks, each the size of a palm. Observing this, Huo Wushuang eagerly seized the opportunity to showcase his skills, unleashing a plume of flame from his mouth that ignited the 4 wooden sticks with precision. Thus, a bit of effort was spared. Jiang Yu, as he spoke, handed 3 wooden sticks to Huo Wushuang, entrusting him to distribute the remainder to Huo Wu and Su Su, for they were his sister and devoted maid. Under the fierce illumination of the flames, the group finally discerned their surroundings, The ground was overrun with weeds, obscuring even the path ahead. Here, even the map proved futile, and they could only navigate by the stars twinkling in the night sky. After approximately 3 hours of trekking, they arrived at a more open area. Consequently, they set about pitching their tents. Jiang Yu then scavenged for dry wood nearby, igniting a roaring fire. Lastly, he scattered a yellow powder around the tents, a product of a mysterious division within the seven-treasure glazed tile school, crafted by the pharmacy pavilion. This powder was specifically designed to repel snakes, insects, rodents, and ants, making it an essential companion for any journey. From Jiang Yu's understanding, the pharmacy pavilion bore resemblance to the Tang clan's medicinal hall, staffed by professionals in the field of medicine, including experts in toxicology. The deeper Jiang Yu delved into the intricacies of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, the more he admired Bibi Dong's foresight. The school's dominance over the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect was not merely due to the presence of two titled Douluos. Its subsidiary industries spanned across pharmaceuticals, real estate, metallurgy, banking, and transportation, among others. The metal industry, fortified by the formidable strength of the seven-treasure glazed tile school and the support of the Tiando royal family, had established a monopolistic position throughout the Tiando Empire. Historically, what has proven most lucrative is indeed monopolization. It is no wonder the seven-treasure glazed tile school has ascended to become the wealthiest sect on the continent. Internal speculations within the Spirit Hall suggest that their amassed riches rival those of the major kingdoms. Upon entering the tent, an air of awkwardness enveloped the group. For individuals cramped within a single tent was undeniably tight, and the sleeping arrangements were far from ideal. No matter how they divided the space, someone would inevitably end up beside a girl. Jiang Yu certainly preferred not to be next to Su Su, while he would not mind being near Huo Wu. Although Huo Wu appeared somewhat bashful, she gradually acquiesced, leaving Jiang Yu in a state of hesitation. What if Huo Wu were to act inappropriately during the night? After all, he was still a child. However, his opinion was evidently of little consequence, and under the majority's decision, he found himself lying next to Huo Wu. Thus, Huo Wu and Su Su nestled in the middle. Jiang Yu lay on the far left, while Huo Wu Shuang occupied the far right. 10 minutes later, the sound of snoring emanated from Huo Wu Shuang's side, indicating he had succumbed to slumber. Feeling an astonishing sensation on his thigh, Jiang Yu grew flustered, unable to articulate the feeling. At that moment, Huo Wu beside him unexpectedly let out a faint moan. Jiang Yu was so frightened that he dared not move. He never anticipated that Huo Wu would be so sensitive. Merely a touch of skin could lead to unforeseen consequences. If he were to act with even greater boldness, what might befall Huo Wu? Moreover, there were two other individuals nearby. After some contemplation, he decided it was best to refrain from any further action. Jiang Yu understood that although Huo Wu appeared somewhat carefree on the surface, deep within, she was indeed a tender-hearted girl. If others were to unveil this side of her, she would likely feel too embarrassed to face Su Su and Huo Wu Shuang in the future. Thus, considering Huo Wu's feelings, Jiang Yu found it difficult to refuse and reluctantly embrace the bittersweet enjoyment of the moment. Time seemed to slip away, and before he knew it, Jiang Yu had fallen asleep. When he awoke, dawn was already approaching. Jiang Yu opened his eyes only to find that Huo Wu had vanished, leaving him puzzled as to her whereabouts. Just as he was contemplating this, Huo Wu hurriedly entered the tent, having rushed back from outside. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating narrative. Moreover, she had deliberately changed into a different outfit. Upon locking eyes with Jiang Yu, Huo Wu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, her fair complexion flushing a vivid crimson at the recollection of the previous night's events. A sense of shame enveloped her, as she feared being discovered by others. Huo Wu silently prayed within herself, what if he misconstrued her as a promiscuous girl? Jiang Yu was unaware of the peculiar thoughts swirling within Huo Wu's mind. Upon her return, he greeted her with a simple good morning before rising and making his way outside the tent. Ever since he began practicing the Hongming Purple Qi technique, he had grown accustomed to early mornings, eager to absorb the pure essence of purple qi at the very moment the sun graced the horizon. As the highest grade of energy within the cosmos, the channels for obtaining Hongming Purple Qi are quite scarce. In the relatively low-tier realm of Douluo Continent, it is likely that such energy only manifests at the dawn of day. After more than 2 years of diligent cultivation, Jiang Yu had only managed to refine a few wisps of this elusive qi, indicating that he was merely at the threshold of mastering this technique, originally bestowed by the celestial war god, Faping. Nonetheless, even at this nascent stage, Jiang Yu's physique surpassed that of an ordinary power-type soul master, rivaling the prowess of Tang San, who practiced the Xianjian skill. This highlights the advantage of high-level techniques, allowing one to achieve remarkable capabilities even at the initial stages of mastery. Jiang Yu casually found a massive stone and seated himself cross-legged upon it, channeling his mystical energy while patiently awaiting the emergence of the violet aura. As the sun began to rise, a crimson orb ascended, around which a faint, ethereal purple mist quietly began to materialize. At the moment this violet essence appeared, Jiang Yu's body responded with an explosive burst of radiant light. The purple mist in the sky seemed to sense something and surged towards him. It was this very essence. The slumbering heavenly dream-eye silkworm was abruptly awakened, however. The violet aura near the sun soon dissipated, leading the heavenly dream-eye silkworm to lapse back into deep contemplation shortly thereafter. Nevertheless, this event revealed much. Jiang Yu has finally discerned the method to awaken the heavenly dream-eye silkworm. It merely requires an ample supply of primordial purple qi. Chapter 45. Ning Rongron's punishment. Following the events of last night, the relationship between Huowu and Jiang Yu has evidently advanced, resulting in a notable decrease in her emotional defenses, rendering her less resistant to physical contact with him. Naturally, it is Huowu who takes the initiative. Jiang Yu was not so desperate. After 3 days, the group finally emerged from the silent forest. Although they had not encountered any formidable soul beasts along the way, their journey was far from smooth. Jiang Yu finally understood why few dared to traverse the silent forest. Even with a map in hand and the guidance of the stars, they found themselves lost several times. Had they not swiftly detected their misdirection and adjusted their route, they would have faced further delays. Upon exiting the forest, the four proceeded directly towards the province of Hamburg, passing through several cities without pause. Having learned from their previous experiences, they were eager to return to Tiando City without encountering any further troubles. After a full day and night of travel, they finally arrived near Tiando City. At this juncture, Jiang Yu prepared to part ways with Huowu and the others. The Flames sect lay to the north of the city, while the Seven Treasures Glazed tile sect was situated 70 miles to the south of Tiando City, making their paths divergent. Brother Hua, I bid you farewell. I must return to my sect now. Next time we meet, the drinks shall be on me. Jiang Yu clasped his hands together, his face a portrait of reluctance. I shall not detain you, my brother. Over the course of more than a year of companionship, Wu Shuang had discerned Jiang Yu's character. Realizing that he would never consider joining the Chihuahua sect, thus, any desire to persuade him had long since faded. Nevertheless, Wu Shuang had firmly established his bond with this friend. Brother Yu, remember to visit the Chihuahua sect for a drink when you have the chance, Wu Shuang exclaimed, joyfully patting Jiang Yu on the shoulder. Certainly, Jiang Yu responded with a smile, and after speaking, turned to leave. Watching the figure gradually fade into the distance, Wu seemed to have something to say, yet the words stuck in her throat, unuttered. Wu Shuang, fully aware of his sister's sentiments, comforted her, saying, a boy as exceptional as him cannot be bound by a single woman. Instead of lamenting, it would be wise to continuously hone your own abilities, striving to keep pace with him. In due time, you shall stand beside him at the pinnacle of soul masters, ensuring your position remains unassailable. In the realm of soul masters, strength always prevails, and this holds true even in matters of the heart. Strength. Upon hearing her brother's words, Huowu's expression gradually solidified with determination. I will undoubtedly become stronger. Upon returning to the Seven Treasure Glazed tile school, night had fully descended. Reaching the castle gate, Jiang Yu produced the token symbolizing his status as a core disciple, prompting the guarding disciples to swiftly grant him entry. As the highest level disciple token, its craftsmanship is exceptionally intricate, making it nearly impossible for others to counterfeit. This is why the guards allowed Jiang Yu to enter without delay. Had it been a regular token, they surely would have conducted a thorough verification before granting passage. Once inside the castle, Jiang Yu did not immediately seek out Sword Douluo. Considering the late hour, elderly individuals typically retire early, and it was possible that he had already gone to bed. It would be better to report to him the following day. Thus, Jiang Yu proceeded directly towards his room, taking a good 10 minutes to reach his quarters. This illustrates that sometimes, residing in a vast place can be rather inconvenient, as merely returning to one's room can consume considerable time. Upon entering his room, Jiang Yu closed the door and rushed to his bed, collapsing onto it in exhaustion. Over the past year, he had spent most nights either sleeping on the mountain or in the woods, even though he had enjoyed a comfortable night's rest on the large bed in the Rose Hotel a few days prior. It was somewhat marred by the fact that he had been thoroughly worn out by Huowu's antics. Thus, Jiang Yu now yearned for a deep and restful slumber. The following day, as dawn approached, the roosters in the courtyard began to crow, their resounding calls rousing Jiang Yu from his slumber. Jiang Yu slowly opened his bleary eyes, only to find something amiss as he attempted to rise. To his astonishment, a delicate and smooth leg lay across his abdomen, and even more alarmingly, it was persistently grazing against his sensitive area. Rong. Upon recognizing the person in his embrace, Jiang Yu was taken aback. How did she end up in his bed? He had not noticed her presence the previous night. Jiang Yu, if you don't return soon, I shall no longer pay you any heed. From Ning Rongrong's murmured words, it was evident that she remained ensconced in the realms of her dreams. Rise and shine. Jiang Yu playfully tapped Ning Rongrong's petite backside. Unlike Wu, whose figure exuded allure, Ning Rongrong's lack of any excess flesh rendered such thoughts implausible. He could only regard her as a little sister. Upon feeling the sting on her rear, Ning Rongrong was abruptly awakened, yet the moment her furious expression met Jiang Yu, who lay beneath her, her anger dissipated entirely. Without a trace of youthful modesty, she burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Naughty Jiang Yu, you have finally returned. How dare you leave without a word?" As she spoke, Ning Rongrong raised her small fist and playfully thumped Jiang Yu's chest. If it weren't for Grandpa Jian informing me that you had gone to the Earthfire Rock Valley for training, I would have been none the wiser about your whereabouts. Now tell me, how should I punish you? The mere mention of punishment sent a shiver down Jiang Yu's spine, for Ning Rongrong, this little enchantress, had an endless array of playful torments at her disposal. He certainly wished to avoid experiencing her wrath. But that is a matter for another time. Jiang, you could only feign nonchalance for the moment. Pray tell, why do you find yourself upon my bed? This chapter is not yet complete. Kindly turn to the next page to continue relishing the captivating narrative. It is none other than you, Ning Rongrong retorted, her irritation palpable. Grandfather Jian stated that, given your cultivation pace, you would likely transcend to the realm of the great soul master within a year. So, I calculated the days, intending to surprise you. However, I was met with disappointment as I awaited your arrival, only to find myself falling asleep on your bed, at times forgetting to cover myself with the blanket. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in accusation. Ahem. Before long, Ning Rongrong began to sneeze, evidently having caught a chill from her prolonged wait for Jiang Yu. Observing her condition, Jiang Yu felt a warmth in his heart, disregarding any notions of punishment. He promptly declared, "Very well, it is all my fault. Rongrong, whatever punishment you desire, I shall acquiesce." This is your assertion. A man of honor must keep his word, lest he be deemed untrustworthy, she replied with a glimmer of mischief in her eyes, her expression transforming into one of triumphant amusement. Jiang Yu finally realized that he had seemingly been deceived. He should not have placed his trust in this little sorceress. Nevertheless, having promised to accept Ning Rongrong's punishment, Jiang Yu did not retract his words. It was only after hearing the details of the punishment that he began to regret his earlier decision. Ning Rongrong picked up a feather quill, dipped it into the ink from a bottle, and began to draw upon Jiang Yu's face, not finishing her masterpiece until several minutes had passed. Jiang Yu approached the bronze mirror and was taken aback to discover that a pattern of a 7-treasure glazed tower had inexplicably appeared on his face. You shall bear this design for an entire day. Washing your face or attempting to erase it is strictly forbidden, Ning Rongrong admonished. Should you falter in your resolve, the punishment will only be doubled. Aware of Ning Rongrong's methods, Jiang Yu resigned himself to the situation and exited the room with the pattern boldly displayed on his visage. After completing his training in the courtyard, he set off to report to the Sword Douluo regarding his experiences over the past year. As for the pattern on his face, he remained unfazed, confident that he could easily concoct an excuse when necessary. As a competent undercover agent, weaving tales and crafting justifications were among his formidable skills. Having successfully deceived even the likes of Bibi Dong, the Sword Douluo would be no exception. Thus, Jiang Yu strolled towards the 7-treasure hall with ease. Although passers-by pointed and whispered upon noticing the design on his face, he paid them no heed, considering it merely a test of his fortitude. Remarkably, his mental acuity had even improved as a result, an unexpected delight. Chapter 46, Exposed. At the 7-treasure hall, the guards were taken aback upon seeing Jiang Yu approach. They had not laid eyes on him for an entire year, and his sudden appearance left them momentarily disoriented. Rumors had circulated that Jiang Yu had fallen afoul of the Sword Douluo and was subsequently cast into a perilous training ground. To their astonishment, he had returned today. As Jiang Yu drew closer, the guards finally discerned the 7-treasure glazed tower emblazoned upon his face. Is he engaging in some form of performance art? One guard could not help but mutter, and despite their rigorous training, Laughter escaped their lips. Is my master in the seven treasure hall? Jiang Yu paid no heed to the expressions of the guards. His sole desire was to ascertain whether the sword Douluo was within. Ah, little Yu, what brings you back? One of the burly men quickly stifled his amusement. After all, Jiang Yu was the apprentice of the sword Douluo and frequently visited the seven treasures hall, making him quite familiar to them. Brother Jinlong, Jiang Yu replied with a smile, feel free to laugh. There's no need to suppress your mirth so painfully. Little Yu, who has wronged you? Although this man named Jinlong was robust in stature, he was by no means a mindless brute. Rather, he possessed a keen sense of social grace. Instead of bursting into laughter as Jiang Yu suggested, he wore a concerned expression and said, tell me, and I shall help you teach him a lesson. Jiang Yu's eyes twinkled with mischief, and without a hint of hesitation, he remarked, then I must trouble you, dear brother. The individual in question is none other than the beloved daughter of the sect leader, Ning Rongrong. Jinlong was taken aback, his expression a mixture of disbelief and trepidation. He mused to himself, even a fool would not dare to provoke Ning Rongrong. If the sect leader and the two elders were to discover this, would I still have a place among the living? Brother, one cannot frighten another in such a manner, he added, his countenance contorting into a grimace that was more pitiable than a cry. Yet, realizing that it was the cherished Princess Rongrong involved, he decided to embrace the situation with a semblance of joy. Ordinary folk would not even have the privilege of such an honor. Jiang Yu was momentarily at a loss for words, uncertain whether to voice the greeting that surged within him. For the swiftness of the slap to the face was utterly astonishing. Just moments ago, he had resolutely proclaimed his intention to stand up for him. Yet upon learning that it was Ning Rongrong, he had instantly softened, his expression shifting more rapidly than the face changes in Sichuan opera. It was a pity that he bore such a hefty physique. Noticing the seriousness that gradually settled upon Jiang Yu's face, Jinlong recognized that his boastful words were indeed somewhat ungracious. Suppressing his discomfort, he gritted his teeth and said, brother, I happen to possess the latest collection of beast-eared maidens. If you do not mind, I would be delighted to gift it to you, hoping it may soothe your wounded spirit. In that case, I shall graciously accept. Jiang Yu had never intended to rely on him to create trouble for Ning Rongrong. Now that Jinlong had presented his treasured collection, his objective had undoubtedly been achieved. Furthermore, with the exquisite beast-eared maiden anthology that Jinlong had previously gifted him, he had finally assembled a complete set of 9 volumes. Jinlong, taken aback, merely sought to engage in polite conversation. He never anticipated that Jiang Yu would readily accept. This was his newly acquired compendium of cat-eared maidens, undeniably the most formidable single volume on the subject. He had yet to fully appreciate its value, and parting with it now caused him considerable reluctance. Brother Jinlong, once I have finished my visit with my master, I shall come to retrieve it from you. Rest assured, I am well aware of the way there, so there is no need for you to guide me. Jiang Yu, ever considerate, was aware that Jinlong had duties at the Seven Treasures Hall and did not wish to impose upon him. No, brother, I can still take a short leave. Jinlong hastily declined, for he dared not allow Jiang Yu to enter his room alone. It was well known that his collection was vast, encompassing not only cat-eared girls but also rabbit-eared maidens and more. Should Jiang Yu inadvertently make off with any of his cherished possessions, it would certainly be a grave loss. Very well. Jiang Yu observed the nervous demeanor of the individual before him, deducing his thoughts without explicitly addressing them. After speaking, he gracefully proceeded towards the grand hall. At this hour, if the sword Douluo was present in the Seven Treasure Hall, he was typically accompanying Ning Fingxi for breakfast. Thus, Jiang Yu adeptly navigated his way to the dining area. Indeed, as soon as he entered the doorway, he discovered Ning Fingxi and the sword Douluo engaged in their meal. What a lavish spread! The sight of the exquisite dishes laid out on the table left Jiang Yu momentarily speechless. Dozens of delicate pastries adorned the dining table, reminiscent of the imperial cuisine fit for a sovereign. You brat, how dare you return? Exclaimed the sword Douluo, taken aback at the sight of Jiang Yu lingering there. Feeling slighted by the absence of prior notification, it seemed he was entirely disregarded as a mentor. Xiaoyu, there is something on your face, Ning Fingxi remarked. His attention wholly focused on Jiang Yu's countenance. Uncle Ning. Tears streamed down Jiang Yu's face in an instant. Throughout this year in the Lava Rock Valley, I have constantly yearned for my sect, which compelled me to paint the emblem of the Seven Treasure glazed tile pagoda upon my visage to alleviate the pangs of nostalgia. Subsequently, Jiang Yu passionately recounted the myriad experiences of the past year, including the matters concerning the Fire Wushuang siblings and Tang San, leaving nothing concealed. Little Yu, I had no idea you harbored such a profound sense of belonging to our sect, It brings me great solace, Ning Fingji remarked, a smile blossoming on his face. The swift emotional bond Jiang Yu forged with the seven-treasure glazed tile sect undoubtedly delighted him as the sect's leader. With Jiang Yu's remarkable talent, he was destined to transcend to the rank of title Douluo, ensuring the continued prosperity of the seven-treasure glazed tile sect for another century. You rascal. I never expected you to reach the 20th level so swiftly, and your second spirit ring is the legendary Crimson Flame Howling Tiger, truly impressive. Rivaling even my own accomplishments in my youth. Young master, there's more to this chapter. Please turn the page to continue reading. The best is yet to come. Even Chixiao had to concede that the cultivation speed of this disciple surpassed his own. However, he would never admit defeat in front of Jiang Yu. Unfortunately, the Bon Douluo was more than willing to undermine his old friend. Old Sword, if I recall correctly, when little you was your age, your spirit power barely reached level 17, and the quality of your second spirit ring pales in comparison to the Crimson Flame Howling Tiger. Would you call that not inferior? I would say it's a case of the student surpassing the master. The Bon Douluo declared triumphantly. Old Bon, are you itching for a fight? Chixiao's face flushed, embarrassment creeping in as he realized his friend's teasing had put him in an awkward position. It was indeed a blow to a dignified title Douluo to admit that his talent was eclipsed by that of his disciple. Fortunately, it wasn't long before a mysterious figure clad in a flowing blue robe entered the dining hall. The individual was entirely enveloped in the voluminous garment, with even their face obscured by a tightly secured mask. What astonished Jiang Yu was that both the Sword Douluo and Bon Douluo remained utterly unfazed by this enigmatic presence, as though they had grown accustomed to it. The mysterious figure approached Ning Fingji directly and whispered something into his ear, though the voice was barely audible. Jiang Yu still managed to capture some crucial information. The Spirit Hall. A spy? Jiang Yu felt a sudden surge of alarm. Could it be that his identity had been exposed so swiftly? It seemed improbable. He reflected on his own cautiousness. Having never once revealed a flaw, how could he possibly be discovered? Observing the smile on Ning Fingji's face gradually fade, replaced by a countenance of fluctuating emotions, Jiang Yu could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety. Little Yu, accompany Uncle Ning to a certain location. Chapter 47. Strategies. Though Jiang Yu followed Ning Fingji with a calm demeanor, his mind was incessantly devising strategies. Escape was an impossibility, given his current cultivation level. Fleeing right under the watchful eyes of the Sword Douluo and Bon Douluo was utterly unattainable. Moreover, to attempt to flee now would be akin to confessing guilt without a word. However, what if? Jiang Yu's thoughts were instantly thrown into disarray. After traversing numerous fortifications, the enigmatic figure led them to the foot of a towering iron edifice that soared over 100 meters into the sky. From within their garments, the mysterious individual extracted a key and inserted it into the lock, whereupon the immense bronze doors creaked open with a resounding clamor. Upon entering the tower, Jiang Yu was greeted by an expansive space spanning several hundred square meters. The entire first floor was occupied solely by a handful of blue-clad sentinels patrolling the area and a solitary room. The mysterious figure guided them into this room, where they approached a peculiar apparatus. It resembled a cage, encircled by robust hardwood, with the sole entrance being a door crafted from transparent crystal. Once everyone had entered, the enigmatic figure closed the crystal door and then pulled down a lever, sliding it to the midpoint of the number 3. With a low hum, the cage began to ascend slowly, and Jiang Yu could hear the rhythmic whirring of gears. Was this not akin to an elevator? Jiang Yu felt a surge of suspicion. It appeared that Douluo Continent was not devoid of skilled artisans, as even contraptions akin to elevators had been ingeniously devised. He had previously underestimated the ingenuity of these indigenous people. Shortly thereafter, the cage came to a halt, and the enigmatic figure opened the crystal door, ushering everyone to the 6th floor. This level boasted dozens of chambers, each secured by heavy iron doors, from which intermittent sounds of whip cracks and anguished screams emanated, unmistakably indicating a sinister environment. The mysterious individual guided them to the innermost room, where he respectfully invited Ning Fingji and the 2 elders to enter, casting not even a glance at Jiang Yu. Upon entering the chamber, Jiang Yu beheld a robust man, his body marred and bloodied, bound to a wooden frame. Before him was a brazier ablaze with fierce flames, within which a branding iron was thrust. It was evident that the fiery mark upon the man's chest had been seared by the iron. Upon the arrival of Ning Fingji and the 2 esteemed elders, the enforcement personnel bowed in deference, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the sect master and the 2 elders." A sharp-witted, lean man then continued to report, "Sect master. He has confessed. He presented the signed confession of the robust man. Ning Fengji took the document, and his brow furrowed slightly upon inspection. The individual in question was Ding Feng, an inner disciple of the sect and a member of the Seven Kills Pavilion, who had faithfully accomplished numerous tasks assigned by the sect and was known for his loyalty and bravery. Ding Feng was indeed a rare talent within the sect, and Ning Fengji was curious about how the Spirit Hall had managed to entice him. He mused that the remuneration offered had been substantial. Upon examining the detailed account recorded below, Ning Fengji suddenly comprehended the situation. It was a classic case of allure. Throughout history, few heroes have triumphed over the charms of beauty. How many men could resist such temptation? The Spirit Hall was well aware of this vulnerability. Hence their strategy of employing a young and stunningly beautiful soul master to ensnare Ding Feng. Thus, the promising Ding Feng had succumbed to the depths of depravity, unable to extricate himself. After being subverted by the Spirit Hall, Ding Feng had betrayed vital information about the sect multiple times, eventually being promoted to a clandestine investigator. He disclosed that several undercover agents had been dispatched by the Spirit Hall. Among them was Jiang Yu, a disciple of the Sword Douluo. Ding Feng, I must ask you, Ning Fengji exclaimed, rarely displaying such fervor. You claim that Jiang Yu is also an undercover agent for the Spirit Hall. Do you possess any evidence? As the threat of exposure loomed, Jiang Yu could not help but break into a cold sweat. Rest assured, Xiao Yu, Uncle Ning believes that you would never betray the sect. I am eager to see how he attempts to sow discord between us. Ning Fengji cast a glance at Jiang Yu, his expression adorned with a smile, yet beneath it lay a tempest of emotions. Indeed, Ning Fengji was truly a master of cunning. Although Ning Fengji verbally expressed his trust in him, Jiang Yu was well aware of the underlying implications of his words. If he could not produce evidence to substantiate his innocence, he would likely meet a fate akin to that of Ding Feng. Indeed, those who rise to prominence are seldom unremarkable. Evidence. Ding Feng hesitated momentarily, and after a considerable pause, he finally gasped, stating, in any case, I only know that this young man is my liaison at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, and he holds the esteemed position of the highest-ranking Tianzi secret agent, overseeing all related affairs. Do I know you, my elder brother? Jiang Yu then realized that Ding Feng was merely spouting nonsense. He was utterly oblivious to his true identity as an undercover agent. Although the spy ranks within the Spirit Hall are ostensibly categorized as heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, there exists an even higher echelon, namely the imperial-level spies. Only the Pope and the Grand Offering possess the authority to dispatch individuals of this rank, and their identities are meticulously safeguarded. Others can scarcely be privy to such knowledge. Prior to assigning Jiang Yu to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Bibi Dong had thoroughly eliminated all personnel who had attended to him, save for Hulaina. Thus, it was inconceivable for Ding Feng to be aware of his identity. It appears that this individual, upon being captured and realizing escape was futile, resorted to carelessly uttering the name of an unfortunate soul. Little did he anticipate that he would choose me, crossing paths with me. His cunning scheme is destined to fail. Jiang Yu immediately contemplated how to navigate this predicament. The Celestial Secret Agent? This chapter is not over. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Ning Fengji's eyes flickered with a hint of doubt. It is essential to recognize that the Celestial Secret Agent represents the highest echelon of the Spirit Hall's covert operatives, typically assigned to seasoned spirit masters. He could not fathom that Bibi Dong would delegate such a perilous task to a mere child. Fengji, at first glance, seemed to be grasping at straws. Although the Sword Douluo often enjoyed teasing Jiang Yu, in critical moments, he demonstrated the responsibilities befitting a mentor. I can assure you, little you could never be an undercover agent for the Spirit Hall. Chen Xian regarded Jiang Yu with skepticism, doubting the child's capacity for such astute operations. Jiang Yu, initially touched by Sword Douluo's willingness to vouch for him, found himself at a loss for words upon hearing the subsequent remarks. Questions about his intelligence? What a jest! He had been astute since childhood. Every time Bibi Dong refused to nourish him, he always found a way to coax her into compliance, ultimately persuading her to feed him willingly. In the entire Spirit Hall, he was the only one capable of achieving such a feat. Bibi Dong's decision to have him act as an undercover agent might very well have stemmed from her recognition of his cleverness. Now, Sword Douluo dared to question his intelligence truly. There are limits to what one can endure. However, upon witnessing the Sword Douluo's imposing stature, Jiang Yu chose to suppress his indignation. For respecting one's elders is a cherished virtue in Chinese tradition. Uncle Ning, Master. Jiang Yu spoke earnestly, I understand that you believe in me. Yet this matter cannot simply be overlooked. This is a blatant affront to my integrity. If a thorough investigation is not conducted, my standing in the sect will be jeopardized. For the sake of my reputation, I implore both of you to investigate this matter thoroughly and restore justice for me. Jiang Yu, adopting a strategy of retreat to advance, took the initiative to propose a thorough investigation. After all, Ning Fengji would undoubtedly conduct a meticulous inquiry. Thus, it would be wise to take a proactive approach, which would also reflect his sincerity. Indeed, Ning Fengji's demeanor softened considerably. Rest assured, my dear Yu, your uncle will ensure justice is served. Given the significance of the sect's endeavors, he could not afford to be careless. It was not that he doubted Jiang Yu, but rather that clarity on such matters was prudent to prevent any misunderstandings and to avoid discord among them. Ning Fengji promptly summoned the mysterious individual before him and leaned in to whisper confidentially. Moments later, the enigmatic figure turned and exited the room. Following this, Ning Fengji fixed his gaze upon Ding Feng and inquired, "You repeatedly assert that Jiang Yu is your superior. Do you know where he hails from and who resides in his household?" Ding Feng found himself at a loss for words. He was not particularly familiar with Jiang Yu. His intention in dragging Jiang Yu into this was to undermine the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. For the innate swordsmanship talent with full soul power would undoubtedly pose a significant threat to the Spirit Hall. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School needed only one swordsmanship genius. So his actions were motivated by the interests of the Spirit Hall, or more accurately, for the sake of the woman he cherished. Perhaps the Pope would take into account his substantial contributions and treat his beloved well. Observing Ding Feng's hesitance, Ning Fengji began to set aside some of his doubts regarding Jiang Yu. It was not until half an hour later that the mysterious person re-entered, carrying a small iron box. Chapter 48. Long live the Pope. Jiang Yu never anticipated that something so deeply hidden would be unearthed by a mysterious individual. Respected sect master, I have thoroughly searched Jiang Yu's chamber and found this small iron box to be the most suspicious. The enigmatic figure presented the box, awaiting Ning Fengji's subsequent command. Open it. This time, Ning Fengji offered no further words, directly instructing the mysterious person to unveil the contents of the box. For the truth of Jiang Yu's affiliation with the Spirit Hall might very well lie within. Uncle Ning, please don't. Jiang Yu hastily interjected, 9523. Open. As Ning Fengji called out the mysterious person's code name, he became increasingly convinced of the significance of what lay within, observing Jiang Yu's anxious demeanor. Yes, sect master. The enigmatic figure replied, suddenly radiating a silvery light, from which a slender silver needle materialized in his hand. Although it was no larger than a chopstick, it was encircled by 5 resplendent soul rings of yellow and purple hues, revealing that this mysterious individual was indeed a soul king. With a decisive twist of the silver needle in the keyhole, the iron box sprang open, revealing a blue notebook inside. Without hesitation, Ning Fengji opened the book. June 1st. Sonny, I never expected to join the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Uncle Ning is approachable and amiable, and both grandfathers are kind-hearted elders. I am filled with anticipation for life in the sect. June 3rd. Overcast. After absorbing the soul ring, my soul power has directly broken through to the 13th level. My master is elated and has begun to impart his unique techniques to me. I must practice diligently and not disappoint him. I yearn to bring honor to my master. July 3rd. Light rain today marks the sect's new disciples competition. The others are formidable, yet my master holds high hopes for me. I must not bring him shame. Fortunately, I did not let down his teachings and achieved first place. July 5th. Sonny, my master wished to see the fruits of my training, so he sent my senior brother to spar with me and offer guidance. Truly, my senior brother is remarkable. At just 13, he has cultivated his soul power to the 29th level. I aspire to follow his example and strive to surpass him. After the competition, Princess Rongrong brought me some medicinal ointment for my wounds, filling me with joy. She is so noble and kind. I find myself developing feelings for her. What should I do? Jiang Yu, awaken. Rongrong is the daughter of the sect master. What status do you possess to be worthy of her? The following year. On March 10th, under overcast skies, after more than 6 months of diligent practice, I finally mastered the first 3 forms of the 7 killing sword technique imparted by my master, and I have also become proficient in the 3 apertures heart control. Truly, I am a genius. Ha ha ha. Allow me a moment of pride. I wonder what my master would say upon discovering my vanity. I imagine he would chide. You arrogant brat, what is there to be proud of? In my day, I was far superior to you. Ha ha ha. On April 1st, under clear skies, I engaged in simulated combat training with Rongrong, but to my dismay, I exerted too much force and injured her knee. However, instead of being upset, Rong Rong comforted me, assuring me that she would not inform Uncle Ning or my master. Rong Rong is truly kind. I shall be more gentle next time. On May 31st, under sunny skies, tomorrow Rong Rong will awaken her martial soul. I pray that the heavens bless her with the 7 treasures glazed tile martial soul, and that her innate soul power reaches at least level 9, ensuring her happiness, which in turn brings me joy. On June 1st, splendid news. Rong Rong's talent is indeed exceptional. I must devote myself to training so that I can protect her from harm, especially from the nefarious individuals that target the talented from other sections. I have heard that the Spirit Hall specifically targets geniuses from other sects. I must ensure that no harm befalls Rong Rong. My master has instructed me to train in the Earthfire Rock Valley. Without hesitation, I agreed. For only by strengthening myself can I safeguard Rong Rong. Moreover, Uncle Ning has treated me so well, and my master, well, he is tolerable. I must repay their kindness. Upon reading the diary, Ning Fingxi's smile broadened. Jiang Yu had indeed lived up to his trust. He was a person worthy of significant responsibility. The future of the sect and the happiness of his daughter may well depend on Jiang Yu. Reflecting on this, Ning Fingxi fixed his gaze on Jiang Yu and remarked, "Look at you, my child. There is nothing to be concerned about. Rest assured, I do not oppose your relationship with Rong Rong, so long as she is willing. I would gladly welcome you as my son-in-law." Son-in-law? Upon hearing this, Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo hurriedly vied for the little blue notebook, but in the end, Sword Douluo prevailed, securing the right to read first through sheer might. After reading the diary, Sword Douluo tossed the notebook to Bone Douluo and then turned to Jiang Yu. Speaking sternly, "You mischievous lad, daring to jest with your master. However, considering your consistent adherence to propriety and your lack of betrayal towards the sect, I shall let it slide. Remember the words above and take good care of Rong Rong, or I shall not spare you." "Yes, master." With that, Jiang Yu turned his gaze towards Ning Fingxi and could not help but smile. "Uncle Ning, I will strive to do my best." Fortunately, he was well prepared. When the sword duel master sent him to the fiery rock valley for training, he feared the secret of his diary might be exposed. Hence, he proactively prepared another diary and placed it within an iron box, never anticipating it would prove useful. Had he not been so cautious, his secret would likely have been revealed today. Everyone knows the fate of an undercover agent. Although Ning Fingxi appeared amiable, he was far from foolish. He would not allow such a detrimental traitor to the sect to escape unscathed. Having presided over the 7 treasures glazed tile school for many years, the number of lives he had taken surely rivaled that of a professional assassin. To mistake him for a benevolent figure would be a grave error. Once he confirmed that Jiang Yu posed no suspicion, Ning Fingxi lost interest in toying with Ding Feng. He spoke directly, "Ding Feng, I shall grant you one more opportunity. If you do not reveal your accomplices, I will have no choice but to send you to the palace. You may then resign yourself to a life as a eunuch." Ning Fingxi maintained his smile, yet to Ding Feng, it was chilling. A eunuch. Ding Feng feared nothing. Yet the severity of Ning Fingxi's punishment was too much for any man to bear. The reason for his betrayal of the 7 treasures glazed tile school stemmed from his desire for carnal pleasures. If he were to become a eunuch, how could he play the leading role in the realm of romance? "Please, master, show me mercy." Ding Feng cried out, roaring, "I will divulge everything I know. Please do not send me to the palace." He then proceeded to rattle off a series of names. Ning Fingxi was satisfied, nodding approvingly. "Let it be swift." "Yes, master." The 2 subordinates beside him drew their swords and lunged at Ding Feng, and moments later, his breath ceased. "Bring forth those he just mentioned." Ning Fingxi waved his sleeve, his expression turning grave. "These traitors must be eradicated to ensure the purity of the 7 treasures glazed tile school's ranks. A 1,000-mile dike can collapse due to an ant hole. Traitors must be dealt with severely to deter those with wavering loyalties." At this moment, Ning Fingxi revealed a decisive demeanor, his aura shifting from that of a cultured gentleman to that of a seasoned warrior. Before long, a mysterious figure, along with other subordinates, escorted a group into the room. Ning Fingxi scrutinized these individuals, disappointment evident in his gaze. Some were familiar to him. Take Xiao, for instance, who had diligently handled sect affairs, never failing to meet his expectations. Yet, to his dismay, he had secretly allied with the Spirit Hall. "Xiao, I never imagined you would betray me," Ning Fingxi said, perplexed. "You have been with the sect for quite some time, and I believed I had treated you well. Why have you chosen treachery?" "I am truly sorry, master." The manager, disregarding the perilous situation, spoke resolutely. As the saying goes, those who walk divergent paths cannot collaborate. Only the Spirit Hall can rescue the impoverished populace. The two great empires and various sects merely drain the lifeblood of the common people. It is only the Spirit Hall that offers a glimmer of hope to common spirit masters. My betrayal of the sect leader is solely for the sake of my ideals. A spark of fervor ignited in the manager's eyes, and his countenance transformed into one of zeal. Long live the Pope! Long live the Spirit Hall! He expressed a fervent wish for His Holiness to unify the realm, allowing the citizens to truly experience happiness. As his words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the room. Jiang Yu had never anticipated that Steward Xiao would possess such courage. This starkly contrasted with his usual demeanor. Indeed, one should not judge a book by its cover. The typically submissive and respectful Steward Xiao had displayed remarkable audacity. Sighing, Ning Fingji lamented that its Steward Xiao betrayed the seven treasures Glazed sect merely for wealth or women. Perhaps his punishment would have been less severe. Unfortunately, his betrayal was of a more profound ideological nature. Such transgressions could not be overlooked. He commanded that all traitors be dragged out and executed at noon in the central square, instructing that all sect disciples, with the exception of direct lineage disciples, must witness the event. Ning Fengzi's words were devoid of emotion. One must employ ruthless measures against such traitors without a hint of leniency. Understood. The mysterious figure promptly ordered his subordinates to take the traitors away, as pleas for mercy erupted from the crowd. Yet, Steward Xiao remained silent, his expression unchanged, exuding an air of acceptance with a profound sense of righteousness. Noon arrived at the central square. As the time drew near, the executioners read aloud the sins of the traitors, and with a command, the executioners raised their wine flasks, pouring the liquor into their mouths. They then spat it out, the fiery drink cascading like raindrops upon the sharp blades. Please, no. Have mercy, sect master. It is all the fault of the Spirit Hall. Suddenly, a discordant voice broke through the crowd. It was Steward Xiao, exclaiming, "Long live the Pope! Long live the Spirit Hall!" The executioners paid no heed to the traitor's words. With swift strikes, they fulfilled their grim duty, treating it as merely another routine task. Their faces remained impassive, having grown numb from the frequency of such executions. Standing amidst the crowd, Jiang Yu felt an overwhelming heaviness in his heart. The death of Steward Xiao lingered in his thoughts. He was a man of integrity, one with lofty ideals. Regrettably, he would never witness the day the Spirit Hall unified the continent, for he had sacrificed his life for an unfulfilled vision. Even if the Spirit Hall were to achieve dominion in the future, he would not reap the benefits of such triumph. This aptly illustrates the adage, those who plant trees for others to enjoy shade. Throughout history, grand accomplishments have rarely been achieved without individuals like Steward Xiao. While their contributions may often go unrecognized, it is precisely because of countless unsung heroes like them that the world possesses a touch more warmth. Jiang Yu harbored no desire to linger in the central square any longer. Instead, he returned to his chamber in a state of melancholy. Within, there was no sign of Ning Rongrong, suggesting that she had departed long before the mysterious individual arrived to conduct their search. Had she been aware of the impending inquiry into Jiang Yu, it is likely that there would have been an uproar rather than the tranquility that currently enveloped the room. Jiang Yu approached the bookshelf and gradually extracted several albums from among the hundreds of books. They were the complete collection of rabbit-eared maid illustrations, the classic collection of fox demon illustrations, and the treasured collection of the white tiger maiden. Jiang Yu opened the illustrated book, her attention not drawn to the blushing images within, but rather to the folding knife she retrieved from the table. She then turned to the page featuring the alluring figure clad in seductive lingerie, her legs enveloped in delicate white stockings, and gently sliced through the colorful insert beneath, swiftly extracting a thin sheet of paper. Fortunately, the pages of these collections were quite thick, rendering any concealed items within unobtrusive. As the saying goes, the most perilous places often prove to be the safest. Jiang Yu meticulously divided the genuine undercover diary into individual sheets of paper, concealing them within these albums. Even if others were to stumble upon them, they would merely regard them as akin to erotic illustrations, never pausing to inspect them closely. Nor would they suspect any hidden secrets within. After all, that young man was not yet smitten. Those who understood, understood. Though the mysterious individual was an intelligence operative from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, he was still a man, and the intelligence system of Douluo Continent evidently lacked sophistication. In terms of experience, he could not hope to compete with the well-trained operatives from Blue Star, to say nothing of exemplary veterans like Yan Shuangying, Bond, and Lafigo. Even an ordinary citizen from the imperial capital would be more than capable of outclassing them. Although Jiang Yu has never served as an undercover agent, He has been profoundly influenced by espionage and police dramas on the television screen for such an extended period, far surpassing the capabilities of the indigenous beings from Douluo Continent. Once he confirmed his suspicions, Jiang Yu carefully returned the paper to the atlas. He then retrieved a small vial from the soul guiding device, and upon opening it, a subtle yet enticing fragrance wafted into the air. Jiang Yu picked up a small wooden piece and scraped out some of the milky white liquid contained within. This substance was something he had fortuitously discovered on a wondrous tree. Once, Jiang Yu observed a milky white liquid oozing from a tree and, driven by curiosity, reached out to touch it. To his surprise, the sap was remarkably sticky, and he struggled for quite some time before finally freeing himself. Shortly after sealing the wound, a series of knocks echoed from outside, followed by a resounding voice. "Little Yu, your brother has come to bring you something wonderful." The person outside was none other than Jin Long. Jiang Yu collected the bottle from the table. With a creak, he opened the door and invited the imposing figure outside to step in. Jin Long swiftly shut the door, not waiting for Jiang Yu to utter a word, and stealthily approached the desk. Upon noticing the liquid that Jiang Yu had inadvertently spilled moments earlier, he appeared puzzled, but soon realization dawned upon him. Oh no. Jiang Yu was taken aback and hurried to the desk, seizing the scrap paper to wipe it clean. "Brother Jin Long, this is..." Before Jiang Yu could finish his words, Jin Long interrupted him, a lewd expression crossing his face. As a seasoned artisan, he instantly perceived a certain implication upon seeing the collection of illustrations on the table. "This chapter has not concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading." "My dear brother Yu, there is no need for explanation, I understand. It is only natural for a young man full of vigor to seek an appropriate outlet for his energies." Jin Long suddenly chuckled, adding, however, "Do exercise more caution next time. You see, it has been left on the desk, which is, after all, a place of scholarly pursuit. Such behavior is rather unbecoming. It would not reflect well should others happen upon it." Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback. It was evident that Jin Long had misunderstood him. Nevertheless, this serendipitous misapprehension spared him the need to concoct an excuse. Adopting a demeanor of gratitude, he expressed his appreciation to Jin Long, vowing to choose a different locale in the future. This was precisely the right approach. Jin Long, feeling satisfied, gazed intently at Jiang Yu. He then unwrapped the oiled paper package in his hands, reluctantly presenting a thick volume of illustrations to Jiang Yu. As Jiang Yu glanced at the alluring cat-eared maiden on the cover, he swiftly accepted it, responding with a smile, "Thank you, dear brother Jin Long." In the stillness of the deep night, tranquility enveloped the surroundings. In Jiang Yu's room, the candle flickered brightly, illuminating the late hour as he diligently studied at his desk. In his hands was a tome titled Introduction to Soul Masters, a requisite text designated by the Spirit Hall for aspiring soul masters. It is worth noting that this book was not authored by a single individual. Rather, it was collaboratively composed by high-ranking soul masters summoned by Bibi Dong, followed by meticulous scrutiny and editing from several titled Douluos, ensuring the accuracy of its contents. Rich in valuable insights, the book serves as an essential guide for novice soul masters, which is why even the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School distributes it to its disciples for study. The Spirit Hall's decision to publicly release it indicates their openness to other sects benefiting from its teachings. As the material is aimed at newcomers and does not disclose any of the Spirit Hall's secrets, the illustrations within the book are commendable, surpassing those in previous editions, particularly in their attention to the intricacies of hair details. Jiang Yu could not help but exclaim in admiration. It turned out that the introduction to Soul Masters was merely a facade, concealing the true treasure that Jiang Yu was engrossed in, the illustrated collection of cat-eared girls. Graciously presented by Jin Long, Jiang Yu's decision to observe was a precautionary measure. Should anyone inquire about the contents of his illustrated collection, ignorance would certainly raise suspicion. Thus, he was not merely glancing but studying intently, committing every detail to memory. Chapter 50. The arrival of esteemed guests at the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. In the Soul Martial Hall, what was once a bustling arena now housed merely a dozen individuals, evidently engaged in matters of great significance. The soul power measured was at 3 segments. A middle-aged man clad in a blue martial outfit stood before the stone tablet, accurately reporting on the intensity of the light emanating from it. Xiao Fan gazed at the stone tablet in silence for an extended period before finally reacting, his face alight with overwhelming joy. He had not anticipated that his strength had surpassed 300 pounds, while this figure may seem trivial for a beast soul master. It was indeed a remarkable feat for a tool soul master, particularly one like him who drew upon the elements of heaven and earth as his martial soul. After all, Beast soul masters often excelled in the early stages due to the formidable power and robust physique granted by their martial souls. Look at Xiao Fan's strength, surpassing 300 pounds. No wonder he is the brother of our mayor, exclaimed a robust youth sporting a mohawk, unable to contain his admiration. How shameless, someone retorted derisively. What do you mean by your mayor? She's my wife. You are even more shameless. I am the legitimate husband of Mayor. Xiao Fan is my brother. And you have no right to speak. Are you dreaming? As their quarrel escalated, Jiang Yu observed with keen interest, relishing the spectacle of men vying for a woman's affection. He had not witnessed such a scene in quite some time. While he had seen similar disputes on matchmaking shows, nothing compared to the immersive experience of being present. Next, Su Linya. As the announcement echoed, a dapper young man stepped forward from the crowd. He said little, merely approaching the stone tablet and delivering a powerful punch. In a matter of moments, the light filled 6 segments. Soul power, 6 segments. Jiang Yu was hardly surprised by Su Linya's results. His martial soul, the purple lightning hammer, was a rare powerhouse among tool martial souls, complemented by its explosive lightning attributes, making him a standout among his peers. Fang Yuan, soul power, 5 segments. Lin Gang, soul power, 7 segments. After several participants, it was finally Jiang Yu's turn. Truth be told, he still felt somewhat bewildered. He had been summoned at dawn for this test without any explanation. Nevertheless, having arrived, he saw no harm in participating, as he too was curious about the extent of his current strength. With a decisive strike from Jiang Yu, the stone tablet emitted a resounding reverberation, its radiance soaring instantaneously. In a matter of moments, it filled the 9th segment, then continued its ascent towards the pinnacle. Observing Jiang Yu's remarkable achievement, the middle-aged man beside him was utterly astonished. The tablet could withstand a maximum of 1,000 pounds, and exceeding this limit would result in an immediate shattering. Initially, he had presumed that this was merely a test for the younger generation of soul masters, believing that such a rudimentary tablet would suffice. It became evident that he had underestimated the situation. He was taken aback by Jiang Yu's extraordinary prowess, which was nothing short of monstrous. A true testament to his lineage as a disciple of the sword Douluo. Despite not being a power-type soul master, his strength surpassed that of Su Linya, who wielded the purple lightning hammer spirit, and Lin Gang, who possessed the earth dragon spirit. Just as the middle-aged man prepared to intervene and shield against the impending shards of the fracturing tablet, the brilliance upon it abruptly ceased, falling just an inch short of its ultimate objective. Jiang Yu's strength was still a tad shy of 1,000 pounds, yet he found himself quite content with this outcome. It is noteworthy that he had not refined a substantial amount of the primordial purple chi, yet his strength still surpassed that of other power-type soul masters, providing a measure of solace to the previously discontented Jiang Yu. Although his journey of cultivating the primordial purple chi had significantly delayed his soul power advancement, he finally reaped some rewards. Had it not been for the primordial purple chi, the heavenly dream ice silkworm might not have chosen him as its host, and his physical prowess would certainly not be as remarkable as it is now. Even though his soul power cultivation speed had somewhat faltered, he was still not far behind the top geniuses. Moreover, his foundation had become even more solid, and the quality of his soul power was considerably stronger than that of the average soul master. All in all, it was not a loss. After testing his strength, the middle-aged man proceeded to assess the soul power of the gathered individuals. Those who had come here were all outstanding members of the younger generation, with the lowest soul power attaining level 19. To Jiang Yu's surprise, after absorbing the second soul ring, his soul power had actually surged to level 23. A remarkable increase of 3 levels. This leap equated to a year's worth of arduous effort. The power contained within the red flame roaring tiger's soul ring alone could not have accomplished this feat. It seems the innate power within the heavenly dream ice silkworm not only expanded his sea of souls, but also enhanced his soul power. Truly a testament to the capabilities of a million-year-old soul beast. Jiang Yu's performance once again astonished the crowd. While those present felt a mixture of admiration and envy towards his prowess, there was no trace of hatred among them. After all, he was a member of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, and there were no profound grievances to harbor. Instead, they regarded Jiang Yu primarily as a goal to pursue. Following a series of examinations, including bone assessment and physical measurements, the middle-aged man finally led the group towards the 7 Treasure Hall. Along the way, he revealed the purpose of the tests. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Yu realized that a guest had arrived at the sect, hoping to utilize the name of a genius. Who could it be? Jiang Yu silently pondered. This chapter is not yet finished. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Who could possibly come to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect seeking assistance? Certainly, no other sect would, and Ning Fengji would never lend out the genius of his own sect. The individual capable of persuading him to do so must possess a high status and share a profound relationship with Ning Fengji. Could it be her? Jiang Yu suddenly thought of someone, yet whether her speculation would prove accurate could only be revealed upon their meeting. If it truly were her. Jiang Yu felt a sense of anticipation. However, he was taken aback that their first encounter would occur at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Reminiscent of a scene from a crime thriller. Upon arriving at the Seven Treasures Hall, a middle-aged man led the group directly to the grand reception area for esteemed guests. As soon as they entered, Jiang Yu noticed that besides Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo, there sat a young man with them, who was currently engaged in a lively conversation with Ning Fengji. This indicated that the young man's status was indeed remarkable. He appeared to be around 22 or 23 years of age. Though not exceptionally handsome, he bore no significant flaws, possessing well-defined features and an extraordinary demeanor. Clad in a simple blue robe, his inherent nobility could not be concealed. His neatly tied black hair, secured with a blue ribbon, was impeccably arranged, appearing more refined than that of many women. Witnessing this, Jiang Yu felt he had already formed a judgment. "Allow me to introduce you," Ning Fengji said, rising as all had gathered and gesturing towards the young man. "This is His Highness, Prince Xianjian of the Heavendo Empire. Please, come forth to pay your respects." "Master, you are too kind," Xianjian replied with a warm smile. "We are all family here. There is no need for such formality. I am merely a few years older than you, so if you do not mind, you may call me brother." Xianjian's words instantly endeared him to many. For he was indeed a prince of the Heavendo Empire, a position of great standing in the entire Douluo Continent. His humility was truly commendable. "Since that is the case, feel free to be at ease," Ning Fengji remarked, choosing not to elaborate further. The reason he had accepted Xianjian as a disciple was due to the noble virtues he perceived in him, recognizing all the qualities befitting an emperor within his character. Chapter 51. Xianjian III. The Snow Knight Emperor has 13 sons, aside from those who perished or encountered misfortune. Only 4 princes are eligible to vie for the position of crown prince, with Ning Fengji supporting Xianjian. Historically, the Snow Knight Emperor refrained from establishing a crown prince to maintain a balance among various factions. However, as his health has deteriorated over the years, an increasing number of ministers have advocated for the early appointment of a crown prince. This would ensure that, should any unforeseen events befall the Snow Knight Emperor, the Tindo Empire would not descend into chaos, as there would still be a crown prince to inherit the royal lineage and govern the empire's affairs. Today, Xianjian's visit to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School pertains to the matter of the crown prince. It appears that the Snow Knight Emperor has finally decided to appoint a crown prince, but which prince will be chosen depends on a series of evaluations. The first challenge requires the 4 princes to each recruit 7 soul masters to form a team, and then determine the victor through combat against one another. This challenge will not only test the prince's judgment but also their connections. Xianjian is aware that Snow Avalanche, backed by Prince Snowstar, has already gathered numerous talented soul masters at the Tiando Royal Academy. Even Yu Tianheng from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect is among them, a renowned genius of the empire. Furthermore, another genius from the Twin Stars has already been secured by other princes. Although Xianjian has enlisted the help of the Fire Wushuang and Fire Dance siblings from the Fire Phoenix sect, the overall caliber of his team pales in comparison to those of the other factions. Hence, he has come to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to seek out any promising young talents. Ning Fengji handed the roster provided by his subordinates to Xianjian, advising him to select whom he wishes. "Choose me." Without waiting for Xianjian's decision, Jiang Yu eagerly recommended himself, pleading for an opportunity. This is a splendid chance. He is well aware of Xianjian's true identity. Who among those familiar with Douluo knows that he is Xianjian III? They are effectively allies in the same cause. Even if Jiang Yu cannot reveal his identity, he can secretly assist Xianjian III in securing the Tiando Crown Prince position. After all, they have both been nurtured by the same source. Though Xianjian III was taken by Qian Dalu before she could benefit much, Jiang Yu has received considerable sustenance. Nonetheless, they are bound by this shared connection, and Jiang Yu feels compelled to assist Xianjian III, as they are akin to family. Who is this young brother? Observing Jiang Yu's confidence, Xianjian felt a surge of admiration. Regardless of his actual strength, he certainly displayed greater courage than the other candidates present. Qinghe. This is a disciple of Sword Elder, a leading figure among our younger generation at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. despite his youth. He has already surpassed the 20th level in soul power, and his martial soul quality is no less formidable than Sword Elder's 7-killing sword. Ning Fengxi, feeling quite pleased with himself, began to introduce Jiang Yu's identity. In truth, he was well aware that the Chixiao Sword was far more formidable than the 7-kills sword. However, in front of such a large audience, he felt it necessary to show some respect to Sword Elder, lest it tarnish his dignity as a titled Douluo. A glimmer of brilliance suddenly flickered in Xueqing's eyes, as if he sought to see through Jiang Yu completely. Jiang Yu felt as though he stood before Xianjian III in a state of undress, truly a person worthy of possessing a 6-winged angel martial soul. Indeed, her sharpness was remarkable. He had not anticipated that his younger brother's talent would be so exceptional. I wonder, dear brother, may I have the privilege of witnessing your martial soul? Xueqing had gazed at Jiang Yu with keen interest, eager to behold a sword martial soul that could rival the 7-killing sword of the sword Douluo. Certainly, he would fulfill Xianjian III's request without hesitation. Jiang Yu firmly believes that her treasured sword, the Chixiao Sword, will undoubtedly bring her immense satisfaction. With a resounding shout, Jiang Yu struck a striking pose. And in an instant, a brilliant radiance erupted from his hand. Gradually, a resplendent great sword coalesced in his palm, a long blade of fiery crimson hue, adorned with iridescent jewels and exquisite jade. The sword's blade exuded a chilling brilliance, radiating light as bright as frost and snow, inscribed with 2 pure golden characters, Chixiao. 2 circles of yellow spirit rings hovered closely around the sword, pulsating with energy. Xueqing had gazed in astonishment at the sword in Jiang Yu's grasp. Having encountered numerous swords, he found none that could rival this one. He acutely sensed that the aura emanating from the Chixiao Sword was far superior to that of the 7-kills sword. It appeared that Ning Fengxi's earlier words were not only true, but perhaps understated. Xueqing was certain that, at the same level, a sword Douluo's blade could not compare to Jiang Yu's treasure. Thus, he was compelled to form an alliance. Teacher, Xueqing bowed slightly to Ning Fengxi, expressing a hint of regret as he spoke. I have decided to select brother Jiang Yu for the battle, and I apologize for troubling the other brothers. Ning Fengxi understood Xueqing's sentiments. He felt guilty for having kept the other disciples occupied without affording them a chance to compete. Then let Xiao Yu accompany you, he said with a gentle smile. This child possesses not only remarkable talent, but also excels in every other aspect. Moreover, his loyalty to the sect surpasses that of other disciples. You can trust him as you would trust your teacher with his assistance. You are certain to triumph in this contest. 3 days later, Xueqing arrived as promised to welcome Jiang Yu. He even summoned a lavish carriage seldom used and donned attire symbolizing his royal status, clad in a bright yellow robe. His noble demeanor indeed echoed the grandeur of the snowy night emperor. As he lifted the curtain of the carriage, he personally assisted Jiang Yu inside. Although the journey from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School to the Imperial Palace traversed a rugged path, Jiang Yu felt not a single jolt within the carriage. Thanks to the latest shock absorbers developed by the Royal Research Institute. Ever since this invention, many nobles had replaced their carriages with those equipped with such devices. Throughout the journey, Xueqing's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Yu. He either offered him treats from the table or inquired about his background, eager to learn more. Jiang Yu, indeed, speaks without reservation. However, much of what he conveys is fabricated. Nevertheless, given his level of cunning, it is improbable that Xueqing, Xianjian III, would discern any inconsistencies. Jiang Yu had indeed contemplated revealing his identity to Xianjian III. However, the fact that he was an undercover agent within the royal family of the Heaven Do Empire was known only to Qian Douluo. As for whether Bibi Dong was aware of this matter, Jiang Yu was uncertain. If he were to recklessly expose Xianjian III's identity, it might provoke her to harbor suspicions against him. Furthermore, Bibi Dong and Qian Douluo were not on amicable terms, and as a subordinate of Bibi Dong, Jiang Yu could not expect Xianjian III to place her trust in him. An hour later, the carriage arrived at the site of the Heaven Do Palace. As the most magnificent structure in Heaven Do City, the palace sprawled over an impressive area of 360,000 square meters, featuring more than 70 palatial buildings and over 3,000 rooms. The entire palace stretched a kilometer from north to south and extended over 700 meters from east to west, presenting a rectangular form, encircled by 10-meter-high city walls. Outside the palace lay a 50-meter-wide moat, rendering it one of the grandest edifices on the continent. Even the Douluo Palace paled in comparison, as the emperors of the Douluo Empire had historically been preoccupied with warfare and cultivation, showing little regard for their living conditions. Consequently, The scale of the Star Luo Palace had remained unchanged since the time of its founding ancestor, with minimal expansions. Before long, the carriage reached the entrance of the palace. Xueqinghe lifted the curtain to peek out, prompting the two imposing guards clad in armor to grant entry into the palace. The carriage traversed through numerous gates until it came to a halt before an ancient, elegant pavilion. Xueqinghe leaped from the carriage and raised his hand, awaiting Jiang Yu's arrival. As soon as Jiang Yu appeared, Xueqinghe swiftly pulled him down. Upon entering the pavilion, Jiang Yu discovered that others were already present, including two familiar figures. He had not anticipated that this brother and sister duo would also be here. Evidently, Xueqinghe's connections were quite extensive. Brother Hua Wu. Jiang Yu greeted warmly, and to his surprise, we met in the palace today. How have you all been? Little brother Yu. Upon spotting a familiar face, Hua Wushuang leaped excitedly from his chair and swiftly approached Jiang Yu. He could hardly contain his excitement as he exclaimed, I never imagined that the genius the prince spoke of would be you. With fervor, Hua Wushuang clasped Jiang Yu's shoulders, declaring, once again, we brothers can fight side by side. Hua Wu observed Jiang Yu intently. Though she uttered no words, her expression betrayed her emotions. The moment Jiang Yu made her entrance, a sweet smile graced her face, a smile as enchanting as a spring breeze. Even Hua Wu failed to notice that this particular smile only surfaced when she encountered Jiang Yu. After all, he was the man who had seen her in her most vulnerable state, shared an intimate connection, and had stolen her first kiss. Naturally, the bond between Hua Wu and him was somewhat deeper. Chapter 52. Teammates. Do you know each other? Xueqinghe watched with curiosity as Jiang Yu conversed with the members of the fire dance sect, feeling a sense of perplexity. It was rather unusual, as one would expect there to be little interaction between the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect and the fire dance sect. Brother Xue. We trained together for a period in the past, so we are somewhat acquainted. Jiang Yu promptly addressed Xueqinghe's confusion. I see now. Xueqinghe nodded, a smile breaking across his face. Since Jiang Yu was well acquainted with them, many complications were thus alleviated, which boded well for today's competition. At the very least, their collaboration would be rendered considerably more convenient. Following this, Xueqinghe introduced the others to Jiang Yu, among whom was an individual Jiang Yu had indeed heard of. This was a robust young man, his physique heavily muscled, standing approximately 1.7 meters tall, with shoulders as broad as barrels and a head of chestnut-colored hair that lent him an invigorating appearance. Jiang Yu was taken aback to discover that Xueqinghe had even invited Talon, considering that the Li family had once been a vassal of the Haotian sect. However, upon further reflection, it was evident that the Li family's relocation to the Heavendo Imperial City must have been sanctioned by the royal family. Moreover, the Spirit Hall had ceased its harassment of the Li family, suggesting an unusual arrangement was at play. It was highly plausible that the Heavendo royal family had clandestinely engaged in a covert transaction with the Li family, the price of which allowed them to establish themselves securely within the imperial city. Although Jiang Yu's conjecture was not entirely accurate, it was certainly close to the truth. Now that everyone has gathered, allow me to enlighten you about the adversaries you will face today. After Xueqinghe beckoned everyone to take their seats, he began to speak. They are the representatives of the Avalanche, the team from the Tiando Royal Academy, led by Yu Tianheng of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. The Royal Fight Team. Jiang Yu's eyes sparkled with realization. The strength of this team was indeed formidable. Aside from Yu Tianheng, the Shijiao brothers wielded the challenging Xuanwu Turtle Martial Soul. Furthermore, Yi Lingling's formidable healing abilities posed a considerable headache, making this team undoubtedly a formidable opponent. Representing Xueqin were individuals from the Thunder Academy, led by another of the Blue Electric Dual Tyrants, Yu Tianxin. The final team presented an even greater challenge, as they were not only represented by the innate soul power genius, Feng Xiaoyan, but also by members of the Elephant Armor sect. Xueqinghe's expression grew increasingly grave. His three younger brothers were no ordinary adversaries. Although he had the support of Ning Fengji, other princes also had their supporters, and behind Xue Bing stood Prince Xuexing. The other two princes also possessed some degree of backing, which enabled them to enlist such a plethora of talented allies. In half an hour, the competition would commence. And now was the time to familiarize themselves with each other, gaining a general understanding of each individual's abilities to avoid being caught off guard during the ensuing battles. As soon as Xueqinghe finished speaking, Talon boomed, I am Talon. My martial soul is the mighty gorilla, a level 29 assault system soul master. I follow the path of pure strength. Following Talon's introduction, the others began to share their own circumstances. Among them, Jiang Yu possessed the lowest soul power. Yet he was also the youngest. The team was ranked in accordance with their soul power as follows. Wu Shuang, Martial Soul, Uniquely Horned Fire Violent Dragon. Level 36 Assault System Soul Sovereign. Wu, Martial Soul, Fire Shadow, Level 33 Control System Soul Sovereign. Ouyang Ingjun, Martial Soul, Sword-Beaked Hummingbird, Level 31 Agility System Soul Sovereign. Talon, Martial Soul, Mighty Gorilla, Level 29 Assault System Pure Strength Soul Master. Yashi, Martial Soul, Blood Red Chain, Level 29 Control System Soul Master. Gao Liji, Martial Soul, Foodie. Level 25 Food System Soul Master. Jiang Yu, a master of the strong attack system with a Level 23 Martial Soul, the Scarlet Sky Sword. Soon, Jiang Yu developed a clear assessment of his companions. Although this team did not exhibit exceptional prowess on average, their strengths were well distributed, with soul masters from various systems represented. The martial souls of the other three members, while not particularly formidable, held the potential to be transformed into treasures if utilized wisely. Notably, the soul master named Yashi possessed a martial soul known as the Crimson Chain, which, in certain aspects, could effectively counter Du Gu Yan's Azure Phosphor Serpent. In the training arena, before the competition commenced, Xueqinghe led the group to arrive early for preparations. Upon reaching the entrance, a young man with white hair approached Xueqinghe to pay his respects. Clad in luxurious silver armor and draped in a resplendent crimson cloak, he greeted, "Your Highness." "It is an honor." "You are too kind," Xueqinghe replied, extending a hand to assist the young man to his feet, his smile radiant. "How could I accept such a grand gesture from the esteemed commander of the Imperial Guard?" As per tradition, the royal guards were required to conduct a thorough inspection prior to any event attended by the emperor. However, Xueqinghe was taken aback by the presence of the commander himself. "Your Highness, you jest," the young man replied hastily. "I am merely your humble servant." Despite Xueqinghe's approachable nature, he was acutely aware of the royal protocols and would never dare to breach them in the presence of the prince. "Commander!" Jiang Yu was somewhat astonished. The youth before him, appearing quite youthful, was actually the commander of the royal guard. It seemed there was more to him than met the eye. Upon entering the training arena, Xueqinghe suddenly leaned closer to Jiang Yu and whispered, "The one just now, named Hong Kai, should not be judged by his appearance. He is nearing 60 years of age, and his soul power has already reached the realm of Soul Douluo. He is the most trusted inner guard of the emperor, and alongside eunuch Chao of the internal affairs, they are renowned masters within the palace." The mention of Soul Douluo was striking. It became clear that one should not solely rely on appearances to gauge a soul master's age. Who would have thought that the seemingly youthful figure was, in fact, an elderly man nearing 60? If he were on Blue Star, he would undoubtedly be considered an ageless heartthrob, perhaps rivaling the likes of Qiu Guan and Lu Hua. Wait, it seemed I had overlooked something important. Eunuch Chao? Jiang Yu could not help but express her thoughts. It seems that no matter the location, those bearing the surname Chao are indeed formidable figures. Soon, Jiang Yu and her companions arrived before an immense arena, constructed entirely of resilient granite, with ropes woven from celestial silkworm silk encircling its perimeter, remarkably sturdy yet imbued with elasticity. At that moment, three princes, savoring tea in a newly erected pavilion, caught sight of Xueqinghe leading his entourage, and an intense sense of martial fervor ignited within them. Among all the princes, Xueqinghe undoubtedly possessed the most exceptional talents, garnering significant support from the empire's literati. Furthermore, with his mentor being the esteemed leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, the current national master Ning Fengji, Xueqinghe's prospects of ascending to the position of crown prince appeared exceedingly promising. Consequently, the other princes united in a shared animosity. Resolute in their determination to thwart Xueqinghe's aspirations, for should he succeed, their own prospects within the empire would be imperiled. Born into royalty, they could not afford to be complacent. Although the competition among the heirs of the Tiando royal family was less brutal than that of the Xinglua Empire, it was far from a trivial matter. The heartlessness of the imperial lineage is well known. Their father, the Snow Knight Emperor, had ascended to power by treading upon the blood of his brothers. After claiming the throne, aside from the supportive Prince Xuexing, the other princes met with either execution under fabricated pretenses or exile to desolate lands. Thus, the position of crown prince was fiercely coveted by all, allowing no room for mercy. Jiang Yu also took note of the situation within the greenhouse. It wasn't long before he recognized the members of the Royal Combat Team. Chapter 53. The Royal Combat Team. Due to the distinctive appearance of Yu Tianheng and his companions, the 7 members of the Royal Combat Team were easily identifiable, all seated closely together on a large sofa. At the center of the sofa sat a young man with long black hair and an extraordinarily tall stature. While his features could not be deemed handsome, he exuded a unique aura, radiating an enchanting charm. His blue combat attire was adorned with the emblem of a colossal dragon. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge would recognize it as the insignia of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Beside him was a strikingly dressed young woman. Her deep purple hair exuding a boldness that, when paired with her green eyes, lent her an exotic allure. Coupled with her form-fitting top that accentuated her figure and the enticing black stockings that complemented her outfit, she captured the attention of the males present. However, Jiang Yu's gaze was drawn to another woman. She was clad in a black robe, her face concealed by a black lace veil. Her cascading blue hair flowed freely down her back, presenting an aura that seemed to repel any approach. Apart from her commendable figure, she elicited little interest from others. Indeed, aside from Jiang Yu, few men dared to gaze upon her. Yu Lingling remained as aloof as ever. Jiang Yu is well aware of the formidable power of her 9 hearts begonia. With such a potent healer by her side, her teammates truly resemble indestructible cockroaches, capable of enduring as long as they are not obliterated into dust like Bibi Dong. Thus, they can recover infinitely. Jiang Yu was indeed covetous of Yu Lingling's abilities. He had firmly set his sights on her, and no one could thwart his intentions. It was a sheer waste for such a talent to remain in the Imperial battle team, ultimately relegated to a mere supporting role, failing even to attain a divine position, thus squandering her innate gifts. In light of this, it would be far more advantageous for Yu Lingling to ally with him. Who knows what divine status she might achieve in the future. After all, unlike Tang San, if Jiang Yu were to ascend to true divinity, he would undoubtedly bestow divine titles upon those close to him. Of course, with the talents of Bibi Dong and Qianjian, he need not concern himself. However, he could certainly extend his assistance to someone like Hulaina. After all, once they reached the divine realm, having someone to warm his bed would be rather pleasant. He had become somewhat unaccustomed to the absence of Hulaina's warmth during these days. Half an hour later, Emperor Shuya finally arrived at the martial arena. Adorned in a resplendent gold and crimson robe, crowned with a dazzling diadem, his visage resembled ancient jade. Though he appeared somewhat aged, he radiated a potent aura of sovereignty. Standing a mere half-step away was a man whose features bore a striking resemblance to Emperor Shuya, clad in an opulent brocade robe. It was evident he was Prince Xuexing. Following closely behind was the commander of the Imperial Guards, clad in red armor, accompanied by an elegant elder with a flawless countenance, devoid of facial hair, and crowned with a mane of snow-white hair. It was clear he was a eunuch, likely the esteemed chief eunuch Chao Huatian, who held such a prominent position within the palace. Despite being a eunuch, he was a formidable soul master of the highest caliber, and his unique status enabled him to immerse himself entirely in cultivation. His self-created soul technique, the celestial rooster-locking sun hand, garnered accolades even from the titled Douluo known as the Poison Douluo, who served as a guest elder of the royal family. Once Emperor Shuya and Prince Xuexing were seated, the 4 princes led by Xuexing knelt in unison. "We, your sons, pay our respects to our father." Young talents like Jiang Yu, hailing from the 7 great sects, did not perform such grand gestures of reverence as the princes, merely bowing slightly in acknowledgement of Emperor Shuya. After all, they were not imperial officials, and their own noble backgrounds precluded them from kneeling before the emperor for the sake of their sect's dignity. Conversely, those of noble lineage from Tindo City, like Ouyang Ingjun, respectfully knelt and offered profound salutations. Observing the 4 princes below, a hint of a smile graced Emperor Shuya's countenance. "Gentlemen, there is no need for such formalities. Rise. Today marks the occasion for you to showcase your abilities. Let your father see what talents you have gathered. Who among you wishes to take the lead?" Prince Xuexing immediately cast a glance towards Xuebing, recognizing it as an opportune moment to showcase his abilities. Xuebing instantly understood, addressing the Emperor Shuya with respect. "Father, I am willing to take the lead and humbly seek guidance from my elder brother." He had perused the roster of competitors and realized that Xuexing's team possessed the weakest overall strength, even including a soul master with only a 23rd level spirit power as a mere filler. In contrast, the other 2 royal teams exhibited a balanced prowess, nearly on par with the royal combat team, thus making Xuexing's squad an ideal target to exploit. "Excellent. It is rare to see such courage in you, Xuebing." Emperor Shuya nodded approvingly, a smile gracing his lips. "Qinghe, let your 2 teams commence the match." "Yes, father," Xuexinghe responded with deference. Although the royal combat team was formidable, he held great confidence in his own squad, particularly in Jiang Yu, whom he sensed would be pivotal in this battle. Not due to the highest spirit power, but rather because he was the one with the lowest. as the first to take the stage. Jiang Yu and his companions felt no trepidation. Instead, they were filled with anticipation for the impending clash. Their opponents were as follows: Captain Yu Tianheng, with the spirit of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, a 35th level assault-type spirit master, possessing 2 yellow and 1 purple spirit rings. Douluo Yen, wielding the spirit of the Phosphorescent Snake, a 34th level control-type spirit master, also with 2 yellow and 1 purple spirit rings. Shimo, with the spirit of the Black Tortoise, a 34th level defensive spirit master, similarly equipped with 2 yellow and 1 purple spirit rings. Shimo, again, with the same spirit as above. Yufeng, possessing the spirit of the Wind Bellbird, a 31st level agility-type spirit master, adorned with 2 yellow and 1 purple spirit rings. Oslo, with the spirit of the Ghost Leopard, also a 31st level agility-type spirit master, featuring 2 yellow and 1 purple spirit rings. Yi Lingling, utilizing the spirit of the Nine-Heart Begonia, a 29th level auxiliary spirit master with 2 yellow spirit rings. From a holistic standpoint, it was evident that the Royal Combat Team held a superior advantage, boasting a total of 6 spirit masters, while Xueqinghe's side was limited to merely 3. However, the actual disparity was not as pronounced as others might presume. Xueqinghe had enlisted Tai Long precisely because his strength surpassed that of the average spirit master, with each remaining member possessing unique skills that set them apart from ordinary soul masters. Given Xueqinghe's connections, assembling a full team of spirit masters would not pose a challenge. He had never solely focused on spirit power. If that were the case, it would suffice for everyone to disclose their spirit powers and determine superiority without the need for such elaborate battles. The profession of a soul master is inherently fraught with uncertainties, and instances of the weak triumphing over the strong are not uncommon. Xueqinghe firmly believed that the synergy among his 17 members would undoubtedly match, if not surpass, that of their opponents. Soon, the battle commenced. As both teams ascended the arena, the nearby referee waved a small flag and proclaimed, "Let both teams introduce themselves." Huo Wushuang, the Soul Master, wielding the uniquely horned Fire Tyrannosaurus, a formidable 36th level assault-type battle soul. "Your fiery temperament remains unchanged." Yu Tianheng chuckled, remarking on their numerous encounters, each yielding alternating victories. Today, he was eager to witness who would emerge triumphant. "Very well," Huo Wushuang replied with enthusiasm, sharing the same sentiment. Both combatants possessed dragon-type battle souls, one exuding the power of lightning, the other the ferocity of fire. These two elements, renowned for their explosive nature, inevitably led to comparisons. While others feared Yu Tianheng's esteemed reputation as the holder of the #1 beast battle soul, Huo Wushuang was determined to contest his prowess. Ensuring that all recognized the might of his Fire Tyrannosaurus was not to be underestimated in comparison to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus. As the match commenced, the referee's words barely faded before both captains eagerly summoned their battle souls. Uniquely horned Fire Tyrannosaurus, manifest. Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus, manifest. Chapter 54. Eating bananas after the manifestation of his martial spirit, Huo Wushuang exhibited noticeable changes, yet he retained his human form. In stark contrast, Yu Tianheng bore an additional lightning symbol upon his forehead, and his physique underwent a remarkable transformation. His right arm swelled rapidly, the sleeve on that side consumed by the erupting power of lightning, revealing a robust arm now adorned with azure-purple scales, while his hand morphed into a claw. Each joint in Yu Tianheng's hands grew considerably thicker, with swirling currents of azure-purple electricity coalescing around his arm. Unlike other beast spirit masters, his 3 soul rings did not orbit around his body, but instead circled his uniquely transformed arm. This exemplifies the formidable strength of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial spirit. Once a soul master's soul power reaches the 30th level, their body experiences a dragon-like transformation. With each soul ring acquired, their form increasingly resembles that of a dragon. And upon reaching the 70th level, a Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex master can metamorphose into a true dragon, soaring freely among the heavens, transformed into a seemingly invincible war god. Yu Tianheng exuded an aura that altered his very essence, as if he had become a sovereign overlooking all beings. Behind him, Douluo Yen also underwent a transformation, a sudden burst of emerald light radiating forth. Even Yu Tianheng's hair was illuminated in green. Douluo Yen's body slithered like a serpent, pressing closely against his back. Her green eyes gleamed with an icy intensity, a pink tongue flickering forth, her countenance reflecting a chilling demeanor. The diamond-shaped green scales upon her forehead shimmered brilliantly, and in an instant, her legs fused together, forming a thick serpentine tail. The changes in the Panther Soul Master, Osro, were subtle by comparison. Yet the most striking transformations were witnessed in the Shijiao brothers and Yufeng. The Xuanwu tortoise martial spirit, esteemed for its superior defensive capabilities, was on par with the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex in quality. Upon the manifestation of their martial spirit, a colossal dark yellow tortoise shell materialized on the Shijiao brothers' backs. With the emergence of the shell, their bodily structure altered, even a thick layer of tortoise shell gradually appearing before them, their limbs shortening significantly. A grand symbol manifested upon the underbelly of the tortoise shell, rendering the Shijiao brothers akin to tortoise-like beings. Meanwhile, Yufeng's arms transformed into wings. Adorned in a brownish-yellow hue, the feathers possessing a unique sharpness unlike ordinary plumage. At the rear of the formation, Yi Lingling remained composed as ever, even neglecting to activate her martial spirit. As a healer, her time to act had yet to arrive, for none of her comrades had sustained injuries. Though the display of martial spirits from the Huangdo battle team was dazzling, the scene on Jiang Yu's side was equally impressive. Today, Jiang Yu donned a flowing white robe, and as he brandished the Chixiao Sword, paired with his flawless countenance and ethereal aura, he appeared as if descended from the heavens. An unparalleled celestial being. Who is that? Their presence is truly extraordinary. On the snowy night, Emperor Shuai gazed at Jiang Yu with a look of admiration. In response to his majesty, the chief eunuch, Chao Huatian, smiled and remarked, according to the records of the Imperial Bureaus, he is Jiang Yu from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, and he is indeed a disciple of the Sword Douluo. Ah, the emperor was somewhat taken aback, not expecting that he was a disciple of the Sword Douluo. Truly, heroes emerge from the youth. Indeed, your majesty, Chao Huatian gently replied. Even this old servant feels a twinge of envy. How regrettable it is that such talent does not join our Imperial Bureau. Haha. The emperor was instantly amused by these words, pointing at Chao Huatian's head and laughing. You truly dare to dream. Are you not afraid that the Sword Douluo will seek retribution upon you? Although the Imperial Bureau is one of the largest intelligence agencies in the Empire, this department differs from the Wani Guard, for its members are all eunuchs. If the Sword Douluo were to discover that Chao Huatian dared to recruit his disciple into the Imperial Bureau, I fear Chao Huatian would face a rather severe consequence. Indeed, he would find it impossible to even attempt a futile struggle. Achoo! Jiang Yu suddenly felt a chilling breeze sweep across her back, causing her to shudder involuntarily. Despite the bright sunshine, how could the wind be blowing? As she pondered this perplexity, Talon completed his martial spirit manifestation, and dark fur erupted all over his body, resembling that of a gorilla. Behind Talon stood a handsome youth, adorned with a black cloth tied around his head and a matching collar around his neck. Upon the emergence of his martial spirit, his eyes transformed into a vivid crimson hue. The massive iron chain in his hand, stretching 3 meters in length, suddenly radiated a blood-red glow. Ouyang Ingjun, possessing the sword-billed hummingbird martial spirit, had already ascended into the sky. In addition to sprouting a pair of wings from his back, a sharp spike manifested at the end of his right arm. The simplest display of martial spirits in their entire team was exhibited by Gao Liji. With a chant of his soul curse, I possess a large banana. I possess a sesame banana. 6 small bananas materialized in his hand. This was his first soul skill, speed enhancement, sesame banana. Upon consuming a banana, the soul master's speed could be augmented by 9%. Although it could not compare to Oscar's large sausage, it was still exceedingly rare among food-type soul masters. Ugh! Huowu emitted a derisive sound. How disgusting! I never expected such a bizarre martial spirit to exist. I refused to eat it. The others, however, accepted the bananas and swallowed them, while Huowu adamantly refused, unable to stomach the peculiar bananas produced by such an eccentric soul master. Surprisingly, the taste was unexpectedly pleasant, just as Jiang Yu swallowed the entire banana, peel and all. A warm current began to flow from her mouth into her stomach, and she soon felt a surge of power coursing within her. Jiang Yu, noticing that Huowu was reluctant to eat, swiftly snatched the last banana from Gao Liji's hand and presented it to Huowu. The flavor of this banana was quite delightful. The female spirit master standing at the rear of the Emperor battle team possessed an exceptionally unique martial spirit. I had initially contemplated that you could eliminate her, but given the multitude of teammates shielding her, how could you seize an opportunity without enhancing your speed? Now, be a good sport and consume this banana. Jiang Yu, unusually gentle, turned his attention to Huowu. Is it not permissible for me to eat? Huowu, taken aback by his tenderness, blushed and promptly placed the banana he offered into her mouth. It was merely a banana, after all. For love. What was the harm in indulging? If it was Jiang Yu's request, she would not hesitate, she would consume not just a simple banana, but even a sausage without a second thought. As the battle commenced, Huo Wushuang engaged fiercely with Yu Tianheng, two formidable powerhouses clashing like sirens meeting delicate admirers. Recognizing the challenge, Tailong swiftly joined the fray, eager to test his mettle against the blue lightning tyrant dragon, although his strength was not on par with Yu Tianheng's. As a pure attribute soul master, he held unwavering confidence in his power and felt no fear. With his first soul skill, Rock Shield, Tailong fortified his defenses before unleashing his second soul skill, Explosive Might, launching a fierce assault with his fists aimed at Yu Tianheng. As Yu Tianheng wrestled with Huo Wushuang, he noticed Tailong's mountainous fists and did not dare to underestimate the threat. With his first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw, the yellow soul ring on Yu Tianheng's dragon arm flared to life. Channeling a surge of thunderous energy into his claw, he struck forth with tremendous force, momentarily pushing Huo Wushuang back, just as Tailong's fists collided with him. Standing firm, Yu Tianheng spread his legs for stability, and as their fists clashed, a powerful gust of wind erupted around them. The sheer force was astonishing. Yu Tianheng was secretly awed. He had encountered numerous power-type soul masters of the same rank. Yet Tailong's strength exceeded them significantly. It was remarkable considering Tailong was merely a great soul master, whose raw power rivaled that of a soul sovereign. Although Yu Tianheng managed to deflect Tailong's assault, he too was not unscathed. The overwhelming force left his right arm tingling. At that moment, Dugu Yin initiated her attack. Having collaborated with Yu Tianheng countless times, she was acutely aware of his condition and swiftly released her toxins. With her first soul skill, Crimson Phosphor Poison, Dugu Yin declared coldly as a dense red mist enveloped her, spreading through the air. This intoxicating mist would incite a state of euphoria in others, stimulating the soul master's nerves and enhancing their attack power and speed by 20%. Thanks to this ability, Dugu Yin, although a control-type soul master, could also function effectively as a support type, particularly when combined with Yi Lingling's formidable healing prowess. The Imperial Battle Team truly exemplified a perfect ensemble. Chapter 55, Assemble. Prepare for team battle. Yet, even the most flawless of teams must harbor vulnerabilities. After all, was the Imperial Battle Team truly as flawless as it seemed? In Jiang Yu's perspective, the situation is far from straightforward. The Royal Battle Team boasts only one formidable attack-type soul master, Yu Tianheng, who shoulders the majority of the team's offensive responsibilities. While he may manage to hold his own against average opponents with the formidable blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul, one must not overlook that Huo Wushuang's uniquely horned fire Tyrannosaurus martial soul is scarcely inferior, especially with the addition of Talon, a pure power-focused attack-type soul master. Thus, Yu Tianheng finds himself in a precarious position. Although the invigorating poison of Dugu Yin enhances his attack potency considerably, it remains insufficient. As the captain finds himself at a disadvantage, Yu Feng, who is poised in the air, hastens to provide support. His first soul ring suddenly ignites, and a howling gale surges forth from his vicinity, transforming his arm-manifested wings into razor-sharp feather blades. This is his first soul skill, Wing Blades. Simultaneously, a spectral figure moves swiftly forward on the ground, none other than the Black Panther Soul Master, Asro. The two agile attack-type soul masters of the Royal Battle Team have always worked in seamless tandem. One excels in ground assaults, while the other possesses extensive aerial combat experience. Their synergy, honed through countless battles, has birthed a unique tactical approach. Huo Wushuang's attention is drawn to the airborne Yu Feng, rendering him oblivious to Asro's rapid approach. Though the two agile attack-type soul masters have never conferred, their target remains the same, Huo Wushuang, the only adversary capable of contending with their captain, given his own possession of a dragon martial soul. As the saying goes, to capture the thief, one must first capture the king. Eliminating Huo Wushuang would not only alleviate the crisis facing Yu Tianheng, but also thrust their opponent into a passive position. For Huo Wushuang possesses the highest soul power among them. Regrettably, their plans have yet to materialize. Jiang Yu had long been aware of their movements. Just as the Black Panther Spirit Master was within 10 centimeters of Huo Wushuang, his Chixiao Sword formation was activated in an instant. Over a dozen iron swords engulfed in dazzling golden flames were controlled by Jiang Yu, effectively sealing off Asro's every action. The surging flames released an overwhelming heat, making Asro feel as if he were on the sun. In an instant, beads of sweat covered his body, and before long, a pool of water several dozen centimeters in diameter formed on the ground, all from the sweat dripping off Asro. At that moment, his body had already expended a tremendous amount of energy, leaving Asro feeling utterly exhausted. to the point that even walking became a challenge. The loss of his once proud speed was undoubtedly the greatest torment for a sensitive attack-type spirit master, with Osro no longer causing disruptions. Huo Wuxuang could confront Yu Feng with full force. Although Yu Tianheng attempted to support his airborne partner, his plans were thwarted by Tai Long, who, despite his inferior strength to Yu Tianheng, was still able to delay him momentarily. It was evident that Yu Feng was no match for Huo Wuxuang. In this critical moment, Yu Tianheng decided to hold nothing back. The purple thousand-year spirit ring adorning him suddenly shone brightly. Third spirit skill, Thunder Fury, was unleashed. Unlike other dragon attribute spirit masters, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex spirit masters could only absorb spirit rings produced by true or quasi-dragon spirit beasts. Although this seemed somewhat limiting, it also meant that their spirit skills were significantly more potent. Yu Tianheng's third spirit ring originated from a 1,700-year-old Thunderbird pterosaur, a spirit beast with the bloodline of a dragon god, capable of charging even the king of spirit beasts. After activating his spirit skill, Yu Tianheng entered a berserk state, instantly doubling his attack power and enhancing his spirit power by 50%. Transformed into a humanoid beast of fury, Yu Tianheng's dragon claws swiftly sent Tai Long flying. Fortunately, Tai Long's thick hide spared him from severe injury. Though it was the perfect moment to strike, Yu Tianheng's true aim was to support Yu Feng, so he dashed toward Huo Wuxuang. Third spirit skill, Golden Scale Fire Dragon Transformation. Huo Wuxuang would not back down. His nature dictated that retreat was not an option. A massive roar erupted from his lips, and a searing dark red flame coalesced behind him into the shape of a dragon, while sharp claws suddenly manifested from his hands. His body began to swell rapidly, as the dark red scales erupted into a brilliant golden red glow. Faced with a dual assault, Huo Wuxuang had no choice but to endure the weakest spirit master's attack, opting to fully confront Yu Tianheng's dragon claws instead. First spirit skill, Binding. Having keenly observed the battlefield, Yashi finally seized the opportunity and unleashed her power. A colossal crimson chain erupted from the ground in an instant. Before Yu Feng had time to react, he found himself ensnared, his wings caught and rendered incapable of flight, plummeting to the earth below. Meanwhile, Huo Wu remained steadfast in her mission, entrusted to her by Jiang Yu. Amidst the chaotic skirmish, she stealthily advanced toward the rear of the Imperial battle team, poised to take down Yi Lingling. Yet, two formidable obstacles appeared before her. Rather than tigers, they resembled turtles. The Shijiao brothers emerged abruptly, standing guard before Yi Lingling, thwarting Huo Wu's intentions in an instant. The Xuanwu turtle, renowned for its exceptional defensive capabilities, was not easily overcome. Though Huo Wu was known for her pride, she recognized that breaching the defenses of two Xuanwu turtle soul masters was beyond her means. This chapter is not yet concluded. Kindly proceed to the next page to continue reading. Her first soul skill, the Flame Whip. Despite the formidable adversaries, Huo Wu would not concede easily. She was determined to fulfill Jiang Yu's directive. Intense flames coalesced in her hands, transforming into a massive fiery red whip. With a swift motion, she lashed out at Shimo. As the whip approached, Shimo instinctively retracted, but the whip merely struck the hard turtle shell with a resounding crash, leaving no mark behind. Curse this turtle. Its shell is incredibly tough, Huo Wu lamented, her brows furrowing in annoyance. Frustration simmered within her. How infuriating. Once I get the chance, I shall remove your shells and brew them into a broth. No, she mused. Grinding them into powder might be more beneficial. A peculiar remedy crossed her mind. She had heard that powdered turtle shell was highly beneficial for men, enhancing their vitality. Perhaps she could apply it to Jiang Yu as an experiment. Just then, Jiang Yu, who had just arrived beside Huo Wu, inadvertently overheard her musings and felt a chill run down his spine. He had never encountered the notion that powdered turtle shell could yield such effects, nor did he know where Huo Wu had gleaned this unconventional remedy. Jiang Yu interrupted Huo Wu's reverie, his expression grave as he remarked, "The defense of the black tortoise is indeed formidable. Do not hold back later." "How did you get here?" Huo Wu instinctively inquired, but within the blink of an eye, she grasped Jiang Yu's intent and promptly nodded in understanding. "Oh, I see." Without hesitation, Huo Wu conjured a white-hot fireball, no larger than an egg, and akin to a table tennis player serving it. She hurled the fireball forcefully towards the feet of the graphite figure. Subsequently, she swiftly crafted another fireball and directed it at the legs of the stone mill. A spark ignites with clarity. That shows intelligence, she thought. Jiang Yu was quite pleased with Huo Wu's performance. Chapter 56. The Jealous Woman. Over 3,000 words. Jiang Yu swiftly wielded the Chixiao Sword, aiming a strike at the figure ensconced within the tortoise shell. Upon contact with the formidable shell, a resounding crash echoed through the air. The once pristine shell bore a vivid scarlet mark, astonishingly imprinted by Jiang Yu's blade. A feat that left even the numerous talented onlookers in disbelief. Among them, Feng Xiaoyan's astonishment was particularly pronounced, though a name unfamiliar to many. He had managed to breach the defenses of the Xianjian brothers, a remarkable accomplishment indeed, having previously clashed with them. Feng Xiaoyan was acutely aware of the formidable prowess of the Xuanwu tortoise. Even he, faced with the terrifying defensive capabilities of the shell, had merely summoned a tempest to dislodge the Xianjian brothers from the arena. What Jiang Yu achieved was simply beyond his reach. It was a historic moment where someone had left an indelible mark on the Xianjian brothers. Initially, it was presumed that the greatest adversaries were the brothers Yu Tianheng and Yu Tianxin, but the emergence of Jiang Yu was an unexpected twist, heralding the arrival of a worthy opponent. A hint of amusement graced Feng Xiaoyan's typically irreverent countenance as he prepared to showcase his self-invented soul technique. Swift Wind Demon Wolf's 31 slashes. In his pursuit of crafting a formidable technique, he had even delayed his cultivation of soul power. Yet his innate full soul power had spared him from lagging behind others. However, compared to the prodigies of the martial soul hall, he found himself at a disadvantage. Nonetheless, Feng Xiaoyan harbored no regrets. He believed that the soul technique he had developed to its zenith could rival conventional 10,000-year soul techniques, while consuming significantly less soul power, an undeniable ace up his sleeve. In stark contrast to the spectators reveling in the spectacle, the Xianjian brothers, on the receiving end of Jiang Yu's assault, found themselves in a predicament they could hardly articulate. The superficial mark on the shell belied the true force of Jiang Yu's strike, which had nearly inflicted internal injuries upon them, coupled with the recoil from the shell. Their current state was far from favorable. To exacerbate their plight, the explosion of the intense white flames unleashed a tremendous surge of energy that nearly turned their world upside down. Had they not relied on their profound soul power to endure, they would have surely found themselves in a humiliating situation, even without exerting their full strength. The prospect of losing this match while still holding back their trump cards rendered their situation all the more dire. At that moment, a cool, ethereal voice resonated from behind, followed by a waft of floral fragrance. Petal-shaped beams of white light gently descended, landing directly upon the members of the Imperial battle team. In an instant, the severely injured Xianjian brothers and Yu Tianheng were restored to their prime condition. This was the remarkable ability of the soul support type soul master of the Imperial battle team. It was then that Huo Wu comprehended why Jiang Yu had instructed her to deal with that woman before the battle even commenced. Such extraordinary healing prowess is indeed rare in the world. As she beheld the figure holding the 9 hearts Sitang flower, Jiang Yu found himself momentarily entranced. At that moment, Yilingling appeared like a celestial being descended from the heavens, breathtakingly beautiful, coupled with her innocent and delicate visage. It was hard to believe that any man could remain unaffected. Little lecher, what is so captivating? Is it so mesmerizing that you've lost your wits? Huo Wu remarked, approaching him with a vexed expression, ready to pinch his ear. Ouch, that hurts. Feeling the sting in his ear, Jiang Yu quickly dodged Huo Wu's hand and exclaimed, How can you, a girl, be so rough? Can't you be a bit gentler? Humph. Huo Wu retorted sharply, Who told you, you little lecher, to be so lacking in dignity? This is a battlefield, and you allow yourself to be mesmerized by a woman? Don't you realize this is a place of conflict? Moreover, you're being flirtatious with others in my presence. Have you considered my feelings? In that instant, Huo Wu exuded an aura reminiscent of a rightful empress. Let me tell you, you can only be flirtatious with me. You're insane. Jiang Yu was perplexed by Huo Wu's peculiar remarks, which suggested she believed him to be a lecher. Enough is enough. I am a scholar, after all. Jiang Yu retorted with conviction, proclaiming that such a statement was an affront to his character. He believed that Yilingling was merely pondering how to free the flower from her grasp, devoid of any of the sordid implications you suggested. Truly, Huo Wu regarded Jiang's visage with skepticism, searching for any telltale signs of deceit within his expression. Yet, after an exhaustive examination, she found no indications of falsehood. Could it be that she had misjudged him? Huo Wu, still naive, failed to recognize that Jiang Yu was a covert operative meticulously trained by Bibi Dong herself. Even when Bibi Dong had fed him as a child, Jiang maintained an unflinching demeanor. In terms of controlling his facial expressions, Jiang's prowess was undoubtedly on par with Zhao Wei, rendering it impossible for Huo Wu, given her level of experience, to discern any flaw. How dare they flaunt their affection before us? The Xianjian brothers, both single and envious, felt an overwhelming surge of indignation at the sight of Jiang and Huo Wu engrossed in their romance, as if struck by 1,000 blows. This affront was intolerable. Transform. The heads and legs of the Xianjian brothers emerged from their protective shell, and simultaneously, they unleashed a fierce roar. Their second spirit rings began to shimmer, and the edges of their shells ignited with a faint glow. Remarkably, the turtle shells affixed to their chests and backs separated, soaring into their hands to morph into two enormous turtle shell shields, each over a meter in diameter. Stripped of their shells, their bodies shrank considerably, as if the shells were an integral part of their beings, and their detachment affected them profoundly. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please proceed to the next page for further reading. Such an extraordinary martial spirit evokes wonder. Historically, the most notable member of the royal fighting team was Yu Tianheng, who possessed the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial spirit. However, the Xianjian brothers' strength was not significantly inferior to that of Yu Tianheng. The Xuanwu turtle martial spirit bore the bloodline of the divine Xuanwu beast, its quality certainly rivaling that of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. Yet, due to their habitual low profile, the Xianjian brothers had remained relatively obscure. Anyone who underestimated their strength would be gravely mistaken. Now, they shouted in unison, hurling their colossal turtle shell shields towards Jiang Yu and Huowu. The Xianjian brothers intended to make it abundantly clear that there were consequences for displaying affection before them. The turtle shell shields spun through the air with astonishing speed, emitting a piercing whistle as they sliced through the atmosphere. Remarkably, a yellow aura of spirit power connected each shield to the brothers' hands, causing the sharp edges of the shields to cleave through the very air. Be careful. At this critical moment, Jiang Yu stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Huowu, gripping his Chixiao Sword with determination. Earthly Fiend Sword Technique. A formidable spiritual force erupted from Jiang Yu as he swung his sword towards the ground. In an instant, the entire earth was cleaved apart, and the shattered stones, drawn by the allure of the Chixiao Sword, reformed into a robust stone shield. Within the Chixiao Sword lies the essence of three sword techniques. Aside from the unity of man and sword, which Jiang Yu has yet to fully comprehend, he has already mastered the other two techniques with remarkable proficiency. However, the soul power consumed by the heavenly sword technique is exceedingly daunting, making it an imprudent choice for the present moment. Thus, he opted for the earthly fiend sword technique instead. The turtle shell shield struck the stone shield with great force, and after enduring the impact of 3 consecutive shields, the stone shield finally succumbed and crumbled, with rocks cascading to the ground. The last shield then soared effortlessly towards Jiang Yu. The Chixiao Sword in Jiang Yu's hand suddenly erupted with brilliant golden flames, extending a full meter in length. As the shield came hurtling towards him, Jiang Yu swung the flaming sword, positioning it across his front to obstruct the advance of the Xiangui shield. The searing flames began to scorch the hard shell, showing signs of melting. These shells were intimately connected to the flesh and blood of the Xianjian brothers, and as the shell was affected, they could not help but spurt blood from their mouths. The third soul skill, Turtle Shell Explosion. After exchanging a knowing glance, the Xianjian brothers seamlessly unleashed their most formidable Millennium Soul skill. The purple soul rings suddenly illuminated, causing the Xiangui shield to shatter, which soon fractured into 32 diamond-shaped shards, hurtling towards Jiang Yu. This is bad, Jiang Yu exclaimed in alarm, realizing the gravity of the situation. Caution was paramount. In a critical moment, Huowu rushed to the forefront, shielding Jiang Yu as sharp shards grazed her arms and calves, leaving wounds 3 to 4 centimeters deep. Just as the remaining fragments threatened to strike Huowu again, her third soul skill, the resisting fire ring, activated in an instant. A brilliant halo emerged, deflecting all the shards and sending them hurtling towards the direction of the Xianjian brothers. However, the halo did not endure for long. Soon, Huowu began to falter, her wounds gushing copious amounts of blood. It was clear that she was succumbing to the effects of excessive blood loss. She was on the verge of collapsing. Huowu. Jiang Yu swiftly extended his left arm to support her figure, and with a deft turn, he enveloped Huowu in his embrace. Unbeknownst to him, due to the difference in their heights, his arm inadvertently encircled her magnificent form. However, he had no time to ponder other matters. His sole concern was Huowu's injuries. After all, she had been wounded because of him. You are the first man to behold my body. No one else shall harm you in my presence, only I have the right to strike you, Huowu declared before succumbing to unconsciousness. The most difficult burden to bear is the grace of a beautiful woman. Jiang Yu was not made of stone. Confronted with Huowu's fervent and unreserved affection, he had consistently evaded it, yet he could not remain indifferent. Now, witnessing her grievous injuries, all of his emotions erupted within him. His eyes turned crimson in an instant, and a tempest of fury ignited swiftly. Chixiao Sword formation. Jiang Yu swung the Chixiao Sword in his hand, and in the blink of an eye, The blade split into dozens of replicas, slicing through the air. The Xianjian brothers hastily unleashed their second soul skill, and the fragments swiftly reassembled, flying back into their grasp. The two brothers immediately raised their turtle shell shields to protect themselves, yet against the surging power emanating from the Chixiao Sword, even they could not withstand for long. It is worth noting that in his enraged state, Jiang Yu held nothing back. This strike was executed with all his might. Even with the Xian turtle shield positioned before them, the Xianjian brothers were sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. With the two obstacles removed, Jiang Yu effortlessly approached Yi Lingling. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed the Chixiao sword against her neck. "Heal my people, you." A flicker of astonishment crossed Yi Lingling's eyes. Chapter 57. Yi Lingling. She was actually threatened by a mere child. Feeling the sharp pain at her throat, she found it hard to believe that this seemingly youthful boy could unleash such terrifying fury, akin to a demon god. Unless you concede. Although she was acutely aware that her life rested in his hands, Yi Lingling still responded with an air of aloofness. "Do you truly think I would hesitate to kill you?" Jiang Yu pressed his sword closer, leaving a vivid crimson mark on Yi Lingling's fair skin. Little did Yi Lingling expect such ruthlessness from a mere child. He acted without the slightest hesitation. Was this truly how one conducted a healing? Why the aggression? She gazed at Jiang Yu with an innocent expression, acknowledging her own cowardice. Given his demeanor, she feared that refusing the young boy could indeed jeopardize her life. The prospect of him wielding the sword with reckless abandon sent shivers down her spine. A single misstep could spell disaster for her. With no time for further hesitation, Yi Lingling raised the 9-heart begonia flower in her hand, activating her soul ring. A vibrant bloom floated away, entering the body of Huo Wu. Moments later, Huo Wu's eyes fluttered open, accompanied by a soft moan, overwhelmed by a sensation of bliss. Warmth enveloped her, erasing all pain, and the bloodstains on her skin began to heal, leaving no trace of her injuries. Observing Huo Wu's transformation, Jiang Yu couldn't help but murmur about how Yi Lingling's talents would be wasted if she didn't open a beauty salon. With such skills, she could surely amass a fortune. Uninterested in his ramblings, Yi Lingling focused solely on the sword still poised at her, longing for Jiang Yu to withdraw it. "I have completed the treatment for your beloved as you requested. Is it not time to remove your sword?" she urged, feigning calmness. "Thank you." Jiang Yu immediately retracted the Chixiao sword, and just as he was about to turn and leave, a sudden realization struck him. This was indeed a golden opportunity. "I apologize, but I must trouble you a bit more." "What?" Yi Lingling wore a bewildered expression. For some inexplicable reason, she felt an ominous premonition. Before Yi Lingling could react, Jiang Yu dashed in front of her and delivered a punch to her abdomen. In a swift motion, he then shifted behind her and struck her neck with a precise hand chop. After executing this maneuver, Jiang Yu returned to face Yi Lingling, awaiting her unconsciousness. "If you intend to knock me out, just say so. Why target my abdomen?" Yi Lingling's eyes were glazed, her expression tinged with confusion. "I feared you might resist. So I am merely a support-type soul master. Apart from my healing abilities, I possess no offensive capabilities. How could I possibly resist?" With that, Yi Lingling closed her eyes, slipping into unconsciousness. Whether from Jiang Yu's response or the impact of the earlier blow remained uncertain. Nevertheless, Jiang Yu had achieved his objective. Without Yi Lingling's supportive abilities, the Imperial battle team had lost its greatest advantage. Coupled with the fact that the Xianjian brothers were no longer combat-ready, the scales of victory had begun to tip in Jiang Yu's favor. Lingling, upon witnessing her dear friend subjected to such ruthless treatment by Jiang Yu, Douluo Yin was instantly engulfed in fury. She no longer held back. Third soul skill, phosphorescent purple poison. The radiant aura surrounding Douluo Yin intensified, with the green hue in her hair deepening. Her once orderly green locks began to sway uncontrollably. In that moment, Douluo Yin resembled an unequivocal sorceress. A purple mist suddenly enveloped the arena, spreading ominously. The phosphorescent purple poison, as Douluo Yin's inaugural Millennium Soul skill, was undoubtedly remarkable. To acquire her third spirit ring, Douluo Bo had invested considerable effort, ultimately selecting the three-eyed golden python, which boasted an age of approximately 1,500 years. This soul beast was imbued with potent toxins, and even Douluo Bo was exceedingly pleased with his choice. As the toxic mist thickened and expanded, Jiang Yu swiftly retrieved a gourd and a pouch of powder from his soul guide device. In response to Douluo Yin's noxious vapors, Jiang Yu's approach was straightforward. He scattered the powder into the air and hurled the gourd upward. With a flourish of his Chixiao sword, a fiery sword aura cleaved the gourd asunder. The liquor inside cascaded down like rain under the searing flames. Douluo Yin's phosphorescent purple poison was rendered harmless. For the powder Jiang Yu had deployed was the superlative Xionghuang powder developed by the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, boasting potency far exceeding that of ordinary Xionghuang powder, exceeding tenfold. In fact, coupled with the most potent liquor contained within the gourd, and ignited by Jiang Yu's imperial fire, even the phosphorescent purple poison would be no match. Let alone Douluo's phosphorescent serpent emperor. Of course, this was merely Jiang Yu's speculation, despite Douluo being the weakest title Douluo. He was by no means an easy foe. After all, even a decrepit vessel possesses 3,000 nails, not to mention a formidable title Douluo. Douluo Yin could hardly believe that her pride, the phosphorescent purple poison, had been so effortlessly countered by Jiang Yu. This was an unprecedented occurrence for her. While she had encountered adversaries previously who were unaffected by her poison, those instances were attributed to their own martial spirit's restraint against the phosphorescent serpent or the formidable support of their soul power. Jiang Yu evidently did not possess any advantage. Yet, how did he manage to achieve this? This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. The onlookers were filled with a sense of bewilderment. Little Tianzi, do you have any inkling as to how Jiang Yu managed to unravel the purple phosphor poison of Miss Yin? The Snow Knight Emperor directed his gaze towards Chao Huatian beside him. Their camaraderie was quite amicable, and he held a certain fondness for the somewhat headstrong Miss Douluo Yin. He was well aware of the terrifying nature of the toxins that plagued this young lady, yet Jiang Yu's maneuver left him perplexed. Could it be that the young lady had developed a fondness for the dashing Jiang Yu, thus allowing him a reprieve? Your Majesty, if even your sagacity cannot discern the intricacies at play, how could I, a mere servant, possibly unravel the mystery? Chao Huatian replied without hesitation. Though his words bore an element of flattery, they were not entirely unfounded. Even with his discerning eye, he could not fathom the trickery Jiang Yu had employed. I never anticipated the multitude of surprises you would bring me. Snow Qinghe gazed at the tall figure on the field, a glimmer of brilliance emanating from his pupils. Jiang Yu's performance truly exceeded his expectations. Although Xue Qinghe had great confidence in Jiang Yu, he was still astonished by the latter's formidable prowess. Without expending any effort, he effortlessly neutralized Douluo Yan's Bilinzi poison. Such a talent must be secured. Xue Qinghe resolutely decided that Jiang Yu would be his. He was determined to have him at his disposal. Xue Qinghe's gaze was intensely fixed on Jiang Yu, as this was the first time he had developed such significant interest in another individual. Due to Jiang Yu's presence, Douluo Yan's toxins failed to take effect. Meanwhile, Yu Tianhing found himself at a loss while facing the relentless onslaught of Wu Shuang and Tai Long. As for Osro and Yufeng, they were completely entangled with Ouyang Ingjun and Yashi, unable to free themselves. Without Yu Lingling's nine-heart begonia, the Imperial battle team had descended into a dire struggle. In contrast, Jiang Yu had Gao Liji, a food-type soul master, continuously producing large bananas to aid in their soul power recovery. The moment Yu Lingling fainted, it was evident that the Imperial battle team could not hope for victory in this match. After holding out for a quarter of an hour, Yu Tianheng could no longer withstand Wu Shuang's sharp claws and was ultimately forced back. Tai Long seized the opportunity to land a powerful punch on him. This was no ordinary blow. Tai Long even employed the ancestral secret technique of the Li family, the Wild Diamond Fist. Already beleaguered by Wu Shuang, Yu Tianheng lost his combat ability under this tremendous force. Had it not been for his blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul, which endowed him with significantly greater physical strength than the average soul master, he might have faced severe injuries. With Yu Tianheng incapacitated, the Imperial battle team was left with only 3 members capable of continuing the fight. However, Douluo Yan's most relied-upon poison was ineffective against Jiang Yu and his companions, let alone against the remaining Osro and Yufeng. Although their combined strength surpassed that of Ouyang Ingjun and Yashi, they were compelled to concede once Wu Shuang and Tai Long entered the fray. Thus, Jiang Yu and his team achieved a resounding victory, successfully defeating the Imperial battle team and winning the first match. Xue Qinghe could not help but feel elated. Chapter 58, The Elf. Xue Qinghe was elated. Yet Xue Bao seemed rather displeased, his furrowed brow capable of trapping a fly. He had anticipated that with the support of the Imperial combat team, securing at least second place would be a given. Never did he expect to face such a disheartening outcome, being eliminated in the very first round. Prince Xuexing clenched his fists, a picture of barely contained fury. His long-standing rivalry with Xue Qinghe made him the last person who wished to see Xue Qinghe ascend to the position of crown prince. However, regardless of what others thought, it could not alter the result of the competition. Xue Qinghe undeniably drew closer to the throne. Before long, another battle commenced, with Prince Xueqin represented predominantly by prodigies from the Thunder Academy, led by Yu Tianxin, while Prince Xueju's side consisted of individuals from the Divine Wind Academy and the Elephant Armor sect. The strength of both sides was indeed evenly matched. As the fierce confrontation loomed, Feng Xiaotian and Yu Tianxin exchanged sharp words before summoning their companions to activate their martial souls. On Feng Xiaotian's side, apart from himself and two muscular warriors from the Elephant Armor sect, the rest were weapon soul masters. Most captivating was the female soul master positioned at the rear, whose martial soul manifested as a verdant longbow. Even more alluring was her figure, clad in a form-fitting green suit that accentuated her curves, particularly the impressive silhouette of her alabaster bosom, which seemed perilously close to revealing all. Remarkably, her ears were pointed, and her flowing golden locks gave her an ethereal quality reminiscent of an anime sprite, igniting boundless imagination. It appeared that this young lady bore the bloodline of an elf. During his time at the Spirit Hall, Jiang Yu had the opportunity to peruse numerous confidential texts, among which were accounts of the elven race and other extraordinary species. These races were once ordinary inhabitants of the Douluo Continent, but due to certain peculiar circumstances, they retreated from the annals of history, allowing humanity to gradually ascend. Unlike those hybrids of humanity and spirit beasts, who are often scorned by the world, these beings enjoy recognition of their legitimate status even by the Spirit Hall, which has established close cooperative relationships with some of these unusual races, the elves being one of them. What astonished Jiang Yu, however, was encountering a girl of elven lineage in such a setting. His innate curiosity about novel phenomena compelled him to fixate on the golden-haired beauty on stage. Given Jiang Yu's discernment, he would not typically make such a misjudgment, but her beauty transcended mere words. She was an elf, her ears delicately pointed, skin alabaster, physique exquisite, and exuding an alluring fragrance. Naturally, Jiang Yu's admiration was driven more by a scholarly interest than by mere infatuation, distinguishing him from the surrounding onlookers who drooled and gazed with fervent desire, some even visibly enthralled. At least he maintained a sense of restraint, refraining from any actions that might compromise his composure. Moreover, with Huo Wu observing him closely, he felt an added layer of propriety was in order. It seemed that Jiang Yu's performance in the arena had thoroughly captivated her, for Huo Wu had ceased to maintain distance, persistently approaching him. Just as he became somewhat entranced by the enchanting figure on stage, Huo Wu affectionately pinched his waist with considerable force. Jiang Yu suddenly regained consciousness. At that very moment, the battle had already commenced. On the side of Yu Tianxin, he, along with the Thunder Eagle Spirit Master and the Thunder Spider Spirit Master, took the lead in launching the assault. The situation on the side of Thunder Academy stood in stark contrast to that of Feng Xiaotian. Their team was clad in fur and armor, with only one Spirit Master wielding a five-colored drum. A tempestuous force of thunder surged continuously from within. According to the records, this Spirit Master was named Gu Ting, and his martial spirit was known as the Five Thunder Drum. Jiang Yu had taken a particular interest in him, as this Soul Master surprisingly pursued an auxiliary path, a rarity among lightning attribute Soul Masters. It is well known that lightning is one of the most explosive attributes, rivaled only by fire. Thus, it is uncommon for a lightning attribute Soul Master to adopt an auxiliary route. This suggests that Gu Ting's martial soul possesses extraordinary qualities. As the teammates launched their offense, Gu Ting made his move, raising the large drum in his hands. A burst of multicolored radiance erupted forth, and the yellow soul ring surrounding the drum surged into the light, rapidly expanding and enveloping the other hues. The drum resonated with a series of thunderous beats. The electromagnetic force, crackling and vibrant, spread across the battlefield, enveloping everyone in its wake. Under this influence, Feng Xiaotian and his companions felt an overwhelming dizziness, their bodies tingling and numb, evidently affected by the force. In stark contrast, the members of the Thunder Battle team were invigorated, their spirits soaring as they eagerly prepared for action, displaying expressions of delight. This was the effect of Gu Ting's soul skill. Only lightning attribute Soul Masters remained unaffected by this electromagnetic field. On the contrary, they experienced an enhancement. However, the soul skill was not without its flaws, as it blurred the lines between friend and foe, allowing opposing lightning attribute Soul Masters to gain the same benefits. Fortunately, Feng Xiaotian's side lacked any lightning attribute Soul Masters, which is why Gu Ting opted to employ this first soul skill. With a sharp grin revealing his keen teeth, Feng Xiaotian bit into his own arm, the intense pain keeping him alert. and he couldn't help but admire the opposing auxiliary soul master. Fuya, make your move. Feng Xiaotian turned to the golden-haired girl. Fuya had been at the Divine Wind Academy for 3 years and had collaborated with Feng Xiaotian on numerous occasions, so she understood his intent with just a glance. The chapter is not yet concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading. First soul skill, Wind Chaser Arrow. As Fuya placed her left hand on the longbow, a vibrant green bowstring materialized. The yellow soul ring glowed, and 3 sharp arrows silently manifested, shooting towards Gu Ting with a swift whoosh. Lightning shield. Gu Ting, of course, would not remain indifferent. The ethereal purple soul ring encircling him flared to life, radiating brilliant yellow luminescence that culminated in a protective aura enveloping him. The air crackled with the fierce sounds of thunder within the shimmering shield. This Millennium Soul skill not only served to affect other soul masters, but also provided him with substantial self-defense. Thanks to the Thunder Shield, Gu Ting possessed the means to safeguard himself without relying on his comrades. The arrows shot by Fuya were utterly obliterated before they could penetrate the protective barrier, disintegrated by the formidable surge of lightning erupting from within. Ha ha ha, Feng Xiaotian, your gravest error lies in underestimating our support soul masters, thinking them as feeble as others. Yu Tianxin remarked with a cold smirk, as the dragon claw on his right arm erupted with a fierce surge of electrical energy. First soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw, activate. This ability bore a striking resemblance to that of Yu Tianhing. Both were Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus soul masters, and their initial 3 soul skills were largely indistinguishable. This was the pinnacle of soul skills, honed over centuries by the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan to maximize their prowess. In light of Yu Tianxin's onslaught, Feng Xiaotian did not dare to be complacent and immediately unleashed his second soul skill, Twin Wolves Incarnation. The spectral forms of the twin-headed wolves behind him gradually merged with his own body, enhancing his attack, defense, and speed by 50%. Although the Gale Wind Wolf was merely a mid-tier martial spirit, its mutated form had surpassed the threshold of high-tier martial spirits, complemented by Feng Xiaotian's innate full soul power. Thus, the quality of the Gale Wind twin-headed wolf was not significantly inferior to that of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus. Feng Xiaotian lunged forward with his wolf claw aimed at Yu Tianxin, his speed astonishingly swift. The clash of wolf claw against dragon claw unfolded without Feng Xiaotian falling behind. Despite being an agile attack-type soul master, his strength was by no means lesser than that of any formidable assault-type soul master. This was the unique capability bestowed upon him by the Gale Wind twin-headed wolf, balancing both agility and raw power, enabling Feng Xiaotian to compete with soul masters like Yu Tianxin, who wielded top-tier beast martial spirits. As Feng Xiaotian and Yu Tianxin remained locked in a stalemate, Fuya renewed her offensive against Gu Ting. Storm Arrow. Once again, 3 arrows were unleashed, yet they emitted an ear-splitting sound. Upon encountering the lightning barrier, the arrows began to spin rapidly, creating a violent tempest that relentlessly compressed the area of the barrier. With a resounding crash, the lightning barrier shattered. Just as the arrows were about to strike Gu Ting, a powerful hand surged forth to seize the arrows, halting their advance. This hand belonged to a towering man, over 2 meters tall and weighing at least 200 pounds. Behind him loomed a colossal golden ape, crackling with sparks of electricity. This man was named Lei Gang, whose martial spirit was that of the thunder giant ape, possessing not only mastery over the lightning element, but also immense physical strength. Fuyu's storm arrows had no effect on him. You're quite fierce, Lei Gang remarked, snapping the arrow in his grasp with a fierce motion. Then licking his lips in Fuyu's direction, his eyes ablaze with intense desire. Soon enough, I shall crush you. Lei Gang could not help but burst into laughter. Chapter 59. The Lovely Yi Lingling. The mere thought of being able to dominate the spirit beneath him filled Lei Gang with exuberance. Such an opportunity was indeed rare. In an instant, Lei Gang activated his berserk mode. However, he did not anticipate being halted by a man even more formidable than himself as he charged into the opposing camp. Though Lei Gang was already quite robust, he found himself overshadowed by the imposing figure before him, standing over 2 meters tall and weighing at least 500 pounds. The man had shaved hair on both sides of his head, leaving the center styled into an unusual ponytail that stood upright. This individual was Hu Yinli, the grandson of Hu Yinzhan, the sect master of the Elephant Armor sect. His entire body was covered in a layer of yellow, keratinous skin that shimmered with a dazzling metallic sheen. Even more intimidating were his nose, which seemed to stretch at least a dozen centimeters, and his upturned upper lip, revealing 2 1-foot-long tusks, giving him a distinctly beast-like appearance. This was the formidable nature of the diamond mammoth spirit. It could be said that a soul master possessing such a spirit was inherently endowed with immense strength and resilience. As the most outstanding genius of the Elephant Armor sect in the past decade, Hu Yanli possessed an innate soul power that had reached level 9. Hu Yanjun had high hopes for his grandson to break through to the rank of title Douluo and lead the sect to claim a position among the top 3 sections. Despite Lei Gang's considerable strength, he fell short in comparison to Hu Yanli. The moment they clashed, Lei Gang was forcefully pinned to the ground, sparks flying as they made contact. Given Lei Gang's weight, it did not take long for him to wear away layers of the ground, revealing the bright yellow earth beneath. After tiring of the encounter, Hu Yanli delivered a punch that knocked Lei Gang unconscious before continuing his rampage against others. His next target was a frail soul master from the Thunder Academy, whose spirit was that of a yellow mole. Seeing Hu Yanli charge towards him, Shaji quickly unleashed his first soul skill, Thunder Flash. Although his spirit, the Thunder Mouse, lacked offensive power, it excelled in speed, surrounding himself with a ring of lightning. Shaji swiftly fled, knowing that the greatest weakness of Hu Yanli's diamond mammoth spirit lay in its lack of agility. How could a lumbering giant catch a nimble little mole? Utilizing the advantage of his spirit, Shaji managed to evade Hu Yanli's advances. On another part of the battlefield, Feng Xiaotian was engaged in a fierce duel with Yu Tianxin, both sides exchanging blows with fervor. Windblade formation. Feng Xiaotian, growing increasingly impatient as he struggled to gain the upper hand, felt a surge of urgency welling within him. Suddenly, sharp blades materialized atop his wolf claws. With a swift motion, he unleashed a barrage of wind blades, sending dozens hurtling towards Yu Tianxin's form. This moment clearly underscored Feng Xiaotian's innate talent. Typically, the primary soul skill of the Gale Demon Wolf is wind blades. However, Feng Xiaotian's Gale Two-Headed Wolf bestowed upon him a far more formidable array of wind blades. Here it comes. Yu Tianxin bellowed, a crackling surge of lightning power radiating from his right arm as he raised his dragon claw to meet the impending assault. Meanwhile, Lei Tian, who had been patiently awaiting his opportunity in the air, finally seized the moment. As Feng Xiaotian clashed with Yu Tianxin, Lei Tian unfurled his wings and dove toward Feng Xiaotian from behind, targeting a particularly vulnerable angle, his rear. He intended to deliver a painful lesson to Feng Xiaotian. Not on my watch. The young soul master in the corner suddenly activated his soul rings, and his colossal trident surged in size, expanding to approximately 3 meters before coming to a halt. With a mighty heave, he hurled the trident at Lei Tian. Sensing the disturbance behind him, Lei Tian hesitated, retracting his wings to shield himself, but in doing so, he lost his balance and plummeted toward the ground. Fortunately, this maneuver allowed him to narrowly escape a dire fate, as the sharp trident merely pierced his wing. Although injured, he was spared from any life-threatening consequences. However, it would take some time for him to recover, leaving the Thunder Academy in a precarious position, morale plummeting sharply. Even though Yu Tianxin and Feng Xiaotian were embroiled in a fierce stalemate, neither could alter the dire situation at hand. They could only lament their teammates' lack of efficacy. Before long, Fuya and Hu Yanli coordinated effectively to eliminate the remaining members of the Thunder Academy. Half an hour later, only Yu Tianxin remained in combat. Of course, Feng Xiaotian's side was not without losses, as 3 of his teammates had also succumbed to incapacitation. Nonetheless, Feng Xiaotian's advantage was still significant, boasting 4 remaining fighters. Though formidable, Yu Tianxin found himself isolated and outmatched. Even a single Feng Xiaotian was enough to challenge him greatly. As the battle wore on, both combatants' soul power dwindled considerably, and Yu Tianxin, realizing the futility of his struggle with all his teammates defeated, reluctantly conceded. "Bravo!" cheered Xue Zhu from the sidelines, unable to contain his applause. "I knew I had not misjudged him. Feng Xiaotian's prowess is indeed exceptional. Even the Blue Electric Twins are no match for him." Xue Zhu secretly rejoiced, for he had finally placed his bet wisely. Although the Windsword sect's overall strength was inferior to that of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect, its recent development had been quite commendable. In contrast, ever since the emergence of the incompetent Yu Xiaojing, the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect had experienced a stagnation in its growth. It remained uncertain whether they had offended the Spirit Hall, as they seemed to be targeted at every turn. If it were not for the presence of a title Douluo supporting the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect, they would likely face encirclement from other sections. After the conclusion of the competition, the Emperor Xue Yi did not hasten the remaining 2 teams to continue their contest. Instead, he granted them ample time to rest. The chief eunuch and supervisor of the internal affairs, Chao Huaiyan, displayed considerable acumen by instructing his subordinates to prepare exquisite cuisine. which was soon presented to Emperor Shuiyi and positioned beside the arena. Jiang Yu was not at all reserved. He casually picked up a cup of milk tea and took a sip. As soon as it touched his lips, he discerned the exceptional quality of this beverage. It was far more exquisite than the average variety, surpassing even the finest offerings available outside. Jiang Yu nodded in satisfaction. Of course, Huo Wu elucidated. It is said that this is made from the pre-rain tea leaves of Longjing village and fresh milk transported daily from the outer regions. Just for that one cup. The cost alone amounts to dozens of gold soul coins. Truly extravagant. Jiang Yu could not help but be taken aback, for in the Douluo Continent, the annual expenditure of an ordinary family amounted to merely a single gold soul coin. To think that a mere cup of milk tea could be so exorbitantly priced. It truly is a wasteful extravagance. Jiang Yu was strongly opposed to such practices. Thus, he resolved to drink every last drop of the milk tea, leaving not a single trace behind, as a gesture of respect for the money spent. After consuming the cup of milk tea, he still found himself parched, prompting him to reach for a glass of milk. After all, the supply of milk tea was limited to 1 cup per person. Yet the abundance of milk nearby offered no harm in indulging a little more. As Jiang Yu had just lifted the milk, he soon noticed Yu Lingling sneaking around outside the greenhouse, presenting a perfect opportunity. Jiang Yu fabricated an excuse to extricate himself from Huo Wu's entanglement and strode directly towards Yu Lingling. "What are you doing here?" Startled by the voice behind her, Yu Lingling nearly lost her grip on the item she was holding, almost spilling the food that was just about to reach her lips. Fortunately, she reacted swiftly. As Yu Lingling turned around, Jiang Yu could not help but burst into laughter. Before her, her right hand held a plate brimming with 9 grilled sausages, while she had 1 more in her mouth, partially devoured. "Do you truly have such a penchant for sausages? It is rather uncommon to encounter a girl with such a fondness for this type of food. What is the matter? Is it a problem?" Yu Lingling's face flushed crimson. "What I choose to indulge in is of no concern to you. Moreover, I have yet to settle the score with you, and you dare to approach me? What score?" Jiang Yu was filled with confusion. Yu Lingling, noticing Jiang Yu's complete lack of introspection, immediately pointed a finger at his nose and exclaimed, "Why did you knock me unconscious on the arena just now, causing me to suffer such humiliation? This is unacceptable." Jiang Yu wore an expression of innocence, pleading, "We were adversaries just moments ago. Naturally, I had to resort to any means necessary to resolve our conflict. Would you show mercy to your enemy? However, I am a person who distinguishes between public and private matters. Once the curtain falls, we are all friends. It is indeed a fortuitous encounter to meet in the imperial palace today, and we might seize this opportunity to draw closer to one another. After all, having more friends is not a disadvantage." "Bah." Yu Lingling offered no courtesy to Jiang Yu, disdainfully retorting, "Friends? Just a moment ago, you struck me for the sake of your little lover. I would never befriend someone like you, who prioritizes romantic interests over friendships. Moreover, it is evident that a person of your tender age, already entangled with a girlfriend, is hardly a respectable individual. You have misunderstood." Jiang Yu's expression suddenly turned serious. "We are merely friends, and our relationship has yet to be defined. It is precisely because I witnessed my friend being harmed that I lost my temper and inadvertently hurt you. Consider this, if you were to befriend me, should anyone dare to bully you in the future, there would be someone to avenge you. Wouldn't that be quite advantageous?" Indeed, the more Yu Lingling listened, the more she found it to be reasonable, her face reflecting a contemplative demeanor. "You make a valid point. Then let us be friends from this day forth." With that, Yu Lingling slowly extended her delicate hand, and we sealed the pact, vowing that should anyone dare to offend me, you must assist me in teaching them a lesson. Jiang Yu was taken aback by how easily Yu Lingling believed his words. It seemed that despite her aloof exterior, this girl harbored a rather endearing nature. Chapter 60. Friends. Jiang Yu felt a pang of reluctance to deceive her any further. However, as he observed Yu Lingling extending her hand, he found himself unable to resist reaching out in return. To his surprise, before he could make contact, Yu Lingling let out a startled cry and swiftly withdrew her hand. "Almost fell for your trick." Yu Lingling wore a look of disdain, stating, "Is that how you treat a friend? You're merely lusting after my figure. If it were a man who was injured, I doubt you would act so impulsively. Wait, who was the fool that claimed Yu Lingling was cute? She was anything but." Something felt amiss, but he decided to disregard it and focus on the present matter at hand. "Your reasoning is flawed. Perhaps we should consider a different perspective." Jiang Yu quickly formulated his response, "Are you even a woman?" Jiang Yu did not immediately respond to Yu Lingling's inquiry. Instead, she posed a question for her to answer. "Surely, it is evident. How could a woman not perceive it?" To alleviate Jiang Yu's skepticism, Yi Lingling deliberately accentuated her somewhat slender bosom. Thus, you should feel delighted. Jiang Yu observed with satisfaction as Yi Lingling fell into his trap, a smile of contentment gracing his face. He mused that his kindness towards women would surely extend to her as well. After all, even for someone who was not his girlfriend, he would go to great lengths to protect them. How much more than for a girlfriend? Thus, he argued, befriending him would not lead to any detriment. Upon reflection, Yi Lingling found merit in Jiang Yu's words. Noticing the inner turmoil on her face, Jiang Yu recognized that he was on the verge of successfully persuading her. Despite being older, it was evident that her social experience was somewhat lacking. One must remember that Jiang Yu's silver tongue was widely acknowledged to be formidable. During his time on Blue Star, it was precisely this eloquence that won him the affections of a girl renowned as the campus beauty. Although their relationship ended shortly after graduation, with her subsequently choosing the embrace of a wealthy magnate, Jiang Yu had unwittingly found himself in the Douluo Continent. Yet his gift of gab remained undiminished. Even the likes of Bibi Dong, an older woman, had been charmed by his witty repartee. How much easier, then, to enchant someone as innocent as Yi Lingling. Indeed, it was not long before Yi Lingling came to an understanding. She promptly selected the largest sausage from the platter and extended it towards Jiang Yu, declaring, "Here, if you eat this sausage, we shall be friends." "This is what you said." Jiang Yu promptly seized the sausage, and the two of them clinked their sausages together as a gesture of sincerity. After dealing with Yi Lingling, he felt an urgent need, possibly due to an overindulgence in milk, and realizing that the competition had yet to commence, he departed from the arena. Surely, such a grand palace would not lack a restroom. After a 10-minute walk, Jiang Yu finally arrived at a magnificent garden adorned with vibrant flowers. The garden was dotted with peculiar rock formations, interspersed with pines and bamboos. The ground was intricately paved with colorful pebbles, forming various auspicious patterns. In addition, the garden boasted an array of stone carvings of coiling dragons, fountains, and shadow walls. At the very center stood a colossal stone, 3 meters high. With an unusual shape, broad at the top and narrow at the base, it surfaced a delightful array of contours, harmoniously blending with the surrounding scenery, evoking admiration. However, Jiang Yu had no time to relish the beauty. His sole desire was to locate a restroom to relieve himself. Oh dear! Help! Just as he was desperately trying to hold on, a sudden cry for help echoed from a distance. Could it be? Not at this moment. Although Jiang Yu was complaining, his actions were remarkably swift. In no time, he arrived at the scene of the incident. It was a vast lake, home to hundreds of white swans. And not far from the shore, a woman was frantically waving her arms and calling for help. How could someone fall into the water? Jiang Yu observed that a protective barrier had been erected along the shore, yet a woman had somehow fallen into the lake. Although the means of her descent remained a mystery, he leaped over the railing without hesitation and plunged into the water. Fortunately, as a proficient swimmer, he swiftly rescued the woman and brought her back to the shore. However, instead of expressing her gratitude, she urgently exclaimed, "My rabbit, please save it." It turned out that her distress was for a mere rabbit. Jiang Yu finally understood why the woman had fallen into the lake. Well, he decided to save her to the very end. Jiang Yu contemplated that since he was already drenched, it mattered little. He promptly resumed his search for the woman's rabbit. After expending considerable effort, he finally located it, bringing the creature to shore. The woman, filled with excitement, embraced the rabbit and then expressed her gratitude to Jiang Yu. "Be more cautious next time. This rabbit is merely a 10-year-old soft-boned rabbit. Was it truly worth your plunge into the water to rescue it?" Jiang Yu could not help but remind her that it was not a matter of cruelty. Rather, such tender-boned rabbits were typically utilized by various powerful factions to nourish their younger generations. Ultimately, they were merely sustenance. The young woman appeared hesitant and, after much contemplation, failed to produce a counterargument. After a moment of inspiration, she responded, "This rabbit is the beloved pet of Her Highness the Princess. Should anything happen to it, I would be unable to bear the consequences. You are but a palace maid." Although the maiden before him was dressed in simple palace attire, she possessed bright eyes and pearly teeth, exuding an enchanting charm. Her skin was so delicate it seemed one could almost wring moisture from it. How could such a stunning beauty merely be a palace maid? Jiang Yu truly did not anticipate this. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. After all, the palace maids in dramas are invariably portrayed as increasingly unattractive, their appearance is quite disheartening. Suddenly encountering such an elegant and refined palace maid left Jiang Yu feeling somewhat disconcerted. Indeed, does the young master not believe it? The woman feared that Jiang Yu might see through her true identity. No, I believe. Jiang Yu awkwardly scratched his head and, noticing that the woman had no further business, inquired about the location of the restroom. It is right there, in that red-roofed building ahead. Following the direction indicated by the woman, Jiang Yu spotted a structure 100 meters away. Having discerned the location of the facilities, he had no intention of lingering and promptly turned to depart. Hey, what is your name? The woman called out as Jiang Yu began to walk away. Jiang Yu, he replied. Jiang Yu turned his head and spoke, yet his steps did not falter. He truly could no longer contain himself. I am called Aku. The woman waved her hand and smiled at Jiang Yu. Aku? Upon hearing this name, Jiang Yu was somewhat taken aback, as he had not anticipated that there would be someone in the Douluo Continent with such a name. I am also Wei Xiaobao. Jiang Yu could not help but silently grumble to himself, and then quickened his pace. Fortunately, his endurance was commendable, allowing him to hold on until he reached the restroom. After comfortably relieving himself, Jiang Yu did not linger in the garden and headed straight back to the training arena. Where have you been? Upon entering, he heard Wu Wu's anxious voice. The competition is about to begin, and you still have the leisure to wander around. Nature calls. Jiang Yu answered truthfully, urging haste as they were soon to take the stage. Wu Wu, displaying her usual forthright nature, prompted Jiang Yu to ascend the arena, for they were about to face Feng Xiaotian and his companions. This contest bore significant implications for Xue Qinghe's ascension to the position of crown prince. Although Wu Wu typically exhibited a carefree demeanor, she was acutely aware of the competition's importance. Chapter 61. The Savage Might. The decisive battle commenced swiftly. Wu Wushuang and Feng Xiaotian had previously clashed, rendering them familiar adversaries. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they unleashed their martial spirits. Recognizing that this contest pertained to the rightful claim to the throne of the Heaven Do Empire, past camaraderie would hold no weight today. Both sides were compelled to exert their utmost effort. Through the morning's contests, the two teams had garnered a preliminary understanding of one another, leading to a more cautious strategic approach. Aside from the rather dim-witted Talon and the two muscular warriors from the Elephant Armor sect, the rest were evidently engaging in tentative assaults. First soul skill, Stone's Embrace. Second soul skill, Explosive Might. Talon initiated the encounter by unleashing two formidable soul skills, targeting the other soul master from the Elephant Armor sect, Huyin Zhuang. As for why he did not select Huyin Li, Talon was no fool. The latter was a soul master of the soul ancestor level, while Huyin Zhuang's soul power was comparable to his own. By prevailing over Huyin Zhuang, Talon could demonstrate that the formidable guerrilla martial spirit of the Li clan surpassed the inherited martial spirit of the Elephant Armor sect, the Diamond Mammoth. Although Huyin Li possessed greater soul power, Talon lacked the confidence to secure victory against him. To avoid a misstep, Huyin Zhuang was undoubtedly the optimal choice. Seeing the muscular soul master approach him, Huyin Zhuang would not shy away and promptly accepted the challenge. Second soul skill, Flying Elephant Charge. The second soul ring on Huyin Zhuang's body suddenly illuminated, and a tremendous surge of power instantaneously coursed through him. This soul skill was derived from a soul beast known as the Little Flying Elephant, which had lived for over 600 years. Although this particular soul beast was not particularly formidable among its elephantine counterparts, it held the unique ability to fly, albeit only to a height of a few meters, thus challenging humanity's preconceived notions about elephant-type soul beasts. Under the influence of this soul skill, Huyin Zhuang soared from the ground, floating 3 meters above the earth. He was then enveloped by a powerful gust of energy that propelled him forward. Huyin Zhuang refrained from selecting a soul beast with a longer lifespan, instead opting for the Little Flying Elephant due to its exceptional soul skill effect. Moreover, this skill allowed him to convert his entire defensive capability into offensive power, making the flying elephant's charge all the more terrifying. It is well known that the defensive prowess of the Diamond Mammoth is renowned throughout the Douluo Continent. The sheer strength derived from such formidable defense transformed into offensive might is truly formidable. As Huyin Zhuang charged forward, Tai Long quickly assumed a horse stance, channeling all of his strength into his arms. With the augmentation of explosive force, Tai Long unleashed a mighty golden fist, the sound of immense power resonating through the air like a raging tempest. With a resounding crash, Huyin Zhuang's iron head collided violently with Tai Long's fists, forcing him to stagger back several steps. Truly, the signature martial soul of the Elephant Armor sect was formidable. No wonder his grandfather warned him not to underestimate the Diamond Mammoth. Tai Long could not help but feel a sense of awe. He had previously believed that the title of king among elephants was merely the self-aggrandizement of the Elephant Armor sect. However, facing it now, He realized the truth of their prowess. Indeed, the name was well-deserved. While Tai Long was engulfed in astonishment, Huyan Zhuang, suspended in midair, was equally surprised. He had not anticipated that this little chubby fellow could withstand his assault. Nevertheless, he was determined not to concede so easily. Tai Long, unwilling to allow the reputation of the Strength Clan to be tarnished by his own hands, suddenly erupted with an ancient and desolate aura. In this critical moment, he disregarded many constraints and even resorted to secret techniques from within his clan. The Strength Clan's decision to pursue a path of pure power was partly due to this innate secret technique. Despite their awareness of the drawbacks of a singular attribute, they had made this choice because the advantages of this innate technique outweighed its flaws. As the saying goes, one force can overcome 10 skills. In the eyes of the ancestors of the Strength Clan, in the face of absolute power, all else is but futile. The raw, untamed might surge forth. With a thunderous roar, Tai Long unleashed a surge of power that instantaneously doubled his strength. And the potency of this secret technique would further amplify with the enhancement of his soul force. In a spectacular display, Tai Long's full-force strike sent Huyan Zhuang hurtling through the air. Witnessing this spectacle, Huyan Li was consumed by a fiery wrath. It was a profound humiliation for their diamond mammoth martial spirit to be bested by a rival strength-type martial spirit. Seeking vengeance, Huyan Li charged directly towards Tai Long. But after merely a few dozen steps, he was intercepted by a towering figure. This presence stood resolutely, akin to an upright longsword, merely standing with hands clasped behind, without drawing forth the resplendent sword at his side. Yet, the aura emanating from him was so imposing that it rendered others breathless, a true-born swordsman. Such a commanding presence could only belong to Jiang Yu. If you possess any sense, retreat. In a tone devoid of embellishment, Jiang Yu declared, "Today my mood is rather pleasant. I have no desire to see blood." Ha. Huyan Li was instantly amused by Jiang Yu's words, retorting, "You, little brother, I advise you to return home for some milk." "Milk? Do you think I do not wish for it?" The mention of milk brought to Jiang Yu's mind the image of Bibi Dong and her pristine form, which indeed sparked his desire. Yet, the crux of the matter lay in Bibi Dong's unwillingness. She insisted that he had outgrown the need for milk. As Jiang Yu sank into contemplation, Huyan Li seized the moment to mount a surprise attack. The purple soul rings adorning his form erupted in a fierce radiance, causing him to swell yet again. This chapter is not over. Please proceed to the next page to continue reading. With his third soul skill, Crushing Pressure, Huyan Li lunged at Jiang Yu with the force of a mountain. Just as Jiang Yu began to react and prepare to evade, he sensed an inexplicable force binding him, rendering escape impossible. Thinking of fleeing? Humph, Huyan Li scoffed. My soul skill is inescapable. Once locked onto my target, no one can evade its grasp. As the colossal mass descended upon him, Jiang Yu found himself utterly helpless. Was he truly destined to fall here, succumbing to Huyan Li? "Young man, it seems you are in a bit of a predicament." At that critical juncture, a familiar voice echoed within Jiang Yu's mind. "Heavenly dream, my silkworm." Jiang Yu couldn't help but show a look of delight. "You're awake. Let's chat later. First, allow me to assist you in dealing with this enormous task at hand." Quickly, extend your index finger. Jiang Yu was acutely aware of the symbiotic relationship he shared with the heavenly dream eye silkworm, understanding that their fates were inexorably intertwined. Without a moment's hesitation, he extended his index finger forward. In an instant, a beam of icy blue light flashed through the air, racing towards the colossal figure above. In the blink of an eye, Huyan Li found himself enveloped in a layer of crystalline blue ice, transforming him into a magnificent ice sculpture. Jiang Yu instantly felt the ability to move and swiftly dodged aside. In the next moment, Huyan Li fell to the ground with a resounding thud, causing the very earth beneath to rapidly collapse. "Brother Tianming, what is the name of this technique?" Jiang Yu, witnessing the tremendous power of the Tianming ice silkworm strike, could not help but curiously inquire further. With a gesture, Tianming declared, "During my confinement in the far north, I diligently practiced this technique every single day. It would be difficult not to excel." As they spoke, the form of the Tianming ice silkworm gradually became more translucent, evidently indicating a depletion of energy. It appeared that another period of slumber was imminent. The Tianming ice silkworm hastily advised, "Remember to visit the far north when you have the opportunity. There resides the most formidable ice attribute soul beasts, and even those capable of wielding the essence of ultimate ice. Only the soul beasts found there can bestow upon you the most exceptional martial soul." With that, the Tianming ice silkworm vanished. Understood. Jiang Yu silently committed this to memory. Even without the urging of the heavenly dream ice silkworm, he would venture to the extreme north. For Jiang Yu, who had only experienced the first installment of Douluo Continent, the seldom-mentioned location of the extreme north piqued his curiosity. Chapter 62, The Blooming Flower, over 3,000 words, as Hu Yanli was transformed into an ice sculpture. A wave of discussion erupted among the spectators. How did he accomplish this? This question lingered in the minds of all present. Jiang Yu, a soul master of the fire attribute, perplexingly possesses the ability to wield ice attribute powers. This phenomenon evidently contravenes the conventional wisdom within the realm of soul masters. How could the forces of ice and fire coexist within a single soul master? Could it be the influence of a soul bone? A person as knowledgeable as the Snow Knight Emperor suddenly recalled another possibility. Only a soul bone could potentially transcend conventional limitations and unleash extraordinary powers. Upon reflecting on Jiang Yu's identity, everything began to make sense. It was likely that the Sword Douluo held this disciple in high regard, enabling him to acquire a soul bone. While this may be a daunting task for others, it posed no challenge for the Sword Douluo. With the financial resources of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, procuring a soul bone from the black market would be a trivial matter. However, judging by the soul bone ability Jiang Yu had just exhibited, it was evident that the soul bone he possessed had been derived from an ice attribute soul beast. What a pity! If only it had been a fire attribute soul bone. Nevertheless, the Snow Knight Emperor understood that exceptional soul bones are serendipitous finds. Even the royal lineage, despite its vast heritage, could scarcely present a few. It is known that even a titled Douluo may not acquire a soul bone, let alone a great soul master. Such rare treasures, to possess one is indeed a stroke of immense fortune. Who among soul masters would be so fastidious? Even a monarch like the Snow Knight Emperor possesses but a single soul bone, one that has been passed down through generations, reserved solely for the emperor. Suddenly, a contemplative expression graced the Snow Knight Emperor's face as he pondered which of his daughters would be suitable to form a closer bond with Jiang Yu. At that moment, Chao Huatian swiftly grasped the emperor's intentions. The notion of fostering closeness was, in essence, a desire to betroth the princess to Jiang Yu. Observing the emperor's evident esteem for Jiang Yu, Chao Huatian realized that his hopes of recruiting Jiang Yu into the inner court had been dashed. Although somewhat regretful, he reported faithfully, "Your Majesty, all the princesses possess the talent of true phoenixes, any one of whom would be more than adequate for Jiang Yu." After praising the daughters of the Snow Knight Emperor, Chao Huatian shifted the conversation, stating, "However, if we consider aspects such as age and temperament, I humbly believe the ninth princess aligns most closely with these criteria." Chao Huatian, astute in his observations, recognized that Jiang Yu represented Xueqinghe in the competition and thus favorably recommended the ninth princess, with whom he had maintained a cordial relationship. "Little Jiao," the Snow Knight Emperor exclaimed, momentarily puzzled. Chao Huatian, ever considerate, added, "Your Majesty, the ninth princess bears the name Ku, born of the noble consort. Given the multitude of royal descendants, it is understandable that the Snow Knight Emperor may have little recollection of the less favored princesses." Thus, Chao Huatian elaborated. Though Princess Ku's innate soul power is merely at level 5, her character is remarkably pure. She treats her subordinates with great kindness, and her beauty is among the finest of all the princesses. Upon mentioning the concubine Liang, the Emperor of the Snowy Night suddenly recalled a vague memory. Had it not been for that drunken escapade during which he unwittingly favored a palace maid, who ultimately bore the royal offspring, how could he have elevated a woman of such humble origins to the rank of consort? Then arranged for Xiao Jiao and Jiang Yu to grow closer, he casually commanded, "By the way, tonight, let us rest in concubine Liang's quarters." "Yes, Your Majesty," Chao Huatian replied with a respectful bow. Perhaps from this moment forth, the imperial harem would once again be embroiled in strife. Yet, this bore no consequence for him. The affections of any concubine would not diminish his standing before the emperor. As Chao Huatian gazed at the Emperor of the Snowy Night, a peculiar gleam flickered in his eyes. At that moment, the competition in the arena intensified, and the situation of Hu Yanli stirred a sense of unease among Feng Xiaodian and the others. No one had anticipated that he would be bested by a mere child, particularly one who was a 23rd level soul master. Yet, the reality unfolded as such, leading Feng Xiaodian to regard Jiang Yu as an equal adversary for the first time. This individual was far more formidable than Huo Wushuang. Feng Xiaodian felt a surge of anxiety. In comparison, Huo Wushuang was considerably easier to contend with, as he was merely a man easily provoked. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, was altogether different. Judging by the timing of his recent strike, he was undoubtedly a formidable opponent, and Feng Xiaodian questioned whether he could ever execute such perfection as Jiang Yu had. Moreover, what was that icy blue light? Even he found it perplexing. The enigma surrounding Jiang Yu piqued his curiosity. Whatever your peculiarities may be, let my arrow speak for itself. Fea, undeterred by any misgivings, swiftly drew her bow and unleashed a volley of arrows toward Jiang Yu. Do you think I lack a weapon? Jiang Yu, devoid of fear, brandished his magnificent sword as the soul ring radiated a brilliant light. In an instant, the long sword unleashed a surge of luminous energy, and the Chixiao Sword array was activated with great fervor. The sharp arrows were swiftly severed, and the Chixiao Sword array, evidently still possessing strength, continued to dart towards Fuya at an astonishing speed. Despite Fuya's utmost efforts to resist, she could not halt the assault of Jiang Yu's sword. The keen blade grazed her garments, causing the fabric around her thighs and waist to tear away with alarming rapidity. Fortunately, Jiang Yu had restrained his power, otherwise, Fuya would have faced a loss greater than mere clothing. Yet, even so, she found herself flustered, unconcerned about the gusts of wind that threatened to invade her attire, but rather anxious about the potential exposure of her chest. Thus, she instinctively covered herself, her spirit for battle waning. In this moment, she wished to avoid any embarrassment before the multitude. Jiang Yu, employing a tactic reminiscent of Tang San's approach with Meng Yuran, sought to subdue without conflict. Undeniably, while Tang San's method may be deemed somewhat unscrupulous, it proved remarkably effective against women. Furthermore, since it was Fuya who initiated the confrontation, Jiang Yu's actions merely served as a mild reprimand. His restraint in not tearing away the fabric that shielded her chest was, in fact, a gesture of mercy. You little wolf. Wu could not resist a light scoff directed at Jiang Yu, for as a woman herself, she found his actions somewhat objectionable. However, she quickly dismissed her critique and rushed to support her brother. The onslaught from Feng Xiaodian grew increasingly fierce, and it was evident that Wu Wushuang was on the verge of succumbing. She could not stand idly by. With her first soul skill, the flame whip, Wu swiftly conjured a 3-meter-long fiery lash. She waved her hand forward, sending forth a torrent of searing flames towards Feng Xiaodian. Just as the menacing wolf claw was about to make contact with Wu Wushuang's shoulder, it was deflected by the fiery whip, leaving the once dreaded claws charred and blackened, akin to carbonized wolf claws. Observing the injured paw, Feng Xiaodian could not help but smile. Good, very good. He regarded Wu with newfound intensity. It was the first time a girl had managed to inflict harm upon him. Initially unnoticing, he now found her increasingly beautiful. After the competition, might I have the honor of sharing a meal with you? A confident smile adorned Feng Xiaoyan's face, as he had never encountered a girl who declined his invitation. This time, he believed, would be no different. I am already taken, she retorted. If you wish to treat me to a meal, you must first obtain the approval of my little boyfriend. Do not say I did not forewarn you. His jealousy runs deep. The smile on Feng Xiaoyan's face abruptly ceased. To make matters worse, after Wu spoke, she pointed at Jiang Yu, and threw the shape of her lips. Feng Xiaodian instantly comprehended who she was referring to as her boyfriend. Damn, how could someone so immature already have a girlfriend? The mere thought that at Jiang Yu's age, he was still frolicking with a group of boys, urinating and playing in the mud, filled his face with indignation and sorrow. Why is there such a vast chasm between individuals? What right does he have? Despite his noble standing, he was denied such treatment. And yet Jiang Yu could boast a beautiful girlfriend. It was utterly unjust. No, it should be termed as a gross waste of talent. In truth, Feng Xiaoyan's perspective was still rather limited. If he were to discover that Jiang Yu had been nourished on the milk of Bibi Dong since childhood, and that the one who cradled him to sleep while narrating bedtime stories was none other than the renowned genius of the Spirit Hall, Hulaina, he would likely turn green with envy to the point of spitting blood. I shall demonstrate who the true man is. Feng Xiaodian did not falter. He was determined to show Wu who the true stronghold was. He could not believe that a mere child could possess more charm than he. Thus, he abandoned Wu Wushuang and, with a swift twist of his body, charged fervently in Jiang Yu's direction. How dare he pursue my girl in front of me? Although his relationship with Wu had yet to be defined, Feng Xiaodian had the audacity to undermine him right before his eyes. This displeased Jiang Yu greatly. Initially, he had hoped to cultivate a good rapport with Feng Xiaodian, as he was undoubtedly a peer rival to the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, possessing innate full soul power and a mutated martial spirit. These two traits combined made him a quintessential protagonist. Had it not been for Tang San seizing the limelight, Feng Xiaodian would surely have shone brightly. It was only fitting to foster a connection with such a figure. However, to his dismay, Feng Xiaodian proved to be utterly oblivious. prompting Jiang Yu to immediately abandon any thoughts of alliance. Jiang Yu was unwilling to don a vivid green hat. After all, he and Huo Wu had shared a kiss. How could he possibly allow Feng Xiaotian to entertain such notions about her? Jiang Yu did not possess the habit of presenting gifts to certain individuals. Feng Xiaotian's speed was astonishing. His wind-howling twin-headed wolf martial spirit was not at all inferior to that of an ordinary agility-focused soul master in terms of swiftness. In mere seconds, he arrived before Jiang Yu without the slightest hesitation. Without delay, Feng Xiaotian extended his wolf claw, and dozens of crescent-shaped wind blades surged forth from his talons in an instant. They targeted Jiang Yu directly, effectively sealing off all his avenues of evasion. Feng Xiaotian's strategy was indeed shrewd and cunning. Had he not encountered Jiang Yu, the outcome would have been different. Flash. Jiang Yu infused his entire soul power into the Chixiao Sword, subsequently channeling a wisp of primordial purple chi into it. He then unleashed the sky-slaying sword technique. As the blade emerged, it stirred up colossal waves, its golden flames subtly shimmering with a hint of purple light. While an aura capable of shattering the heavens erupted from the sword's body, the elegance of that strike was unforgettable. The blade crashed through the air, sending Feng Xiaotian plummeting to the ground in a parabolic descent. Among the spectators, Yi Lingling gazed in astonishment at Jiang Yu, not merely captivated by the preceding spectacle, but rather by the moment Jiang Yu drew that sword. In her grasp, the nine-heart sea pearl flower quietly bloomed, its petals unfurling uncontrollably. Chapter 63. The schemes of Qian Rinxue. After Feng Xiaotian was defeated by Jiang Yu, their entire team collapsed in an instant. Although 2 or 3 members still retained their combat effectiveness, they were utterly incapable of reversing the tide. Huo Wushuang and Talon effortlessly eliminated the opposing team, securing victory in the match. Undoubtedly, Xue Qinghe emerged as the greatest victor, with the position of Crown Prince now virtually assured. At long last, she had facilitated Qian Rinxue's claim to the title of Crown Prince of the Heavenly Dou Empire. If she could thwart Tang San's interference in the future, she might ascend the throne to become a reigning empress. What a remarkable feat, both mother and daughter as empresses. A bold thought arose in Jiang Yu's mind. Should this move proceed smoothly, the unification of the continent by the Spirit Hall would be imminent, leaving no room for resistance from the Star Luo Empire. Although the military prowess of the Heaven Dou Empire pales in comparison to that of the Star Luo Empire, it still boasts a conventional force of 1 million troops. Coupled with the advantage of spirit masters from the Spirit Hall, the Star Luo Empire would stand no chance of countering. The most favorable outcome would be mere capitulation. However, this represents merely an ideal scenario. Jiang Yu was acutely aware of Bibi Dong's intentions. She harbored no desire to unify the entire Douluo Continent, but instead sought the destruction of the Spirit Hall. The principal architect behind this turmoil, aside from the former Pope of the Spirit Hall, was none other than Yu Xiaojing. Thus, Jiang Yu needed to devise a strategy to extinguish Bibi Dong's affections for Yu Xiaojing entirely. The illustrious and exquisite Pope, consumed by her feelings for a man, seemed to overlook the allure of pursuing her ambitions. How could one possibly incite Bibi Dong's latent ambition? This was no simple task. Yet, despite its difficulty, a solution must be found. She could not allow Bibi Dong to languish in the abyss of her emotions. After all, he had been nurtured by Bibi Dong's care. And as the saying goes, one ought to repay kindness with gratitude. Jiang Yu must alter the tragic fate of Bibi Dong. At that moment, a figure suddenly entered from outside. The individual donned a crimson robe, over which gleamed silver armor. With an expression of urgency, he hurried before the Snow Knight Emperor. It was the Tiki of the Imperial Guard. Upon beholding the attire of that individual, Jiang Yu immediately deduced his identity. Although the Wani Guard ostensibly serves as the Emperor's personal guard, it harbors a more significant role, acting as intelligence and reconnaissance agents. Their functions bear resemblance to the Central Intelligence Agency of a certain nation on Blue Star and the enigmatic organization known as the Chaoyang Masses. Together with the Internal Affairs Bureau under the Ministry of Internal Affairs, the Wani Guard constitutes the most fearsome espionage agency within the Tiandou Empire. The palpable anxiety of the rider indicated that a matter of utmost importance had transpired. Indeed, as the Snowy Knight Emperor listened to the whispers of the individual named Tiki, his expression gradually darkened. How preposterous! In a fit of rage, he struck the table beside him with such force that it splintered, abandoning the demeanor befitting a sovereign. The Liangshan Principality dared to brazenly declare its intention to secede from the Empire's dominion and audaciously proclaimed its desire to join the Xinglua Empire. Such a tide must not be allowed to swell. Once this breach is opened, other principalities and kingdoms may follow suit. thus undermining the very foundation of the empire. In a grave tone, the Snowy Knight Emperor declared, "Let all high-ranking officials of the empire convene at the council hall for deliberation." With that, he hastily departed the training grounds, disregarding the gathered princes, for matters of the state took precedence. The Liangshan Principality. Rebellion. This sudden upheaval disrupted Jiang Yu's thoughts. The news arrived at an inopportune moment, as it would have been prudent to wait until after Feng had been bestowed the title of crown prince. Qinghe, my elder brother. Jiang Yu could not help but rush to Xue Qinghe's side and inquire, "Are you aware of the matters concerning the Liangshan Principality?" With a soft sigh, Xue Qinghe's expression grew somewhat complex. The history of the Liangshan Principality is long-standing. The first Liangshan duke had once followed the founding ancestor, Emperor Shuirong, and achieved remarkable feats in establishing the empire. Logically, the Liangshan Principality should not have rebelled. However, several years ago, a soul master discovered a large vein of purple gold in Liangshan City. It is well known that purple gold is an exceedingly precious metal, and weapons forged from such materials possess tremendous lethality against ordinary soul beasts and lower-ranked soul masters. As the saying goes, a common man is innocent. It is the wall that bears the blame. Naturally, the empire would not permit the Liangshan Principality to monopolize such a unique resource. Consequently, the emperor ordered that the purple gold vein be sealed, with the annual yield transported to the Tiando imperial city. Yet, I did not anticipate that the Liangshan Principality would choose this moment to declare its secession from the empire. It seems the Xinglua Empire has been meddling behind the scenes. After all, the geographical significance of the Liangshan Principality is paramount, and the ambition of the Xinglua people has swelled in recent years. Were it not for the balancing force of the Spirit Hall, they might have already declared war on our Tiando Empire. Xue Qinghe's countenance suddenly darkened with concern, displaying a sense of anxiety for the nation and its people. I never imagined they would exploit our internal discord to instigate conflict. This now renders the Spirit Hall unable to intervene. After hearing Xue Qinghe's words, Jiang Yu found himself at a loss for words, only able to conclude that Emperor Shui's strategy was inadequate. Although the Liangshan Principality is subordinate to the Tiando Empire, it functions as an independent state with its own military and governance. This situation bears resemblance to the Zhou dynasty, where numerous vassal states, while paying tribute to the great Zhou, could easily disregard the central court's authority, as exemplified by the powerful hegemons of the spring and autumn period who ignored the court's existence altogether. Even without paying tribute, none would dare to challenge them. It is evident that Emperor Shuiyu has cornered the Liangshan Principality. The purple gold vein is a bountiful resource, and who would willingly relinquish their contributions to others. It is no wonder the Liangshan Principality would rise in rebellion. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. However, this matter clearly does not concern Jiang Yu. With the competition concluded, remaining in the imperial palace held little interest for him. He would prefer to return to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School to play games with Ning Rongrong. Thus, Jiang Yu took his leave of Xue Qinghe. In that case, I shall arrange for someone to escort you back to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. And I would appreciate it if you could convey the news of the Liangshan Principality to my teacher. Xue Qinghe was also eager to know how Ning Fingji would perceive this situation. Given Emperor Shui's stance, it was inevitable that troops would be dispatched to quell the unrest in the Liangshan Principality. This presents a remarkable opportunity for achievement. Does Brother Qinghe intend to go quell the rebellion? Jiang Yu could not help but engage in speculation. After all, the intelligence network established by the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School across the continent is formidable, rivaling that of the Tiando Empire's Internal Affairs Department and the Wani Guard, and is even more clandestine. Sometimes, a beggar by the roadside might very well be an informant for the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. With the assistance of Ning Fingji, Xue Qinghe is undoubtedly capable of grasping the current situation in the Liangshan Principality. Once he resolves this intricate dilemma, his prestige will instantly eclipse that of all the princes. At that moment, regardless of the thoughts of the Snow Knight Emperor, he will have no choice but to declare Xue Qinghe as the crown prince. Astute. A glimmer of admiration shone in Xue Qinghe's eyes. Indeed, being in the company of intellectually gifted individuals is distinctly different. This matter is somewhat taxing to tackle alone. I shall require the support of my mentor. Understood. Jiang Yu responded with a smile. I shall return to inform Uncle Ning at once. Ning Fingji has always been a staunch supporter of Xue Qinghe. As a mentor, he could not possibly refuse any requests from his disciples. Furthermore, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect and the Heaven Do Empire share a robust alliance, and any turmoil within the empire would inevitably disadvantage the sect, allowing rival factions to take advantage of the situation. Thus, leveraging Ning Fengji's influence could serve to enhance Shui Qinghe's prestige. This approach would eliminate the need for the Spirit Hall's intervention and prevent the expansion of the Star Luo Empire's influence. After all, for the Spirit Hall, maintaining the status quo between the two great empires is of paramount importance. Whichever side gains dominance is not a scenario the Spirit Hall wishes to witness. Hence Shui Qinghe must make a journey to the Liangseng Duchy. Chapter 64. The Man in Black after bidding farewell to the Huowu siblings, Jiang Yu, with a face adorned with lipstick marks, climbed aboard Shui Qinghe's carriage. The fiery Huowu bore no resemblance to a refined lady. Instead, she appeared more akin to a passionate foreign girl. Jiang Yu wiped the red mark from his face, recalling the artistic impression left by Huowu moments ago, and could not help but chuckle. How should one articulate it? He did not harbor any disdain for Huowu's actions. Such forthrightness in a young woman is indeed a rarity, even on the blue planet. In his era, many young ladies exhibited far more pretentiousness. Thus, he found himself quite accepting of Huowu's demeanor. Moreover, it is worth noting that Jiang Yu seldom declines the request of women, a fact he acknowledges as his greatest vulnerability. Nevertheless, he is also aware that he is still young and sees no need to rush into matters of the heart. There will be ample time to explore such feelings as he matures. Throughout the journey, Jiang Yu kept his eyes closed, savoring a moment of tranquility. And thanks to the carriage's shock-absorbing features, he remained untroubled by any jolts. It is uncertain how much time had passed when the carriage suddenly came to a halt, prompting him to become alert. Sure enough, moments later, he heard the sound of something slicing through the air. A silver arrow shot in through the window. Fortunately, Jiang Yu had anticipated such an attack, preventing the assailant from succeeding. How dare they commit an act of violence within the imperial city? Is there no law to uphold? Jiang Yu furrowed his brow in an instant, pondering over whom he might have offended and who could possibly harbor such malice towards him. Daring to attempt his assassination within the Tiandou imperial city, did they not fear the wrath of the imperial family? Just as Jiang Yu was engulfed in a whirlwind of confusion, several arrows shot towards the carriage in a formation resembling the character for people. Had it not been for Jiang Yu's extraordinary senses and physical prowess, he would undoubtedly have fallen victim to such a relentless barrage. It was clear that remaining inside the carriage would render him a mere target. Jiang Yu understood that the most pressing matter at hand was to navigate through the current crisis. Aware that this was not the time for hesitation, he promptly summoned the Chixiao Sword, extended the long blade, and leapt forcefully towards the roof of the carriage, causing the wooden frame to shatter with a resounding crack. Without regard for the identity of his adversaries, Jiang Yu immediately unleashed the Chixiao Sword array, directing it towards the enemy. The 5 figures clad in black ahead were evidently unprepared for Jiang Yu's decisive approach, leaving them momentarily stunned. However, these individuals were clearly well trained, and after a brief moment of surprise, they quickly devised a countermeasure. The robust archer among them swiftly retrieved 3 arrows from his quiver and unleashed them with fervor, repeatedly drawing more arrows from behind, determined not to grant Jiang Yu a moment's respite. Meanwhile, the other black-clad figures summoned their martial spirits, revealing a uniform array of optimal soul ring configurations, all of whom were formidable 4-ring soul sect practitioners. Third soul skill, Fire Dragon's Roar. The central figure among them initiated the assault, wielding a long flute exceeding 3 feet in length, which he positioned against his lips and began to play. The purple soul ring upon the flute ignited instantaneously, and a soaring melody erupted, manifesting an imposing fire dragon that stretched several dozen meters in length. As Jiang Yu beheld the oncoming inferno, a mocking smile crept across his face. To dare to toy with fire in his presence was akin to flaunting one's ineptitude before an expert. Fire-based soul skills were the least of his concerns. Who could rival the might of his imperial fire? Even Ma Hongjun would fall short. The Chixiao Sword in Jiang Yu's hand suddenly erupted with a rich, golden flame that enveloped his entire being. This exquisite fire posed no threat to Jiang Yu. Rather, it imparted a comforting warmth. Perhaps this supreme flame possessed a spirit of its own, or perhaps it resembled Xiaoji, who could withstand Pikachu's thunderbolt and Charizard's fiery breath. In the face of his adversary's assault, Jiang Yu found himself lost in thought, pondering the nature of the supreme fire. Even more astonishing was the fact that as the fiery dragon lunged toward Jiang Yu, it was consumed by the flames surrounding him, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Instead, it nourished him, causing the blaze enveloping his form to intensify. The cloaked figure stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. His soul technique had been effortlessly dismantled by a mere Grand Soul Master, who had not even made a move. Such an inexplicable occurrence was unprecedented for him, and it was only now that he grasped why someone would pay handsomely for the assassination of an obscure child. How peculiar. The black-clad man to the left retained his composure, undeterred by the earlier spectacle. However, he could not believe that his martial spirit would be so severely limited against other elemental spirits. With that thought, he unleashed his soul technique. Behind him appeared a colossal sea lion, its razor-sharp fangs glinting ominously. Upon manifesting his martial spirit, the black-clad man sprouted a set of pointed teeth, a transformation wrought by his martial spirit. The sharp-toothed sea lion. Jiang Yu had encountered descriptions of this particular spirit in the Soul Beast Compendium. It is said that the sea lion is a formidable soul beast that resides in the frigid northern realms, and among its kin, the saber-toothed sea lion reigns supreme, appearing only once in every 10,000. Water cannon. A barrage of projectiles composed of water surged forth, targeting Jiang Yu with precision. One water bullet after another sealed off all avenues of escape. Even if he wished to flee, there was no route available. However, Jiang Yu had no intention of retreating. While water is known to extinguish fire, the type of water in question is paramount. If it were the purest form of water, it could indeed suppress Jiang Yu's imperial flames. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue indulging in the captivating narrative. Yet, the saber-toothed sea lion could never wield such ultimate power, were it not for the black-clad individual's soul power being significantly superior to Jiang Yu's. Those water projectiles would likely evaporate in an instant. Nevertheless, even under these circumstances, they merely sustained for a few seconds before dissipating into the air. Truly impressive. The black-clad figure expressed admiration and did not falter despite the disintegration of his attack. Third soul skill, saber-tooth charge. The teeth at the corner of his mouth suddenly expanded, doubling in size, and his speed increased markedly. His target was unmistakably Jiang Yu. I shall remove your fangs and see how you maintain your arrogance. Jiang Yu had long desired to extract the sharp fangs of the man in black. He was merely an assassin, not a zombie. Jiang Yu is utterly unafraid of the opponent's sharp fangs, for his martial spirit is far from being the worthless blue-silver grass. Jiang Yu, filled with unwavering confidence, believed that a mere stroke of his sword could vanquish his adversary. The reality, however, proved that he was not merely boasting. The black-clad man's teeth were shattered under the assault of Jiang Yu's longsword, eliciting a pained cry from him. Should we retreat? This is getting perilous. The remaining three black-clad figures exchanged apprehensive glances, their countenances darkening. Having executed over 100 missions together, they had never encountered a situation as dire as this. 5 soul masters were rendered utterly powerless against a single great soul master. Should word of this incident spread, their reputations in the assassin world would be irrevocably tarnished, leaving them with no choice but to seek a living in the grand soul arena. Retreat is not an option, one of them declared resolutely. Only by eliminating him can we continue our lives as assassins. Apart from our lethal skills, we possess no other talents. What else could we possibly do if we abandon this path? Indeed, while this profession was fraught with danger, a successful job could afford them a year of respite. Should they forsake their calling, they would be relegated to menial labor. No, we must not resort to labor, it offers no future, and is far less glamorous than our current lifestyle. In no time, the trio reached a consensus. To preserve their comfortable existence, they had to fulfill the task assigned by their employer. One of the black-clad men, equipped with a quiver, hastily discarded his bow, realizing that in moments like these, relying on one's martial spirit would prove more dependable. Martial spirit manifestation. Instantly, a dazzling radiance erupted from him, revealing a colossal rhinoceros clad in steel armor, flanked by 4 soul rings. This was the martial spirit of the black-clad assassin, the armored giant rhino. Upon manifesting his martial spirit, his physique expanded significantly, his arms transforming into what appeared to be formidable iron hammers. Third soul skill, mountainous meteor strike. The black-clad man swiftly conjured a heavy black stone, reminiscent of a small mountain, and brought it crashing down towards Jiang Yu. Among the 5, he was the most formidable, his soul power having ascended to level 46. Furthermore, his armored giant rhino boasted exceptional defensive and offensive capabilities, making him a paragon among soul masters of the same rank. Coupled with his extensive combat experience, it could be asserted that this black-clad individual was not significantly weaker than the ordinary prodigies of the major sects, and might even surpass them in strength. Although Jiang Yu's prowess is commendable, his soul power cultivation remains an undeniable shortcoming. As the battle progresses, he finds his soul energy significantly depleted. Meanwhile, the group of cloaked figures, despite their own considerable expenditure of soul power, are still formidable due to their superior reserves. Chapter 65, The Support Type Soul Master. If this continues, Jiang Yu will surely be overwhelmed. Sooner or later, he will exhaust his soul power completely, placing him in grave peril. He is acutely aware of his precarious situation. Yet, at that moment, several more cloaked figures charged towards him. Faced with a coordinated assault, Jiang Yu could only resort to passive defense, unable to swiftly conclude the confrontation. It was only now that he realized there was indeed a support-type soul master among his opponents. Astonishingly, it was the largest of the cloaked men. Although shrouded in dark fabric, the pungent odor of sweat and his robust physique, more imposing than that of the average man, confirmed his gender to Jiang Yu. A man. And yet a support-type soul master? This was akin to Cheng Yojin usurping Kaiwenji's role. Jiang Yu gazed at the yellow chrysanthemum clutched in the hands of the figure clad in black, unable to suppress a sardonic remark. Indeed, his martial spirit was that of a chrysanthemum, albeit a mere ordinary variety, utterly inferior to the extraordinary and transcendent chrysanthemum of the chrysanthemum Douluo. As he unleashed his fourth soul skill, falling yellow chrysanthemums blanketing the ground in gold, Shotong bellowed, causing the purple soul rings encircling the chrysanthemum to emit a sudden and resplendent golden radiance. The petals of the vibrant golden flower surged towards Jiang Yu with alarming speed. The rich aroma of the yellow chrysanthemum petals wafted through the air, prompting Jiang Yu to inhale deeply. However, to his dismay, it wasn't long before he felt an overwhelming weakness wash over him, rendering his entire body numb and tingling. This was a predicament. Jiang Yu felt an ominous foreboding. The soul skill of this support-type soul master was surprisingly not aimed at amplifying allies, but rather at weakening foes. Such an occurrence is rare among support-type soul masters, and Jiang Yu had never encountered it before, leading to a significant disadvantage. In the current circumstances, the opposing support-type soul master, who possessed the ability to initiate combat, was far more formidable than a mere healing support. Jiang Yu, already at a disadvantage, felt increasingly powerless. With the third soul skill, the city adorned in golden armor, Zhou Tong did not relent. He swiftly unleashed another Millennium Soul skill. The chrysanthemum in his hand erupted with a brilliant golden light, which, instead of targeting enemies, illuminated his comrades. In an instant, they were enveloped in a faint halo resembling the shape of armor. This Millennium Soul skill enhanced the defensive capabilities of his allies by 30%. His intentions were unmistakable. As anticipated, the remaining black-clad figures, bolstered by this enhancement, launched a more ferocious assault, disregarding their own defenses. With Zhou Tong's augmentation, they had no reservations. This predicament was dire for Jiang Yu. Although the Sea Lion Soul Master and the one wielding the long flute martial soul were within Jiang Yu's grasp, the enemy was cunning, opting for lateral attacks. The true powerhouse remained the armored giant rhinoceros Soul Master, whose strength exceeded 1,000 pounds, rivaling that of Jiang Yu. Moreover, after receiving the buff, his formidable defense made it difficult for even Jiang Yu's Chixiao Sword to penetrate. Jiang Yu believed that, were they of equal rank, the opponent would not stand a chance against him. Alas, the disparity in their levels was insurmountable. The enemy had the support of 4 soul rings, and their physical prowess was not inferior to Jiang Yu's current state, coupled with the assistance of several companions. The armored giant rhinoceros Soul Master was able to unleash devastating attacks, while Jiang Yu was burdened with the need to remain vigilant against others, naturally placing him at a disadvantage. At that moment, reinforcements arrived. It was the city guards, alerted by the commotion. A contingent of several hundred burly men clad in steel armor, wielding long spears, rushed from the distance, encircling everyone present. Moments later, a figure emerged from the ranks. Of medium stature and possessing a countenance of above-average appeal, he exuded an air of refinement. Were it not for his armor, one might not have presumed him to be a military officer. How dare you commit such acts of violence in broad daylight within the imperial city? You clearly disregard the authority of our city guards. Zhao Wei bellowed in indignation. As the commander of the city guards, he bore the responsibility of maintaining order in the imperial city and would not permit assassins to run rampant. Silver Spear. In a swift motion, he unleashed his martial soul. A silvery glow surging forth from within him, cascading towards his right palm. In an instant, a pure silver spear materialized in his grasp, its tip glinting with a chilling radiance, encircled by 7 soul rings, arranged in the optimal configuration. Zhao Yi was, indeed, a soul sage. Upon reflection, this was hardly surprising. As the commander of the Royal City Guard, it was inconceivable that he would lack the strength to subdue numerous formidable foes. A soul sage. The cloaked figures recognized the dire predicament they found themselves in. Though they were assassins, they possessed a sense of self-awareness. Not even the elite assassins of their guild would stand a chance against a soul sage. Upon witnessing Zhao Yi's martial soul, the group of black-clad individuals contemplated retreat. However, Jiang Yu would not grant them such an easy escape. Allowing them to flee would inevitably lead to future encounters. If the mastermind behind this were not uncovered, Jiang Yu would be forced to contend with ceaseless assassination attempts. Reveal who has orchestrated this, and perhaps I might intercede on your behalf, granting you a chance at survival. Jiang Yu exclaimed with a fierce voice, "We are utterly unaware." Zhou Tong lacked the unwavering resolve of a true assassin. He was merely a mercenary motivated by financial gain. As he found himself encircled, he promptly confessed, "We are just a group of fellows fulfilling our obligations for payment. If there are grievances, let them be addressed to the rightful party. Young brother, I implore you to spare us. We assure you that we will never trouble you again." The narrative does not conclude here. Kindly turn to the next page to continue savoring the captivating content. Indeed, this matter does not pertain to us. Jiang Yu had not anticipated that this group of men in black would capitulate so swiftly. With such a character, how could they possibly consider themselves assassins? It was utterly disgraceful. While others might refer to the professional, these individuals were more akin to the incompetent. They were even inferior to Teacher Wei. Despite the black-clad figures pleading for mercy, Zhao Yi had no intention of sparing them. Those who dared to cause trouble in his domain would inevitably face repercussions. After all, their actions were subject to scrutiny, impacting their future prospects significantly. Zhao Yi acted without hesitation, invoking his weapon spirit's true form. The seventh spirit ring radiated resplendently, and his body gradually transformed into luminous particles, merging into the gleaming silver spear. In an instant, the spear surged in size, elongating into a colossal weapon measuring several dozen meters, exuding a ferocious aura, as if it were poised to rend the very heavens asunder. Before the black-clad men could react, the spear hurtled towards them with astonishing speed, swiftly piercing through several of them and creating gaping holes in their bodies. The once mighty assassins quickly succumbed, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Simultaneously, a copper plate fell from one of the deceased. Zhao Yi, a formidable soul sage, exhibited remarkable swiftness and ferocity in his actions. After eliminating the men in black, he reverted to his original form and reappeared before the onlookers, striding directly to the spot where the dark figures had fallen. He promptly picked up the copper plate from the ground to examine it. Upon seeing the emblem inscribed upon the plate, Zhao Yi was struck with astonishment. It bore a prominent character for martial. Could they possibly be from the martial soul hall? Zhao Yi exclaimed in terror, if that were indeed the case. He had landed himself in grave peril. To dare to slay individuals affiliated with the martial soul hall, even as an official of the Tiando Empire, could not guarantee his safety. This was the unparalleled status of the martial soul hall within the continent. Assassins dispatched by the martial soul hall. Jiang Yu's expression suddenly grew peculiar. Could it be? Even allies are being slain? This defies logic. I am a person of the Pope. Who would dare to harm me? Gradually, Jiang Yu began to sense something amiss. These individuals could not possibly be members of the Spirit Hall. Unless, Jiang Yu contemplated another possibility. Could it be that someone had acted on their own accord, without Bibi Dong's knowledge? I had previously asserted that being an undercover agent is no easy task. One must not only guard against enemies but also confront the misunderstandings of teammates. Here I am, working for the Spirit Hall. And yet I find myself subjected to their covert betrayals. Jiang Yu was filled with anger. Were it not for the kindness that Bibi Dong had shown him in nurturing his growth, he would truly have no desire to assume the role of an undercover agent. Chapter 66. Bibi Dong. The news of Jiang Yu's assassination by the Spirit Hall swiftly spread across the major factions, instilling a sense of unease among various sections. The Spirit Hall, as the dominant force of the continent, had resorted to such despicable acts as hiring assassins, which left many incredulous, particularly the members of the 7 great sects and prominent families. After all, they too possessed many talented disciples. If the Spirit Hall could eliminate the genius of the 7 treasures Glazed tile school, it stood to reason that their esteemed progeny might also be targeted. Upon learning of Jiang Yu's assassination, Ning Fengji, in a fit of rage, immediately set forth with the sword Douluo and the elite experts of his sect to the Heaven Do Palace to demand an explanation from Salus. Soon, they arrived at the majestic and resplendent edifice within the imperial city. Fengji, I cannot shake the feeling that this matter is not as straightforward as it seems. Qinshin remarked somberly. Though the Spirit Hall is tyrannical, they would not stoop to such base actions without cause. Is there not some misunderstanding at play? Initially furious upon hearing about his disciple's assassination, the Sword Douluo found himself increasingly doubtful as they approached the Heaven Do Palace. Whether or not the Spirit Hall is involved is of little consequence, Ning Fengji stated, his gaze firmly fixed on the temple ahead. Someone must be held accountable. Since the Spirit Hall bears the greatest suspicion, it is only fitting to confront them. More crucially, the assassination of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School will undoubtedly stir a tempest, fostering discord among the other sects towards the Spirit Hall. A tripartite balance of power is ideal, yet the Spirit Hall has grown increasingly formidable in recent years. I have long sought an opportunity to undermine their authority, and now they have unwittingly presented it to me. Truly, fortune favors me. An exceptional opportunity lies before us. How could Ning Fengji let it slip away? After all, Jiang Yu has not suffered any harm, and perhaps this incident could be leveraged to strike a blow against the Spirit Hall. Yet, would this not be unfair to Xiao Yu? The Sword Douluo interjected, furrowing his brow. Despite his tendency to be harsh with this disciple, he held a deep concern for him. Uncle Jian, Ning Fengji assured solemnly, I have instructed the sect's intelligence network to spare no effort in uncovering the true culprit behind this incident. I will ensure that this child, Xiao Yu, does not suffer any injustice. Since you have already considered this, I shall refrain from further discourse, Chen replied, reassured by Ning Fengji's commitment. He understood the gravity of the situation, realizing that the sect's interests must take precedence. Only authorized personnel may proceed. As Ning Fengji reached the entrance of the palace, the temple guards brandished their weapons to bar his advance. Stand aside. I demand to see Salus. Ning Fengji exclaimed, his expression ablaze with fury. The entourage behind him immediately stepped forward, charging at the guards blocking their path. Enemy attack. The leading warrior, upon witnessing this group daring to storm the sacred temple, hastily sounded the whistle hanging from his neck to alert his comrades within. In an instant, the temple's guardians unleashed their martial souls in readiness for combat. Any individual who dared to intrude upon the Martial Soul Temple was committing an act of disrespect towards the Martial Soul Hall, and it was their solemn duty to eliminate such intruders on the spot. Only through such decisive action could they safeguard the authority of the Martial Soul Hall. In the Papal Palace, within the council chamber, all present were rendered speechless by the striking figure seated upon the golden throne, the highest leader of the Martial Soul Hall, Bibi Dong. Though of modest height, she donned a resplendent gown of dazzling gold, adorned with over 100 gemstones in red, blue, and gold hues, which sparkled brilliantly. The 9-curved crown of purple gold atop her head radiated an exquisite brilliance, while the scepter she held, a symbol of papal authority, was nearly 2 meters in length and encrusted with countless jewels, exuding an aura of opulence. The scepter's bearer, Bibi Dong, appeared strikingly unique, with her fair complexion and nearly flawless visage, complemented by an air of noble elegance that evoked a sense of reverence among those who beheld her. It seemed as though the heavens had bestowed upon her every attribute of beauty. In addition to her striking features, her figure was exceptionally alluring, reminiscent of a perfectly ripened peach. Who dares to take it upon themselves to send assassins after the genius of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School? Do they not regard me, their pope? Bibi Dong's authoritative voice echoed throughout the hall. Those familiar with her knew that the usually composed pope was genuinely enraged this time. Bibi Dong was indeed infuriated. After painstakingly positioning Jiang Yu within the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, she was taken aback to discover that someone from within the Martial Soul Hall had attempted to assassinate him. This was akin to flooding the Dragon King's temple, an utter betrayal from within. Your Eminence, a trembling cardinal replied, as far as I am aware, there have been no assassination missions dispatched from within the Soul Hall recently. This must be a misunderstanding. This cardinal, named Chris, was ahead of the Martial Soul Hall's clandestine division. Although the nominal supreme leader of the Dark Division was the Ghost Douluo, Chris handled the majority of daily affairs, making him acutely aware of the division's operations. Upon hearing Chris's report, Bibi Dong's expression shifted dramatically, alternating between shadows and light. If what Chris said was true, then the assassination incident bore no relation to the Martial Soul Hall. Who, then, would act under the guise of the Martial Soul Hall to target Jiang Yu? Was it merely an attempt to sow discord? This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue reading the captivating content. Should the Martial Soul Hall and the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School find themselves at odds over this matter, who would stand to benefit? The papal decree is hereby issued. Bibi Dong stated coldly, any individual who possesses information regarding the assassination of Jiang Yu shall be rewarded with 10,000 gold coins and the title of cardinal. Chris was somewhat perplexed. Since this matter has no connection to my spirit hall, why would you offer such generous rewards for the capture of the mastermind behind it? This should indeed be the responsibility of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. All major factions would assume that the assassins were dispatched by my spirit hall. Hence something must be done. Although this will not eliminate their suspicions of us, it may silence their tongues and quell the whispers of the world. Bibi Dong refrained from disclosing the true reason. It was not due to a lack of trust in those present in the hall, but rather to keep the fact that Jiang Yu was her undercover operative a secret for his safety. The wisdom of the Holy Pope is truly remarkable. As Kliss pondered, he grasped the brilliance of Bibi Dong as strategy. She is indeed worthy of her title, possessing foresight beyond the reach of mere mortals. I shall attend to this immediately, Kliss declared, ready to take his leave and disseminate the Holy Pope's orders throughout the realm. Furthermore, Bibi Dong pointed her scepter at the ground, instructing him to draft a letter in the name of the Spirit Hall, informing the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School that this matter does not concern us and urging them not to invoke our name again, lest they provoke our ire. Once completed, send the letter to Salus, instructing him to deliver it to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Yes, Your Majesty, Kliss replied promptly. The Spirit Hall is indeed fortunate to have such a pope, who is both beautiful and wise, and decisively ruthless. Compared to the previous absurd pope, she is infinitely superior. Kliss firmly believed that under Bibi Dong's leadership, the Spirit Hall would inevitably unify the Douluo Continent. After everyone had departed from the council hall, Bibi Dong gazed at the setting sun outside, letting out a gentle sigh. With Xiao Yu's talents, it is not difficult to keep others in the dark. However, women are his only weakness. The reason I have arranged for Nana to accompany him each night and selected the most beautiful maidens from various places to attend to him is to help him overcome this weakness. I hope he does not fall prey to the charms of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, will he? Perhaps not. Bibi Dong lacked confidence, for she understood Jiang Yu's character well. Each time she fed him, he would become particularly excited, even causing her some discomfort. This mischievous boy seems to possess an incredible amount of strength. Bibi Dong even heard from Hulaina that every night, Jiang Yu would tightly embrace her waist, rendering her immobile. I hope he can resist temptation. He must not betray the Spirit Hall. If he successfully completes his mission, I shall betroth Nana to him. Chapter 67. Adaptability and Resilience. Ning Rongrong, Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. In Jiang Yu's room, on the spacious bed, Ning Rongrong knelt at the edge, her head bowed, seemingly lost in thought. Meanwhile, a look of unparalleled comfort graced Jiang Yu's face. Ah, how delightful. I never imagined that your skills, Rongrong, were so refined. Jiang Yu gazed at Ning Rongrong before him, nodding in admiration. He had not anticipated that this young lady would exhibit such proficiency in this task, her skills surpassing those of the maidservants who had attended him in the Spirit Hall. There was indeed a certain innate talent displayed. Humph, were it anyone else, I would have no desire to engage in such activities. Ning Rongrong, with a haughty expression, exclaimed, "How filthy! Just look at how long it has been since this place was cleaned. It has turned black." She pointed disdainfully at Jiang Yu's grimy feet, this being her first experience in providing foot massages for another. Even her father had never received such treatment, were it not for Jiang Yu's recent assassination attempt, which she feared might leave him with lingering trauma. She would not have been so inclined to attend to him. Perhaps later, you could wash my feet in return, she suggested. Jiang Yu, with a sense of audacity, remarked that opportunities to indulge in such considerate service were rare. Seizing the moment while Ning Rongrong was in a position to oblige, he decided to relish the experience. Such beauty, and yet you still wash your feet? Irritated, Ning Rongrong promptly set aside Jiang Yu's feet that rested upon her lap, leapt from the edge of the bed without a word, and dashed out of the room. This girl, merely a jest, and she truly took offense. It appears that such jokes should be avoided in the future. Jiang Yu reflected carefully and realized that his earlier request was rather excessive. How could he ask a young girl to wash his feet? This was not the Spirit Hall. He ought to exercise some restraint. It appears that this habit needs to be amended, as he had become too accustomed to the comfortable life at the Spirit Hall. As Jiang Yu reminisced about the days of yore, a wistful expression graced his countenance. In those times, he was spared the effort of feeding himself, as the lovely young ladies around him would personally bring morsels to his lips. Even during his baths, he was attended to by 6 maidens. One gently scrubbed his back, 2 expertly massaged his shoulders, another added warm water and scattered rose petals, and yet another was dedicated to feeding him water and snacks. Undoubtedly, his favorite among them was the enchanting maiden who played with him and the little rubber duckies, those delightful toys meant for water play. And any untoward thought should be cast aside. However, nothing could quite compare to the moment after a bath when he was cradled back to his chamber, where Hulaina, the esteemed disciple of the Pope of the Spirit Hall, awaited him on the bed. What heightened his excitement was the fact that, after narrating bedtime stories, Hulaina would embrace him as they drifted into slumber, an embrace that lasted 6 years. Who could truly fathom such a sensation? 6 long years. Jiang Yu reveled in the exquisite pain and pleasure that enveloped him, a sentiment so intricate that it eluded the imagination of ordinary individuals. He initially believed that his future would be akin to this state of existence. However, to his surprise, Bibi Dong insisted on presenting him with a formidable challenge. In gratitude for the woman's kindness, Jiang Yu resolutely embarked on the path of an undercover agent. While his inability to contend with Bibi Dong's formidable strength played a role, the primary motivation stemmed from deeper emotional ties. Were it not for these sentiments, he would have never ventured to the 7-treasure Glazed tile school, a place where he was typically devoid of even a single soul to nourish him. The Spirit Hall had offered a far more comfortable existence. Just as Jiang Yu was lost in nostalgic reverie, the door swung open with a resounding crash, and Ning Rongrong, clad in azure garments, entered while cradling a large wooden tub, perhaps due to it being filled to the brim. Droplets cascaded from the tub with each of her careful steps. Observing her tentative movements, Jiang Yu could not contain his laughter. This girl was truly stubborn. "Extend your feet," Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her expression rife with reluctance, yet her actions were decisive as she swiftly yanked his feet from the bed and plunged them into the basin. Beginning to scrub with determination, Jiang Yu couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. "Do you truly use cold water for foot baths at your home?" "Indeed, Ning Rongrong. This young lady is quite unreliable. She possesses not a shred of experience, lacking even the common knowledge of using hot water for such a simple task. What else would one use if not cold water?" Ning Rongrong's expressions of innocent satisfaction suggest that she is indeed oblivious to the nuances of this matter. Alas, Jiang Yu let out a sigh, refraining from further inquiries. After all, it was exceedingly rare for a young lady like Ning Rongrong to offer him such a service as washing his feet. To ask for more would indeed be excessive. However, soaking his feet in cold water did not align with his preferences. A thought struck him. With a sudden flash of inspiration, Jiang Yuling realized that as a fire attribute soul master, heating cold water should pose no challenge to him. "Fire, come forth." Jiang Yu promptly summoned the energy within his body, causing a fiery sensation to swiftly surge towards his feet. The water in the foot bath instantly heated up. "Oh, why is this water becoming increasingly warm?" Ning Rongrong, who was massaging Jiang Yu's feet, found it rather peculiar. Could it be that the sunlight streaming in from outside was causing the water to warm up? Jiang Yu pointed at the sunlight on the ground, jokingly engaging in nonsensical banter, intending to amuse Ning Rongrong. However, to his surprise, the little sorceress actually believed his words. Falling silent as she began to seriously examine Jiang Yu's feet, rubbing them thoughtfully. One must admit, Ning Rongrong exhibited a certain talent in this regard, her ministrations becoming increasingly skilled, to the point where Jiang Yu felt a deep sense of comfort, almost drifting into a peaceful slumber. Meanwhile, the battle at the Spirit Hall had escalated to a fever pitch. Ning Fengji and the Sword Douluo, both of high stature, would never resort to fighting in public. Their accompanying subordinates were all elite members of the 7-treasure Glazed tile school, certainly on par with the Spirit Hall's elite warriors, thus maintaining an advantage even without direct confrontation. The 3 soul masters leading the charge from the 7-treasure Glazed tile school displayed exceptional prowess, their assault seemingly unstoppable. These 3 were none other than the famed 12 soul generals of the 7-treasure Glazed tile school, specifically the distinguished Qianlong, Yinhu, and Shenhou, all of whom ranked among the top 100 on the Spirit Hall's continent-wide soul saint power ranking. Notably, Qianlong had once engaged in a 3-day and 3-night duel with an 8-ring soul master newly ascended to the soul Douluo rank, resulting in a stalemate. While the warriors of the Heaven Do Palace were meticulously selected, they lacked a truly formidable leader. In contrast, under the guidance of the 3 soul generals, the 7-treasure Glazed tile school fought with unparalleled vigor, swiftly overpowering the group of Spirit Hall warriors. "Ning Zongzhu, are you aware of the consequences of intruding upon my Heaven Do Palace? Do you intend to declare war against the Spirit Hall?" At that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows within the door, an elderly man cloaked in a flowing crimson robe, adorned with a 5-pointed platinum crown atop his head. His narrow shoulders and elongated physique resembled that of a javelin, and this unassuming old man was none other than the master of the Heaven Do Palace. the platinum bishop of the Spirit Hall. Salaris was furious, yet upon seeing the individual beside Ning Fengji, he immediately suppressed his anger. To his astonishment, the sword Douluo was also present. Salaris slightly bowed in respect to the sword Douluo, recognizing that even he must show deference to the authority of a title Douluo. You have finally emerged, Salaris. Ning Fengji showed no respect for the high-ranking platinum bishop of the Spirit Hall, immediately rebuking him. The Spirit Hall has dispatched assassins to attack my school's talented disciples, and I believe an explanation is in order. Although Ning Fengji was merely a support-type soul master, his long tenure in a high position had cultivated an extraordinary aura. While Salaris was a formidable soul Douluo, he couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance, perplexed. I do not comprehend what you are insinuating. Chapter 68. Duke of the Jade Flute. In the presence of Ning Fengji, Saruth did not exhibit the same courtesy. After all, he was merely a soul sage, and an auxiliary one at that. Were it not for the respect he held for the sword Douluo, he would not have restrained himself so. Sect Master Ning, one ought to provide evidence when spreading rumors, Saruth declared, his arms crossed, exuding an air of arrogance. Given the esteemed status of our Spirit Hall, why would we resort to such crude tactics? Genius? Humph. Who among the younger generation across the continent can rival the golden generation of our Spirit Hall? Surely, there must be a misunderstanding on your part. What a sharp tongue you possess. Ning Fengji retorted with a cold smile. I have long heard that you, Bishop Saruth, are the most articulate among the platinum bishops of the Spirit Hall. Your ability to distort the truth is indeed commendable. However, how do you account for the Spirit Hall's token found on the assassin? You claim there is no connection to the Spirit Hall. What then can you say to that? Is it possible that such a prestigious institution has allowed its token to be stolen? Ning Fengji spoke with a tone laced with disdain. Saruth's expression darkened considerably. Yet, Ning Fengji's words bore merit. If even an assassin could procure a token representing the identity of a Spirit Hall member, what dignity would remain for them? But indeed, the matter of the assassin had no ties to the Spirit Hall. If the higher-ups had truly sent someone to assassinate the genius of the seven-treasure Glazed sect in Heaven Do City, they would surely have informed him. The master of the Heaven Do Sacred Hall. It was inconceivable that no notification had been given. This time, Saruth found himself at a loss for words, akin to a mute suffering in silence. Ning Fengji was undeniably formidable. With just a few words, he had gained the upper hand, leaving Saruth unable to offer a defense. Just as the two parties found themselves in a stalemate, a resounding eagle's cry suddenly echoed from above. In the distance, a winged creature was seen soaring toward the Heaven Do Sacred Hall, gradually revealing itself to be a magnificent golden eagle. Lodaria recognized the golden eagle at a glance. Why is the golden eagle here at the Heaven Do Sacred Hall when you are not attending to the chrysanthemum Douluo at the Spirit Hall? Lord Yala is indeed a notable figure within the Spirit Hall. Initially, his talent could only be deemed average, and his penchant for nurturing flowers, a pastime often associated with women, was seen as a source of embarrassment for male spirit masters. Unexpectedly, it was precisely this inclination that caught the eye of the titled Douluo, Ju Douluo. Under the guidance of this esteemed Douluo, Lord Yala made remarkable strides in his cultivation journey. Now standing as a formidable soul Douluo, in the blink of an eye, a golden eagle descended from the skies. Its radiant glow gradually faded, and shortly thereafter, it transformed into human form. The majestic wings retracted swiftly, and the eagle's sharp talons morphed back into human hands, revealing his figure, this golden eagle spirit master. Though slight of stature, boasted 8 soul rings, 3 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. While not the ideal configuration, he was undeniably a genuine soul Douluo. The Pope's edict had arrived. Lord Yala, undeterred by the current stalemate, understood his duty to convey the Pope's wishes accurately to Suddies, regarding all else as inconsequential. Observing the golden token in Lord Yala's grasp, Salus quickly bowed in deference, extending greetings to His Holiness the Pope. This token represented the highest authority of the Spirit Hall. To encounter it was akin to facing the Pope himself, and Salus dared not offend. Following the Pope's decree, Lord Yala relayed the message faithfully. Upon hearing it, Salus could not suppress his confusion. What could this mean from His Holiness? The more Salus pondered, the less clarity he found. Indeed, Bibi Dong was formidable. Ning Fengji's expression shifted to one of gravity. It seemed he had underestimated this woman. The schemes orchestrated by the 1,000 families paled in comparison to her prowess. Historically, the popes of the Spirit Hall wielded power through sheer martial strength, seldom possessing both wisdom and courage. Yet, this current pope diverged from tradition. with Bibi Dong not only exhibiting extraordinary talent, but also possessing intellect far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Since assuming the papacy, she swiftly quelled internal discord and propelled the Spirit Hall toward unprecedented growth. Numerous principalities began to support the Spirit Hall, compelling the two great empires to halt their hostilities and focus on suppressing internal turmoil. It can be asserted that Bibi Dong is destined to be one of the greatest popes in the history of the Spirit Hall, a figure whose legacy would undoubtedly earn her a place in the annals of time, worthy of being featured in Time magazine. Under the sparse moonlight, within the holy temple of Tiando, a group of youthful maidens were singing and dancing harmoniously, all adorned in striking black silk skirts. Seated comfortably, Salas felt elated, reveling in the fact that Ning Fengji not only failed to find fault, but also suffered a considerable loss of face, a matter he could tease him about in the future. The young lady in the center caught his eye. He anticipated bestowing her with his affection soon, chuckling to himself. As he gazed at the voluptuous young woman in the audience, Salas could not help but feel a surge of desire. Despite his advanced age, his cultivation had reached the realm of a Douluo, and his cravings were evidently not diminished, rivaling those of the youth. "Your Excellency." At that moment, a commotion arose from outside. Shortly after, an elderly man clad in an opulent robe hurriedly entered the grand hall, paying no heed to the women present, and made his way directly to Salas. The surrounding musicians and dancers, sensing the gravity of the situation, immediately ceased their performances, fearing they might impede important matters. "The Duke of the Jade Flute requests an audience," the old man whispered into Salas's ear. "Ah, allow him to enter," Salas replied. "Yes, Your Excellency." The elder turned and strode towards the entrance. "Why have we paused?" Salas furrowed his brow, his expression turning serious. "Resume the music and dance." 3 minutes later, a robust old man with hair as white as snow entered. Though advanced in years, he possessed the visage of a youthful sage, exuding an aura of ethereal grace. This man was none other than the illustrious Duke of the Jade Flute from the Tiando Empire, a figure renowned not only for his prowess as a soul sage but also for his notable contributions to poetry. His line, "Where does the Jade Beauty teach the flute?" had captivated the literary circles of the Tiando Empire. Even more remarkable was that he had taken more than 300 wives and concubines, a number that continued to rise. Just last year, he had acquired a new concubine, a mere 18 years of age, who could well have been his granddaughter. Astonishingly, shortly after her arrival, she became pregnant, quickly turning into a sensational tale within the imperial city. "Greetings, Brother Salas." The Duke of the Jade Flute ascended the steps to stand before Salas. It was evident that the two were old acquaintances, hence the absence of formality. "Please, Brother Flute, take a seat." Salas did not rise, but gestured to the adjacent chair, inviting the Duke to sit. "I wonder what brings you to the Spirit Hall at such a late hour, esteemed brother." The relationship between the Spirit Hall and the Tiando Empire has grown increasingly tense. Despite their familiarity, Salas was acutely aware that the presence of such a high-ranking official in the Spirit Hall at this hour could stir speculation, particularly with the recent news of a supposed assassination attempt by the Spirit Hall on the talented disciples of the seven-treasure Glazed tile school. Today, even the sect master Ning had audaciously intruded upon the sacred hall of Tiando. "My foolish brother seeks to inquire whether this incident truly originated from your esteemed hall. If it did, I could assist, as I have numerous skilled scribes at my disposal." The Duke of the Jade Flute chuckled, stroking his beard. While they may lack other talents, their ability to distort truth and fabricate tales is unparalleled. Even the most notorious scoundrels can be portrayed as virtuous through their eloquence. "Thank you for your kind intentions, dear brother." Salas gracefully declined, stating, "This matter has been resolved. The individual in question is not affiliated with my Spirit Hall, and moreover, His Holiness the Pope has issued a papal decree offering a substantial reward for the capture of the mastermind behind this incident. It is only a matter of time before the perpetrator is apprehended." Upon hearing that the Pope himself had issued the decree, Duke Xiao momentarily appeared lost in thought, a flicker of unusual emotion crossing his eyes, though he quickly masked it. He then continued, "In that case, it seems my foolish brother has meddled unnecessarily." The Duke chuckled lightly. "Your visit today must hold greater significance. Am I correct?" Salas fixed his gaze upon Duke Xiao, well aware of his old friend's character. As the saying goes, no one visits the Three Treasures Hall without a reason. He was certain there was an ulterior motive for the Duke's late-night visit. "Indeed, nothing escapes your keen perception, my wise brother," Duke Xiao replied, his expression shifting to one of embarrassment. The Principality of Liaoshan has openly sought to ally itself with the Xinglua Empire. Upon learning this, His Majesty was infuriated and immediately resolved to send troops to attack Liaoshan, dispatching several princes to accompany the army. However, Prince Xuebing suffered a fall from his horse during an outing today and must remain in the imperial city to recuperate. You are aware, my brother, that Prince Xuechen is my disciple, and his mother, Lady Dong, has familial ties with our duke's residence, a relationship of considerable depth. As Prince Xuechen is set to accompany the imperial forces in their campaign against Liaoshan, I humbly request that you send some adept members of the Spirit Hall to ensure his safety during this journey. Fearing that Solaras might refuse, Duke Yuxiao hastily added, upon the successful completion of this endeavor, I am prepared to offer 100,000 gold soul coins. And Prince Xuechen has assured me that he will express his profound gratitude to all who have aided him when he ascends to the position of Crown Prince. Oh. Solaras' eyes shifted thoughtfully. He had indeed heard of the events transpiring in the Principality of Liaoshan. From the perspective of the Spirit Hall, he wished to prevent Liaoshan from aligning with the Xinglua Empire, as the military strength of the Tiando Empire had diminished over the years. Should Liaoshan join forces with Xinglua, the latter's power would undoubtedly grow, posing a disadvantage to the Spirit Hall. Thus, he found it within his capacity to assist, and in doing so, he would secure a favor that Prince Xuechen would surely remember should he ascend to the throne. After a moment's contemplation, Solaras acquiesced, stating, very well. It is but a trifling matter. I shall dispatch 3 soul saints and 10 soul emperors to accompany Prince Xuechen. I hope that will suffice. That is more than sufficient. Thank you, my wise brother, Duke Yuxiao exclaimed, astonished by the smooth progression of events. Initially, he had only sought to borrow a few soul emperors, never anticipating Solaras' generosity. This exceeded his expectations, and a look of delight instantly illuminated his face. Chapter 69. The request of Qianren Shui. 7 days had passed since the assassination attempt, and the entire Douluo Continent was engulfed in a fervent pursuit of the assailant, spurred by the papal decree, for the position of pope was undoubtedly an enticing one. Upon learning of the bounty issued by Bibi Dong, Jiang Yu finally felt a sense of relief, dispelling the last vestiges of doubt within him. As long as the assailants were not dispatched by the Spirit Hall, he felt secure. Regarding the true mastermind behind the plot, Jiang Yu remained unperturbed. He believed that after this failed attempt, they would undoubtedly send more agents, at which point the identity of the hidden orchestrator would be revealed. During his stay at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Jiang Yu rediscovered a semblance of the atmosphere he once experienced in the Spirit Hall. Ning Fengji and his rather unorthodox master, perhaps out of a newfound sense of conscience, had gone so far as to assign several personal maidservants to attend to him. In the past, Jiang Yu would not have dared to even entertain such a notion, as the Sword Douluo had strictly prohibited him from having even a mere page boy for assistance, insisting on his rigorous training. Yet now, his master appeared to wholeheartedly support the inclusion of personal maidservants, even sending over the granddaughter of a long-time handmaiden who had faithfully served him for years. Thus, these past few days at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Jiang Yu found himself not only immersed in training, but also besieged by a plethora of maidservants vying to cater to his needs. During this time, Ning Rongrong would occasionally visit to provide him with massages and foot rubs, leaving the maidservants utterly astonished. The renowned little witch of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School serving a man in such a manner was nothing short of extraordinary. On a particular day, the scorching sun blazed down upon the earth, intensifying the heat, while the cicadas in the trees incessantly chirped in protest against the sweltering weather. The oppressive heat was nearly unbearable. Jiang Yu temporarily set aside his cultivation and made his way to the swimming pool located within the confines of the sect. After swimming a few laps, Ning Rongrong approached him, accompanied by several maidservants. Ning Rongrong did not disturb Jiang Yu immediately. Instead, she instructed the maidservants to set up a sunshade and arranged 2 bamboo lounge chairs beneath it. Once everything was in place, she called out to Jiang Yu to come up, while the maidservants retrieved refreshing beverages from a blue box. Jiang Yu approached Ning Rongrong, while a nearby maid hurried to his side, diligently drying him off. Mango shaved ice. A warmth enveloped Jiang Yu's heart, for it was undoubtedly Ning Rongrong who had instructed the chef to prepare this delicacy. Earlier, she had casually mentioned her fondness for cold treats during the scorching days, and to her surprise, Ning Rongrong had etched it into her memory, to honor her thoughtful gesture. Jiang Yu promptly seized the glass cup filled with mango shaved ice and began to indulge. Nearby, the maid swiftly summoned her martial spirit, a fan, albeit in various hues. Under the influence of their soul skills, The breeze generated by the fans rivaled the chill of an air conditioner. The refreshing zephyr instantly dispelled the oppressive heat. And reclining on the bamboo chair, Jiang Yu could not help but exclaim in delight. Even Ning Rongrong, who had been chattering incessantly, began to seem somewhat endearing. They spoke of brother Qinghe visiting their father again, seemingly to prepare for a battle. With fervent eyes, Ning Rongrong remarked, "Do you think fighting is enjoyable? I've heard it is the most exhilarating game of all." "Indeed," Jiang Yu lazily replied, "it should be far more enjoyable than the battlefields of the game, as the experience of reality transcends that of any virtual realm." "Wait a moment. It seems I have overlooked something of great significance. Combat." "Shuqinghe." Jiang Yu abruptly opened his eyes, rising from the bamboo chair with urgency as he inquired of Ning Rongrong. "Are you saying that Shuqinghe has come to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? It appears he is indeed resolute in his intention to engage in battle." To be frank, given Xianjian III's formidable strength, Jiang Yu harbored no concerns regarding her safety. However, warfare is no trifling matter. Despite her exceptional talent and cultivation, victory in battle cannot be solely reliant on personal prowess, unless one is a deity. Moreover, there lies another complication. Xianjian II is advancing to the front lines under the guise of Shuqinghe, which signifies that she would be unable to employ her six-winged angel martial soul. The swan martial soul, inherited from the Tiando royal family, possesses an attacking power scarcely surpassing that of an ordinary green caterpillar. Were it not for its healing capabilities, it would be scarcely distinguishable from a useless martial soul. This cannot stand. I must go and see her. Jiang Yu hastily donned her clothing and hurried towards the Qibao Palace. Ning Rongrong, noticing her urgency, couldn't help but inquire, "Where are you off to in such a rush?" Jiang Yu casually concocted a reason. "In the Seven Treasure Palace," the teacher remarked, "for this expedition to the Liangshan Principality. The Emperor has appointed General Gulong as the commander, leading 100,000 imperial guards against Liangshan. Furthermore, the Emperor has commanded several neighboring principalities to provide military support. As far as I know, Liangshan's standing army is only around 50,000. Thus we hold the advantage in this battle." Shuqinghe, brimming with confidence, declared, "That is why the Emperor feels assured to send several of us princes to accompany the army. Our performance this time may determine the rightful heir to the throne. Thus I must journey to the front lines." "Qinghe, this matter is far from simple," Ning Fengji said with a serious countenance. "The 9 cities belonging to the Liangshan Principality are situated in perilous terrain. It is not an exaggeration to say they are easy to defend but difficult to attack. Moreover, to my knowledge, the Duke of Liangshan commands over 100 formidable generals, among whom General Pan Feng is renowned for his unparalleled bravery. Liangshan is not devoid of strategists. And more importantly, the region is predominantly mountainous, a terrain in which the Imperial Guards have no experience in combat. This battle is not as effortless as you imagine." Ning Fengji expressed skepticism towards the Emperor Shui's decision, asserting that 100,000 troops might not suffice to conquer the entire Liangshan Principality. Although the Imperial Guards are often hailed as the premier iron army of the Tiando Empire, they have scarcely engaged in battles in recent years, falling short when compared to the garrison border troops stationed at several military strongholds. In contrast, the Liangshan Principality has been embroiled in continuous warfare with the neighboring principalities over the years, undoubtedly enhancing the combat prowess of its soldiers through the crucible of conflict. Coupled with the advantage of home-ground warfare, the Tiando Empire may find it challenging to achieve decisive victories. "Are you certain you wish to accompany the expedition, teacher?" Shuqinghe's eyes sparkled with determination as he proclaimed, "This pertains to the authority of the Empire. If we are unable to subdue the Liangshan Principality, the reputation of the Tiando Empire will suffer a significant blow, and subsequently, those principalities and kingdoms may no longer submit to imperial rule. Thus, I must partake in this battle." Witnessing Shuqinghe's fearless demeanor, although Ning Fengji felt a twinge of concern, he was also struck by the realization that he had not erred in choosing this disciple. Among Emperor Shui's sons, only Shuqinghe possessed the bearing of an imperial sovereign. "Very well then, I shall not dissuade you," Ning Fengji smiled and said. "In fact, when you had Xiao convey your message to me that day, I already anticipated your decision to head to the front lines. I knew persuading you would be futile. Hence I have prepared a contingent for you. 1 sole emperor, 10 sole kings, and 100 direct disciples of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Additionally, I have arranged for 500 flying tiger guards, who often hunt soul beasts in mountainous regions and are familiar with such terrain. They may prove invaluable to you at a crucial moment. What do you think?" The personnel dispatched by Ning Fengji closely aligned with Xue Qinghe's expectations. However, he was taken aback when his mentor decided to assign the Flying Tigers to him. This unit, one of the 3 elite guard forces of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, though comprised of only 3,000 fully equipped soldiers, possessed combat capabilities equivalent to that of a 10,000-strong army. Thank you, Master. Xue Qinghe bowed respectfully to Ning Fengji, filled with confidence that, with his mentor's support, this mission would surely succeed. At that moment, Jiang Yu burst into the room. Upon seeing Xue Qinghe adorned in golden armor, he momentarily froze. The once somewhat delicate figure now exuded an air of valiant strength. I have heard that the battlefield is immensely beneficial for the cultivation of soul power. Uncle Ning, may I accompany Brother Qinghe on this expedition? I wish to grow stronger so that I can better protect Rongrong in the future. A moment later, Jiang Yu jumped in front of Ning Fengji, earnestly requesting to join Xue Qinghe on the campaign. Little Yu, you are still quite young. War is an exceedingly brutal affair, and I worry that you may not be able to endure it. Perhaps it would be best for you to remain at the sect and focus on your training. Ning Fengji replied, unwilling to acquiesce to his request. After all, Jiang Yu was a rare talent within the sect, and the thought of sending him so far to the Liangshan kingdom made him uneasy. Uncle Ning, it is precisely for this reason that I must go. A flower that blooms in a greenhouse cannot achieve greatness. Just look at my master. He ventured into the military at a young age and has experienced over 300 battles, both large and small. It is precisely this journey that has propelled his cultivation of soul power and combat skills to extraordinary heights, far surpassing others. Jiang Yu, observing Ning Fengji's disagreement, recounted the tale of the sword-fighting Douluo. In those bygone days, he had repelled thousands of enemy troops with naught but a 7-kills sword, a formidable figure indeed. You make a valid point. I have become somewhat rigid in my thinking, Ning Fengji remarked with a hint of self-deprecation. It appears I have been overly cautious. Xiao Yu, your talent is no less than that of Sword Uncle. For you, gaining more experience would be the most beneficial pursuit. Then you should accompany Qinghe on his journey. Thank you, Uncle Ning. I shall prepare forthwith. Upon witnessing that Ning Fengji had finally acquiesced to his request, Jiang Yu could not help but feel a surge of elation within, which was vividly reflected on his countenance. After all, he had never before encountered the stark reality of war, and the prospect of witnessing it firsthand was undeniably exhilarating. Like many young men, he harbored a certain fascination for warfare. In the past, Jiang Yu had engaged in numerous war-themed games reminiscent of the Three Kingdoms, and he frequently participated in discussions on various military forums alongside a multitude of avid netizens, passionately analyzing strategies and historical narratives. Jiang Yu believes that, after being immersed in various military knowledge, he may harness his unique advantages in the conflict between the Tiando Empire and the Liangshan Principality. Moreover, he can assist Qianren, making it a win-win situation. Chapter 70. Dream in the early morning. The azure sky was pristine, and a gentle breeze caressed the air. Following the conclusion of the grand oath-taking ceremony, the Snow Knight Emperor entrusted the Golden Seal and the axe to General Gailong, symbols of supreme command. I shall undoubtedly trample the Liangshan Principality. I shall not return until it is conquered. Gailong immediately knelt to accept the order. March. He then raised his axe, commanding the army to advance. The 100,000 elite guards responded in unison, their steps synchronized. With General Gailong's leadership, victory in the campaign against the Liangshan Principality was assured. Riding on horseback, Xue Qinghe smiled at Jiang Yu in his arms, saying, General Gailong is the pillar of our empire, known as the 9 Lives Divine Dragon. He is the foremost figure in our military, a grand marshal who commands the nation, and his soul power has surpassed the level of Soul Douluo, making him one of the 10 greatest experts of the empire. Listening to the introduction by Xue Qinghe, Jiang Yu couldn't help but lean against his chest. He had some understanding of Gailong. After all, he was the future commander-in-chief of the forces of the Tiando Empire, having achieved remarkable feats in the Battle of Jialing Pass. Jiang Yu had no doubt about his strength. Soon, the vanguard marched out of the city gate. After 2 hours, all the soldiers had finally exited, with 100,000 troops stretching for miles, capturing the attention of nearby civilians who couldn't help but stop and stare. Some, fearing the soldiers might go hungry, frantically tossed vegetables from their baskets to the troops. The imperial guards, witnessing the innocence of these simple folk, couldn't help but smile, and morale surged among them. Standing on the periphery were young men in their 20s, experiencing war for the first time as they set out to conquer the Liangshan Principality. A far cry from their previous training, and their faces reflected a sense of longing. In contrast, The seasoned veterans in the inner circle wore somber expressions, aware that this expedition might prevent their return to the Tiando imperial city. Yet, for the sake of the empire, they were determined to fight valiantly. Emperor Shuiyu understood that the Liangshan principality was rife with hills and ravines, thus refraining from deploying the empire's cavalry. The 100,000 imperial guards consisted solely of light infantry, heavy infantry, pikemen, archers, and shield-bearers. Every 200 men formed a squad, managed by a captain, while 3 squads constituted a battalion, overseen by a battalion commander. Each battalion comprised approximately 600 men, encompassing all types of soldiers. Ensuring the army's combat effectiveness was thoroughly guaranteed under this structured management. Once the army set off, the soldiers marched day and night, empowered by their soul power. Even the weakest among them possessed at least level 3 soul power, providing them with strength far surpassing that of ordinary civilians. Even after 3 days without rest, they experienced no issues. It wasn't until they crossed 2 major provinces that Gelong ordered the entire army to rest for several hours. In just 3 days, they covered over 600 miles. At this pace, they could reach the borders of the Liangshan Principality in no more than 8 or 9 days. As night fell, the army camped in place, with all provisions and supplies stored centrally, surrounded by soldiers to prevent any enemy ambush. After setting up the camp, Shuiqinghe led Jiang Yu into the tent. Ning Fengji had entrusted this talented individual from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School to him, and it was his responsibility to ensure Jiang Yu's safety. Moreover, he was genuinely intrigued by this gifted young boy and wished for closer interaction. Due to Shuiqinghe's royal status, their tent was crafted from thick cowhide, appearing robust and solid, impervious to arrows. After several days of marching, both men were weary, so they retired early to rest. The so-called bed was merely a thick layer of straw laid on the ground, covered with a blanket. To Jiang Yu's surprise, this straw bed was quite comfortable. It felt soft and cozy, proving that the blue silvergrass was not without its merits as a sleeping surface. Given their military context, Shuiqinghe did not remove his armor. Fortunately, he wore a soft golden-threaded armor that weighed no more than 10 pounds, causing him little discomfort. Jiang Yu was quite different. He still disliked sleeping in armor. Although the precious armor gifted by Ning Fengji was remarkably lightweight, he chose to remove it. In truth, Jiang Yu's greatest desire was to sleep soundly, but with Shuiqinghe present, it was rather inconvenient. Thus, he reluctantly settled for wearing only his trousers, which was the extent of his concession. Soon, he drifted into slumber. In the midst of his dreams, he felt 2 warm, fluffy buns suddenly appear in his hands. This little rascal was not at all still in his sleep. Observing Jiang Yu's restless movements against her chest, Shuiqinghe felt her cheeks flush, yet considering his youth, she refrained from voicing her discomfort. Fortunately, her disguise was executed flawlessly. Her figure bore no distinction from that of a man, which was why she had invited Jiang Yu to share her bed. However, Jiang Yu's fidgeting during sleep took Shuiqinghe by surprise. The little buns, round and delightful, were simply delectable. In his dreams, Jiang Yu could not help but murmur. As a northerner, he held a fondness for buns, particularly the large ones. Of course, the smaller ones were acceptable as well. In his dream, he envisioned an array of colorful buns, which left him somewhat bewildered, forcing him to determine their softness by touch. This proved to be a challenge for Qianjian, who lay beside him. She had not anticipated that an hour would pass without Jiang Yu's hand showing any sign of fatigue. Instead, he seemed to grow increasingly animated. When dawn broke, Qianjian awoke to find that Jiang Yu had already vanished from the tent. Where could that mischievous boy have gone? Caught in a web of confusion, Shuiqinghe took a moment to rub her temples, and, whether it was merely an illusion or not, she sensed a slight change. What had he done to her yesterday? There was still a lingering ache. Perhaps in the future, she should arrange for 2 straw beds to be laid out, to prevent any further incidents. Outside the tent, on a large stone, a sigh escaped her lips. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, fully absorbing the primordial purple energy from the horizon, which invigorated his spirit and left his entire being feeling remarkably refreshed. Seizing this moment, Jiang Yu executed a series of martial arts movements, his hands reaching towards his feet to strengthen his kidneys and bolster his lower back. Jiang Yu silently recited the incantation of the 8-section brocade. He remembered fondly how he had achieved full marks during his university studies when he minored in this discipline, particularly excelling in this particular posture, which had garnered considerable praise from his instructor. He positioned his feet parallel, spreading them until they reached shoulder-width apart, before extending his palms towards his navel. After several repetitions of this sequence, Jiang Yu then pressed along the governing vessel towards his lower back. Upon completing this set of movements, he gradually leaned forward, keeping his knees upright while his hands traced a path down his spine to his heels, applying pressure in a circular motion from the outer side to the inner side of his feet. Although Jiang Yu had not delved deeply into the other forms of the 8-section brocade, he had mastered the kidney-strengthening posture to a commendable degree, exuding an air of mastery. The kidneys, regarded as the foundation of life and the repository of essence, were of utmost importance to him, regardless of how busy he was. He made it a daily ritual to practice this series of exercises, for the body is indeed the foundation of one's endeavors. Otherwise, his ex-girlfriend would not have sought him out for conversation even after her marriage. However, Jiang Yu had lost interest in her and did not wish to entangle himself with a married woman, resolutely declining her advances and reprimanding her harshly. What on earth is this rascal doing? Qian Rushiu stepped out of the tent and observed Jiang Yu's peculiar movements. For reasons unknown, she felt that this was neither a soul technique nor the simple movements of any martial art. There was something extraordinary about it, as if a force was coursing through Jiang Yu's being. Stop practicing. We are about to pack up camp. Hurry over and join us for breakfast, she called from a distance. Oh, understood, Brother Qinghe, he replied. Jiang Yu, feeling somewhat famished, recognized that despite the seemingly simple movements of the Bajuanjin exercises, they were quite taxing on one's strength. The sustenance consumed the previous evening had long since been expended, and he was in urgent need of nourishment to replenish his energy. Upon entering the tent, Jiang Yu beheld several pristine white steamed buns adorning the table, accompanied by a few eggs, 2 bowls of savory meat porridge, and several dishes of refreshing side dishes. This morning's breakfast of steamed buns was a true delight, especially paired with pickled vegetables, which was indeed a rare culinary pleasure. Jiang Yu seized the steamed bun and began to munch on it, oblivious to the fact that Xueqing's little face had turned a deep shade of crimson beside him. Buns, how I detest buns. What? Upon hearing Xueqing's murmured complaint, Jiang Yu could not help but look up, having been entirely focused on the bun and unaware of Xueqing's earlier words. No, Xueqing awkwardly replied. I meant, since you enjoy them so much, you can have them all. I shall manage with a bit of porridge. Then I shall not be polite, Brother Qinghe. Jiang Yu swiftly drew the plate laden with steamed buns closer to himself and continued to eat, accompanied by pickled vegetables. Before long, he had consumed the buns entirely, and he proceeded to sip from the bowl of congee beside him. After half an hour, the army resumed its march, advancing steadily onward. 9 days later, they finally reached the borders of the Liaoshan Principality. Just 10 more miles lay ahead to Yunsan City. However, Marshal Gailong issued an order to halt, and the army remained stationary for 3 days, prompting much speculation among the soldiers. Some of the new recruits even questioned Gailong's resolve, suggesting that his reluctance to advance stemmed from fear of the Liaoshan Principality. Amidst this wavering morale, Gailong unexpectedly summoned various generals and several princes to the central military tent. Within the tent, Gailong, clad in radiant silver armor, sat solemnly at the head of the hall, cradling a trident helmet. Accompanying Xueqing into the tent, Jiang Yu could not help but scrutinize this commanding general. Gailong appeared as a typical middle-aged man, with a notably thick mustache at the corners of his mouth. Yet beneath this unassuming exterior lay a formidable soul de law. Given his age and remarkable prowess, it was evident that he was a prodigy, with the potential to ascend to the rank of title Douluo in the future. Coupled with his exceptional military acumen, Gailong undoubtedly stood as a rare talent on the continent. The Emperor Shui had an admirable eye for recognizing such individuals. As the sun rose on the 71st day, reinforcements from several surrounding principalities began to arrive. Although their equipment did not match that of the Imperial Guard, these soldiers were seasoned veterans, having seen the battlefield and tasted blood, numbering over 50,000 in total. Together with Gailong's 100,000 troops, the combined force amounted to 150,000, 3 times the 5,000 regulars of the Liaoshan Principality. Moreover, the Imperial Guard boasted the most advanced equipment in the Tiando Empire, with weapons and armor crafted from tungsten steel and subjected to rigorous forging processes. As long as Gailong's military genius did not rival that of Sun Shitwan, victory appeared all but assured. The entire Tiando coalition radiated a vibrant vitality, and every soldier brimmed with confidence regarding the impending conflict. It seemed as though capturing the Liaoshan Principality would be a mere formality. Some even contemplated setting off at noon, with hopes of reveling in the joy of victory within Yunsan City by nightfall. All troops, heed the command, march forth. In the heart of the encampment, Golong rode a robust white steed, his piercing gaze fixed upon the assembled soldiers. With a thunderous roar, he drew forth his secret silver sword, declaring, "I shall not return until the mountains of Liang are shattered." The resounding echo of his voice reverberated through the heavens, igniting an exhilarating fervor among the troops, who rallied in unison. "We shall not return until the mountains of Liang are shattered." Even Jiang Yu, amidst the throng of soldiers, felt a swell of ardor, a spark of heroism igniting within his heart. Outside Yushan City, an impressive force of 150,000 stood in impeccable formation, exuding an undeniable might that seemed capable of breaching the formidable city walls. Golong surveyed the fortress ahead, his brow furrowing in contemplation. The city, a bastion of the Liangshan Principality, was ensconced between towering cliffs, with the remaining sections of its walls forged from unyielding stone, rising to a height of nearly 20 meters. The citadel appeared to pierce the very clouds, resembling an impregnable iron fortress, instilling even a figure of Golong's stature with a hint of trepidation. Yet, as the commander of the three armies, he understood that he must not exhibit even a trace of fear before the multitude. As the supreme commander of the Tiando Empire's military forces, Golong proclaimed, "By imperial decree, I am here to subjugate the Liangshan Principality. To the city's defenders, should you open the gates and surrender, I shall beseech His Majesty to pardon your treason." He raised his sword, its voice ringing with authority, while his steed reared in response. In that moment, Golong embodied the very essence of a great general. After a brief pause, the city gates creaked open. To his astonishment, Golong beheld a group of women in the thoroughfare, leisurely drying grains and engaged in casual conversation, their demeanor betraying no hint of alarm. Logically, with the army poised at their doorstep, such calmness was unsettling. Golong immediately sensed something amiss, though the nature of the city's commander's intentions eluded him. At that moment, a tall figure emerged atop the city walls, possessing striking features and clad in gleaming silver armor, exuding an air of a renowned general. Unmistakably not an ordinary individual. To Golong's surprise, it was none other than the commander of Yushan City himself. The man, Zhuge Xian, expressed astonishment, stating, "I am the lord of Yushan City, Zhuge Xian. I have long admired your esteemed reputation, General. However, being a servant to my sovereign, I remain loyal to the Liangshan Prince, who has shown me great favor. I assure you, treachery is not in my character. The gates are open. I wonder if you possess the courage to lead your army within for a discourse." With that, Zhuge Xian drew a jade flute from his waist and began to play, sending a chilling melody wafting through the air, instilling dread in all who listened. What a remarkable turn of events. Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback. "Are you employing a strategy of empty city, Marshal?" At that moment, Hua Wu, the general of the Duchy of Tonglan, galloped before Golong. He had previously engaged in battle with Zhuge Xian 3 times. In their first encounter, he suffered the loss of over 1,000 troops. In the second, he incurred the loss of 3,000. By the third engagement, he had learned to be more astute, avoiding Zhuge Xian's traps. Yet he still lost an additional 5,000 soldiers, not even anticipating that his opponent would change tactics once again. This individual possessed profound wisdom and was one of the 3 great generals under Duke Liangshan, with whom I had faced off thrice, each time falling short. At this juncture, a slight flush appeared on Hua Wu's face. "In my humble opinion, there must be hidden troops within the city. One must not fall prey to Zhuge Xian's cunning scheme." Golong, having fought for decades, would undoubtedly discern the underlying intricacies. Zhuge Xian was clearly attempting to lure him into the city, only to ensnare him like a turtle in a jar. How could he possibly be deceived? General Hua speaks with reason. Golong chuckled, stroking his beard. Although this man possesses some intellect, he is overly arrogant, believing that a mere ploy of deception could entice us into the city. How utterly laughable. Upon hearing Golong's analysis, Jiang Yu could not help but roll his eyes. Is this the commander of the imperial army? Even he cannot see through the empty city ploy. It is evident that Yushan City is drastically undermanned, thus necessitating such a ruse. Marshal Golong. Jiang Yu did not wish to witness the vast army of over 100,000 languishing outside the city. This was the inaugural confrontation with the Liangshan Principality. Retreating without engaging in battle would severely undermine morale. Once morale dissipates, it is exceedingly challenging to restore. I surmise that the troops stationed at Yushan City have been dispatched elsewhere, which is precisely why Zhuge Xian resorted to the ruse of an empty city. The women within the city serve merely as a feigned distraction. Had he not employed this stratagem, I might not have discerned the truth. However, I am now confident that this is merely a tactic employed by Zhuge Xian to create an illusion of threat. Jiang Yu immediately approached Golong and spoke. "Young brother," he said. Golong, feeling a tinge of displeasure, could not help but reflect on his extensive experience in battles, having fought in over 100 skirmishes without ever suffering defeat. Jiang Yu's words seemed to mock his inability to discern even the simplest of deceptions. Had it not been for Golong's respect for him as a disciple of the Sword Douluo, he would have already expressed his anger. The tension between the two armies was palpable, and Golong sneered, "At your tender age, it is unwise to meddle in military affairs." His disdain was evident. It appeared that Golong had underestimated Jiang Yu's cunning. Previously, he had thought more highly of him. However, a grand opportunity lay before him, one that he could not afford to overlook. Although Jiang Yu was somewhat impatient, he understood that Golong was the commander of the army, and without his orders, the soldiers would not act independently. Thus, Jiang Yu continued to advise that if the marshal harbored any doubts, he could certainly dispatch scouts to the city to ascertain the situation before making a decision. Golong initially felt that Jiang Yu was overreacting, yet upon further reflection, he found no reason to refuse. After all, sending someone to investigate posed no significant risk. "Convey my orders," Golong commanded, "and instruct the captain of the scout regiment, Hitlada, to lead 100 agile strategists to the city to assess the enemy's condition." With a single command, the nearby guards mounted their horses and galloped towards the rear of the army. Before long, 101 strategists clad in green robes ascended into the sky. Each possessed a flying martial soul, and although their soul rings were not particularly remarkable, they all held the rank of soul master, enjoying a respected status within the army. On the city walls, Zhuge Xian's expression changed dramatically. He had not anticipated that Golong would bring agile strategists into battle. It was noteworthy that the entire Tiando Empire boasted only a little over 300 agile strategists, all directly under the command of the Emperor of Tiando. The Snowy Knight Emperor had seemingly made a significant concession by reallocating them to Golong, indicating his unwavering intention to capture the Liaoshan Principality. This was dire. As he observed the figures in the sky drawing ever closer to Yunshan City, Zhuge Xian could not help but ponder his strategies. Jiang Yu's conjecture proved accurate. The Duke of Liangshan anticipated that the Snowy Knight Emperor would undoubtedly dispatch troops to quell his rebellion the moment he declared independence from the rule of the Tiando Empire. Thus, he had already ordered the affluent merchants, robust males, and those possessing soul power within the city to relocate to Liangshan City, leaving behind only a handful of the elderly, infirm, and the over 1,000 personnel led by Zhuge Xian. Otherwise, he would not have dared to employ such a risky ruse as the empty city stratagem. Originally, this tactic was meant to be flawlessly executed. However, it was unraveled by Jiang Yu, who saw through his scheme with remarkable ease. It is unfortunate that Zhuge Xian failed to account for the presence of the formidable Jiang Yu, a veritable anomaly. Zhuge Xian is indeed a talented individual, yet he could not foresee that Golong had brought aerial forces this time. Jiang Yu gazed at the myriad silhouettes on the horizon and couldn't suppress a laugh. These agile strategists were all adept soul masters specializing in swift attacks. Even arrows might struggle to find their mark. Zhuge Xian's cunning plan was destined to crumble. He hurriedly commanded the gates of the city to be shut and ordered the transportation of granite stones to fortify the entrance. Zhuge Xian, no longer shrouded in mystery, recognized that once his ruse was unmasked, its intimidating effect vanished. For the moment, he could only rely on the formidable defenses of Yunsanqing to endure. Release the arrows. Regardless of their efficacy, let us fell as many agile strategists as possible, he commanded. At his behest, the forces within the city sprang into action. 500 archers swiftly drew their bows, unleashing a volley of arrows at the approaching figures. The simultaneous release resulted in 500 projectiles soaring through the air. The cadre of agile strategists, caught off guard by the sudden onslaught, suffered several casualties, though fortunately, most wounds were not critical. A few fell between the cliffs, crashing down to the ground. Following this strike, the remaining strategists became wary, ascending higher into the sky until they were well beyond the reach of the arrows. Could it truly have been a feint attack? Witnessing the enemy's abrupt volley, Golong shivered, his expression turning skeptical. Leading the charge, Hitreda entered the city first. His martial spirit manifested as a falcon, though merely 60 centimeters in body length. Its wingspan exceeded a meter, enveloped by 4 soul rings of white and yellow. Despite being 500 meters above the ground, Hitreda's keen eyesight, augmented by his falcon spirit, rendered the scene below crystal clear, revealing no hidden ambush. At most, 1,000 soldiers were stationed near the city gates. Report to the marshal. There are no ambushes within the city. Hitrade's voice rang out with exceptional clarity. Chapter 72. The Golden Feathered Scale Dragon What? Gulong exclaimed, panic washing over him. Had it not been for Jiang Yu's timely warning, he might have fallen victim to Zhuge Xian's stratagem. The humiliation of such a blunder would have etched his name in history, but as the tale would unfold, he would be the butt of the joke, with Zhuge Xian as the protagonist. Thank goodness he heeded the young lad's advice. Gulong's gaze shifted to Jiang Yu. Astonished by the boy's acute perception at such a tender age, an awareness that even seasoned generals might lack. Soldiers. Gulong raised his sword and bellowed. The forces within the city are scant. Now is the opportune moment to mount our assault. Charge. After the command was issued by General Gulong, the three armies united in a resounding battle cry. Leading the charge were the shield bearers, who wielded rectangular shields measuring 90 centimeters wide and 130 centimeters long. These shields were crafted from 3 layers of sturdy wood, overlaid with specially treated leather, and further reinforced with metal fittings to enhance their strength. Following the shield bearers were the spearmen, each equipped with a lightweight iron short sword, weighing approximately 1 kilogram, yet possessing an exceptionally sharp blade. With the grip designed to fit the contours of the hand perfectly, on their backs rested a long spear, featuring a metal shaft with an iron tip, complemented by a wooden handle wrapped in a slender cord, allowing it to function both as a javelin and a short lance. As the siege army approached the city gates, Zhuge Xian, standing atop the battlements, commanded the attack. 500 archers coated their arrows with oiled cloth, dipping them into a barrel of a viscous black substance, which, if Jiang Yu were present, he would recognize as the precious resource known as oil from the blue planet. The moment the arrows met the spark, they ignited. Shoot! Zhuge Xian bellowed, and the flaming arrows rained down upon the soldiers below. Despite their shields, many were struck by the fire arrows, igniting even their armor. Within moments, hundreds of soldiers were mercilessly consumed by flames, reduced to ashes. Yet, even in the face of such dire consequences, they pressed forward with unwavering resolve. Without a retreat order from their commander, they could not take a single step back. This was the steadfast commitment of imperial soldiers. After enduring significant losses, some soldiers finally reached the city gates. They immediately unleashed their martial spirits. Though adorned with only a single white soul ring, these warriors predominantly bore beast martial spirits, granting them considerable strength. United, they charged against the massive gates, causing them to tremble slightly before quickly returning to their original state. Marshal, Wawu cautioned, this direct assault may not yield results. Among the generals of the Liangshan Principality, Zhuge Xian is most adept at fortification. He has previously led 800 elite soldiers to withstand tens of thousands of foes, stalling their advance for months until they eventually retreated in vain. Oh, Gulong furrowed his brow, surprised that such a formidable figure could emerge from the seemingly inconsequential Liangshan Principality. After years of warfare, encountering countless enemies, even the so-called 4 divine generals of the Xinglua Empire instilled no fear in him. Yet, he nearly fell for Zhuge Xian's stratagem. General Hua, do you know the origins of this individual? In all of Douluo Continent, the number of commanders capable of earning Gulong's respect could be counted on one hand. Aside from the 4 from the Xinglua Empire, only Melusa, the Valkyrie of the Adarinda Kingdom, stood among them. Now, another name was added to this rarefied list, Zhuge Xian, whose origins remained shrouded in mystery. Huawu's eyes gleamed with intensity as he gripped the hilt of his blade and solemnly stated, "It is said that he hails from a secluded sect, though I cannot specify which one. His martial soul manifests as a scroll named the Thunderous Image, imbued with the ferocious might of thunder. Upon unleashing his soul's true form, Zhuge Xian can envelop a radius of several hundred meters in lightnings, rendering his attack range remarkably extensive. Secluded sects. Gulong had heard whispers of these enigmatic orders. Although they have refrained from participating in the affairs of the continent for ages, they are not devoid of formidable individuals. Their locations and the martial souls they inherit remain shrouded in mystery, and even the spirit hall may struggle to trace their whereabouts. It is rumored that these hidden sects prohibit their disciples from venturing out for training, making Zhuge Xian an anomaly among them." Gulong found himself intrigued by the figure at the city gate. A sect capable of nurturing such talent must possess extraordinary significance. Yet, now that he had become embroiled in the continent's turmoil, regardless of his background, a price must be paid. This commander shall confront him. With a roar, Gulong erupted with a brilliant radiance, and soon a colossal dragon-like creature manifested behind him. It was a massive dragon, cloaked in solid black scales, its robust arms resembling the size of barrels. Its legs stood upright like those of a human, and its tail extended several meters, adorned with 9 circular golden feathered wings at its tip. This was Gulong's martial soul, the golden feather-scaled dragon, which earned him the title of the 9-lived divine dragon due to the nature of his soul. Though the golden feather-scaled dragon and the blue electric Tyrannosaurus rex belong to the same subdragon species, their abilities are starkly different. One is renowned for its defense and astonishing regenerative capabilities, while the other is celebrated for its explosive power and unparalleled offensive strength. Revered as the supreme beast martial soul of Douluo Continent, the soul rings encircling Gulong were evidently the finest match, and as his 7th soul ring shimmered, his entire form rapidly expanded, ultimately transforming into the massive dragon that had appeared behind him, the golden feather-scaled dragon. The chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. 3rd soul skill, golden feather-scaled wings. Gulong's voice resonated from the mouth of the giant dragon, and in an instant, the golden wings at the end of his tail began to spin rapidly, propelling his colossal body swiftly into the air. Once at the level of the city gate, the golden feather blades on his body shot forth with great speed from the tail feathers, targeting the soldiers stationed upon the battlements, with Zhuge Xian being the primary focus. A flurry of over a dozen feather blades soared in his direction. Thunderous image, manifest. Zhuge Xian remained remarkably composed, summoning his martial soul with a serene demeanor. A radiant yellow light emanated from his being, converging towards his right palm. In an instant, a grand and majestic illustration manifested, subtly depicting a grotesque giant wielding a hammer, complete with wings sprouting from its sides. As the 7th spirit ring illuminated, Zhuge Xian transformed into a beam of light, merging with the illustration, which gradually expanded and ascended into the heavens. With the invocation of his 5th spirit skill, Thunderflash, the giant within the illustration opened its mouth, unleashing a voice as thunderous as a tempest that resonated through the sky. Suddenly, the clouds erupted with crackling lightning. The feather blades before Zhuge Xian were obliterated in an instant, surging forth towards Gulong. Although Zhuge Xian was merely a ranked 73 soul sage, he frequently triumphed over opponents of equal rank due to the unique nature of his martial soul. Even those with greater soul power often found themselves at a disadvantage against him. However, Gulong was clearly an exception. The lightning that struck Gulong did not inflict significant damage, for the golden feather-scaled dragon boasted defensive capabilities rivaling those of the armored giant rhinoceros, diamond mammoth, white-armored earth dragon, and the Lin armor crocodile, even ranking first among the 5 great defensive martial souls. Zhuge Xian, despite his prowess, was only a soul sage, whereas Gulong was an imposing rank 83 soul Douluo. Although Zhuge Xian had neutralized the golden feather blades, his attack failed to harm Gulong, resulting in the immediate loss of approximately 100 soldiers stationed atop the castle walls. For the onslaught of a soul Douluo was far beyond the endurance of these lower-ranked soul masters. Witnessing the soldiers fall to Gulong's wrath, Zhuge Xian felt a surge of helplessness. Though urgency gripped his heart, he recognized that the pressing matter at hand was to swiftly obstruct Gulong. He invoked his 6th spirit skill, Thunderstorm Vortex. The illustration of thunder released an astonishing surge of electrical power as a brilliant yellow light shot into the sky, rapidly forming a tornado with a diameter exceeding 100 meters. Within the tempest, thunder roared, and an endless barrage of lightning seemed poised to erupt from its depths. This was Zhuge Xian's most formidable strike, and he held great confidence in this 6th spirit skill. Chapter 73, Night Raid. The ferocious lightning storm emanated an overwhelming pressure, forcing even Gulong to retreat repeatedly. Despite its formidable defenses, it felt a tingling sensation coursing through its body from the electric force. Truly, the thunder element ranked among the foremost of the elemental forces. Gulong could not help but feel a sense of trepidation with the added support of the wind element. This strike was indeed formidable beyond measure. Had it not been for his advantage in soul power, he would likely have suffered severe injuries on the spot. After witnessing Zhuge Xian's prowess, Gulong no longer dared to underestimate his opponent. There have indeed been instances in the realm of soul masters where a soul sage has triumphed over a soul Douluo. For example, the illustrious Tang Hao, known as the Haotian Douluo, managed to instill doubt in the mind of a renowned soul Douluo while he was merely at the threshold of becoming a soul sage. However, this remains an exception rather than the rule. Gelong did not believe that Zhuge Xian possessed the same capabilities as Tang Hao. The reason the Haotian Douluo could challenge those of higher rank was not solely due to his own strength, but also attributed to the secret techniques of the Haotian clan. Nonetheless, caution is the mother of safety. Gelong did not wish to suffer a mishap in this precarious situation. While Zhuge Xian may not rival Tang Hao, he certainly could not be considered inferior to Zhao Wujia by much. The formidable warrior known as the Unmoving King, despite cutting through a dozen equally ranked bishops with ease, would likely find himself challenged by a sole Douluo-level opponent. Although Zhuge Xian appeared to be in his early 40s, he had remarkably ascended to the rank of Soul Sage, rivaling the genius soul master known as Pilai Hua Qin Ming, who was heralded as the most likely to surpass Tang Hao's record. Gelong was suddenly filled with a desire to conquer. Zhuge Xian was not only exceptionally talented in cultivation, but his insights into military strategy were also far beyond the common man, marking him as a rare talent of both wisdom and valor. Should he choose to align with the empire, the strength of the Heaven Do Empire would undoubtedly advance further. In recent years, the military talent of the Heaven Do Empire had dwindled, contrasting sharply with the abundance of talent in the Star Luo Empire. Although Gelong feared none of the four great generals from the Star Luo, he recognized that if they were to unite, he would find himself at a disadvantage. For one cannot stand alone against many. With Zhuge Xian's assistance, however, his burden would be significantly eased, allowing him the leisure to enjoy life like his peers. Alas, the immense responsibilities of the empire weighed solely on Gelong's shoulders, leaving him no respite even if he yearned for it. With this thought in mind, Gelong instinctively lessened the force of his strikes. Although still powerful, they would not inflict any grievous harm upon Zhuge Xian. He had no desire to damage this invaluable asset. Meanwhile, Zhuge Xian, having transformed into a figure of thunder, harbored no intentions of holding back, instead unleashing a power greater than usual amidst the crisis. The ensuing clash between the two resulted in dozens of exchanges, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Coupled with the archers on the city tower providing support, Gelong found it increasingly difficult to subdue Zhuge Xian. Maintaining the true form of one's martial soul was exceedingly taxing on soul power. Realizing that further combat would yield little advantage, Gelong retreated to the base of the tower and promptly dispelled his martial soul's true form. The call to retreat was sounded. Goren bellowed an announcement for the retreat of the three armies. Within the grand military tent, Goren, seated majestically at the head, exhibited a countenance that fluctuated between stormy and calm. The generals inside the tent dared not even exhale, for none had anticipated that a mere 1,000 or so defenders would thwart the advance of the colossal coalition of 100,000, preventing them from breaching the gates of Xianjian City. This was, indeed, a tremendous disgrace for them. At that moment, a young man clad in golden armor stepped forward and boldly proclaimed, "I humbly request your command, Marshal. Grant me 500 elite soldiers, and I shall personally lead them to stealthily infiltrate the city from the cliffs of Yunshan tonight. At the appointed time, I will signal with beacon fires, coordinating with you to open the city gates from within." Shuizhu's demeanor was exceedingly respectful. Although he was a prince of the Tiando Empire, Goren was not only a trusted minister of the emperor, but also a commander of a 1,000,000-strong army and a formidable soul master of the Soul Douluo level. Shuizhu had long harbored intentions of winning him over. Among the princes, Shui Qinghe undoubtedly had the greatest advantage, not only enjoying the support of Ningfengji, but also maintaining close ties with the 3 committee members of the Tiando Royal Academy. However, if he could bring Goren under his command, he would no longer fear the influence of Shui Qinghe. With an army of 1,000,000 at his disposal, he might yet have a chance to ascend to the throne. Goren raised his eyebrows slightly, casting an appreciative glance at Shuizhu, acknowledging his rare courage. Truth be told, he held a certain fondness for Shuizhu. The third prince possessed a mutated martial soul, the explosive swan, rather than the ordinary royal lineage's swan martial soul. This unique ability bestowed considerable offensive power upon him, making Shuizhu one of the few strong attack-type soul masters within the royal family. Nevertheless, Goren was not inclined to support Shuizhu's suggestion. The terrain of Xianjian City was perilous. With sheer cliffs on both sides providing no cover, everything was laid bare to the enemy's gaze. As a prince, Goren could not allow Shuizhu to undertake such a significant risk. It would be difficult to explain to the emperor otherwise. The courage of the third prince was commendable, as befits a member of the royal lineage. Yet the likelihood of success for this plan was exceedingly low, and the risks were substantial. Thus, he decided against it. With a wave of his hand, he declined the proposal. "Marshal Goren, I, however, find merit in this strategy. Jiang Yu found merit in Shui Zhu's proposal, believing that with slight modifications, it could indeed be executed successfully. He proceeded to articulate his thoughts. Before the third prince led his elite forces to infiltrate Yinshan City, he requested General Good to command the army to challenge at the city gate, thereby drawing the attention of the guards within. Subsequently, the third prince could traverse the cliffs using ropes to enter the city and await the opportune moment to open the gates. Jiang Yu's plan undoubtedly requires further refinement. Once darkness descends, visibility diminishes significantly. Even though torches illuminate the city tower, selecting an appropriate spot to infiltrate may not lead to detection, especially since the main army outside will undoubtedly draw the majority of the garrison's attention. After hearing Jiang Yu's suggestion, Gailong found himself in deep contemplation. Having witnessed the events of the day, he no longer regarded Jiang Yu as a mere child. This strategy was far more prudent than the one previously proposed by Shui Zhu, boasting a higher probability of success. Gailong was indeed intrigued. This battle captured the attention of the entire continent. Seizing the opportunity before the Xingluo Empire intervened, they could conquer the Liashan Principality with overwhelming force. By that time, any attempts by the Xingluo Empire to intercede would be futile. Thus Gailong found himself somewhat in agreement with Jiang Yu's plan. However, he hesitated to make an immediate decision. A significant reward corresponds to an equally substantial risk. The marshal who hesitates to act decisively will surely face chaos. Although Shui Zhu was unaware of why Shui Qinghe's people spoke on his behalf, he recognized that this was indeed a moment of opportunity to achieve greatness. Should he be the first to enter Yinshan City, he would claim the foremost credit in this grand conflict. If the emperor were pleased, it was conceivable that the position of crown prince might well be his. The thought ignited a sense of impatience within him. Thus, Gailong steeled himself, slamming his hand onto the table, and promptly issued a military order, commanding the third prince to lead 500 elite soldiers ahead, while he would mobilize the main army to the battlefield. Observing Gailong's eventual agreement, Shui Zhu was elated. After receiving the command, he immediately exited the tent to select the finest soldiers from the camp. Chapter 74. Ingenious Strategy. Under the sparse moonlight, a fierce battle raged outside Yinshan City, with soldiers on both sides wielding torches, illuminating the surrounding area as if it were daylight. As before, shield bearers remained at the forefront, while archers readied their bows and arrows, providing cover for their advancing comrades. Gazing at the throng of soldiers below, Zhuge Xian's expression darkened. What scheme was Gailong concocting? Night battles are a taboo in warfare, well known for their low visibility. Generally, assaults on fortifications are conducted during daylight. Considering Gailong had only recently endured a failed attack, Zhuge Xian had anticipated he would at least take a day to regroup. Yet unexpectedly, he now led his army to besiege the city. Did he intend to deny them the chance to recuperate? Zhuge Xian speculated that although they had emerged victorious in the earlier skirmish, they had still lost over 100 soldiers. Even though the Tiando coalition had suffered greater losses, their forces numbered a staggering 150,000. Such losses for them were but a drop in the bucket, while for his side, it represented a significant fraction. They could not afford such attrition. Gailong, you underestimate me. How could I fall for such a trivial tactic of weary soldiers? Zhuge Xian promptly summoned his personal guards, instructing them to station only archers atop the city tower while the remaining soldiers rested nearby the city gate. This arrangement ensured that even in the event of an urgent battle, they could swiftly come to the rescue. Just as Zhuge Xian believed all was secure, a hidden ambush emerged on the cliffside to the right of Yinshan City. In addition to bringing along all the agile strategists, Shui Zhu also led soldiers who possessed agile martial spirits such as leopards, rabbits, and cats. Each of them was bound with a robust rope, the ends adorned with sharp claws. Although these claws were not as formidable as Tang San's celestial claws, they were sufficiently capable of embedding into solid rock. Moreover, to ensure safety, these soldiers wore devices akin to wolf claws, allowing them to anchor themselves into the stone should the claws accidentally slip, preventing a fall into the abyss. Once equipped, Shui Zhu secured his claws onto a massive boulder and fastened his safety latch, then swiftly descended the sheer 1,000-meter cliff. Though he refrained from activating his martial spirit to avoid alerting the enemy, the strength bestowed upon him by the explosive swan allowed him to navigate with ease. Witnessing the third prince lead the charge, the other soldiers were greatly inspired, enthusiastically descending the ropes down the cliff. Marshal, intensify the assault and draw the enemy's gaze entirely upon the city tower. Jiang Yu hastily alerted Gulong. Although the distance was shrouded in darkness, he could still discern the silhouettes of hundreds of figures upon the precipice. Although Jiang Yu had not cultivated the purple extreme magic eye, the transformation brought about by the primordial purple chi on his physique was nothing short of astonishing, likely rivaling the mythical thousand-mile eye. The moment was critical as Xuezhu had already commenced his actions. If Zhuge Xian detected this, it would spell disaster. All troops advance. Gulong commanded without hesitation, drawing his sharp sword and issuing the charge. The horn of battle resounded instantly. The 100,000 Imperial Guards surged forward in a disciplined formation, while the remaining 50,000 allied forces, hailing from various duchies, displayed a discernible disarray, their steps lacking cohesion. However, Gulong paid them no mind, viewing these allied forces merely as a means to bolster their presence. Not good. They are launching a full-scale assault. Zhuge Xian sensed something amiss. The enemy was clearly reckless, pressing forward despite mounting casualties. Soldiers had begun to erect ladders, preparing to scale the city walls. Although the archers had swiftly detected this and fired their arrows to thwart them, the influx of enemies only increased, with more soldiers climbing the ladders, having already ascended several meters. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Zhuge Xian swiftly issued a series of military orders, instructing the resting soldiers below to ascend the city walls for support, while also commanding that oil be poured onto the ladders. Yet, just as he focused intently on the commotion below, Xuezhu had already infiltrated the city. Faced with the immense boulder at the city gate, Xuezhu disregarded the risk of exposure. He had brought 500 elite soldiers, and with the support of the tens of thousands outside, he believed they could withstand Zhuge Xian's discovery. Brothers, unleash your martial spirits. In an instant, a fiery red light emanated from Xuezhu, and a magnificent flaming swan materialized behind him. The swan boasted a pair of crimson wings and a remarkably sharp beak, with 4 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, arranged neatly upon it. As the explosive swan martial spirit appeared, Xuezhu's muscles swelled rapidly, his stature expanding significantly. Third soul skill, fiery assault. The purple soul ring on Xuezhu ignited suddenly, enveloping him in fierce flames. With a powerful flap of the wings, he surged forward. The colossal boulder at the city gate, though heavy, was merely an ordinary stone, and it shattered instantly under Xuezhu's assault, sending debris flying in all directions. What sound is that? Zhuge Xian heard the commotion within the city and hurriedly approached the source. Upon peering down, he beheld a scene of flames and the 500 elite led by Xuezhu. This is bad. How did they manage to breach the city? Zhuge Xian finally comprehended that he had fallen into the enemy's trap. The reason Gulong had delayed the siege was to divert his attention, allowing the foes within the city to stealthily infiltrate from the towering cliffs on either side. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the thrilling narrative. How careless. Zhuge Xian could not help but feel a wave of regret. Even he had not anticipated that the enemy would breach the city from the heights of a 1,000-meter cliff, which led to his momentary lapse in vigilance. Now, he faced 2 choices. Either divide his forces to head to the city gate or concentrate all his efforts to repel the external enemy atop the walls. However, neither choice could salvage the dire situation of Yinshan City. At that moment, Gulong was already soaring towards the city tower. Given the circumstances, he could only repay the Duke's kindness with his life. With a resolve to face death, Zhuge Xian hastily unleashed the thunderous diagram. Although he was no match for Gulong, he chose to strike first. As the diagram unfurled, the 3rd soul ring slowly illuminated, and the power of lightning within transformed into a flurry of golden birds that surged forth with ferocity. These lightning-infused beings were even more formidable than ordinary soul beasts. The 3rd soul skill, Iron Wall. Gulong, undeterred, conjured a massive stone wall formed of solid rock before him. Though the lightning birds were powerful, they could not breach Gulong's defenses. As the 2 remained locked in combat, Xuezhu led his subordinates to open the gates of Yinshan City, allowing the Tiando allied forces to thunderously invade the city. An hour later, at the Lord's residence in Yinshan City, Gulong regarded Zhuge Xian with a smug expression. Despite his prowess, this man had ultimately become his captive. Considering your talents, I shall spare your life. After I report to His Majesty, you will serve in the army. Gulong stated in an attempt to maintain a calm demeanor. That will not be necessary. Although bound by ropes, Zhuge Xian maintained a proud countenance, revealing no hint of fear. A loyal minister does not serve 2 masters. The Duke of Liangshan has shown me great favor. How could I betray him? Besides, I am merely a defeated general under the marshal's command. With your capabilities, you have no need for my assistance. Upon hearing Zhuge Xian's words, Galong's admiration for him grew. Who does not cherish a loyal minister? This further ignited his desire to win him over. One cannot speak so lightly. Galong replied with a smile. I have battled on the battlefield for many years and encountered countless enemies, yet I have rarely found myself in such a predicament as today. Were it not for a young brother who pointed it out to me, I might have fallen into your trap and failed to breach Xianshan City. A young brother? Zhuge Xian's face was filled with skepticism. Are you saying that it was a child who unraveled my empty city scheme? What a jest. He could scarcely believe the words of Galong. In his eyes, it was merely an attempt by Galong to insult him. It is this young brother. Galong's hand immediately pointed towards Jiang Yu. Chapter 75, The Choice of Qianren Shui. When Zhuge Xian learned that the one who had unraveled his scheme was a mere child yet to fully mature, his mouth hung agape, as if it could accommodate an Oscar-winning sausage. Had it been Galong, he would have felt no surprise, for the latter was a renowned war god of the Douluo Continent, a formidable figure commanding an army of 1 million in the Tiando Empire. Yet now, Galong revealed to him that the one orchestrating this entire situation from the shadows was a mere child. In that moment, Zhuge Xian found it difficult to accept. General Zhuge, you are indeed quite astute, truly worthy of the Zhuge surname. Had you not encountered me this time, you might have actually managed to defend Xianshan City. Jiang Yu spoke with an air of calmness, for as a qualified citizen of the Huagua nation, he possessed a certain understanding of the esteemed for great classics, particularly the romance of the Three Kingdoms and the Water Margin. It should rather be referred to as the tale of Jing Tian and the intricate affairs involving 3 men. In summary, Jiang Yu, steeped in the essence of traditional culture, was more than capable of outshining the brutish warriors of Douluo Continent, who relied solely on physical prowess. Although Zhuge Xian displayed some intellect, he was evidently inferior to Jiang Yu. After all, there were those who once regarded the romance of the Three Kingdoms as a military treatise. Although it was Jiang Yu's inaugural experience on the battlefield, he primarily engaged in strategizing from the sidelines rather than commanding directly, thereby significantly circumventing the pitfalls of Zhao Kui's theoretical musings. Zhuge Xian, feeling quite vexed, found himself at a loss for words. He had always prided himself on his exceptional talent, yet he was unexpectedly outshone by a mere child. Zhuge Xian, I cannot bear to overlook such a remarkable talent, Galong implored, continuing his entreaty. I value your remarkable abilities, which is why I offer this counsel. The modest principality of Liangshan is unworthy of your loyalty. You strike me as an astute individual. Why not join the empire and achieve great feats alongside me? Ha ha, I appreciate your kind intentions, Marshal, Zhuge Xian retorted with evident disdain. I vow that I shall never affiliate myself with the Tiando Empire. Please, spare me further fruitless endeavors and grant me a decisive conclusion. Recognizing Zhuge Xian as a resolute character, Galong swiftly concluded that such a person would never capitulate. Thus, he determined that Zhuge Xian could not be allowed to live. Dispose of him, he ordered with a tinge of regret, acknowledging that it was unfortunate for such talent to refuse allegiance to the empire. Yet it was imperative that he not fall into the hands of rival powers, particularly the Xinglua Empire. Marshal Galong, allow me to speak. Jiang Yu hastily interjected. I implore you to spare his life. We can temporarily detain him within the camp and disseminate the news that Zhuge Xian has already pledged allegiance to our Tiando Empire. In doing so, the morale of the Liangshan army will undoubtedly falter. It is essential to understand that while capturing a city is a lower strategy, winning hearts is paramount. As soon as Jiang Yu's voice fell, a glimmer of brilliance shot from Xueqing's eyes. He had originally thought he held Jiang Yu in high regard, but he realized he had underestimated his intellect. It appeared that he had stumbled upon a treasure. Xueqing could not help but begin to contemplate. Given Jiang Yu's innate talent, it would not be a daunting task for him to ascend to the rank of a titled Douluo. Coupled with his formidable military prowess, he would serve as an exceptional commander when the Spirit Hall obliterated the 2 great empires. I must devise a strategy to ensure he firmly aligns with my interests. But how can I persuade him to abandon the 7 treasures Glazed tile school? It seems unlikely that wealth or status would entice him. Could I perhaps employ the allure of beauty? Xueqing quickly formulated a solution, recalling the age-old adage that even the most heroic of figures can falter in the presence of a fair maiden. Yet, where could he find such a beauty? This young man evidently had exceedingly high standards. Only an extraordinary beauty would catch his eye. Would I have to personally take on this role? Xueqing swiftly dismissed the notion. After all, she was a direct descendant of the illustrious 6-winged angel family. How could she resort to seducing a man? Such an act would tarnish her family's reputation, and her grandfather would surely disapprove if he were to discover her intentions. There was no need for haste. It would be prudent to first cultivate a good rapport with him and see how things unfold in due course. Shui Qinghe reflected on her impatience. After all, Jiang Yu was still just a child. It would be wiser to wait until he matured. Having been embedded in the Heaven Do Empire for such an extended period, she certainly possessed the patience required. The art of manipulation. Gelong pondered Jiang Yu's words and found them quite reasonable, thus deciding to adopt his strategy. Indeed, it was a brilliant plan, and so they proceeded accordingly. Although he initially held a dismissive attitude towards Jiang Yu, after witnessing various events, he has come to recognize Jiang Yu's remarkable qualities and has long since discarded his contempt. He now dutifully follows Jiang Yu's wise counsel. 7 days later, the rumors regarding Zhuge Xian's defection had spread like wildfire throughout the Liaoshan Principality. At first, the Duke of Liaoshan was adamant in his disbelief that Zhuge Xian would betray him, even issuing a decree that anyone daring to discuss the matter would face severe consequences. However, as increasing numbers of soldiers returned from the front lines to Liaoshan City, the notion of Zhuge Xian aligning himself with the Tiando Empire began to solidify as an undeniable truth. Even the Duke of Liaoshan found himself wavering in his convictions. As the saying goes, 3 men can create a tiger, and the weight of collective gossip can tarnish even the strongest of bonds. Especially for a seasoned figure like the Duke. At this juncture, the Tiando coalition forces, led by Gelong, had arrived at the next city, Linshan City. Gelong's spirits were high. Reports from scouts indicated that, through Jiang Yu's strategic machinations, the Duke of Liaoshan had become thoroughly convinced of Zhuge Xian's allegiance to the empire. Now, Gelong comprehended why Jiang Yu had previously advised him to subtly encourage some of the rebels to return to Liangshan City. This was to sow discord between the Duke and his subjects. Such a scheme of disunity was truly masterful. Gelong's gaze towards Jiang Yu had transformed. It now brimmed with admiration. Were it not for his own esteemed position, he might have wished to take Jiang Yu as his mentor, for in his view, knowledge knows no hierarchy, and merit prevails over age. Despite the societal customs of the continent that emphasize such decorum, nonetheless, Jiang Yu's status in Gelong's heart had become extraordinary. Little brother, Linshan City lies just ahead, Gelong said with a beaming smile, turning to Jiang Yu for guidance. What are your thoughts on our approach? I shall heed your advice. Jiang Yu was rendered speechless. How could a dignified commander-in-chief of the 3 armies rely on a mere child to wage war? Such a revelation would surely provoke the derision of others. Let us reconsider this. Jiang Yu did not make an immediate decision, as his understanding of Linshan City was rather limited, making it unwise to judge hastily. After all, war is no trivial matter and requires careful consideration. Upon arriving near the gates of Linshan City, Jiang Yu was taken aback to find that not a single soldier was stationed atop the city walls, and the gates stood wide open. The interior appeared utterly deserted. This was perplexing. Could it be a ruse akin to the empty city strategy? No, that would be illogical. While such a tactic could be clever when first employed, its repetition would render it foolish. What scheme was the commander of Linshan City concocting? For a moment, Jiang Yu found himself at a loss. General Hua, sensing the oddity of the situation as well, summoned Hua Wu and inquired, "Do you know who the commander of Linshan City is?" The subordinate has some knowledge. Hua Wu replied respectfully. The commander's name is Pan Yu, and his brother is the renowned General Pan Feng of the Liaoshan Principality. Although Pan Yu's talents do not quite match those of his brother, he is indeed a formidable warrior. His martial spirit manifests as a wolf-toothed club, and his soul power has ascended to the rank of Soul Emperor. It is said that he once cleaved a boulder weighing 1,000 pounds with his club, showcasing his innate strength. However, there are whispers that while his bravery is commendable, his strategic acumen may be lacking. His combat style does not suggest a penchant for cunning tactics. This was quite perplexing. After hearing Hua Wu's account, Jiang Yu found himself puzzled, if that were the case. Why was Linshan City devoid of inhabitants? Could it be that Pan Yu had fled without a fight? Such a notion seemed improbable, for his brother was a general of the Liangshan Principality, and surely he would understand the consequences of such an action. Marshal, although Jiang Yu could not discern the underlying intricacies, he nonetheless proposed, "Might I suggest that you dispatch scouts to Linshan City for reconnaissance? Should it be confirmed that no ambush awaits, we could send troops in shifts and at staggered intervals to enter the city." In response to Jiang Yu's counsel, Gelong, now fully compliant, promptly ordered all agile strategists to venture into the city. Half an hour later, Zitlata returned to report the findings. There were indeed no ambushes within the city, merely a handful of harmless civilians remaining. 2nd Battalion Commander. Gulong commanded the burly man beside him. Lead your battalion into the city first to scout the way for our forces. Yes, Marshal. Shen Quan immediately acknowledged the order and guided the soldiers of the 2nd Battalion towards Linshan City. The Thunderfire Battalion excels in dismantling traps and executing small-scale assault missions. Gulong elucidated to Jiang Yu. So it is a team of demolition experts and flying tigers. Jiang Yu instantly comprehended the advantages of the Thunderfire Battalion. It was indeed a judicious choice for Gulong to lead the charge. In Chapter 76, Ripples of Snow, over 3,100 words. It was unexpectedly discovered that Linshan City bore no ambush from the enemy forces. Not a single soldier from the Liaoshan Principality was in sight as the Tiando allied forces entered the city. It appeared they had retreated long before. Securing a city without exerting any effort left Gulong in an extraordinary state of exhilaration. However, Jiang Yu's brow was furrowed in concern. What could have compelled the city's defenders to abandon their posts? What devious scheme lay behind this? Gulong was not as preoccupied with such thoughts as Jiang Yu. After reassuring the remaining citizens within the city, he stationed 1,000 imperial guards to secure Linshan City and then pressed onward. After midday, the sun unleashed its fierce rays, saturating the air with a heavy heat. The ground, under the influence of this energy, gradually became scalding, and even the leaves by the roadside began to emit wisps of smoke after being bathed in sunlight. It was not long before they ignited. Clearly, the heat of the day far surpassed that of previous ones. The various principalities had long acclimatized to such sweltering weather, but it was the imperial guards of the Tiando Empire who suffered the most, situated in the northern reaches of the continent. The Tiando imperial city was not accustomed to such scorching temperatures. This contingent of guards, having resided within the palace for years, was experiencing such oppressive heat for the first time. After marching no more than 100 meters, several guards succumbed to heat stroke, prompting Gulong, in exasperation, to send the accompanying physician back to Linshan City with them, while the remaining soldiers pressed on, striving to reach the vicinity of Yinshan City before nightfall. As evening approached, the sun hung low in the sky, and the oppressive heat of the midday began to wane. The Tiando allied forces were finally nearing Yinshan City. Commander, Huawu pointed towards a dense forest ahead, exclaiming, "Beyond this thicket lies the territory of Yinshan City." Gazing at the lush greenery, Jiang Yu felt an inexplicable twitch in his eyelids, a surge of unease washing over him. Though he could not articulate the cause, he sensed an inherent danger lurking within the forest. Commander Gulong, Jiang Yu could not help but remind, the military treatise states that one should avoid entering the forest. Perhaps we should consider an alternate route. That is unwise, Huawu immediately countered. Commander, if we take a detour, we would have to travel an additional 500 miles. And I fear we may not reach Yinshan City by tomorrow. I see, Gulong replied, though he held great trust in Jiang Yu. The thought of delaying their march led him to opt for the forest route. He reasoned that the garrison at Linshan City might have already retreated to Liangshan City with their troops, posing no threat on their path. The commander has decided. We shall press onward. However, as Jiang Yu had yet to complete his words, Gulong interjected, reassuring him, "Do not worry. This forest is not overly vast. Even if there are ambushes, their numbers will be limited, and with our forces exceeding 100,000, we have no cause for concern." Thus, under Gulong's obstinate leadership, the army commenced its advance into the woods. Although this forest expanse is less than that of an ordinary soul-hunting forest, the trees stand exceptionally tall, with the shortest reaching around 20 meters and a considerable number towering over 100 meters. The underbrush is lush and dense, stretching up to the ankles of a human. However, the soul beasts residing here are relatively young, primarily consisting of 10-year soul beasts, with the presence of century-old beasts being a rarity. Upon witnessing the vast army of over 100,000 from the Heaven Do Alliance, these soul beasts scattered in fear, eager to avoid capture. Even the typically ferocious bear soul beast retreated, wisely choosing to clear a path for the advancing troops. After half an hour of marching, the army had encountered no perilous situations, leading Gulong to believe that Jiang Yu was overly cautious. "Stay alert," he called out, noticing the weariness etched on the soldiers' faces. "In another half hour, we should emerge from this forest. Once we reach the vicinity of Yin Mountain City, we will establish camp for the night, allowing you a well-deserved rest before we proceed to attack Yin Mountain City." Upon hearing Gulong's words, despite their exhaustion, the soldiers mustered their spirits, heartened by the prospect of imminent respite. Suddenly, a barrage of fiery arrows pierced through the treetops, striking the ground with alarming precision. Following this, a rain of a foul-smelling substance began to fall from the sky, igniting upon contact with the flames. Oil. Gulong's countenance darkened in an instant. The situation had taken a dire turn. They were under a fire attack. Gorin never anticipated that the people of the Liangshan Principality would dare to commit such a grievous transgression. It is well known that fire and water are merciless. Across the continent, there exists an unspoken agreement among nations that even in the most intense of wars, the use of water and fire attacks is strictly prohibited. Such actions are deemed excessively detrimental to the heavens. Historically, those who resorted to such tactics have met with disastrous fates. And it is said by the esteemed title Douluo that even a nation's fortune may suffer considerable decline as a consequence. No one dares to question the words of a title Douluo. Thus, even amidst the hostilities between two great empires, the deployment of such insidious fire attacks is unthinkable. Gorin commanded his army to traverse the forest route precisely because he did not believe that the Liangshan people would dare to employ fire attacks. However, he was swiftly proven wrong. Due to the sweltering heat, even a single spark could incite a wildfire among the trees of the forest, let alone the hundreds of fiery arrows enhanced by oil. In an instant, the entire forest erupted into a blazing inferno, and within moments, thousands of soldiers were charred beyond recognition. Witnessing once-living men transform into fiery figures, emitting agonizing moans before becoming mere charred corpses. Even a battle-hardened general like Gorin could not suppress his nausea, let alone others. Especially for Jiang Yu, although he had witnessed such scenes in television dramas. It was only upon experiencing it firsthand that he comprehended the stark contrast between dramatized impact and the brutal reality of what transpired. These vibrant lives were ruthlessly consumed by the merciless flames, their thoughts of respite upon reaching the Xianjian city now rendered futile. Regrettably, they would never reach Xianjian city. This was also Jiang Yu's first realization of the war's cruelty. Combat was far from the exhilarating adventure he had imagined. Just as Jiang Yu stood in shock, an arrow ignited by flames flew directly towards him. Be careful. Snow Qinghe, who had been attentively watching Jiang Yu, noticed his dazed expression and hurriedly leaped to push him aside. Fortunately, Snow Qinghe acted swiftly, and the flaming arrow missed its mark. As he rolled forward with Jiang Yu in his arms, "Stay calm." At this critical moment, Gorin maintained his composure as the commander of the Imperial Army. He quickly issued commands. All those with water attribute martial souls immediately extinguish the flames. Those with defensive martial souls and high spirit power take positions on the periphery. Gorin bellowed, "Hurry!" Among the hundreds of thousands of soldiers, although only a small fraction possessed spirit power, over 1,000 could still be rallied. Even if most had only one spirit ring, in such dire circumstances, they were left with no choice but to rely on their spirit abilities to combat the surrounding inferno. Seventh spirit ability. As the sole powerful soul Douluo present, Gulong unhesitatingly unleashed his martial soul's true form, transformed into a colossal dragon. He surged towards the most fiercely burning area, using his body to impede the encroaching flames. Renowned for its formidable defensive capabilities, Gulong's martial soul, the golden feather-scale dragon, was impervious to the ordinary flames, which, despite their vigorous blaze, posed no threat to him given his soul Douluo prowess. Water control. Water sphere. Summon the tide. Numerous water attribute soul masters unleashed their soul skills. Among them, Captain Jia He of the 3rd Camp of the Tiando Imperial Guard, a level 39 soul master with a water attribute martial soul, summoned his abilities. His martial soul manifested as a water-blue frog-like creature, notably resembling a human in form, with oversized frog-like claws. On its back rested a weapon shaped from condensed water, known as the water sword frog. Upon merging with his martial soul, Jiahe's hands transformed into frog claws, and the water sword appeared on his right arm. With the activation of his purple 1,000-year soul ring, Jiahe raised his arm, and the water sword shot skyward. Subsequently, torrential rain cascaded down from the clouds, directed precisely at the location indicated by the sword. Although his third soul skill lacked significant offensive power, it proved immensely effective in this moment, even surpassing the golden feather-scale dragon. Thanks to the rain, the flames within the forest gradually diminished in intensity, and the fire arrows raining down from above were quenched by the deluge. As long as they were not struck directly, the effects were negligible. With the assistance of these water attribute soldiers, the fire's ferocity waned, though not entirely extinguished. The damage inflicted was far less severe than at the outset, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. "Are you all right? Now is not the time to be dazed." Shuo Qinghe inquired with concern, glancing at Jiang Yu below, oblivious to the awkward position they found themselves in. A faint fragrance gradually roused Jiang Yu from his stupor. And as he beheld the captivating figure of Qianren so close, his breath quickened. Though she appeared as a male at that moment, Jiang Yu was acutely aware of the extraordinary beauty concealed beneath that guise. She was destined to become the angel goddess of the future. Inhaling the subtle scent emanating from Qianren, Jiang Yu felt his heart flutter. How delightful! Noticing Jiang Yu's dazed expression, Qianren smiled wryly, saying, "Although your martial soul is of the fire attribute, having you assist in this situation would only add fuel to the flames. Nonetheless, you must take care of yourself. You came here to aid this prince, yet now I find myself protecting you." She rarely lowered her guard and began to jest about Jiang Yu. Yet, with her somewhat feminine visage, it seemed less like a critique and more akin to playful affection. The notion of a dignified, aloof goddess displaying such endearment is a captivating image. It seems only Jiang Yu is afforded such privilege. "Thank you, Your Highness." Jiang Yu turned over, pinning Qianren beneath him, and a smile blossomed upon his face. "Thank you." Upon witnessing the sincerity in Jiang Yu's eyes, a blush unexpectedly grazed Qianren's cheeks. And for the first time, her once frozen heart began to flutter anxiously, beating fervently. What is happening to me? He's merely a child. Qianren suddenly felt a wave of shame wash over her. Was she not akin to those lecherous men who pursue youthful maidens? Qianren, you are the heir of the angel martial soul. You must not behave in such a manner. Jiang Yu was unaware that his simple expression of gratitude towards Qianren had stirred a subtle ripple within her. His intention was merely to extend his thanks. Chapter 77. The flaw of Qianren. Please, move aside. You are pressing down on me. A flush of embarrassment appeared on Qianren's face. Oh. Jiang Yu finally realized the somewhat awkward position they found themselves in. He hastily scratched his head and stood up. However, to his surprise, he stepped on a dry twig on the ground and soon found himself tripped, once again landing on top of Qianren. Fortunately, Qianren managed to turn her head just in time, avoiding a collision of lips. Yet, even so, she felt an overwhelming force pressing against her. Her chest flattened to an almost pancake-like extent, devoid of any curvature. Jiang Yu couldn't help but sigh, realizing that Qianren's disguise was not as flawless as it appeared. Perhaps it was due to the soul bone not having surpassed the age of 100,000 years. The angelic armor of the Spirit Hall comprises a total of 6 soul bones, each precisely 100,000 years old, and all originating from the same type of soul beast. Jiang Yu speculated that Qianren must have absorbed the soul bone from the head, the ever-changing disguise skull. If this head soul bone could truly evolve to the level of 100,000 years, Qianren's disguise would undoubtedly exhibit no flaws, unlike the current situation. Fortunately, it was Jiang Yu who held her under scrutiny. Had it been someone else, they might have immediately questioned her identity. "What are you pondering?" Qianren inquired, noticing the contemplative expression on Jiang Yu's face. "I find myself craving grape jelly," he replied. Jiang Yu was blissfully unaware of anything amiss and casually expressed his current thoughts. However, when he finally recognized the incongruity, he was contemplating how to cleverly navigate the situation. To his surprise, Qianren wore an expression of utter perplexity. "Grape jelly? What is that?" she inquired. "I have only heard of grape wine and grape cake. What is grape jelly? Is it delicious?" Observing Qianren's innocent demeanor, Jiang Yu found himself at a loss for words. This was not merely a matter of taste. Certainly, the flavor was quite delightful. Those who had tried it all proclaimed it to be good. "Drink, drink, drink." Jiang Yu could only respond awkwardly, remarking that it was quite delicious. "Really?" Qianren seemed somewhat skeptical. "I won't believe it unless you prepare it for me." That might be a bit challenging." Just as Jiang Yu and Qianren were conversing, a soul emperor from the 7 treasures Glazed sect hurried over from a distance. "Your Highness, Xiao Yu." Ningling inquired with concern, "How are you both faring?" The earlier scene had been exceedingly chaotic, and by the time he regained his composure, Xueqinghe had already vanished. It took him quite some time to finally spot Xueqinghe, as well as Jiang Yu, the esteemed disciple of the sword Douluo. He chuckled heartily. Jiang Yu hastily rose from Qianren, having learned from his earlier experience, and this time he was not tripped. Upon noticing the approaching Ning Lang, he swiftly waved his hand and said, "Uncle Lang, we are fine." The middle-aged man ahead was a vital member of the 7 treasures Glazed Tile School, having rendered significant contributions to the sect, which led Ning Fingxi to bestow upon him the surname Ning. Due to his association with the sword Douluo, Jiang Yu had formed a certain camaraderie with Ning Lang, although he was merely a soul emperor in a confrontation. Even an ordinary soul sage might find it challenging to best him. Ning Lang's martial soul, the Lang bird, possesses the bloodline of the divine phoenix, inherently wielding the 9 nether mystic flame, which is undoubtedly more formidable than the phoenix evil fire controlled by Ma Hongjun prior to consuming the 10-headed sunfire pill, and perhaps even surpasses it. However, Ning Lang's Lang bird martial soul has yet to exhibit any ancestral traits. Thus he cannot fully harness the power of the 9 nether mystic flame. Nevertheless, his strength should not be underestimated. Jiang Yu had even heard the sword Doa mention that Ning Lang had at least a 50% chance of breaking through to the titled Douluo realm. Should he encounter a fortuitous event and obtain a supreme fire-type treasure, that probability would soar to 90%, a truly terrifying prospect. Although the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School currently holds the nominal title of the foremost among the 7 great sects, with thousands of disciples, only 1.5 individuals have a genuine chance of advancing to the titled Douluo realm, one being Jiang Yu, and the other half being Xianjian, a disciple of the Bone Douluo, who possesses the Taodai Divine Ox martial soul. Jiang Yu, as the esteemed disciple of the Sword Douluo, frequently engaged in combat with him within the sect. The earth-shattering power inherent in Xianjian's Taotai Divine Bull was remarkably profound. Jiang Yu surmised that it was likely only a hair's breadth away from its ultimate potential. After all, as the Bone Douluo had stated, the Taotai Divine Bull possessed the bloodline of the Earth Elemental Sacred Dragon, undoubtedly rivaling the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon. Were it not for the extreme rarity of such a martial soul, a unified faction would have long been established, and the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect would not have monopolized the field, should Ning Lang encounter a fortuitous event. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect might then harbor 2 half-spirits with the potential to ascend to title Douluo. The reason Ning Fengxi had dispatched Ning Lang to safeguard Xue Qinghe along the way was not solely for protection. He also harbored ulterior motives. As the climate of the Liaoshan Duchy was exceedingly hot, presenting a considerable likelihood of encountering fire-attributed treasures, he hoped Ning Lang might chance upon some good fortune there. To his dismay, those ruffians from Liaoshan Duchy resorted to fire attacks. Fortunately, Marshal Gulong reacted swiftly. Otherwise, the casualties could have been far greater. Ning Lang sighed, recognizing that while he too wielded fire, he had never directed flames at the innocent, unlike the shameless individuals from Liaoshan Duchy. In their relentless pursuit of victory, they would stop at nothing. Uncle Lang, rest assured, they shall pay the price. Jiang Yu's expression turned icy in an instant. When the time came, those who conceived this idea and executed the strategy would find no escape. Young master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It becomes even more thrilling. This was indeed the first time he felt such indignation. Even Ning Lang shivered at the sight of Jiang Yu's countenance, astonished at how terrifying Jiang Yu could be when angered. Once the flames were completely extinguished, Gulong eagerly led his troops forward at a swift pace. The soldiers, having passed through this ordeal, became united in their righteous fury, their hearts ignited by the blazing fire of vengeance. The earlier fatigue was entirely supplanted by a fervent desire for retribution, invigorating them all. A journey that would ordinarily require half an hour was accomplished in a mere 10 minutes. Upon exiting the forest, a vast gorge came into view. According to Huawu, traversing the gorge would bring them close to Yin Mountain City. Hitlada, lead the way to scout ahead. Whistle if there are any issues. This time, Gulong dared not be careless. Yes, Marshal. Hitlada promptly spread his wings and, accompanied by the remaining agile strategists, set off to scout the path. Half an hour passed before a whistle echoed from within the valley. Oh no, it's an ambush. Gulong's brow furrowed instantly. He drew his sword and commanded, form ranks. A moment later, Hitrada emerged from the valley in a state of disarray, with only a handful of his agile strategists, approximately a dozen, remaining behind him. While the fate of the others appeared dire. Indeed, Hitrada soon cried out in anguish, Marshal, there lies an ambush within the valley. Despite our utmost efforts, we were unable to rescue all our comrades. Gorin could no longer contain his fury. After all, the cultivation of this group of agile strategists had been an arduous task. The Emperor of the Snowy Night had entrusted him with a contingent of over 100 men, yet now only a mere few remained. To make matters worse, they had suffered losses in the territory of the Liaoshan Principality. For the perpetually proud Gorin, this was an unparalleled humiliation, and he vowed to cleanse this disgrace with the blood of his enemies, swearing not to relent until his objective was achieved. Advance the entire army, Gorin commanded, mounting his steed with fervor as he charged into the valley ahead of the others. At that moment, a brilliant radiance erupted from his being as his martial spirit enveloped him. He intended to make this arrogant rabble understand the true terror of the wrath of the sole duelist. Marshal Gorin, Jiang Yu observed that Gulong was blinded by fury and promptly instructed Xue Qinghe, who was behind him, to spur his horse and give chase. Meanwhile, Ning Lang and the other disciples from the Qibao Liuli sect followed closely, providing protection. Their formidable prowess was sufficient to thwart any enemy ambush. The situation on Xuechun and Xuezhu's side was similarly secure, with their surroundings also being vigilantly safeguarded. These individuals were all advanced soul masters. Unperturbed by the trivial skirmishes of the battlefield, at their level, ordinary soldiers posed little threat. Moreover, the standing army of the entire Liaoshan Principality numbered merely 50,000, which paled in comparison to the Tiando allied forces. The valley ahead was not vast enough to conceal a significant number of troops. With their defenses now established, the hidden ambushes had lost their element of surprise and were rendered ineffectual. Perhaps the enemy was cognizant of this reality, for the ambushes within the valley had entirely retreated, allowing the Tiando allied forces to exit the valley unimpeded. A great fortress loomed before them a mere 100 meters ahead, astonishingly situated amidst a volcano. As they approached the flaming mountain city, the temperature soared, rendering even their breaths palpable with heat. The ground was so scorching that one could fearfully speculate that a raw egg placed upon it would instantly transform into a fried delicacy. However, contrary to expectations, the Tiando allied forces did not voice their grievances. They persevered, their rage matching the sweltering climate of flaming mountain city. The desire for vengeance overshadowed all else. In no time, Gulong arrived at the gates of flaming mountain city. He demanded to know who had laid the ambush and dared to confront him. With an impatient roar directed at the battlements, he had no desire for idle conversation with his adversaries. With a resounding creak, the city gates swung open. Shortly thereafter, thousands of fully armed soldiers emerged. Once they had exited, the gates closed behind them, and the formation divided into two. 3 middle-aged men clad in military regalia rode forth from within, advancing steadily. Truly, General Gulong, your moniker of the 9 Lives Divine Dragon is indeed well-deserved. The robust man in the center, muscles rippling, could not help but admire Gulong's indomitable vitality, for even such fierce flames had failed to consume him. General, exclaimed Hua Wu, who had previously engaged with the Liangshan Principality, this man is Pan Yu. To his left is the city's garrison commander Niu Jin. And as for the man on his right, I have not encountered him before. Yet, given his standing alongside the other two, he must possess considerable skill. Regardless of their identities, I shall ensure they pay the price. Gailong gazed intently at the figure ahead, his teeth involuntarily gnashing in irritation. It was indeed the first time he had felt such fury. I am Pan Yu, my brother, the stout warrior. Had barely finished his sentence when Gailong surged forward on his steed, his hand resting upon the jade at his waist. A brilliant yellow light flashed, and a crescent-shaped long blade, measuring over 2 meters in length, suddenly materialized in his grasp. Gailong directed the blade towards the ground and tugged at the reins, urging his mount to hasten. The trailing blade sparked violently, carving a path through the earth below. Damn it, Pan Yu exclaimed, his frustration mounting as he contemplated fiercely attacking the blue-silver grass beneath him. This was utterly devoid of martial ethics. According to the rules of engagement on the battlefield, both commanders were expected to reveal their names before boasting, setting the stage for their encounter before hostilities commenced. Furthermore, combat was traditionally conducted in a turn-based manner. Yet Gailong's reckless aggression was unprecedented. He charged forth, eager to strike from the outset, leaving even someone as impulsive as Pan Yu feeling outmatched. Do they think me easy prey? Pan Yu's urgency grew. Despite knowing the disparity in soul power between himself and Gailong, he unleashed his martial soul. A surge of dark light erupted, and a shadowy mace appeared in his right hand. Before anyone could react, the mace swelled in size, extending over 2 meters. Its spikes resembling those of a true wolf's fang, sharp and menacing. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black. 6 soul rings swirled around the mace, each shimmering and casting a captivating glow. Although Pan Yu's innate talent did not match that of his brother Pan Feng, his innate soul power had reached the 7th level. Coupled with his wolf fang mace martial soul, he was a figure of considerable renown among the surrounding principalities, even earning the title of the foremost wielder of the mace in Liaoshan. As a prominent principality under the aegis of the Tiando Empire, Liangshan boasted a population of over 1 million. Pan Yu's reputation as the greatest wielder of the mace attests to his exceptional prowess. His 6th soul skill was the Wolf Fang Mountain Cleaver. Pan Yu promptly unleashed his most formidable soul skill to counter the sudden assault from Gulong. Under the augmentation of this soul skill, the weight of the wolf-toothed club in his grasp surged dramatically. His sixth spirit ring originated from a 2,000-year-old great strength demon ape spirit beast, renowned for its immense power and imbued with the bloodline of the Titan great ape. This creature, a hybrid of the Titan great ape and the diamond ape, surpassed even the great strength diamond bear in sheer might. With a fierce swing of the wolf-toothed club, Pan Yu charged towards Gulong. Although the latter was a soul Douluo, he specialized in defense and might not be able to overpower Pan Yu, a formidable assault-type soul emperor. However, Pan Yu's assumptions were overly simplistic. Gulong, in the state of martial spirit embodiment, wielded his long blade with enhanced speed and formidable force. As he approached Pan Yu, his steed leaped into the air, and Gulong exerted all his strength, bringing the blade down with tremendous velocity. The impact resonated as Pan Yu raised the wolf-toothed club to block above his head. Upon contact with the crescent-shaped blade, he was jolted by the force emanating from it, nearly losing his grip. It was at this moment that Pan Yu comprehended the terror of a soul Douluo. Gulong had not even deployed a soul skill yet was still able to suppress him, a powerful assault-type soul master, through sheer force. Jing had yet to intervene. Gradually, Pan Yu felt his strength waning and, disregarding the battlefield etiquette, decided that Gulong's breach of conduct rendered adherence to rules somewhat antiquated. "Brother Pan, hold on." Without a moment's hesitation, Jing unleashed his martial spirit. A colossal axe approximately 3 meters long, entirely black, adorned with the fierce visage of a golden-horned black bull. Black flames erupted, enveloping the entire axe. Jing, a level 63 assault-type soul emperor, wielded the flame black bull axe, which contained a black flame known as black demon flame, capable of impacting the soul. The sixth soul ring atop Jing's axe ignited instantly, and a jet of black flame erupted forth. Though it appeared merely as a flame, it was far more complex as the ultimate soul skill of a soul emperor. This black flame reached temperatures exceeding 10,000 degrees and possessed a unique ability to strike at the soul, producing a resonating howl as it passed, causing even the tiniest particles of air to diminish rapidly. Gulong recognized the potency of the black flames and quickly activated his sixth soul skill, the Golden Scale Dragon Armor Shield. A brilliant golden light erupted from his body, gradually enveloping him in shimmering golden scales. The black flames surged towards the shield composed of scales, yet they were unable to breach Gulong's formidable defense. What a jest! The Golden Scale Armor Dragon is indeed an elite defensive spirit, and Gulong's soul power far surpasses that of Jing. His Golden Scale Dragon Shield would pose a formidable challenge even to a titled Douluo. In his earlier duel with Diggybo, Gulong relied solely on this impenetrable defense, enduring over 100 rounds of confrontation. Ultimately, it was only Diggybo's furious unleashing of his terrifying poison that concluded the match. Otherwise, Gulong might have withstood many more rounds. Jing, merely a soul emperor, could not possibly breach Gulong's extraordinary defense. Li Rue, stop dawdling. Pan Yu, seeing Jing's attack thwarted, urgently called upon his companion. At this critical moment, he disregarded all else and decided it was time for Gulong to witness the true meaning of a righteous collective assault. Alas, it seems I must take action. Though clad in resplendent armor, Li Rue appeared somewhat frail, and his aura lacked the ferocity of a seasoned warrior, instead radiating a scholarly air. "Mirror demon!" Li Rue bellowed, and in an instant, he was enveloped by a dense shroud of black mist. The surrounding area, within 100 meters of him, was suddenly imbued with an intense chill, as if all warmth had vanished in that moment. When the black fog dissipated, an extraordinary creature materialized behind Li Rue, a black copper mirror. Astonishingly, this mirror bore a human form, complete with features resembling those of a person. The entire scene was utterly bizarre. Typically, a mirror spirit would be categorized as an artifact spirit. However, the mirror demon exhibited distinctly unique characteristics. Soul rings enveloped Li Rue, with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black rings gracefully ascending from his feet to his head, then cascading down in a continuous cycle. What manner of spirit is this? Even Jiang Yu had never encountered such an unusual spirit before. It was not even documented in the archives of the Spirit Hall. Intrigued by this novelty, Jiang Yu was eager to discover its abilities. Fifth soul skill, mirror space. The 5th black soul ring on Li Rue's body suddenly flared to life, and around him emerged a vast, peculiar expanse composed entirely of reflective surfaces. These mirrors encapsulated the area within 100 meters, creating a surreal space. "Everyone, unleash your attacks," Li Rue commanded, and as his words fell, the hundreds of soldiers enveloped within the space hurled their javelins. Pan Yu also swung his wolf fang club, black magic earth splitter. Jing, unwilling to be outdone, suddenly raised his colossal axe and brought it crashing down upon the ground. A surge of black demonic flames shot upwards, racing directly towards Gulong miraculously. Under the reflection of the mirror, these attacks multiplied exponentially. Even the javelins appeared to be scattered everywhere after the refraction through the glass. The entire mirrored space was engulfed by the onslaught of javelins and the combined efforts of Pan Yu and Niu Jin. Chapter 79. Gulong. 3000. Faced with no means of evasion, Gulong had no choice but to retract his long sword and focus intently on fending off the overwhelming barrage. Marshal, the commander of the Imperial Guard, witnessing this scene from the outside, could not help but worry for Gulong's safety. The people of the Liangshan Principality exhibited an astonishing lack of shame, resorting to such disgraceful tactics as mobbing. They had truly redefined the boundaries of disgrace among soul masters. All troops, heed my command. Charge. Reclaim the marshal, shouted the commander of the Imperial Guard and vice-commander of the Tiando allied forces, Shangguan Qianxian, as he brandished his sword and urged his steed forward. Let these shameless individuals experience what true mobbing entails. The charge of tens of thousands was a rare spectacle. Clouds of dust erupted, visible even hundreds of meters away, far exceeding the mere few hundred portrayed in television dramas as an army of thousands. Meanwhile, the mirrored space was gradually collapsing. Although Li Rui's soul technique was remarkable, it was not without its flaws. Even the techniques of a titled Douluo would reveal vulnerabilities, let alone that of a mere soul emperor. This mirrored space had its own time constraints, and based on Li Rui's current cultivation, it could only sustain itself for approximately 3 minutes. Gulong, a true bastion of defense, stood firm in the face of the relentless assault. Though his arms bore several cuts, for a seasoned warrior like him, such injuries were merely trifles. The combined assault of 3 soul emperors failed to vanquish Gulong, and soon the mirrored space shattered. The Tiando allied forces surged forward at that moment. Tens of thousands clashed against merely 1,000, and the outcome was unmistakable. When a few dozen surrounded a single individual, the defenders of Yin Mountain City quickly recognized who the true champions of justice were. Who the hell broke the rules? Is there no law? When the side enduring the abuse was their own, the soldiers of Yin Mountain regretted their previous actions. Just as the Tiando allied forces paused to catch their breath, believing the ordeal had come to a close, they were met with yet another round of merciless blows. Space transfer. Just as everyone believed the task was accomplished, the 6th spirit ring on Li Rui's body suddenly shimmered with brilliance. The mirror behind him levitated into the air, and within it erupted a powerful beam of light, directed towards a point 500 meters away. At that moment, another ray of light descended upon Li Rui, transforming him into a luminous dot that soared into the mirror, vanishing before the spectators. Is this mirror truly so extraordinary? Jiang Yu was somewhat astonished to discover that it contained the power of space. Generally speaking, both space and time powers are formidable abilities that far surpass other elements. No wonder the Liangshan Principality dared to openly declare its separation from the rule of the Tiando Empire. It is evident that they have the assistance of extraordinary individuals. Both Zhuge Xian and Li Rui, who came before, are exceptional talents capable of standing on their own, rare even among the 2 great empires in the Spirit Hall. It is no surprise that the Liangshan Principality has consistently maintained an advantage in its conflicts with neighboring principalities. This individual's martial spirit is indeed peculiar. As Li Rui made his escape, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in Gulong's eyes. Although the continent is home to a myriad of martial spirits, the likes of such an extraordinary mirror martial spirit was a first even for him. General, go spare me, pleaded Pan Yu, who had been subdued by Gulong's subordinate. All the strategies were conceived by Li Rui, and it was Niu Jin who executed them. I had no involvement in any of this. I implore you to grant me my life. Pa. Niu Jin spat contemptuously onto Pan Yu's face, astonished that the younger brother of Liangshan's foremost general was such a coward. He had expected something far more formidable. Pan Yu, you spineless wretch. General Pan Feng must feel immense shame to have you as a brother. Niu Jin bore an air of arrogance. As men of Liangshan, we may lose our heads and shed our blood, but we shall never forsake our dignity. How dare you? Pan Yu's face flushed crimson at being insulted by a brutish man, yet he found himself at a loss for a retort. Even he felt a twinge of shame. Were it not for the need to survive, he would not have wished to appear thus. However, circumstances were more powerful than individual will. At this juncture, it was evident that life mattered more than mere dignity. The children of the Tiando Empire, those who set fire to the forest, were merely following my grandfather's orders. If there is a grievance, it lies with him alone. If you have the courage, then confront him directly, Niu Jin bellowed. The surrounding Imperial guards, upon hearing this, seethed with rage, their expressions reflecting a desire to tear Niu Jin apart. For the first time in history, the esteemed Tiando Iron Army was referred to as children. It was no wonder they were incensed. What a man! Golong turned his gaze to Niu Jin, smirking coldly. It seems not all in Liangshan are cowards. However, your provocation holds no sway over me. Golong's expression grew stern. From the moment you resorted to arson, you should have been aware of the consequences. Let it be known that I shall order the destruction of Yinshan City. Once the city falls, not a single defending officer shall be spared. All shall be executed. Golong did not display any signs of reluctance. War is far more brutal than battles between soul masters. In a certain sense, a merciful general is not a competent general. General Gu, spare us. This chapter has not concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Pan Yu's face turned ashen as he repeatedly bowed to Golong, pleading for mercy. He had no desire to perish in Yin Mountain City. After all, he possessed immense wealth and 19 wives in Liang Mountain City. If he were to die, all his possessions would fall into the hands of others. For a coward like Pan Yu, Golong could hardly muster the inclination to regard him. Had he chosen to die with dignity, he might have earned some respect. However, in the face of such a craven general, Golong felt nothing but disdain. With a commanding shout, Golong ordered the army to launch a furious assault on Yin Mountain City. The remaining defenders atop the city walls, witnessing the capture of several generals by the enemy, instantly lost all morale, their faces etched with despair. Half an hour later, the formidable city walls finally crumbled. Golong fulfilled his promise, forcing all the defenders of Yin Mountain City into the nearby forest, where he commanded his soldiers to dig a pit 100 meters deep to bury them alive. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Yu found himself at a loss for words. Although he wished to intervene and halt Golong's actions, thoughts of the young soldiers who had fought alongside him rendered him speechless. Had the people of Yin Mountain City not set the fires first, those soldiers would not have met such a grim fate. As the final clod of earth filled the gaping pit, Golong knelt down, bowing deeply to the ground multiple times. Everyone understood he was paying tribute to those unfortunate soldiers whose remains had been utterly obliterated. After completing this solemn act, Golong picked up a piece of wood from the ground, using his sword to scrape off the excess surface until it was clean. He then carved a few bold characters into it. Forest of Heroic Souls. Once finished, Golong walked slowly for 100 meters. Each step seemed laborious, resembling an ordinary elder rather than a formidable warrior of legendary prowess. Upon reaching the charred ground, he paused and planted the wooden marker into the earth, perhaps believing that the soldiers would find solace in the sight of their fallen comrades being honored 100 meters away. Following the conquest of Yin Mountain City, the troops did not revel in the anticipated joy. Instead, they yearned to swiftly subdue the Liang Mountain Duchy, wishing to prevent any further prolongation of the war. Strangely, the subsequent cities posed no resistance from the soldiers of the Liang Mountain Duchy, allowing Golong's coalition to occupy several major cities without a single casualty. In the deep of night, silence enveloped the surroundings, yet the candle flames flickered persistently within Golong's central tent. Little brother, look at this. Goran presented a plate of shelled walnuts to Jiang Yu, then inquired about the strategic map laid out on the table. The Principality of Liangshan boasted 9 cities, 6 of which had already fallen to their forces. Only 3 cities remained, Dushan City, Yashan City, and Liangshan City, marking the final steps towards triumph. Goran understood that the forthcoming challenges would not be as straightforward as those previously encountered. The remaining cities formed a formidable triangle, closely situated to one another. With his extensive experience, he discerned that the Duke of Liangshan had deliberately relinquished the earlier cities, concentrating his military might within these 3 fortified strongholds. While their campaign had progressed relatively smoothly, they had not decimated a significant number of enemy troops. The standing forces of Liangshan still numbered over 40,000, nearly 50,000. Goran solemnly remarked that their alliance had suffered losses nearing 10,000 soldiers, and the perceived advantage was not as apparent as it seemed. Historically, the besieging forces endure far greater pressure than those defending, and the Liangshan army held an inherent advantage while fighting on familiar ground. Moreover, their lines stretched perilously thin. Although some logistical support came from the backing of several major principalities, it was not a sustainable solution. Goran was acutely aware that siege warfare was the most time-consuming endeavor, often yielding little progress over the span of a year or more. The Liangshan forces could afford to linger, but they could not. Prolonged entanglement in this conflict would be detrimental, especially if the Star Luo Empire seized the opportunity to make a move. The marshal was apprehensive about the prospect of a protracted war. Jiang Yu immediately discerned Golong's apprehensions. As soon as he finished speaking, a look of admiration appeared on Golong's face. Indeed, conversing with an astute individual can save a great deal of unnecessary effort, greatly enhancing efficiency. Gulong gazed at Jiang Yu with eager anticipation, wondering if the young brother had any strategies in mind. Chapter 80. The conflict provoked by the soft-boned rabbit. As of now, nothing has come to mind. Jiang Yu effortlessly tossed the walnut into his mouth, and with a crisp crack, the plump kernel broke into small pieces. Jiang Yu swallowed with satisfaction. These walnuts hailed from the outer territories, where sunlight is abundant and the verdant pastures flourish. Even the soil is more fertile than elsewhere, yielding fruits and nuts that are truly unparalleled on the continent. This region is often referred to as the granary of the heavenly dual empire, which has stationed a formidable force of 100,000 elite soldiers there to prevent it from falling into the hands of the Xinglua Empire. Gailong's brows furrowed into a dark line. He had invested all his hopes in Jiang Yu, only to find that he too could not conjure a brilliant idea. What should they do? They could not simply linger here aimlessly. This was a matter of finances. Gailong could already envision the expression on the face of the empire's Minister of Finance. He knew well how miserly this old friend could be. However, it was understandable, given the stringent fiscal assessments imposed on the empire each year. Should the reports fall below expectations, the minister would face dire consequences. If too much time was squandered in the Liangshan Principality, it would undoubtedly affect this year's fiscal revenue for the empire, which would spell disaster for its citizens. Even the high-ranking officials would feel the repercussions, as year-end bonuses and stipends would be significantly diminished. In years past, during fiscal downturns, substantial sums that were originally due had been withheld. Although Gailong was a prominent minister, he still had a family to support. The daily food expenses for his 3,000 clansmen alone consumed thousands of gold soul coins, and even noble families had no surplus provisions. Fortunately, Jiang Yu noticed Gailong's distracted demeanor and offered him a suggestion, which helped him regain some clarity. The following morning, as dawn's light began to break, a contingent of 1,000 troops departed from the central camp, heading towards Xianjian City. They trod a sword into the skies to scout the situation. As they approached the city gates, the elite soldiers halted, and before the eyes of the garrison, they set up wooden racks and kindled charcoal fires. They then retrieved some tender rabbit and grass chickens from their bags and began roasting them. Before long, the tantalizing aroma of roasting meat wafted up to the city walls. "Brothers across the way, come down and enjoy some roasted rabbit," called a clever soldier, recalling Jiang Yu's words from the previous day. "This is the tender and succulent soft-boned rabbit." Upon hearing this, a robust man clad in the attire of a deputy general could hardly contain his anger. "How dare you eat such a lovely creature as the rabbit? What distinguishes this from barbarism?" Jiao had always cherished the image of rabbit-eared maidens, having collected nearly every illustrated volume featuring them, with a particular fondness for the one depicting the soft-boned rabbit. Seeing the enemy roasting his most beloved soft-boned rabbit ignited a fervent desire within Jiao to charge down and thrash them in a fit of rage. Just as he was preparing to act, the lord of Xianjian City restrained him with a hand. "Do not be fooled. Cannot you see the enemy is doing this deliberately? It is unclear who possesses such cunning. Having discovered your fondness for the tender-boned rabbit, they resorted to such a despicable tactic to ensnare you." The clever soldier, who had just shouted, exhibited shifting pupils, absorbing every movement of the city walls into his gaze. Although his martial spirit was merely an ordinary falcon, it bestowed upon him formidable visual prowess. How peculiar! Even before I had the chance to express my anger, the denizens atop the walls were already incensed. Could it be that they have an aversion to rabbit meat? As the saying goes, a chance encounter can yield unexpected results. Even Jiang Yu did not anticipate that the vice-commander of Xianjian City was an ardent admirer of the tender-boned rabbit. The coarse language he intended to teach these soldiers, which even television would not air, had yet to escape his lips when the people above became furious. They nearly fell for the trap and rushed out of the city gates. A little more provocation, and they would have been incited to action. The member of the Imperial Guard was astute, quickly discerning the vice-commander's weakness and fanning the flames further, proclaiming, "These are all fresh female rabbits, raised in a specialized pasture, and they feast solely on pure blue-silver grass. Their meat is exceptionally succulent." As he spoke, he tore off a piece of rabbit meat and savored it, a look of sheer delight spreading across his face. This was infuriating. Jiao, witnessing the enemy's contemptible demeanor, could no longer contain the fury within him. He immediately unleashed his martial spirit, the ironclad lion eagle. With a thunderous roar, a brilliant golden light enveloped him, and an enormous male eagle materialized behind him. This majestic creature boasted a lion-like physique, standing on 4 sturdy legs, with a pair of gray and white wings unfurling behind it, its hindquarters adorned with yellow fur, and its eagle-like head and forelimbs cloaked in shimmering golden feathers. The entirety of its upper body was enveloped in thick, plush fur, resembling a suit of armor. Its eagle-like beak and talons were also golden, especially the sharp, elongated claws, glinting ominously and evoking a sense of awe. 5 resplendent soul rings appeared around Jiang Yu. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, purple. Jiang Yu, the vice-commander of Yashan City, was one of the 4 valiant generals of the Liangshan Principality with the martial spirit of the ironclad lion eagle. Upon the manifestation of his martial spirit, a pair of wings sprouted from his back, stretching over 9 meters in length. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt from the city wall, flapping his wings as he soared towards the army of Tiando. Jiang Yu, the lord of Yashan City, witnessing Jiang Yu's impulsiveness, feared for his safety and hastily instructed his subordinates to gather the troops and prepare to support him at the city gates. My lord, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following parts are even more thrilling. The first soul skill, Feather Blade. Jiang Yu's wings unleashed a barrage of sharp feather blades, raining down indiscriminately upon the ground. Falcon, manifest. Ho Liang responded promptly, summoning his martial soul and unleashing his first soul skill, the Eagle's Cry. A tremendous shriek erupted from his mouth, reverberating across a 100-meter radius, causing flocks of birds to flee from the forest in panic. Even the feather blade was nearly dislodged from its position by the force of the Eagle's Cry. Fortunately, the soul energy enveloping it prevented any adverse effects. The feather blade sliced through the air. Ho Liang deftly flapped his wings to evade the passing feather blade. But others were not so fortunate, unable to react in time. This incident starkly illustrated the disparity between the 2 martial souls, although both possessed eagle-type abilities. Ho Liang's skill paled in comparison to Jiang Yu's. This exemplified the advantages of high-level martial souls. Jiang Yu's first soul skill, a formidable attack in the form of the feather blade, overshadowed Ho Liang's mere roar. Sky-splitting slash. Jiang Yu, noticing that Ho Liang had evaded his first soul skill, swiftly unleashed a new technique. As his third soul ring illuminated, the wings behind him erupted with a brilliant radiance. He relentlessly flapped his elongated wings, generating a deafening sound in the air. Before Ho Liang could react, he found himself adorned with several crimson scars, as if he had been slashed multiple times. Jiang Yu's third soul skill originated from a mystical soul beast known as the Sky-Splitting Bird, whose signature attack compressed air into a devastating force, formless and invisible, making it nearly undetectable to the average person. Ho Liang had inadvertently fallen victim to it. The morale of the defending troops in Yashan City was instantly shaken, prompting the 1,000-strong soldiers on the periphery to seize their weapons and charge forward. Although the Imperial Guard was reputed to be the most elite force of the Empire, they had primarily remained stationed in Tiando City for training and had never encountered the brutality of true battlefield slaughter. This expedition to the Liangshan Principality marked their inaugural experience in genuine combat. In stark contrast, the defenders of Yashan City were composed of the finest soldiers drawn from various major cities, exuding a palpable aura of ferocity. In a single charge, the Imperial Guard was thrown into disarray, hastily retreating under Ho Liang's lead, desperately seeking an escape route. Upon returning to the Allied camp, Ho Liang conducted a headcount of the remaining soldiers, only to discover that fewer than 700 remained. In such a brief span, the Imperial Guard had suffered the loss of 300 men. Ho Liang could scarcely fathom the consequences that would ensue when the marshal learned of this calamity. Nevertheless, he steeled himself and entered the central tent, bracing for the wrath of Gaelong. After reporting the outcome of the battle, Ho Liang lowered his head, preparing to accept the marshal's punishment. To his astonishment, however, the young boy seated beside the commander, who had been enjoying a chicken leg, was the first to speak. Continue. Do not stop. Jiang Yu spoke in a low voice. Every 3 hours, it is imperative for Captain Ho to lead the troops to challenge at the city gate. Remember, we must not win, yet we should also avoid losing too disgracefully. The subtlety of this task rests on Captain Ho's judgment. Captain Ho Liang hesitated, for he had never heard of such unconventional warfare. The request was indeed peculiar. Nevertheless, he understood that, according to this young commander, it was necessary to comply. As you wish, Marshal. Through his observations over the past few days, Ho Liang recognized that the true decision-maker among the coalition forces was this dashing young lad before him, which, although somewhat amusing, did not diminish the gravity of his role. As a soldier, obedience to orders was paramount, and Ho Liang, coming from the Imperial Guard, was well aware of the importance of unconditional compliance. However, he lacked experience in the art of losing gracefully. To ensure the marshal's grand plans were not compromised, he respectfully requested, I have no experience in losing without revealing a trace or flaw. It may be prudent to assign the third squad, led by Captain Pan Hai, to assist. Uncle Pan possesses greater expertise in such matters. Ho Liang's expression was one of earnest supplication. Uncle Pan, as he referred to him, was a legendary figure within the Imperial Guard. Battles in which he participated invariably ended in defeat, earning him the moniker of the perennial loser. Yet, due to his noble lineage, others refrained from passing judgment, allowing him to remain within the ranks of the Imperial Guard. Not only was he not reassigned, but he had also been promoted to captain based on his seniority, a common occurrence in the Imperial Guard. Gulong had some knowledge of Pan Hai, and out of respect for his noble background, he found himself at a loss for options. It seemed the time had come for them to fulfill their roles. Granted. Go forth, Gulong declared, unable to suppress a chuckle. He had not anticipated that such a flamboyant scion could prove useful. Clearly, Jiang Yu's assertion held merit. One must utilize individuals to their fullest potential, for everyone has their own unique value. Gulong's admiration for Jiang Yu deepened, swelling within him like a spring that threatened to overflow. Brother Yu, if our plan proceeds smoothly, how long do you think it will take us to capture Yashan City? Gulong inquired, crouching down to seek his counsel attentively. Jiang Yu did not respond immediately. Instead, he cast the chicken bone in his hand onto the plate. Observing this, Gulong hastily picked up a nearby towel and offered it to him. Jiang Yu accepted without hesitation, wiping his greasy hands clean. Within 3 days, Jiang Yu leapt from his chair and strode towards the entrance of the tent. The sunlight outside cascaded upon him, refracting a silvery brilliance that made him appear almost divine. Even Gulong could not help but express his astonishment. What an extraordinary child indeed. Chapter 81. The Delightful Abalone. With the addition of Pan Hai, the fortuitous Koi, the Tiando coalition army successfully fulfilled Jiang Yu's directive of ensuring defeat in every battle. Initially, the commander of Yashan City suspected it to be a scheme of the enemy. Yet Pan Hai's dismal performance gradually lulled him into a false sense of security. A commander lacking in ability can exhaust an entire army. Pan Hai vividly exemplified the truth of this adage. In the wake of successive victories, the defending forces of Yashan City became increasingly complacent, unaware that the so-called elite guards of Tiando were nothing more than a FAAD, utterly ineffectual and, under equal conditions, inferior to the local garrison, a comical reality indeed. Within 3 days, the elite guards made several attempts to challenge, all of which ended in utter disgrace. Following yet another defeat of the incompetent forces below the city walls, the commander of Yashan City, Lu Lian, could not contain his elation. He promptly instructed his subordinates to prepare a few dishes and a pot of fragrant, rich tea, had the conquest of the Tiando coalition been fully resolved. He would have requested some wine as well. Brother, I raise this cup of tea in lieu of wine to honor you. Lu Lian personally poured a cup of strong tea for Jiao Wu, though his rank was slightly superior. Jiao Wu was one of the 4 fierce generals of the Liashan Principality. Had it not been for Lu Lian's keen eye in discovering his talent, Jiao Wu would not have remained in Yashan City, serving as Lu Lian's deputy without a hint of complaint. Lu Lian understood this well, thus treating Jiao Wu as a brother, devoid of any hierarchical pretensions. Thank you, brother. Jiao Wu raised his cup and drank it in one gulp, then enthusiastically remarked. People across the continent claim Gulong to be the god of the Tiando army. However, in my humble opinion, he is merely a silver-plated wax spearhead, relying solely on his sole Douluo prowess. When it comes to strategy, he pales in comparison to you, brother. Listening to his younger brother's flattery, Lu Lian felt a swell of pride. To have rendered the god of the Tiando army utterly powerless, though he had not exerted much effort, still filled him with a sense of accomplishment. In the Tiando coalition's main camp, following a series of disheartening defeats, the morale among the soldiers plummeted. And even the vice-commander, Shangguan Xianjian, found himself perplexed as to why Gulong did not lead a full-scale assault on the city, but instead opted for a piecemeal approach, complicating matters unnecessarily. It was time. After listening to Goran's report, Jiang Yu, reclining in his chair, suddenly opened his eyes, their brilliance akin to lightning. Witnessing this, Goran instantly felt invigorated. Although he understood it was merely a ruse to lower the enemy's guard, the string of recent defeats had left him feeling exceedingly frustrated. Upon hearing that he could finally unleash his pent-up emotions, Goran became instantly spirited. This time, he resolved to take the field himself. Marshal Jiang, I entrust you to don the garb of a common soldier and lead a contingent of over 1,000 elite troops into battle, while commanding Vice Marshal Shangguan to prepare the main forces for immediate support. Jiang Yu's face revealed a smile. After 3 days of anticipation, the opportune moment had finally arrived. I understand. I shall prepare at once. With that, Gulong promptly exited the tent, ensuring all arrangements were meticulously made before donning the attire of a common soldier. He personally selected the elite troops of the army and set forth towards Yashan City with great urgency, just after Lu Lian and Xiao Wu had finished their celebration. A cloud of dust arose in the distance. Recognizing the banners, they realized that the Tiando allied forces had come to challenge them once more, which stirred a sense of irritation within them. This band of defeated soldiers, having barely settled, dared to return and cause trouble, showing utter disdain for their presence. "Brother, this time we shall leave them with not a single remnant. Let us see if they dare to disturb us again," Xiao Wu seethed, seizing his weapon and galloping down from the castle on his black steed. A throng of soldiers followed closely behind, eager to reap the spoils from this audacious group of guards, from whom they had previously extracted considerable wealth. It was well known that the guards enjoyed generous treatment, and many of them were offspring of noble families, carrying enough riches to indulge the local establishments and enjoy the company of the finest entertainers for months on end. Upon seeing the enemy approach, the defenders of Yashan City rushed to exit the gates and engage in battle. Who was unaware that the Imperial Guards were but a paper tiger? Such a lucrative opportunity was too enticing for anyone to resist. Alas, what they failed to realize was that this time would be markedly different, as it was Gulong leading the charge. Once the defenders were lured out, Gulong did not hasten to reveal his identity. Instead, he patiently awaited the right moment to ensnare them within a trap. When the time was right, Gulong unleashed his martial spirit, his wings unfurling dramatically as he soared towards the city gates. "A soul Douluo. This is dire." Lu Lian, observing from the castle, discerned the 8 radiant soul rings adorning the soldier and immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. It was indeed Gulong. Just as Lu Lian prepared to command the immediate closure of the city gates, Gulong had already breached the walls, and by the time reinforcements descended from the castle, it was far too late. These soldiers stood no chance against a soul Douluo. Gulong's single soul skill claimed dozens of lives. Meanwhile, the elite guards outside the city easily overwhelmed the defenders of Yashan, leaving them in a state of utter disarray. When had they become so formidable? The question lingered in the minds of all Yashan defenders, bewildered by the sudden strength of their adversaries. They could not comprehend the sheer terror that a throng of pent-up, robust men could unleash. Even the ground beneath them could be ground to dust, let alone mere mortals. In less than 10 minutes, the guards had reduced the defenders of Yashan to a state of pleading for mercy. Xiao Wu, one of the 4 fierce generals of the Liangshan Principality, found himself in quite the predicament under the assault of 3 Soul Kings. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating narrative. At this very moment, Shangwan Qianxin led his army towards Yashan City, causing Lu Lian's countenance to turn ashen, for he realized that the kingdom of Liashan was on the brink of collapse. Once Yashan City fell, it would no longer maintain a strategic advantage with the other 2 cities, and even Liashan City itself would be impossible to defend. Lu Lian found himself ensnared in a tormenting dilemma. As the adage goes, a wise bird chooses its perch. Since the kingdom of Liashan was crumbling, why not extricate himself early and seek refuge with a more formidable ally? Within a minute, Lu Lian reached a resolution. It mattered little where he served. Indeed, aligning himself with the heavenly Dou Empire might yield greater rewards. He was not a man confined by antiquated notions. The concept of loyalty to one master was but a hollow phrase to him, far less pragmatic than the pursuit of personal gain. Before long, Yashan City was breached by the Imperial Guard, and Lu Lian's first utterance upon being captured was a desire to abandon the darkness for the light. Seeking the embrace of the illustrious heavenly Dou Empire and resolutely severing ties with the kingdom of Liangshan, he even volunteered to lead an assault against Liangshan City. It was only at this juncture that Xiao Wu discerned the vile nature of his once esteemed confidant. Astonished that the elder brother he held in such high regard could stoop to such treacherous behavior. "Bah, Lu Lian, I never imagined you to be this kind of person. Devoid of any integrity, willing to betray even the very kingdom that nurtured you." Xiao Wu exclaimed vehemently. "To ally with you was the gravest mistake I have ever made." The disparity in their characters was now unmistakably evident. Jiang Yu indeed holds a profound admiration for those who embody loyalty and righteousness. However, in the current circumstances, the utility of a scoundrel is undeniably greater. Gulong comprehends this notion as well, promptly executing all obstinate individuals who refuse to yield. As for Lu Lian, sparing his life for the time being poses no detriment. Once everything is settled, Jiang Yu instructs Gulong to disguise men in the attire of the Yashan garrison, masquerading as defeated soldiers en route to Dushan City. Should they successfully infiltrate the city, the subsequent assault by the allied forces on Dushan City would become significantly more manageable. Truly, it is a brilliant stratagem. Gulong has long been deeply impressed by Jiang Yu's intellect, pondering how such wisdom could emanate from one so young. In comparison, the minds of others seem woefully simplistic. Gulong is immensely grateful that Jiang Yu hails from the Tiando Empire. Were he affiliated with the Xinglua Empire or the Wuhuan Hall, Gulong would find himself at a loss on how to contend with the situation. After ensuring the city's affairs are in order, Gulong hosts a banquet at the city lord's residence to honor the meritorious individuals. However, Jiang Yu is not inclined to partake in such festivities, preferring to maintain a low profile. After all, should it become widely known that all strategies were conceived by him, it would undoubtedly incite a considerable stir, which could adversely affect Jiang Yu. Thus, prudence is of the essence. Observing Jiang Yu's disinterest in attending the victory banquet, Gulong does not press him, instead arranging for the most exquisite maidens of the city lord's residence to attend to Jiang Yu's dining needs. Acknowledging this, Jiang Yu graciously accepts. Upon entering the lavish chamber prepared by Gulong, he is greeted by several alluring maidens of exquisite beauty. Once seated, the maids collaborate in their service. One fans him from behind, another uses chopsticks to present dishes directly to Jiang Yu, while yet another holds a golden basin nearby, awaiting the bones he may discard. This decadent lifestyle surely warrants criticism. Jiang Yu couldn't help but feel a sense of amazement. Even during a meal, there were so many beautiful young ladies attending to him, and all he had to do was open his mouth to be fed. It was simply excessive. Sister, I desire abalone. Jiang Yu, harboring a critical disposition, pointed towards the plate of rich, aromatic fatty fish beside him. The attendant promptly offered a piece of abalone to Jiang Yu, allowing him to savor its exquisite flavor. Surprisingly, despite a slight fishy undertone, the abalone was remarkably delectable, with a delightful texture that was both tender and resilient. Sister, from which region is this abalone sourced? Jiang Yu casually inquired. The maid smiled, delighting in Jiang Yu's enjoyment of the abalone she had served. Each piece was personally selected by her, a testament to its exceptional quality and distinct flavor. My lord, these delicacies were handpicked by me. While I may not be proficient in other areas, I am somewhat familiar with abalone. The maid chuckled softly, fully aware that Gulong had instructed them to ensure Jiang Yu's utmost comfort. They dared not be negligent, as even the supreme commander had spoken. Thus, the identity of this young child was undoubtedly extraordinary. The maids understood the importance of their role, knowing that pleasing Jiang Yu might lead to their own favorable circumstances. Originally, it was anticipated that Zhu Qin would make her appearance when the protagonist acquired the second spirit ring, subsequently engaging in various widely enjoyed escapades. However, upon further reflection, it became evident that the protagonist was still quite young, leading to a postponement of Zhu Zhuqing's introduction. Nevertheless, her appearance was imminent. As per tradition, I humbly request your support through collections and recommendations. Chapter 82, The Mighty God. On the day of the solar culmination, Gulong left a contingent of 10,000 imperial guards in Yashan City, before leading the army towards Dushan City. Just after dawn, the troops assembled at the training grounds, and Jiang Yu, supporting his waist, accompanied Xueqinghe. What is the matter with your waist? Xueqinghe asked, a look of confusion on his face. Have you perhaps strained it? It is nothing, Jiang Yu replied. Jiang Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment, primarily due to the excessive enthusiasm of the maidens the previous night. After dinner, they insisted on vying for the opportunity to massage him, and fearing their disappointment, Jiang Yu acquiesced. Little did he expect that one of the maids possessed an undue amount of strength, which resulted in a slight ache in his waist this morning. Naturally, Jiang Yu preferred that Qian Ruxue remain oblivious to this awkward incident and could only offer a vague excuse. The bed in the lord's mansion was rather firm, and he was unaccustomed to it. Was it so? Qian Ruxue clearly did not buy Jiang Yu's explanation. She, in fact, found the bed in the lord's mansion to be excessively soft. Jiang Yu, realizing that her attempt to evade the topic had failed, couldn't help but scoff inwardly. What does my back pain have to do with you? Why ask so many questions? She retorted. Brother Xueqinghe, let us hasten to the training grounds. We shall be in trouble if we are late. Without waiting for Xueqinghe's response, she dashed out the door. That rascal. Qian Rinxue shook her head in exasperation. Since Jiang Yu was unwilling to divulge any details, she saw no reason to press further. After all, it was not a matter of great consequence. Even if Jiang Yu had indeed injured her back, it would not disrupt their plans. Once everyone had gathered, Gulong announced that the three armies would march towards Dushan City. He had deliberately brought Lu Lian along. Though had it not been for the necessity of maintaining the identity of the Yashan City Lord, he would have already dealt with the shameless scoundrel. He harbored no fondness for traitors. Dushan City, one of the three principal cities of the Liangshan Principality, was predominantly constructed from granite. Its walls soared to a height of approximately 30 meters, flanked by numerous towers housing the city's archers. It could be said that Dushan City's defenses ranked just below Liangshan City among the 9 major fortifications of the principality. Upon hearing Lu Lian's intelligence report, Golong raised an eyebrow slightly. Dushan City resembled a veritable steel fortress. Were it not for Jiang Yu's meticulously crafted plans, even an army of 150,000 would find it exceedingly difficult to breach this stronghold. As the army reached a hilly region, Golong led the soul masters and elite soldiers in donning the attire of the Yashan garrison. According to Jiang Yu's strategy, they were to coordinate seamlessly with their comrades who had previously infiltrated the city. Golong understood the principle of capturing the leader to subdue the followers. By seizing control of the Dushan City Lord, the garrison would pose little threat, making the conquest of Dushan City an effortless endeavor. Notably, the 3 princes had also volunteered to accompany them, eager to partake in what promised to be a significant achievement, for none wished to be left behind. They had no concerns regarding safety, as skilled fighters would accompany them. Beside Shui Qinghe stood individuals from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and even Jiang Yu would join. While Xueqin may lack combat prowess, he had his retainers and allies from the Wuhuan Temple to ensure his safety. As for Shui Zhu, his own mutated martial soul endowed him with formidable combat capabilities, more than sufficient for self-defense. After entrusting command of the army to Shangguan Qianqing, Golong set forth with his entourage. They traversed hills and crossed vast plains until they arrived at the gates of Dushan City. More fleeing soldiers approach. A burly middle-aged man atop the city wall furrowed his brow upon recognizing the familiar uniforms of the soldiers below. What is going on with Lu Lian and Zhao Wu? Cheng Feng sighed. In just a few days, they allowed the Tianshou Empire to breach Yashan City. They are utterly useless. Cheng Feng's status in the Liangshan Principality surpassed even that of Zhao Wu. Apart from the 3 foremost generals, he was the loyal and martial general who ranked first among the 5 tigers of Liangshan. One of the 3 mightiest armies in the Liangshan Principality, the Tengzhou Army, was personally trained by him. The 10,000 soldiers of Dushan City were all elite members of the Tengzhou Army, and Cheng Feng was confident that they were no less formidable than the so-called Imperial Guards. After all, their usual adversaries were the ferocious soul beasts, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary humans. General Cheng, Lu Lian shouted towards the city tower, adhering to Gailong's instructions. I am Lu Lian. The enemy breached Yashan City a few days ago, and I risked my life to break through the encirclement, bringing my subordinates to seek refuge with you. Indeed. It was Lu Lian. Cheng Feng scrutinized the figure below and soon confirmed his identity. The two were familiar with each other's characteristics. Having served as ministers in the same court, Cheng Feng even knew that Lu Lian's concubine had a mole on her thigh, so recognizing him was hardly a challenge. Given that Lu Lian had arrived, Cheng Feng harbored no doubts, especially since several defeated soldiers had entered the city in recent days. The pressing matter at hand was to repel the Tiando allied forces. Discussions regarding Lu Lian's responsibilities could wait. Open the gates. With this command, the heavy black iron gate slowly creaked open. It took over 100 strong soldiers to push aside this gate, which weighed 10,000 pounds. As the gate swung wide, the enemy appeared completely unprepared, and Gailong could not help but feel elated. This endeavor was proving to be even smoother than anticipated. Once inside the city, Lu Lian was invited up to the tower. It was only natural that Gailong, as his personal guard, accompanied him, and thus no one obstructed their passage. Just as they reached the tower, Cheng Feng had not yet spoken when Gailong unleashed his martial soul. 8-ring soul Douluo. Cheng Feng immediately sensed something amiss. There were no soul Douluo among the Liangshan Principality's ranks. The fact that Lu Lian's personal guard was a soul Douluo was utterly impossible. There could only be one explanation. Lu Lian had defected. The guard beside him was none other than Gailong, the supreme commander of the Tiando Empire's 3 armies, which made this situation much more plausible. Great ape spirit manifest. Cheng Feng, without a moment's hesitation, let out a fierce roar, striking his chest with both fists. Upon the release of his martial soul, his height surged from approximately 1.80 meters to around 2 meters. His robust muscles strained against the armor he wore, threatening to burst through, while his exposed skin gradually transformed into a deep iron-black hue. His eyes shifted from black to a vibrant yellow, and his teeth protruded from his already thickened lips. The sinewy muscles of his limbs appeared as solid as steel. 6 resplendent soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, rose simultaneously from beneath his feet. Cheng Feng, a level 69 formidable assault-type soul master, wielded the martial soul of the mighty ape. Renowned for its incredible strength and impervious physique, while there exists a plethora of ape-type martial souls, only a select few ascend to the ranks of the high-level martial souls. Apart from the Titan giant ape, which has never manifested in human soul masters, there are merely 10 martial souls that achieve the status of high-level. Ching Feng's mighty ape surpasses even the legacy martial soul of the power gorilla within its lineage, standing alongside the similarly named power demon ape, earning the title of the twin stars of ape martial souls, the sovereigns of primates. Logically, one might assume the Titan giant ape to be the apex among ape kind. However, its tyrannical nature has rendered it elusive, as no soul master has ever awakened the Titan giant ape martial soul. Thus, it is omitted from consideration. His fifth soul skill, the power hammer. Cheng Feng abruptly stepped forward, his feet striking the ground with a resounding thud, reverberating with a powerful echo that attested to his formidable strength. With a sudden surge of energy, he launched his fists towards Gulong, unleashing a dense yellow orb of light, akin to a miniature sun, from his palms. Under the orb's locking effect, Gulong, despite his numerous evasive maneuvers, found himself unable to evade Ching Feng's assault. Realizing the futility of escape, he had no choice but to channel his soul power fully, bracing himself for the onslaught. Cheng Feng had invested considerable effort to acquire his fifth soul ring, sacrificing the lives of 100 soldiers to successfully subdue a 10,000-year-old frenzied iron ape spirit beast, ultimately allowing him to obtain the formidable soul skill known as the Hammer of Strength. This skill granted him an instantaneous power amplification of 150%. For a strength-oriented soul master, this was undoubtedly a significant advantage. With his fifth soul skill, Cheng Feng could even contend with the renowned General Pan Feng, known for his unmatched prowess. As Ching Feng's fists descended, Gulong felt a tremendous force collide with his body, akin to being struck by a massive hammer. The armor he wore trembled under the impact. Fortunately, Gulong possessed profound soul power. Otherwise, he might have been forced to retreat from the blow. Although not a strength-type soul master himself, his soul power surpassed Ching Feng's by several levels. The cultivation of soul masters becomes increasingly arduous as they progress, often taking years to achieve even a single level of enhancement in soul power. Thus, the disparity of a single level in soul power could be likened to an insurmountable chasm, making it clear that even with the Titan Grade 8 martial spirit, Cheng Feng was not necessarily Gulong's equal. After several exchanges, Cheng Feng found himself at a disadvantage, quickly being overwhelmed by Gulong simultaneously. The Imperial Guard had secured control of the city gates. Although the defenders of Dushan City attempted to regain control, they were invariably repelled by the Imperial Guard. Shangguan Qianxin swiftly led his troops toward Dushan City. Despite the defenders atop the arrow towers incessantly launching sharp projectiles, the sheer number of soldiers on his side was overwhelming.